As the sun rose, the demon king Muzan Kibutsuji was reduced to ashes under its light. Shen Yan, barely clinging to life, leaned against a stone, the voice of the system resonating in his ears. System, return to the main world, commencing return. Shen Yan, male, 18 years of age, is a traveler from another realm. An unforeseen incident had transported him to this world, surrounded by familiar characters from his past. His neighbor is the Kinomoto Sakura family, and he frequently hears whispers of disappearances involving individuals such as Nagatsuki Sho, Ryugen Seiya, and Sato Kazuma. Not long ago, he had bound himself to a salvation system, uncovering the grim future of this world. An invasion from another dimension looms. In the future, monstrous beings from beyond will breach the world's barrier and seize dominion over it. Even the mightiest warriors of this realm will falter against the ultimate foe. Humanity will face utter defeat, leaving the world in ruins. Ultimately, human civilization will be annihilated, and mankind will be enslaved by these monstrosities, reduced to mere memories, akin to livestock in a pasture. It is a solemn duty to rescue this world. Host, Shen Yan. Age, 18. Occupation, Savior. Points, 3,050. Abilities, Sage Body, Water Breathing, Sun Breathing, World Perception, Patterns, Bloodblade. Upon returning to the main world, all his injuries healed completely. The system allows him to traverse worlds and undertake various missions, as long as he does not suffer a fatal blow. He can rely on his return to the main world to restore his health and eliminate any negative states. Moreover, the abilities accumulated in other realms remain intact. Activating the patterns would normally limit his lifespan to 25 years, but now, with his return to the main world, this negative state has dissipated. Damn it, taking down Muzan Kibutsuji alone is indeed a formidable challenge in the world of Demon Slayer. He had relied on the extraordinary physique granted by his sage body to keep Muzan at bay until dawn, nearly losing his life in the process. Although he possessed an overwhelming chakra, the absence of ninjutsu rendered it ineffective that he opened the 3 rewards bestowed by the system: Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill, the ability of Upper Moon 3, Akaza, a precise, swift, and powerful martial technique. Blood Demon Art, Ice. Is this the Blood Demon Art of Upper Moon 2, Doma? He recalled how difficult it was to confront that foe, who could transform his frozen blood into mist-like ice crystals. If inhaled, these crystals could freeze the alveoli, leading to respiratory failure. And in severe cases, death. Under the system's alteration, chakra could now be utilized to manipulate it. Moon Breathing. The breathing technique of Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, created based on sun breathing, that it boasts a wider attack range than sun breathing, with each slash generating irregularly shaped, small crescent blades that continuously change in size and length, making it both uncanny and formidable. These rewards encompass the abilities of 3. Upper Moon Demon San, impressive array of powers indeed. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed and drifted into slumber. However, he was soon disturbed by a cacophony outside, preventing him from resting. What on earth is that noise? Pushing open the window, a magnificent white bird soared past the rooftop, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters, each flap stirring up a tempestuous wind. Could it be that otherworldly creatures are beginning to invade? Shen Yan, clad in pajamas and slippers, seized a Nichiren blade and leapt from his room, landing outside, where he collided head-in with a little girl in pink pajamas. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The girl plopped down onto the ground, and upon seeing her, Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Sakura? Out here roller skating at this late hour? What is that thing beside you?" Floating beside Sakura was a charming yellow doll, its back adorned with a pair of white wings. "I am not just anything, I am Karaberos," the doll declared. Shinyanga, observing her neighbor's attire. Kinomoto Sakura quickly stood up. "What are you doing?" "The noise from that bird kept me awake," Shen Yan sighed. Having been neighbors with the Kinomoto family, he had anticipated this day. It seemed that Sakura had inadvertently released the cloud cards tonight. In her childhood, she had been both deaf and blind, fixated solely on those cards. Reflecting on it now, the romances boy-boy, girl-girl, boy-girl were quite explosive within the entire Magical Girl series. Sakura, enough chatter. Hurry and chase it. Otherwise, the cloud cards will escape. Karaberos urged, eyeing the receding bird. Got it. Sakura was about to dash after it when Shen Yan tucked her under his arm. Your speed is too slow. With a swift motion, he grabbed the doll and leaped over the wall, bounding onto the rooftop, deftly maneuvering across the tiles. How fast! Sakura exclaimed. Shen Yang, you're amazing. The doll remarked. Hey kid, you're not an ordinary person, are you? You possess no magical energy, nor are you a magician, but rather a martial artist? Something like that, Karaberos. Is that a flying card? Indeed. Do you know about the cloud cards? I know a bit. The cloud card were magical cards created by the sorcerer Cloud Reed, each imbued with unique powers. After his demise, they were safeguarded within a magical tome by the sealing beast, Karaberos. In the afternoon, Sakura, possessing immense magical power, accidentally activated the wind card, awakening all the cloud cards, which then escaped the book and scattered nearby, ready to leap out at any moment. And that bird was one of the flying cards. He'll bring it down. Sakura, you handle the ceiling, Shen Yan instructed, placing Sakura and the doll beneath a tree. He picked up a stone and accurately struck the bird's wing. Caw! The bird screeched and lunged towards Shen Yan. Moon-breathing, 8th form, moon dragon tail. With a metallic sound, the black Nicaran blade unsheathed. Moving in sync with Shen Yan's breath, that a purple slash surged forth, laced with countless minute crescent shapes, moving with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the flying card was swiftly defeated, sustaining a massive gash to its body, crashing onto a nearby patch of ground, white light particles. Escaping from the wound as it struggled to rise but could not manage it. Sakura, now's your chance. Seal it, Karaberos shouted. Sakura, belatedly realizing her potential, unleashed her wand. O key imbued with the essence of darkness, reveal your true form before me. A magical array materialized beneath her feet, and, as she intoned the incantation, the bird-headed key in her grasp began to enlarge. By virtue of our pact, I command you, lift the seal with determination. Sakura wielded her hammer, or rather, her wand, and struck down forcefully. I command you, return to your original state. A phantom of a card manifested above the beak of the wand, and the colossal figure of the flying card was drawn inexorably into it, ultimately transforming into a card. Just as Sakura was poised to retrieve it, the card levitated on its own, gracefully landing in Shen Yan's hand. Is this in my hands now? Shen Yan gazed at the flying card adorned with an image of a bird, scratching his head in confusion. It's because the cloud cards returned to the hands of the individual who sealed them, Shaku explained with a hint of exasperation. Isn't it sealed by me? Sakura inquired, puzzled. Unfortunately, he is the one who can find the card's movements. Sakura, you possess a magic wand, which enables you to seal it. Then why not give the wand to Brother Shen Yan? Sakura proposed, her mind racing. She had no desire to become a magical girl and preferred to pass it on to the formidable Shen Yan instead. Do you truly believe it's appropriate for a man to wield a wand designed for young girls? Shen Yan responded with a sigh. This wand was specifically crafted by Cloud Reed for Sakura. That fellow could foresee the future and was aware of Sakura's existence long before his demise. Splitting his soul into two parts, one became her father, Fujitaka Kinomoto, and the other was named Ariel Hirajizawa, inheriting his memories and most of his magical prowess. A wand personally made by a father for his daughter is not something I can utilize. If it doesn't work, you can always paint it, Sakura suggested shyly. No way. Shaoko interjected. Sakura, you cannot do this. You were the one who released the cloud cards. You must take responsibility. But I'm just a 4th grade elementary student. Sakura lamented. Shen Yan handed the flying card back to her, saying, This is for you. I have no magical power and cannot use it. Chakra and magical energy do not interchange, rendering the card merely ornamental in his possession. Nonetheless, take it. It's of no use to me, and I do not wish to interfere with the final judgment. Kid, you seem quite knowledgeable, Shaoko remarked. Surprised that he was aware of the final judgment. Do you have any connection to the Lee family? No, I have no relatives with the surname Lee. He instructed Sakura to write her name on the card, transferring ownership to her. It's late. We should head back to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted, Shen Yan yawned. Preparing to escort the young girl home. Sakura, why not give the card a try? Shaoko suggested. Oh, right. Sakura struck the card with her wand. and 2 pairs of wings sprouted from its tip. She climbed aboard, joyfully soaring into the air. Brother Shen Yan, come up quickly. Ah, okay. Shen Yan grasped the wand with one hand, dangling above it as the trio glided through the moonlit sky above the town. Luckily, they were in the outskirts of Tokyo, away from prying eyes. Otherwise, they might have become the subject of urban legends. Upon returning home, Shen Yan remarked, "What a pity. If only my chakra could transform into magical energy." After a moment of thought, he inquired of the system if it could achieve this. Ding. The system possesses a conversion function. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The conversion function allowed the energy within Shen Yan to freely transform. Chakra, magical energy, spiritual pressure, and ki could all be converted as long as they adhered to the world's rules. Chakra could be transformed into magical energy. Yet the method of generation remained unchanged, mirroring the extraction process of chakra. Only the form of energy had altered. Magical energy proved to be somewhat more versatile. Chakra could not be stored, while magical energy could be. The next time he encountered a Clow card, he would be able to take it directly. The impact of the flying cards on him was negligible. What he truly desired were the attack cards of thunder, fire, and water. Lying in bed, he drifted into a peaceful slumber akin to that of an infant. It was only by noon the following day that Shen Yan awakened, yawning. Fortunately, he no longer needed to attend school and had no worries about daily life. A single point could be exchanged for 1,000,000 yen, sufficient for his sustenance. Upon entering the living room, he noticed a newspaper laid out on the coffee table. He picked it up and glanced at the latest headlines. The sleepy little Goro shatters the White Beach murder case. The Grim Reaper of elementary students roamed freely, causing frequent fatalities. It was best to avoid purchasing property in Mihua Town, where real estate was deceptively affordable due to the abundance of haunted houses. Shen Yan had no intention of buying there. Such properties were notoriously difficult to sell. East Art Museum receives bold notice from Cat's Eye. Can the Tokyo Police Department resist the temptation of green? The Cat's Eye trio had also made their move. International Master Thief Lupin III escapes again. That monkey was merely fortunate not to have crossed paths with him. Murder Game SAO, the originator turns out to be him. Shen Yan sat upright in surprise. He had not paid much attention to this aspect. Having spent several years in the world of Demon Slayer, he had missed a considerable amount of news. Even though time flowed differently between the two worlds, only a few days had passed here, yet he realized he had missed significant developments. Kiba Akihiko had likely uploaded his consciousness to the network by now. Even if he were to disconnect him from the internet, it would be of little consequence. After heading out for a meal, he returned and began his training. The rewards provided by the system enabled him to engage in combat without the need for extensive practice. But he still needed to familiarize himself with the skills. The system's transportation was unpredictable, and Shen Yan needed to prepare for the next instance. He hoped he would not be sent to worlds like Dark Souls or Honkai, where he might meet an untimely demise upon arrival. Entering the Warhammer universe meant that death was merely a luxury. He could only pray that the Golden Giant would discover him before it was too late. As the sun hung high in the sky, he trained until Sakura returned from school, at which point he paused. "Brother Shen Yan, are you exercising?" Sakura inquired curiously from outside the yard. "Indeed, maintaining physical fitness is part of my daily routine." Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Sakura felt she did not know enough about this amiable older brother of hers. "By the way, Brother Shen Yan, do you know what kind of person Clowreed is?" "Why do you ask?" "Because I want to learn more about him. After all, he created the Clow cards in Karo." "Let me think." Clowreed, often whimsically referred to as Clow the Troublemaker, caused Sakura a fair bit of trouble, albeit for her own growth, which was rather frustrating. He was not very articulate, feared solitude, yet possessed immense power. "Oh, and Sakura, as you are now a Clow magician, you must also help clean up the mess he left behind." "A mess?" "Yes. Apparently, he once flirted with a fortune teller and then simply vanished." "This is terrible. I feel my future is shrouded in darkness." Sakura was on the verge of tears, which elicited a chuckle from Shen Yan. "Brother Shen Yan, please stop laughing. If only you would be willing to become a Kuro magical girl." "No, I cannot wield that one of yours. However, if you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to seek me out, provided I am available." "Thank you, Brother Shen Yan." Just recalling that decisive strike from last night makes Sakura feel that Shen Yan is exceedingly handsome, even more so than her most esteemed Yakido. After bidding farewell to Shen Yan, Sakura returned home to prepare dinner. The little girl is remarkably sensible, adept in all household chores, and her cooking is quite delightful. Ding. The next world is the Naruto realm. Please prepare yourself, host. Naruto, I understand. Shen Yan nodded, peacefully spending a month as the journey of transmigration was about to commence once more. Transmigration begins. In the 50th year of Konoha, the Third Great Ninja War had reached its later stages. The 4 great ninja villages had made little progress in their assaults on Konoha, with the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen being decisively defeated by the Leaf's Jonin, Might Guy, suffering significant losses. To mitigate further damage, the 3rd Mizukage commanded the Umbu to capture a Leaf Ninja, sealing the 3 tails within him. Once this Leaf Ninja was released and returned to Konoha, the 3 tails would break free from its seal, wreaking havoc in the village. The Umbu executed their mission efficiently, including Shen Yan among their ranks. The system had assigned him the identity of an Umbu operative from the Mist Village, acting alongside his comrades. Mission 1. Prevent the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Reward: would release. Corpse Sealing Technique, Edo Tensei, World Anchor Point, 1500 points. Mission 2. Eliminate Kinshiki Otsutsuki. Reward: Kaguya's Divine Authority, Inuzuka Clan's Life Force, Tuning Fork. The first mission was straightforward. Success would grant him the template of Senja Hashirama, along with the 2 forbidden techniques, Corpse Sealing and Edo Tensei. Once the World Anchor Point was established, he could traverse between the 2 worlds without needing to complete Mission 2. As Kinshiki Otsutsuki would not appear until the era of Boruto, and currently, his whereabouts were unknown. Raindrops fell from above as Shen Yan crouched atop a tree. Below him, a silver-haired ninja crackled with lightning in his right hand, piercing through the body of a Mist Umbu operative. He then charged towards the next target. The timing the system provided was indeed impeccable. Damn. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Shen Yan had anticipated. Noera Rin suddenly rushed out, positioning herself in front of Kakashi, who inadvertently killed his own friend, leaving Shen Yan unable to intervene in time. The timing was excruciatingly precise, rendering Shen Yan almost numb. Kakashi's eyes widened, tears streaming from the corners as he struggled against the profound sorrow within, withdrawing his arm from Rin's chest. It was a disaster. The Tomo in Kakashi's eyes spun wildly, eventually aligning into a singular form, unable to withstand the chakra surge from the evolved Manjiki Sharingan, collapsing with a thud. A furious roar echoed through the dark forest, and Shen Yan glimpsed a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a white spiral mask, revealing only one eye. Identical to Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, branches erupted from his right side. Who is that? No matter. Eliminate him. A member of the Mist Umbu hurled 3 shurikens, striking the opponent. Yet they pierced through, embedding themselves in the tree trunk behind. What just transpired? Did he evade them? Such a thing. Obito bellowed at the crowd. I will never acknowledge that. He charged forward, his heavy footsteps crushing the ground beneath him as he advanced towards the others. Do not underestimate the village of Blood Mist. One of the Mist Umbu drew his blade, only to be met with a punch from Obito to the abdomen, and in the next moment, numerous branches erupted from the Umbu's body, growing at an alarming rate, severing his life. Crack. He tore away the branches connected to his arm. A branch sliced from his sleeve, grasped tightly in his hand, and aimed at another individual nearby. Die. 3 Mist Umbu descended from the sky, their blades plunging downward, piercing through their adversary's body and striking their comrade instead. Did it pass through? What is happening? In an instant, for Mist Umbu fell to Obito's onslaught. Shen Yan leaped down, seizing a long sword from a corpse. Do not dawdle. That fellow's technique becomes intangible when attacked, only solidifying during his offensive. There exists but a fleeting moment of opportunity. Do you understand? Everyone, cooperate with me. Obito will surely eliminate them all. He cannot conceal himself. This group of Mist Umbu, controlled by Uchiha Madara, must not perish in vain. Ignoring everything, Obito rushed towards Shen Yan, a wooden spike aimed at his heart. The long sword danced, striking Obito's head. As anticipated, it passed through. Simultaneously, the wooden spike pierced Shen Yan's body, as Obito's intangibility encompassed all that he touched. First, remove the bodies. One of the Mist Umbu called out. Upon hearing this, Obito abandoned Shen Yan and turned towards the body of Noera Rin. His body traversed through many, arriving before the corpse, unleashing a sorrowful roar. Atte! Branches rapidly grew from his form, spiraling into trees bristling with thorns, twisting upward, and snaring a group of Mist Umbu, swiftly strangling them. Shen Yan hurriedly severed the encroaching branches. Retreat. Do not squander your lives here. He swiftly cut through the branches surrounding several individuals, pushing them away. Yes, even under control, they retained basic reasoning. In the face of such circumstances, this was beyond the scope of their mission. Blood continuously dripped from the corpses, pooling upon the ground, as Shen Yan grasped Kakashi, who had remained untouched by the chaos, and hurled him away, protecting him from the battle's wrath. Hey, Uchiha Obito. I possess a method to resurrect Noera Rin. Would you care to hear it? I have no interest. Obito had succumbed to despair regarding the world before him, utterly disinterested in listening. The world where Kakashi killed Rin held no appeal for him. He was living in hell. Dropping the corpse, the current Obito was chillingly calm. I will kill you. There is no room for negotiation. The fiery patterns manifested on Shen Yan's face beneath his mask, stretching from his left forehead down to his neck. This era is one of colored contact lenses, yet Shen Yan had already transcended, existing in the age of tattoos. The world within my eyes has transformed into a realm of clarity, revealing the sinewy muscles and bones of Obito, along with the flesh that envelopes them. This transparent world. The patterns signify a formidable power that transcends one's own limitations, while the transparent realm represents the pinnacle of perception. To see through the corporeal forms of living beings and discern their vulnerabilities is a profound ability. Moreover, due to the enhancement of perception, the movements of adversaries appear to decelerate. It is akin to possessing the Byakugan without a full 360-degree field of vision, or the Sharingan with merely the capacity for insight. Obito unleashed a wooden spike, but Shen Yan deftly evaded it, the two combatants drawing nearer with each passing moment. Shen Yan had to ensure that every strike prevented Obito from making contact. Should that occur, the technique of parasitic insertion could be activated, leading to his immediate demise. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade. There was no room for superfluous thoughts. He merely struck. The relentless flurry of attacks fell upon Obito like a tempest, delivering dozens of blows in an instant. Though far inferior to the likes of Kinemon, who could slice through 1,500 foes in a heartbeat, such a warrior could, even within the realm of Naruto, contend with Uchiha Madara in direct combat. Every assault from Obito was anticipated and countered by Shen Yan, who feigned a vulnerability. Believing he had found an opening, Obito reached forth, confident in his grasp. However, what awaited him was a crushing kick that nearly expelled his innards. Coughing violently, he staggered back after colliding with a tree. Shen Yan continued, "This ability of phasing is quite troublesome, yet not insurmountable. Blood Demon Art, Frozen Cloud." With a gentle flick of his blade, pristine clouds of white mist swirled around them, enveloping the surroundings. Obito, now on high alert, felt a chilling drop in temperature, reminiscent of the ice release from the Mist Village. "Be cautious," Obito warned his companion, White Zetsu. Silently, Obito pressed on, locked in a stalemate with Shen Yan. Gradually, his breaths became labored, a piercing pain radiating through his lungs, leading to a spout of crimson. The mask shattered, revealing his true visage. "What have you done to me?" "Wait, the air." Observing through his Sharingan, he detected a multitude of minuscule ice crystals, which infiltrated his lungs with each breath. The ambient warmth was insufficient to dissolve them, resulting in the gradual death of his alveoli. The blood demon art of Tamayo was utterly unreasonable, particularly debilitating for the demon slayer course swordsman who employed breathing techniques. To combat this adversary, Shen Yan had arranged for oxygen tanks, employing the sun-breathing techniques learned from Tanjiro's father to sever his neck. It was during that battle that he surpassed his limits and awakened the patterns. As long as you continue to breathe, these ice crystals will incessantly damage your alveoli. Unless you refrain from breathing, the inevitable consequence will be lung necrosis, Shen Yan proclaimed. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat behind him and leapt away just as a torrent of flames surged forth. An elderly man with flowing white hair approached, his visage marred by wrinkles, yet still exuding an aura of formidable authority. "Youngster, you are not of the mist, are you?" The newcomer was a shadow clone of Uchiha Madara, whose true form lay underground, tethered to the outer path's demonic statue, barely surviving on its chakra. To venture forth, he relied solely on shadow clones, manipulating the Mist Village through their presence. If he does not arrive soon, the carefully selected chess pieces will be eliminated. The young man before him was not under his control at all, yet how did he find himself amidst this group of the Mist shadowy operatives? Who can say? Shen Yan chuckled softly. "Old fellow, at your age, it would be wise to refrain from such activities. A mere cold could claim your life." It is only because the figure before him is the elder Uchiha Madara. Had it been the younger Uchiha, Shen Yan would have turned and fled without a second thought. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and formed a seal, fire style, great fire destruction. Flames surged forth like a raging tide. Shen Yan raised his hand, and frost coalesced around him into two ice lotuses in the shape of maidens. As one of the maidens slightly parted her lips, She exhaled a chilling breath capable of freezing a person into a statue, colliding with the great fire destruction and granting Shen Yan an opportunity to escape. Blood Demon Technique. Cold Fierce White Princess. With a sweep of his long blade, sharp ice pillars emerged above Uchiha Madara's head, plummeting downwards. Blood Demon Technique. Winter Ice Pillar. Naturally, Uchiha Madara evaded the attack effortlessly, grabbing Obito nearby and dodging with ease. Within his line of sight appeared an ice figure identical to Shen Yan, wielding 2 ice blades and executing the Winter Ice Pillar as well. Blood Demon Technique. Crystal Prince. A tiresome trick. Uchiha Madara snorted derisively as a ball of dragon-headed flames melted the Crystal Prince. Shen Yan remarked, "Truly, age has only made you stronger. I know who you are now, Uchiha Madara. I never expected you to survive your battle with Senju Hashirama. I have heard that your clan possesses a forbidden technique called Izanagi. Did you employ that? You have clung to life until now. Hiding from Hashirama for decades before daring to emerge, it seems you fear him greatly. You little ghost of the mist, you know much. But you were mistaken on one point. I have never feared Hashirama." With chakra dwindling, Shen Yan realized he could not linger in conflict with this young man. He needed to take Obito away first. Fire Style. Dust Concealment Technique. He exhaled a cloud of dust, obscuring vision as he turned to take Obito away. An ice pillar pierced through the dust, striking the shadow clone, which, in its final moments, exerted all its strength to hurl Obito away. The white Zetsu enveloped Obito, sinking him into the earth. TCH, that Zetsu is quite the nuisance. Casting a glance at Kakashi lying on the ground, he turned to depart. He did not seek out Obito and Uchiha Madara immediately. To prevent the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki, he must seal Kaguya's black Zetsu, which is no simple task. That Zetsu is exceedingly elusive. To seal it, one must possess the black rods forged from Yin-Yang Release or the Truth-Seeking Balls. The black rods are manageable. But the Truth-Seeking Balls can only be created by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki or acquiring 6 Paths Chakra from the Sage of 6 Paths currently. The only one capable of forging the black rods is Nagato, who resides far in the Land of Rain. Shen Yan made his way to a nearby city, purchased a map, and after confirming his location, set off toward the Land of Rain. During the Third Shinobi World War, the entire shinobi world was in chaos. The conflict caused many residents to lose their homes. Along the way, Shen Yan encountered numerous emaciated individuals, their expressions devoid of emotion. Without lamenting excessively, he pressed onward, spending several days until he finally arrived in the Land of Rain. This perpetually rain-soaked nation is embroiled in conflict with the Hidden Leaf, sand, and stone villages engaged in fierce battles. Even Hanzo the Salamander, renowned for his demigod status, can merely safeguard the inhabitants of the Rain Village. Shen Yan, wielding an umbrella, navigates the muddy paths, clad in the attire reminiscent of the Demon Slayer Corps from the world of Demon Slayer, featuring a crimson Haori. Casting a glance at the dismal sky, he seeks refuge in a nearby village to rest. The rain shows no signs of relenting, he remarks, gazing out at the torrential downpour through a shattered window. "Dear guest, you must be from afar. The Land of Rain scarcely sees the sun throughout the year." The innkeeper offers him a steaming cup of tea to warm his spirits. "Thank you," Shen Yan responds gratefully, sipping the hot beverage. The sound of footsteps heralds the entrance of 2 men and a woman into the modest, slightly dilapidated inn. Shen Yan's attention sharpens as he focuses on the red-haired youth on the left, whose pale violet, rippled eyes are precisely his quarry. "Nagato, do you recognize me?" Nagato, feeling somewhat uneasy under Shen Yan's gaze, inquires. "Such eyes are not possessed by just anyone," Shen Yan states. "Have you encountered 2 individuals, one wearing a whirlpool mask and the other with a half-black, half-white body?" "Indeed, sir. Do you know them?" Yahiko beside him asks. "I do. Regardless of what they tell you, do not believe them, or the consequences will be dire. Has Nagato and his companions already interacted with Obito? In other words, Uchiha Madara has perished. Haha, we had no intention of believing him. After all, that masked fellow claims to be Uchiha Madara, a figure who has been dead for countless years. Who would trust such a story? What is your connection to them, young man?" Yahiko laughs heartily, seemingly unconcerned. "No, he hasn't even passed his 7 days of mourning." The foolishly handsome Yahiko harbors a grand dream of world peace, yet in this wretched world, achieving such a vision is nearly impossible. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not have been so easily deceived by Black Zetsu. "Oh, I am in pursuit of them. By the way, I am Shen Yan," he says nonchalantly, resting his head on one hand. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am a ninja, and those two are my targets. Are you three ninjas from the Rain Village? Have you ventured out on a mission? Greetings, Lord Shen Yan. I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato, along with Konan. We are comrades, yet we do not truly belong to the Rain Village, Yahiko explains as he takes a seat, scratching his head. Although we wear headbands. We are not ninjas of the Rain Village. We strive to bring peace to this nation in our own way. That is no simple task, Shen Yan replies. Hanzo the Salamander is a cautious individual. Should you pose a threat to him, he will eliminate you without hesitation. Hans, known as the demigod, defeated the legendary three ninjas during the Second Shinobi World War, earning their title, which speaks volumes of his prowess. Yet, even against obscure individuals, he opts for the most prudent means of resolution. We are merely insignificant figures. Miyako etched this intelligence into his memory as sounds emanated from outside. 5 ninjas had arrived in the village with nefarious intent. The audacity of these ninjas was truly remarkable. Shen Yan wielded his blade and stepped outside, unwilling to remain a mere spectator. Lord Shen Yan, wait for us. The 4 stood beneath the curtain of rain as the 5 ninjas approached. The leader adorned with the headband of the rain-hidden village, his face painted with violet hues and a green scarf tied around his neck, his frame slender and monkey-like. Who are you? Miyako inquired. We are the guardians of this village. I warn you to leave at once. It's nothing. Charge. The 5 ninjas launched their assault. Shen Yan cast a discerning glance and unleashed his snowflake technique. Destruction kill, needle of ruin. Destruction kill, chaos style. The force of his fist howled as it sent one flying. Shen Yan, agile and nimble, darted among them, swiftly incapacitating his foes. Aren't you ninjas from the rain-hidden village? Why abandon your missions to prey upon innocents? Humph. Are you under Hanzo's command? Not at all, Shen Yan replied. Shaking his head, Miyako interjected, though we 3 wear headbands, we are not Hanzo's subordinates. Our aspiration is to foster peace in this world, not through violence, but through dialogue. Dialogue? As long as they persist in their conflicts, battles will never cease. The law of the jungle reigns supreme in this world. We fight to alter such a mindset. For I believe you 2 yearn for a peaceful future. As he spoke, Miyako produced 3 strands of straw. Listen carefully, a single straw is easily broken, but 3. Before he could finish, the damp straw in his hands quickly bent. The atmosphere grew quite awkward. With just a little more, they could form a resilient rope. That was my intention. Miyako, your speech is rather lacking. Indeed, Shen Yan nodded. Now, answer my question. Why did you attempt to rob this village? We left the rain-hidden village in search of food. I see, you were rogue ninjas. Shen Yan grasped their situation. Depart from here. I harbor no intent to slay you. We may return, they warned. Next time, I shall eliminate you, Shen Yan declared. He detested killing, but would not shy away from staining his hands with blood if necessary. Miyako quickly added, Ahem, should you return? We 3 will be ready to confront you. Withdraw. The 5 retreated, and Shen Yan yawned as he watched their retreating figures. That fellow has encountered you. I wish to accompany you for a while, if I may. The 3 exchanged glances, and Miyako nodded. I don't mind at all. Then I shall impose upon you. Shen Yan nodded and returned to the inn, where the proprietor had prepared a meal, nothing particularly delectable, merely a hasty affair. He returned to his room to rest. The following morning, Shen Yan discovered that Miyako's trio had grown to include 3 new members, 2 of the 5 from the previous day, and their leader, named Waichuo Shinjuju, had been moved by Miyako and chose to join their ranks. Shen Yan had been moving alongside Yahiko and his companions for a while. Yet they had not caught a glimpse of Obito or Kagaya's shadow. Instead, the number of Yahiko's team continued to grow, all united in the pursuit of peace. Yahiko named this nascent organization Akatsuki. The fledgling Akatsuki, with Yahiko at its helm, fought for tranquility in the ninja world. Yahiko, do you truly believe that mere dialogue can usher in peace for the world? Shen Yan inquired, seated in one of Akatsuki's strongholds. Certainly. If we all sit down to converse, there is nothing that cannot be discussed. Shen Yan propped his head with one hand. Isn't violence necessary? Violence only begets hatred. Hatred breeds further hatred, and no one can forgive another. Some things should never have occurred from the very beginning. You are inciting them to engage in a fruitless endeavor. Those who attempt to traverse the flames in the dead of night often end up scorched. You do not seek my counsel. You are merely obstinate. Shen Yan rose and addressed Yahiko. Let me impart a lesson. What? Violence exists to ensure that the foolish can sit calmly and hear reason. Do you not wonder why the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the demigod of the ninja world could establish Konoha and bring an end to the warring states? Because they were sufficiently powerful. so strong that the first great ninja war only erupted after Hashirama's demise. While he lived, none dared instigate war. Yahiko opened his mouth, yet could not find a counter-argument. Nagato suddenly asked, what if someone of Hashirama's strength emerged among the 5 great ninja villages? If someone of Hashirama's caliber were to appear in this era, peace would indeed be achieved, albeit through an alternate means. What do you mean? Unification of the ninja world. Shen Yan replied with a light chuckle. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to subdue the 5 great ninja villages with Hashirama's strength would resolve all conflicts once and for all. Yahiko. Absolute violence can also yield peace, but it requires sacrifice. Peace is founded upon strength. This world reveres power. Yahiko, discourse cannot exist without might, and among you. Only Nagato possesses that power. Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, although not yet fully mastered, could, with proper development and the abundant chakra of the Uzumaki clan, wield the Rinnegan to intimidate the 5 great ninja villages. The 3 fell into silence, and Nagato asked, Lord Shen Yan, do you know how to unlock the potential of the Rinnegan? Even Master Jiraiya is unaware of its usage. I know a little, but not extensively, Shen Yan responded. During our previous battle, I observed you using repulsion to deflect the incoming shuriken. In truth, there is also attraction, absorbing chakra, summoning unique summoning beasts, seizing others' souls, reading memories, and various other abilities. It simply requires your own development. Moreover, you can utilize Yin-Yang release to create some special constructs. Currently, Nagato's understanding of the Rinnegan was still rudimentary. He needed to find a way to expedite his mastery of it. So many abilities? Nagato gently touched his eye sockets, aware that, lacking guidance, his attempts at utilizing the Rinnegan had been akin to crossing a river by feeling for stones, fearful of losing control and inadvertently harming Yahiko and Konan. Lord Shen Yan, I implore you to guide me. Grant me the strength to convene the 5 great ninja villages. Nagato declared earnestly, I shall engage in battle. While Yahiko will negotiate with them, peace in the ninja world is destined to dawn eventually. Though somewhat naive, he is not without charm. Yahiko, moved to tears, felt a profound bond with his childhood companion, their lives intertwined. Nagato harbored unwavering faith that he could usher in peace, and he felt secure in trusting his back to both Nagato and Konan. I am not one to instruct others. However, I possess considerable insight into swordsmanship. The crux lies in the fact that even if I teach you, you may not survive to the age of 25. Given Nagato's physique, it is indeed possible that he might awaken the patterns, yet if he does not reach 25, all efforts would be in vain. Why? Because my mastery of swordsmanship culminates in the awakening of a phenomenon known as patterns. Flames appeared on Shen Yan's face as he proclaimed, aside from myself and another pair of brothers, no one else stands a chance of living to 25. Should one awaken their patterns after surpassing that age, they would perish by dawn. No one else can escape this fate. He relied on the system. While Kokushibo survived past 25 by transforming into a demon. As for Kagaya Utsutsuki, he was born with patterns and possessed a transcendent understanding of the world. The dance of the sun was merely his breathing frequency, and those sword techniques were conceived in an instant to confront Muzan Kibutsuji. If Muzan Kibutsuji represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Demon Slayer universe, then Kagaya Utsutsuki stands as the individual upon the rooftop. Ninjas are not renowned for their swordsmanship. In Shen Yan's recollection, only the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the deceased Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, excelled in blade techniques. Truly remarkable, akin to tattoos. Yahiko and the others marveled, while Nagato, in exasperation, lamented, is there truly no way? If only Master Jiraiya were here. But alas, his whereabouts are unknown. You can develop your skills based on my guidance. It is far superior to fumbling through it alone. Thus, they resolved to proceed in this manner. Nagato commenced his training, while Shen Yan's own training had never ceased, mastering the water-breathing, sun-breathing, and moon-breathing techniques. Shen Yan primarily utilized sun-breathing, never neglecting his blood demon art. Under Shen Yan's guidance, Nagato too began to explore his potential, first summoning forth a formidable being. Is this the special summoning beast you spoke of? Nagato inquired, gazing at the humanoid monstrosity before him. Yes and no. Shen Yan drew his sword, and under Nagato's watchful gaze, he altered his breathing frequency. Moon breathing, 16th form, moon rainbow, solitary moon. The Nyx sword fell with precision, unleashing a cascade of purple crescent moons, accompanied by countless moon blades, relentlessly slicing at the exterior of the outer path golem, producing a piercing sound. Incredible! Nagato murmured, realizing he could not withstand such an assault. The Outer Path Golem proved far more resilient than Shen Yan had anticipated. After all, it bore the shell of the Ten Tails, symbolizing the Divine Tree. The Uchiha clan's flame fan was crafted from a portion of the Divine Tree's branches, possessing the resilience to withstand a small-tailed beast bomb. Although it may have been repelled, its defensive capabilities were exceptionally high. Shen Yan suddenly conceived a thought. The resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki requires the complete release of the Ten Tails. The nine-tailed beasts, as sources of power, can be slain yet will revive after a period. However, the Outer Path Golem, serving as a shell, lacks this capability. If one could simply destroy the Golem, it would thwart Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival, wouldn't it? With a resounding crash, as he launched his assault, the Outer Path Golem abruptly vanished. And Shen Yan's previous attacks dissipated. Did you cancel the summoning technique? No, it was the first summon. It cannot endure for long. My lord Shen Yan, why do you wish to attack it? Because it does not belong to this world. Eliminating it would benefit you as well. You cannot control the Outer Path Golem. It will merely drain your chakra. The Outer Path Golem is the shell of the Ten Tails, which were brought here by the extraterrestrial beings Kagaya Otsutsuki and Hagoromo Otsutsuki. To control the Golem directly is one matter. However, utilizing it to perform ninjutsu or forbidden techniques would deplete Nagato's chakra and vitality significantly, rendering him emaciated. Can we try again? I wish to see if my attacks can have any effect. Very well. Summoning technique. Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem once more. Shen Yan observed several cracks appear on the Golem, yet they were insufficient to cause destruction. Let's try a few more times. This time, exerting all his strength. He attempted to damage the Outer Path Golem, but only managed to inflict a few wounds, from which a strange, viscous white liquid oozed out. Watching from the shadows, Obito and Black Zetsu became anxious. This was their hope. If it perished, their dreams would shatter. Wait. Obito and the half-black, half-white Zetsu emerged from the ground, declaring, "This is a powerful summoning beast called forth by Nagato's Rinnegan. Why must you destroy it? This thing does not heed Nagato's commands. It is better to destroy it outright." Shen Yan retorted nonchalantly. His voice was recognized by Obito as that of the Misty Ambush member who had nearly defeated him that day, sending a shock through him as he pondered how this individual was intertwined with Nagato and the others. Nagato discreetly assessed the three, while Shen Yan approached the Outer Path Golem, waving his hand under Obito and Black Zetsu's watchful gaze. The Golem remained still. Is it deemed alive? He had intended to transport the Golem using the system space, yet it remained unresponsive. The system could only accommodate inanimate objects. It appeared that, in some respects, the Golem was indeed alive. The Outer Path Golem, as the embodiment of the Ten Tails, would fully revive upon gathering the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, possessing a tenacious vitality. Now, the Outer Path Golem was capable of movement, and the system classified it as a living entity, thus denying Shen Yan the opportunity to exploit any bugs. Sighing, Shen Yan turned and launched a surprise attack on Obito, who stood idly by, allowing the assault to unfold. Your attacks are ineffective against me. Shen Yan swiftly turned and cleaved Zetsu in two, causing Obito to grunt while Nagato remained indifferent. Zetsu's body fell to the ground, severed, while Obito's form sank into the earth, vanishing before their eyes. Gazing at the seemingly lifeless Kurizetsu on the ground, Shen Yan raised his hand, attempting once more to reclaim that portion of Kurizetsu, yet he met with failure once again. The system's judgment seemed to exhibit some flaws. After all, Kurizetsu could hardly be deemed a living entity. Was this a deliberate denial of a glitch in his favor? The portion of Kurizetsu's body transformed from black to white before burrowing into the earth. It fled. Shen Yan found himself at an impasse. Kurizetsu's existence was far too unique. To seal it away, he would require either the Black Rod or the Jade of Enlightenment. As for the notion of exterminating it, that had never crossed his mind. In the anime, this entity had held Obito hostage when occupying his body, fearing annihilation at the hands of the Edo Tensei Minato and Kakashi. But who could ascertain the truth of that matter? To err on the side of caution, Shen Yan resolved to attempt the Black Rod first. If that failed, he would need to devise an alternative strategy. Nagato's Rinnegan was still under development, while Yahiko was steadily advancing the Akatsuki, having received numerous commissions that brought joy to the members of the organization. One day, Yahiko returned with news. They had passed through a village that had been devastated by the Iwagakure forces. In their attempt to negotiate with Iwagakure, they were met with an ambush, resulting in Konan sustaining injuries, which triggered a berserk reaction from Nagato. Fortunately, Yahiko managed to regain control over Nagato, but all the Iwagakure ninjas perished. Although the Third Shinobi World War was nearing its conclusion, conflicts among Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Konohagakure continued unabated. Soon after, a one-eyed ninja from Amigakure arrived at one of the Akatsuki strongholds, bearing a letter from Hanzo. Hanzo acknowledged the Akatsuki's ideals and expressed a desire to meet. Hoping to entrust the task of negotiating peace among the three nations surrounding Amigakure to the Akatsuki. A personal letter from Hanzo? Shen Yan emerged from the shadows, observing the individual before him, who wore an eye mask and claimed to be Hanzo's right-hand man, Kanzan. Old man, you seem somewhat familiar, Shen Yan remarked. My face is rather commonplace. You must be mistaken, Kanzan replied with an innocuous smile, exuding the warmth of a benevolent grandfather. What is it, Lord Shen Yan? Shen Yan typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Akatsuki and maintained a cordial relationship with them, even mentoring Nagato and mastering the Rinnegan. Yahiko held Shen Yan in high regard. It's nothing, just that this old man looks familiar, Shen Yan chuckled, dismissing it. Kanzan nodded. Then please be prepared to meet with Lord Hanzo at the agreed time. Very well. Kanzan departed the stronghold, vanishing into the rain. Prompting cheers from the members of the Akatsuki, their efforts had not been in vain. Observing the jubilant Akatsuki, Shen Yan remained silent. This was a conspiracy orchestrated by Hanzo and Danzo. Should the Akatsuki attend, they would fall victim to deception. Should they abstain, they would appear to slight Hanzo, subsequently earning the label of a rogue faction, after which Hanzo would muster forces to confront the Akatsuki openly, considering the organization's reputation in Amigakure was quite favorable. And where is Konan? She has gone to patrol the 7th district. When she returns, she will surely be pleased to hear about this. The 7th district? Shen Yan donned the mask of a former Umbu from Kirigakure and departed the stronghold, making his way to the 7th district in search of Konan. After a prolonged search, he discovered nothing but a paper flower atop her head within a house. She had already been captured, gazing at the towering spire of Yuin village in the distance. Shen Yan rushed towards it without hesitation. However, after taking only a few steps, he was intercepted by 5 figures adorned with animal masks. How could the Umbu of the mist appear in such a place? Seize him. Deliver him to Danzo-sama. Onward. The 5 advanced in unison. Do not obstruct my path. With a single stroke, he felled one of the Konoha root ninjas, his blade, the Nichiren, thrusting repeatedly, causing the air to ripple like water, blossoming with sprays of crimson. Breath of water, 7th form, droplet ripple strike. What? Do not engage him in close combat. Utilize ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. 2 root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, their movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible as waves crashed toward him. A sudden chill enveloped them, freezing the 2 water release attacks in their tracks. Ice release. Indeed, these are ninjas from the mist. Blood demon technique. Frozen cloud. A shroud of icy mist spread, causing 3 root ninjas to rapidly encase in ice beneath the rain, their skin frostbitten. Run. Informed the. Before he could finish, he was encased in ice. And Shen Yan remarked, how dare you battle me in the rain? As the downpour continued, Shen Yan unleashed a freezing assault. Blood demon technique. Withered garden snowfall. The blade, edged with frost, struck relentlessly, claiming 1 life and capturing another. Tell me, where have you taken that woman from the Akatsuki? That is not our responsibility. I do not know. The muscles beneath his expression remained relaxed, his heartbeat steady, and his blood flow unchanged. He was not lying. He truly did not know. Through the transparent world, Shen Yan comprehended the truth of his words. He then proceeded to the lakeside outside Yuin village, diving into the water to swim stealthily into the village. The perimeter was devoid of barriers, making infiltration a relatively simple endeavor. Capturing a rain ninja. He inquired about Hanzo's whereabouts. Hanzo's residence was no secret. The only complication lay in the 24-hour guard surrounding him. However, Shen Yan's objective was not Hanzo. Arriving near Hanzo's dwelling, he seized another ninja. Have you captured a female ninja today? No. Signs of deceit were evident. He likely knew more than he let on. You are lying. Where is that female ninja? I do not know. Speak. Grasping the ninja's hand, he unleashed a chilling aura that froze one hand. If he remained silent, this hand would suffer irreversible damage, thus ending his career as a ninja. Tell me, where is she? I do not know. Stubborn to the end. Shen Yan froze the second hand and then shattered the first. Witnessing his own hand disintegrate into ice shards, the ninja's mental defenses crumbled. Tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, I will tell you. After extracting the location of Konan, Shen Yan incapacitated the ninja and proceeded to the location of the prison to rescue her. Approaching the prison, he found two guards donned in gas masks, drowsy and seemingly unconcerned about an intrusion. Striking them unconscious, he took their keys and unlocked the prison door. "Who is there?" Bound and wary, Shen Yan inquired. "What is it?" I, Shen Yan, removed my mask, revealing my true visage. "I sensed trouble was imminent and deliberately sought you out." "Shen Yan, my lord?" As the ropes binding her were untied, Shen Yan expressed her relief. "Thank goodness you came to rescue me. What of Yahiko and Nagato?" "They're unaware." "Can you create a physical clone akin to the shadow clone technique?" "Indeed. I shall leave behind a clone." "Why?" "This afternoon." Hanzo dispatched his men to negotiate with the Akatsuki, lured by his deceptive overtures. I knew it would not be so simple, hence my visit. As anticipated, Hanzo intends to use you as leverage against the Akatsuki. Does that not put Yahiko and Nagato in danger? Precisely. I must leave behind a physical clone to reveal their true nature to Yahiko. In this harsh world, naivety may not always be a flaw. Yet excessive innocence can be perilous, Shen Yan remarked. Shen Yan fell silent for a moment, then performed the paper jutsu to create a paper clone. Shen Yan swiftly bound the clone and secured the cell door. "Let us depart." Under the cover of night, he took Shen Yan away. The two unconscious individuals awoke at dawn, startled, and hurried into the cell, finding Shen Yan unharmed. They presumed they had merely been confused in their slumber, thus refraining from reporting the incident. Meanwhile, Shen Yan and Shen Yan concealed themselves. Shen Yan stated, "I have already sent word to JZ and the others, instructing them not to come." "Is this a conspiracy?" "Certainly. Danzo of Konoha does not wish for peace talks between Konoha and Iwagakure. He seeks to perpetuate war, perhaps aiming to carve out a piece of Iwagakure for himself. The Akatsuki, advocating for the cessation of hostilities between Konoha and Iwagakure, is a thorn in his side. He will not allow any force of peace to emerge from Amigakure, for he knows that if you ally with Hanzo, it could potentially end the turmoil in the Land of Rain, rendering it unsuitable as a battlefield. The Land of Rain has long been mired in internal strife, with the nation fragmented and the populace tormented by the ravages of war. In the face of this turmoil, Hanzo is powerless, for the issue transcends the internal discord of the Land of Rain, with shadows of other great nations lurking, supporting rebellious factions, each eradication giving rise to another in an endless cycle. "Is it wrong for us to yearn for peace?" Shen Yan asked, her expression complex. "There is no fault in that. The error lies not with you. However, peace cannot simply be attained through negotiation," Shen Yan stated, gazing towards Yahiko and Nagato, who approached to parley. On the opposing hill, Hanzo, accompanied by Shen Yan's paper clone, Amigakure ninjas, and Danzo with his root members, made their appearance. "Shen Yan, Hanzo, why have you taken my comrades?" "We came to negotiate," Yahiko demanded, his voice echoing with urgency. "Negotiate? Why would I collaborate with a mere child like you? In my domain, I allow no one to rest easily. You are still too naive. Amigakure will not tolerate the existence of the Akatsuki." Hanzo scoffed, asserting his singular dominance over Amigakure. "Why can we not engage in a proper discussion?" "Discuss? Are you naive or simply foolish? In the face of an imbalance of power, what qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? What right do you have to confront me? The equality of this world is predicated upon strength." Hans, with a heart full of conviction, shattered Yahiko's naivety. "Yahiko, I demand that you, as the leader, perish here, should you dare to resist. The life of this woman shall be forfeit." Hans tossed a kunai to the two below, instructing the red-haired one to slay Yahiko with it. "The moment you act, I shall release both this woman and you. Now, hurry, or Yahiko may take his own life." Shen Yan dashed out, with Konan closely following. "Yahiko, Nagato." Conan's arrival captivated everyone's attention, and upon closer inspection, Hans realized that the woman he had captured had transformed into numerous sheets of water-resistant paper. "A paper clone? Splendid. Konan, are you unharmed?" "I am well. Yahiko, Lord Shen Yan rescued me." "Lord Shen Yan? You were aware all along." "Indeed." Shen Yan, donned in a mist-hidden umbu mask, approached, pondering why such a fortuitous opportunity was not seized by Hans himself, but rather left to you. "How does this lesson imparted by reality resonate with you?" "It shall remain etched in my memory for eternity," Yahiko replied with a wry smile. "Attack." The rain-shrouded ninjas on the mountain unleashed a barrage of shuriken and kunai. But Nagato raised his hand, and an invisible repulsive force deflected all incoming attacks. "What?" Hans gestured for his men to engage. Shen Yan stood at the forefront, facing the greatest number of adversaries, the sound of their breaths discernible even amidst the rain. "Draw your blade and strike." It was a draw so swift that the blade itself was nearly invisible, leaving a trail of crescent moon blades that sliced through the enemies, inflicting numerous wounds. Moon breathing. First form, Dark Moon, Night Palace. Such a swift strike. It reminds me of a former foe. Hans's eyes glazed over as his subordinates found it impossible to approach. An unrelenting torrent of sword energy spiraled around him, and any who dared draw near would be reduced to mere fragments. Moon breathing, fifth form, Moon Spirit Whirlwind. Dans, do you intend to watch my men perish here? Hans would not allow his subordinates to die in vain. Dans, standing nearby, snorted in response, commanding the root ninjas to engage. Eliminate this mist-hidden umbu. Shen Yan looked up at the descending root ninjas, welcoming their arrival. Moon breathing, ninth form, Descending Moon. Continuous facade. The moon blades danced chaotically, thwarting the movements of the many root ninjas, the resulting crescent shapes consuming them en masse. Although moon breathing is deemed a lesser version of sun breathing, it boasts the most expansive area of effect among all breathing styles, making it particularly effective against groups. Without sufficient strength and combat experience, facing moon breathing is almost insurmountable. How could this be? My men have been instantaneously dispatched, scarcely one remains. Such overwhelming combat prowess even caused Dans, the shadow of the ninja, to alter his expression, a seed of retreat taking root in his heart. He could not afford to perish here. Hans's inner alarm bells rang fiercely. Such a formidable adversary must not be allowed to survive. With a scythe and chain in hand, he charged down, clashing with Shen Yan. The chain ensnared the black solar blade, while the scythe descended from above, coated in deadly poison. A mere scratch would lead to inevitable demise without an antidote. Blood Demon Art. Crystal Prince. A diminutive ice figurine crossed its dual blades to shield Shen Yan from the assault, as the lunar blade erupted from the solar sword, severing the chain. Blood Demon Art. Lotus Leaf Ice. Ice crystals resembling blooming lotuses cascaded forth, prompting Hans to hastily retreat. Ice Release? You are indeed from the hidden mist. Initially, he believed this individual was merely masquerading as a member of the Mist Esumbu, but it now appeared he was genuinely part of it. Did the Akatsuki and the Mist Umbu have dealings? He could not allow such a threat to remain. Removing his mask, Shen Yan immediately retreated, advising Mayahiko, Konan, Nagato. Keep your distance from Hans. Even his breath is laced with toxins. In Hans's youth, a venomous black pufferfish resided in the Rain Village. He had implanted the fish's poison sac within his abdomen, granting him resistance to toxins, yet at the cost of his own breath becoming toxic. With each inhalation, those nearby would succumb to the poisonous gas. To protect others, Hans was compelled to wear a mask, shielding those around him from contamination. As the transparent world activated, Shen Yan discerned the poison sac nestled within Hans' abdomen. Shattering it would ensure even the toxin-resistant Hans could not endure. You seem to possess a wealth of information about me, Hans remarked, as the temperature plummeted, rendering the air uncomfortable to breathe. Hans dismissed it, attributing the chill to Shen Yan's ice release. I know a bit, but not much, Hans. You were once a man yearning for peace, treasuring those with talent. In your old age, can you truly not tolerate someone like Mayahiko? Collaborating with Danzo is quite the betrayal. You, young one, have no comprehension of the survival conditions for small nations caught between great powers. Achieving peace is not merely a matter of words. In his youth, Hans was a formidable figure, but now, he stood on the precipice of disgrace. With age comes paranoia, and Hans was no exception. Initially indifferent to the emergence of the Akatsuki, he resolved to strike at them, spurred by Danzo's insidious whispers. I understand. Dignity lies solely upon the edge of a blade. The air grew increasingly frigid, and Hans felt a faint ache in his lungs, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. What have you done, boy? Don't you feel the cold? Shen Yan intensified the output of his blood demon art, countless ice crystals accumulating around Hans, infiltrating his body and accelerating the decay of his alveoli. The pain intensified, and Hans found his breathing becoming labored. Noxious fumes escaping from his mouth and nose as he knelt. Shen Yan declared, your alveoli are frozen. Even if you escape, you shan't live long. You despicable wretch. Despicable? Is it not hypocritical, considering you also delight in poisoning? Shen Yan was indifferent to these matters. He shrugged and remarked, if your breath were devoid of poison, I might engage in a duel with you. However, your venom is lethal, and I have no desire to meet such a fate. Thus, I regret to inform you that the demigod shall fall here today. Please wait. Yahiko interjected, preventing Shen Yan from taking action. Your Excellency Shen Yan, may I speak a few words? If I assist you in eliminating him, would it not be advantageous for the Akatsuki to take control of Rain Village? This could pave a smoother path for your future. That is not what I desire, Shen Yan replied. Yahiko shook his head, stating, Lord Hanzo, today you have imparted a vivid lesson upon me. Yahiko, even if I refrain from taking action, reality will teach you the hard truths. Without sufficient strength, one possesses no voice in this world. Even I can merely maintain the current state of Rain Village. You must understand that the 5 great shinobi villages have never regarded us with respect. Hanzo coughed, expelling blood laced with poison, exclaiming, I never imagined that my lifetime of battles would culminate in such an end. If you had not placed your trust in Danzo, perhaps none of this would have transpired. You might even find yourself accepting the Akatsuki in the future. Shen Yan shrugged. And you, how could you trust that old fool Danzo? You are not unaware of his true nature. It appears my men were slain by Danzo, Hanzo said as he sat down. Yahiko, after today's events, do you still believe that words alone can foster peace in this world? I do believe, but only if I possess the strength to compel the 5 great shinobi villages to sit down and negotiate. There is no absolute peace, yet I shall continue to call for it. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you bear a resemblance to me, Yahiko. One day you shall become like me. Reality is your greatest teacher. He coughed again. No, I shall not become you. Konan and Nagato approached Yahiko's side, and he smiled, saying, For I have a group of like-minded companions. Then prove it to me, Yahiko. Prove that you are right. After my death, Rain Village will descend into chaos. Subdue it. Let it become your strength. Let it symbolize peace. Hanzo, accepting his fate, saw in Yahiko a promising successor. Your Excellency Shen Yan, can you not spare him? Regrettably. The damage from the ice crystal to his lungs is irreversible. Unless Hanzo possesses the regenerative capabilities akin to the first Hokage, his fate is sealed, Shen Yan replied. Casting a somber glance at Danzo, whose expression darkened atop the mountain, he leaped into action, wielding the Sunwheel blade, only for Danzo to dissipate into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone. That old fool Danzo truly fears death, he mused, looking up to see Obito on the opposite mountain, accompanied by a reattached white Zetsu. We have failed. Nagato is likely to slip from our grasp, Obito realized. He understood that after losing this opportunity, it would be difficult to instill despair in Nagato again unless the 5 great shinobi villages intervened to annihilate the Akatsuki and Rain Village. Should we attempt to reclaim Nagato's Rinnegan? Zetsu inquired. Without Nagato, a sufficiently powerful individual can still wield the Rinnegan's innate techniques. However, suitable candidates are exceedingly rare within the entire shinobi world. Obito is indeed a commendable candidate. However, given his disposition, it is unlikely he would willingly employ the rebirth through the Samsara technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara. He is far more inclined to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi on his own. For Black Zetsu, it matters not who initiates the infinite Tsukuyomi, as long as it facilitates the release of his mother. Uchiha Madara merely happens to be the most suitable option. No need to rush. Let it remain with him for now. Shaking his head, Obito suggested that before anything else, they should first visit the Hidden Mist Village to investigate the Shen Yan. Very well. The two departed. While Shen Yan let out a dismissive sound and returned to Yahiko and the others, those two have fled. Exercise caution around them, especially you, Nagato, as their target is the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, you say? Once you master the combination of Yin and Yang release, utilize the creations to directly seal that half-black, half-white entity. Shen Yan departed from the Land of Rain, causing Obito and his companions to lose their prime opportunity to manipulate Nagato. For the time being, they would refrain from making any moves, and under Shen Yan's influence, Nagato and his associates began to regard Obito and his group with increasing suspicion. A strategy must be devised to lure out the Sage of Six Paths. Though the sage has perished, his essence lingers, capable of resurrecting from the Pure Land at any moment. His heart is deeply troubled for the sake of his 2 sons. Naturally, the great Toad Sage of Myaboka Mountain is linked to the Sage of Six Paths, but it is likely that even he lacks the means to communicate with the sage, who resides far in the Pure Land. Hence, a method must be found to compel his appearance. If one could acquire the ability to directly seal Kaguya from the sage, it is conceivable that Kaguya could be dealt with effectively. Madara Uchiha has met his end. Sasuke should be born soon. The reincarnation cycle of Indra and Ashura only commences when both of their incarnations have perished. Given that Madara passed away a few months prior, it is reasonable to infer that Sasuke's arrival is imminent. Shen Yan utilized the transformation technique, a skill learned from Nagato and his group. He is proficient in the body flicker technique and various basic ninjutsu. With the aid of his system, he can also wield magic to perform ninjutsu. Furthermore, the transformation achieved through magic remains undetectable by the Sharingan or Byakugan. The transformation technique essentially cloaks one's chakra with a layer of disguise, while those who can perceive chakra, such as users of the Byakugan and Sharingan, can easily identify it. They are blind to magic. These are two distinct forms of energy. The Third Great Ninja War is nearing its conclusion as the battle at Mount Kaiki erupts. Konoha has been pushed to its doorstep. Yet the cessation of hostilities with the Hidden Mist allows Konoha to redirect its efforts towards this decisive engagement. Under the united front of Minato Namikaze and his allies, Konoha emerged victorious in this war. Minato became a hero of Konoha. Shen Yan infiltrated Konoha, assuming the guise of a refugee. Lacking chakra, he evaded detection. Although some ninjas trailed him, he secured employment at Ichiraka Ramen, and after a few days, Konoha ceased its surveillance of him. Shinji, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Certainly, boss. Under the guidance of the hand-pulled noodle master, Shen Yan began crafting tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraka Ramen is regarded as one of the safest havens in Konoha, bustling with patrons, allowing Shen Yan to hone his noodle-making skills while eavesdropping on ninjas gossiping, thus gleaning the information he sought. Although the stall at Ichiraka Ramen is modest, manageable by a single person, the master, moved by Shen Yan's pitiful appearance, consented to hire him. The young man exhibited remarkable aptitude for learning. He quickly grasped the techniques for making ramen and preparing ingredients, nearly matching the master's skills in everything aside from the broth. Thanks to Shen Yan's assistance, the hand-pulled noodle master found his workload considerably lightened. Customer, your tonkatsu ramen. Shen Yan placed the completed ramen on the table, and the red-haired female patron expressed her gratitude, delighting in her meal. Kushina, my apologies for arriving late. A handsome blonde approached and took a seat beside Kushina, who complained, honestly, why are you so slow? After all, you are the fastest ninja in the shinobi world. Apologies, apologies. The Hokage is in a meeting, Minato Namikaze replied, not bothering to apologize to his girlfriend as he ordered a bowl of chashu ramen. The Hokage is getting older, and his speeches are becoming increasingly lengthy, he chuckled. After all, it pertains to the future. By the way, Minato, did you know that Makoto is pregnant? Kushina inquired. No wonder Mr. Fugaku has been in such high spirits lately. Wait, didn't his wife just conceive? Shen Yan sighed as he placed a generous portion of chashu into the bowl and set it before Minato. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, Minato replied. After the duo finished their ramen, they departed, leaving Shen Yan to quietly attend to his work. During this time, the Third Shinobi World War came to an end, with only minor skirmishes remaining between the Cloud and Leaf villages, as the conflict shifted from large-scale warfare to small-scale clashes. Minato ascended to the position of the 4th Hokage. Seizing a rare moment of respite, he planned to visit the hot springs in the Leaf village, only to be greeted by the sight of a lecherous white-haired man peering over the partition at the men's bath. What luck is this? The man chuckled lewdly. Shen Yan, bemused, leaned in closer, intrigued by the spectacle. As he drew nearer, he gasped in astonishment. The nourishment of the girls in the Leaf village is truly remarkable. His heartfelt exclamation earned the approval of Jiraiya, who remarked, indeed, young man, you possess a keen eye. Throughout my travels, I have found the girls of the Leaf to be the most beautiful, though it is a pity that the mist obscures the view. Ah, old man, you are too weak. It is the veiling and concealing that is most alluring. Sometimes, wearing clothes can be more tantalizing than being unclothed. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping Shen Yan's hand. Ah, young man, you have awakened me from my stupor. Care for a drink? Let us converse. With a few drinks in hand, Jiraiya, blushing, called Shen Yan by his alias, Kayasuk. Let me tell you, when it comes to pursuing women, one must have thick skin and persistence. Eventually, success will follow. Have you succeeded after being single for so many years? Shen Yan retorted. Are you really the one to teach a bachelor about courting women? Ah, yes. Lord Jiraiya, with your vast theoretical knowledge, you must have had many girlfriends, right? With a loud crash, Jiraiya's bravado sank. Listen here. My theoretical knowledge stems from countless encounters. A man should never pause for a woman, for there are vast fields of flowers awaiting. Ah, indeed, Lord Jiraiya, with your prowess, you surely need not visit those places, as your charm would attract many girls. Once more, the once vibrant Jiraiya fell silent. Does this kid even know how to converse? With a smile, Shen Yan rose from the hot spring, leaving Jiraiya to indulge in solitary drinking. After saving a portion of his earnings, he rented a modest abode near the Uchiha clan. Not merely for the convenience of executing his plans, but primarily due to the clan's unfavorable reputation in Konoha, resulting in lower rental prices in the vicinity. Aside from working at Ichiraka Ramen daily, Shen Yan devoted the remainder of his time to physical training. Efforts invariably yield rewards. As time quietly passed, summer arrived in the 51st year of Konoha, heralding the birth of Uchiha Sasuke, the second son of the Uchiha clan. On this very day, Shen Yan resigned from his position at Ichiraka Ramen. The birth of Sasuke signified the reawakening of the cycle between Indra and Ashura. These two brothers, locked in a tumultuous love-hate relationship, left one to ponder. Why could neither be reborn as a daughter? If either Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara had been female, a union between the Senju and Uchiha clans might have resulted in a singular ninja village, Konoha, thus averting numerous troubles. Shen Yan mused, hoping his methods would prove effective. As night fell, disguised as a medical staff member, Shen Yan stealthily infiltrated Konoha Hospital. Uchiha Makoto, who had recently given birth to Sasuke, was still recuperating in her hospital room, set to be discharged in a few days. The challenge of infiltrating the hospital was markedly different from breaching the Uchiha clan leader's residence. In the dimly lit corridors of the hospital, Shen Yan navigated past drowsy nurses, searching up and down until he finally arrived at Makoto's room. Gently pushing the door open, he beheld Makoto, her breathing steady, seemingly lost in peaceful slumber, with the newborn Sasuke beside her. Silently, he approached the bedside, tenderly cradling Sasuke, only to lock eyes with a pair of blood-red Sharingan. Put Sasuke down. My apologies, Mrs. Makoto, but I cannot comply, Shen Yan replied, unwavering as he met her gaze. Makoto was taken aback, realizing that her genjutsu had no effect on the man before her. How could this be? Why did her illusions fail against him? Even the most skilled shinobi must tread cautiously around the Sharingan's illusions. Genjutsu disrupts the opponent's five senses through chakra interference, ensnaring them in a false reality. But what if the opponent lacked chakra? Shen Yan was imbued with magical power. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya would find her genjutsu futile against him, regardless of how much chakra she expended. This was an entirely different cultivation system. Seeing her genjutsu ineffective, the once elite shinobi Makoto swiftly attempted to snatch her child back. But she halted suddenly as Shen Yan brandished a kunai, poised dangerously near Sasuke's innocent face. My apologies, Mrs. Makoto. I beseech your understanding. To threaten a mother with her child was indeed a vile act. Shen Yan suppressed his guilt, clearing his throat and producing a pill. Keep this quiet. Take it, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your child. You, despicable wretch. Are other villages attempting to seize the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? The act of stealing a bloodline limit is something that every ninja village is known to engage in. They would directly usurp transplantable eyes such as the Byakugan and Sharingan. In most cases, they simply abduct individuals to turn them into breeding vessels, primarily targeting men. Generally, once a ninja village discovers the leakage of a bloodline limit, if it cannot be salvaged, they will eliminate the individual without hesitation, ensuring that no other village is afforded the opportunity. The adversaries seeking to abduct Sasuke surely intend to nurture him from a young age, transforming him into a weapon for their village, effectively recreating an Uchiha to send into battle. Uchiha Makoto has already witnessed the tragic scene of Sasuke and Itachi turning against each other. No, I have no such intentions. I will not take this child away from Konoha, she declared resolutely. Shen Yan continued, however, if you refuse to consume this, I shall be left with no choice but to end this child's life. The notion of killing him was not feasible. It was merely an attempt to intimidate her and the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Makoto, driven by her maternal instincts, felt she had no alternative. Fearful of what Shen Yan might do to her child, she reluctantly ingested the pill. Upon swallowing it, Uchiha Makoto felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What have you given me? A potent sedative. A single dose can lull even a tiger into a childlike slumber, Shen Yan explained, gently supporting her as he laid her on the bed, placing Sasuke beside her, with a kunai poised at Sasuke's throat. Sage of Six Paths, are you watching? Show yourself, or I shall resort to the Reaper Death Seal, ensuring your son has no chance of reincarnation. Silence ensued. Shen Yan's brow furrowed as his magic transformed back into chakra, and he pretended to form the seal. He was familiar with the Reaper Death Seal, having seen it before. In the next moment, the world around him shimmered and shifted, revealing an elderly man with horns and rinnegan, floating serenely above a cluster of truth-seeking balls, accompanied by the Six Paths staff. Greetings, young man. The Sage of Six Paths spoke. Hello, Sage of Six Paths. I apologize for summoning you in this manner. Though his physical form had perished, his spirit lingered in the Pure Land, eternally observing his two sons, hoping for a day when they might reconcile. He had certainly witnessed Shen Yan's actions and was intrigued by this young man's knowledge of him, as well as apprehensive about the potential for Shen Yan to carry out his threats, prompting him to choose to meet with this young man. "Why do you wish to meet with me?" the sage inquired. "Kaguya," Shen Yan replied. "Kaguya? You are aware of her?" The Sage of Six Paths was indeed familiar with Kaguya's existence, though it was a matter beyond his demise. Kaguya would not manifest before him. However, after his death, he bore no reservations regarding his offspring, knowing that their repeated reincarnations had been plagued by the machinations of this very being. Though she was his sister, Kaguya had always sought to liberate their mother. Yet, should their mother be freed, she would absorb all chakra and transform humanity into creatures of white Zetsu. "I require your assistance to seal Kaguya," Shen Yan stated. "I am aware that you possess the means to do so. Furthermore, you know that the Rinnegan and the Outer Path are now in play. This presents the optimal opportunity for the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki." The Sage of the Six Paths stroked his long beard and said, "I comprehend your intentions. However, I am a deceased being, and the dead cannot interfere with the realm of the living. Then why do you manifest? Your presence is unnecessary." "Nonsense. You have my son in your grasp. If I were to remain silent, who knows what you might do?" The Sage of the Six Paths was rendered speechless. "I shall teach you the method of yin-yang release. And furthermore, I will lend you 2 truth-seeking balls to assist you in sealing Kaguya." Indeed, Kaguya is a significant concern. If resolved fundamentally, there would be no fear of her resurgence. "Very well." A faint smile graced Shen Yan's lips as the sage extended a finger, touching his forehead. The technique of yin-yang release unfolded within Shen Yan's mind, while 2 truth-seeking balls levitated around him. "I hope you can seal Kaguya." "Of course. That has always been my mission." Shen Yan replied with a smile, suddenly interjecting, "This is my spiritual realm. How can the truth-seeking balls materialize here?" "I granted you a portion of my chakra. You can manifest them through that chakra." "Understood." His consciousness returned to his body in an instant. Utilizing the chakra bestowed upon him by the sage, Shen Yan conjured 2 truth-seeking balls and opened his palm, from which extended a black rod. This represented the most fundamental application of yin-yang release, creating a black rod capable of disrupting an opponent's chakra. Having achieved his objective, he retracted the black rod, sealing it back into his palm, where it transformed into chakra and reintegrated into his being. After completing this task, Shen Yan cast a glance at the mother and child peacefully sleeping in bed and placed a basket of fruit along with a dozen diapers at the bedside as a small token of compensation. Turning away, Shen Yan had found a place during this period to practice breathing techniques daily, firmly believing that diligent effort would yield rewards. The incident involving Uchiha Makoto did not stir much commotion. Although the defenses of Konoha had become considerably more stringent during those days, it did not affect him. Time swiftly passed, and the night of Naruto's birth arrived. Due to the potential threat of the Nine-Tails breaking free during the Jinchuriki's labor, Kushina's delivery was located far from the village in a highly concealed area. Shen Yan could only sit atop Hokage Rock, waiting patiently. Boom! Beneath the moonlight, a terrifying beast radiating malicious chakra suddenly materialized, its 9 tails unfurling and wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. Within its eyes, the immense 3-tomo Sharingan circled, revealing that it was under the control of a wielder of the Sharingan. Roar! Just the sound of its roar sent several nearby Konoha ninjas flying. It opened its mouth, aimed at Hokage Rock, and concentrated red and blue chakra into a tailed beast bomb, launching it toward the rock. In an instant, a figure appeared, the Hokage's ceremonial robe fluttering in the wind as he stood atop Hokage Rock, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike. The flying thunder god seal manifested in the air, causing space to warp and sink like a collapsing blanket, slowly vanishing as it detonated on a distant mountain in Konoha. Flying thunder god, Thunderstrike. After transferring the tailed beast chakra, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, took a moment to catch his breath, as the process had drained a significant amount of his chakra. In the next instant, a figure materialized behind him, reacting with remarkable speed. Minato thrust his specially designed kunai towards the intruder's head, only for it to pass right through. In a swift motion, the assailant seized his arm, exclaiming, "Got you." As the Manjiki Sharingan activated, attempting to relocate Minato, a dark rod descended from above, striking the opponent's back. The teleportation was interrupted, causing chaos within Minato's chakra network and rendering him unable to utilize his chakra. Similarly, his intangibility could not be activated. Shen Yan descended, driving several black rods into Obito's thigh and shoulder to ensure his immobilization. Who are you? The sudden turn of events left Minato momentarily stunned. Shen Yan declared. Dissolve the seal between him and the Nine Tails. Understood. Minato placed his hand on Obito's chest, invoking the contract seal to sever the bond between Obito and the Nine Tails, consequently awakening the beast from its illusion. The now agitated Nine Tails wreaked havoc around them, just as a sturdy iron rod propelled the creature out of the hidden leaf village. The third Hokage had intervened. A wave of relief washed over Minato. The immediate priority was to seal the Nine Tails within Kushina. Turning around, he beheld the true visage beneath the mask as Shen Yan removed Obito's disguise. Minato's expression turned incredulous. Obito, long time no see, sensei. Obito replied in a calm tone. How could you control the Nine Tails that I so much had transpired that evening? And there was no time to dwell on Obito's situation. The Nine Tails had to be subdued first. I'm sorry, Obito. I will come to find you later. Minato inhaled deeply, and Shen Yan urged, take us there. I can help you contain the tailed beast, and Obito must come along too. Very well. Minato placed his hand on both of them, and with a flying thunder god technique, they were transported to a desolate wilderness. Shortly thereafter, the Nine Tails descended from the sky, and Minato, cradling his wife and child, appeared beside them. He was panting heavily, having brought the Nine Tails to this location, his chakra nearly exhausted. I can still manage, Minato. Kushina, nearly depleted, stated. With a powerful surge, the adamant sealing chains extended from Kushina's back, forming a barrier that securely bound the Nine Tails. Kushina. Shen Yan dragged Obito over and tossed him down before them. Leave the rest to me. He opened his palm, and numerous black rods shot forth, piercing the Nine Tails. A product of Yin Yang release. You wretched humans. The Nine Tails roared in fury, but Shen Yan disregarded its outburst and inquired, can you still seal the Nine Tails? Kushina, unfamiliar with Shen Yan, assumed he was just another ninja from the village, replied, no, my chakra is insufficient to contain the Nine Tails. The toll of childbirth had severely drained her vitality, and the extraction of the beast had brought her to the brink of death. Had it not been for the Uzumaki clan's renowned resilience, she would have perished the moment the Nine Tails was extracted. Fourth Hokage, extract the Nine Tails chakra. Kushina utilized chakra tug-of-war. Indeed. It is a viable method, yet both I and Kushina have exhausted our chakra reserves. Minato lamented, recognizing the efficacy of separating the Nine Tails chakra through this technique, as it would render the beast devoid of its powers, ensuring its survival while allowing Kushina's remaining chakra to suppress it. He turned to Shen Yan, inquiring, Sir, would you be willing to step in for Kushina and engage in this tug-of-war with the Nine Tails? Me? Shen Yan pointed to himself, incredulously asking, you want me to become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? No, it is merely the Nine Tails chakra, Minato clarified. I understand the difficulty, but we have no one else at hand. Although his chakra was insufficient for the Flying Thunder God technique, he could utilize the Reaper Death Seal. However, with the prospect of his beloved's survival, he yearned for a life of tranquility alongside her. The chakra tug-of-war would merely allow Shen Yan to possess the Nine Tails chakra temporarily, with minimal long-term repercussions. I shall give it a try, Shen Yan stated, moving to stand before the Nine Tails under Minato's guidance, linking his chakra with that of the beast, and commencing the tug-of-war. Pure chakra was extracted from the Nine Tails, only for it to suddenly turn a deep crimson. A cacophony of violent voices echoed within Shen Yan's mind. I despise this. Kill, kill, kill. Die, die, die. Shut the hell up. Do not scream in my mind. Shen Yan bellowed, driving a black rod into the head of the Nine Tails, eliciting a pain cry from the creature. The Nine Tails, a manifestation of hatred, harbored profound malice towards humanity. Intense feelings of loathing surged through the chakra into Shen Yan, affecting him deeply. Malice, terror, hatred, rage, despair, killing intent. These emotions assailed him, yet with each breath, he soon regained his composure. Do you truly believe you can sway me? Do not jest. He scoffed. Your attacks leave much to be desired. Nine Tails, you are not so formidable. No matter how horrifying these negative emotions were, could they surpass the terror of death? Having faced death numerous times, Shen Yan, although fearful, would confront it head-on. Get out of my head. A colossal surge of chakra erupted from within him, leaving even the Nine Tails astonished. Impossible. How could you possess such an immense chakra? In its memories, only the first Hokage had ever exuded such a sensation. The Nine Tails chakra, now under Shen Yan's command, transformed into a colossal hand, channeling energy into Kushina, granting her a moment of respite. Having coexisted with the Nine Tails for over a decade, Kushina's chakra had long since merged with that of the beast, allowing her to accept its chakra. Were it anyone else, Shen Yan would not have been capable of this feat with the support of the Nine-Tails chakra. Kushina regained her strength. Kushina, let us engage in this tug of war together, he declared. Understood. Kushina, along with Shen Yan, ruthlessly siphoned off the chakra of the Nine-Tails, rendering the beast powerless to resist. In the blink of an eye, half of its chakra was extracted, and its physical form diminished significantly. You bastards! It roared in fury. The adamant sealing technique that bound it became loose. Yet the black rods continued to exert their influence over the Nine-Tails. Suddenly, Kushina clutched her abdomen, exclaiming, "How is this possible? The chakra of the Nine-Tails within me is coalesced into another Nine-Tails." Shen Yan furrowed his brow and replied, "I did not do that." The Nine-Tails chakra that entered his body transformed into pure chakra, assimilating into his being. Could it be the shadow of the Nine-Tails? Upon reflection, it was initially Minato who, using the Reaper Death Seal, forcibly extracted half of the Nine-Tails chakra and sealed it away. He had not taken much for himself, and a significant portion of the Nine-Tails chakra had been transferred to Kushina. Yet it should not have manifested as another Nine-Tails. Was it possible that? In a moment of stiffness, Shen Yan murmured, "You truly are remarkable." Kushina, in agony, clutched her abdomen as the other half of the Nine-Tails threatened to break free. Urgency surged within them. It must be sealed swiftly. Minato rushed to his wife's side, where Kushina grasped his arm, insisting, "No, we must draw the remaining half back in. The portion within you is disrupting your chakra and will not allow you to draw the other half away. It must be contained within another person's body." Minato turned his gaze towards their son, Naruto. As their child, he possessed the potential to subdue the Nine-Tails. However, Kushina vehemently protested, "No. You don't understand what will happen if he becomes a Jinchuriki. I do not wish for my child to endure the same fate I did. Can we not keep this a secret?" Shen Yan interjected, having just received a message from the Sage of Six Paths, who intended for Naruto to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With half of the Nine-Tails within you, you are the Jinchuriki of Konoha. As long as we ensure Naruto remains hidden, no one will discover it until he is grown. But Kushina was disheartened. Minato shook his head. "I lack sufficient chakra and cannot absorb the Nine-Tails chakra. It is a temporary measure to grant part of the chakra to this stranger. The Nine-Tails is crucial to Konoha and must remain in the village." "I am sorry, Kushina. Trust in our child." After applying the 8 trigram seal upon Kushina's abdomen to contain half of the Nine-Tails, he cradled their newborn son. "I am sorry, Naruto, that you must face so much so soon. I am Shen Yan. Mr. Shen Yan, please help me subdue the Nine-Tails. Just give me 10 seconds. "Certainly." Shen Yan commanded the Nine-Tails chakra he had absorbed, conjuring several enormous chakra hands that pinned the beast to the ground. Deprived of half its chakra and restrained by the adamant sealing technique and black rods, the Nine-Tails was utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Minato successfully sealed the Nine-Tails within Naruto's body. As the adamant sealing barrier was lifted, Minato wearily sat beside his wife, reflecting on the perilous night they had endured. Concealing the mark upon Naruto's abdomen, Shen Yan dragged Obito forward, stating, "All right, the next matter concerns this young lad." "Obito." Minato's expression was intricate as he remarked, "What transpired tonight?" "Minato, be cautious," Kushina shouted as numerous roots emerged from the ground, ensnaring the group. Shen Yan wielded his blade to sever the tendrils, but was struck by a branch, sending him flying. Obito was also ensnared by the foliage, and a half-black, half-white humanoid creature emerged from the earth, declaring, "Tonight has indeed seen considerable events unfold. Obito, your identity has been revealed, and the Nine-Tails is nowhere to be found. Humph. Do not concern yourself overly. Assist me in removing these obstacles, as my chakra has been compromised." Even though Madara had taught him the art of yin-yang release, he found himself unable to contend with such a manifestation of this technique. "I shall aid you afterward." Zhu nodded, and a crimson monstrosity materialized before them, boasting 9 tails behind it. So swift, before they could even react, a punch sent them soaring into the air, causing a fragment of the white Jew to shatter. The black Jew transformed into a puddle of liquid in the air. Was that the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Remarkably, it was utilized with such speed. Just as Black Jew was about to descend, a truth-seeking ball suddenly soared forth, morphing into a large bowl that enveloped it, sealing it tightly and denying any opportunity for escape. The truth-seeking ball floated back to Shen Yan's hand, dispelling the tailed beast cloak and allowing his skin to regenerate rapidly. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. By sealing Black Jew, he had successfully thwarted the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The methodologies of wood release and other techniques surfaced in his mind, and Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction as the skin burnt by the Nine-Tails chakra completed its regeneration. Both Sage Body and the chakra of the Nine Tails possessed self-healing capabilities. However, he resolved to refrain from utilizing the tailed beast cloak too often, as it was excessively painful. He pulled the bewildered Obito back, instructing him, "Go on and reminisce with your teacher. I shall leave your apprentice in your hands. In any case, I can inform you that Obito has been brainwashed by Uchiha Madara. And it was also Madara who orchestrated Rin's death. My singular focus rests upon Black Jew. This evening has been exhilarating." He found no need to elaborate further. The next phase would hinge upon how Minato would retrieve his apprentice. Minato, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally arrived with reinforcements, and upon seeing Minato's family unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was truly a relief that they were safe. This night had been filled with peril and excitement for all in Konoha. The release of the Nine Tails had caused numerous casualties, instilling greater fear of the beast among the populace. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had successfully sealed the Nine Tails, garnering even more support from the people. Shen Yan sat within a tea house, sipping tea, when a weary Minato approached him, appearing ethereal yet burdened by the multitude of tasks before him. The reconstruction of Konoha, the handling of Obito, and the incessant disruptions from several elders who demanded the Uchiha clan be placed near Konoha's prison added to his woes. Thankfully, he had managed to dismiss their requests. Fourth Hokage, do you not wish to take a moment's rest? There is an overwhelming amount of tasks at hand, Mr. Shen Yan. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Without you, Ju Shinai, and I might have. Minato has only now managed to carve out a moment to express his gratitude to Shen Yan. As an outsider, one would typically be met with heightened suspicion from the village, yet due to his aid in suppressing the Nine Tails, he has rendered significant service to Konoha. Minato, defying the consensus, granted Shen Yan the privilege to move freely within the village, although covert surveillance remains in place. Not at all, Shen Yan replied, shaking his head. You must have sought me out for more than mere thanks, correct? Indeed, I wish to inquire about Obito, Minato said. Let us relocate, Shen Yan suggested. With a hand placed reassuringly on Shen Yan's shoulder, Minato transported them to a secluded chamber adjacent to Konoha's interrogation room, where they were joined by Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi appeared rather disheartened. After all, his dearest friend had returned from the dead only to exact vengeance upon Konoha. To complicate matters, Obito had entrusted him with the care of Rin, yet he had been the one to take her life. Minato personally poured a cup of tea for Shen Yan, who settled into a chair and began, "Let me start from the Kimui Bridge." As Shen Yan recounted the tale, he revealed how Obito was maneuvered as a pawn in Uchiha Madara's grand scheme. Such sweet talk. Obito interjected. Rin was clearly infiltrated by the mist and became a vessel for the Three Tails. So why did she collide with Kakashi's Chidori? Why didn't she take her own life? Because she was incapable of it. And why did you happen to witness her demise? Shen Yan smirked. Do you not find this all too coincidental? It was precisely Uchiha Madara's design for you to witness it. The Uchiha clan is a lineage of love, and your affection, so potent within their ranks, was directed towards a young woman named Rin Noera. It is only through your despair that you became a pawn of Madara. Witnessing Rin's death would unleash tremendous power within you. Do you believe you exist in hell? No, it is Madara himself who has woven your hell. Do you think he is the ultimate mastermind? No, the true puppeteer is Kaguya. Kaguya? Obito questioned, incredulous. You think she embodies Madara's will? Not at all. She is the manifestation of another. Kaguya has orchestrated a plan that incited conflict between Madara and Hashirama, leading to their ceaseless battles. Madara may believe himself formidable, indeed. He is, but in the end, he is merely a pawn of Kaguya. However, she has already been sealed away by me. That is merely your side of the story. Are you so resistant to reason? Shen Yan retorted, delivering a sharp slap to Obito and seizing him by the throat. What? One woman's death has led you to believe the entire world has betrayed you? And thus, you deem it acceptable to strike against your own teacher and his wife? A treacherous wretch. He cast Obito to the ground, pressing his foot against his face. Kakashi and Minato rushed to intervene, but Obito showed no anger. Only the despair of a world devoid of meaning. In the realm of the infinite Tsukuyomi, everyone will exist. My teacher, Kakashi, Rin, all will live on in that world. My goodness, I was previously unaware of who uttered the words. Those who awaken the Manjiki Sharingan will first question the world rather than themselves. I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Regarding the fourth Hokage, my counsel is execution on the spot. Redemption? Spare me the notion of redemption. You assert that Madara manipulated me and Rin, yet you possess no evidence, do you? Obito lifted his head. Rin is already deceased, rendering all of this meaningless. Damn it. Shen Yan delivered a kick to Obito and pointed at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Is he not the one suffering the most? He personally ended Rin's life and is forever haunted by nightmares, his hands forever stained with her blood. With the Sharingan you gifted him, he must watch the one he was meant to protect perish at his own hands. Indulging in dreams is the act of a coward. How despicable." Kakashi was momentarily speechless. His head bowed low. Obito coldly remarked, "He failed to protect Rin. I do not blame him, for this world has lost its meaning." "Then perish." Shen Yan's temper flared, and he drew his sword, ready to strike. "If this fool cannot be reasoned with, let him die and spare us another calamity." Wait. Minato embraced Shen Yan, imploring, "Mr. Shin, we can still discuss this. Obito has merely been deceived by Madara. He is a good child. A good child. Fourth Hokage. Consider this. Without this fellow, many lives in Konoha would have been spared, including yours and your wife's. I understand. Rin was as precious to Obito as Kushina was to me. If Kushina were to perish, I would not wish to live either." "Nonsense. I am well aware. Otherwise, why do you think I endeavored to save you? I could have simply sealed Kagaya and walked away, indifferent to your troubles. She the Hino Kagutsuki, our discussion ends here. Fourth Hokage, if he is unwilling to turn back, then kill him. The Uchiha clan is notoriously obstinate. Handle them with caution. It is best to employ gentleness. I believe you can manage the affairs of the Uchiha clan." Shen Yan scoffed and turned to leave. Minato sighed, casting a complex gaze upon his disciple. "Obito, I comprehend your anguish, but please look forward. This world is not devoid of meaning. Kakashi, I would like you to accompany Obito. I shall visit you both frequently." "Very well, Sensei Minato." Minato utilized the body flicker technique to catch up with Shen Yan, seeking to inquire further about methods to assist Obito. "Two," he urged. "Pray tell." Minato pressed. "First, let Madara himself reveal that he was merely a pawn. To have a deceased person explain this seems rather reanimation jutsu. That is a forbidden technique. Now what is the second? Moreover, there is currently no one in Konoha who can perform it. Have you heard of the Manjiki Sharingan?" "Naturally. I have. Obito's is one of them. Uchiha Shursui possessed a Manjiki Sharingan capable of altering a person's thoughts, known as Kodo Amatsukami. How do you know so much about Konoha? Are you the Hokage, or am I?" Shen Yan's words rendered Watergate momentarily speechless. Could there truly exist a dojutsu capable of directly altering one's thoughts? "Mr. Shen Yan, how did you come to know this?" "I possess a unique source of intelligence. One you need not concern yourself with. I am capable of performing Edo Tensei, yet I am unable to locate Madara's corpse. Utilizing the Sharingan may suffice, but it might inadvertently transform Obito into an entirely different individual. The divine technique alters a person's subconscious, rendering it more terrifying than mere brainwashing. Were it not for Shen Yan's lack of Uchiha lineage, he would have coveted Shursui's Sharingan. Wait, how do you know about our forbidden techniques in Konoha?" "No. Obito is Obito. He should not undergo any alteration." Watergate shook his head, unwilling to allow his disciple to fall victim to manipulation. "Very well. Then we are left with only Uchiha Madara." Shen Yan spread his hands. "Let us seek out Madara's corpse together. In exchange, I wish to acquire some ninjutsu from there. Although Obito may be in hiding, Orochimaru can locate him, as Black Zetsu is operating in the shadows. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire with Black Zetsu." Watergate pondered for a moment, stating, "As long as it does not infringe upon the village's interests, I can acquiesce to your request." "Agreed. This is the only course left to us." Shen Yan produced the Shinju, from which Black Zetsu's voice emerged, for he had not been vanquished by Shen Yan. "Black Zetsu, shall we broker a deal? Release me, and I will grant you anything you desire." "I will consider it. First, tell me the whereabouts of Madara's corpse." Black Zetsu was far too cunning to be allowed to escape. "What do you seek Madara's corpse for? You still refer to him as Lord Kagaya Otsutsuki's third son, Black Zetsu." "You." Black Zetsu was utterly astonished, for this was its greatest secret, known to none for millennia, not even the Sage of Six Paths or his brother. How could this individual possibly know? "I do not comprehend what you are speaking of." "Still feigning ignorance, are you? Your pursuit of the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra is solely to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki, is it not? I am aware of your intentions. Your secret holds no significance in my eyes. How did you come by this knowledge?" Black Zetsu roared. "It must be Yui. That unfilial son is still alive. He told you, did he not? The souls of Indra and Ashura can indeed be reincarnated, and the Sage of Six Paths must possess means. It is merely that they have never manifested over the years." Shen Yan's possession of the Shinju provides an explanation. "Indeed, it was the Sage of Six Paths who informed me. You shall not divulge it." Black Zetsu, if you wish to continue living, you will heed my words. I can detonate the Shinju at this very moment, ensuring your immediate demise. Common ninjutsu cannot harm you, but the Shinju is an entirely different matter. Am I mistaken? Black Zetsu quivered with fear. As a product of Yin-Yang release and an embodiment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, few things in this world could inflict harm upon it. Yet the Shinju was capable of eradicating its very existence. Trying to maintain composure, it replied, "You may attempt it. I am certain that I still hold some value to you." In truth, Shen Yan had merely forgotten to dispose of this entity. Indeed, it was stated that this is a transaction. I shall release you in the future, but not at this moment. I shall not take your life, for you still hold value. Now, tell me, where is the body of Uchiha Obito? The body of Obito has been dealt with by Madara. Yet I have retained a portion as a contingency. Kaguya has compromised. What it lacks most is time. As long as there is life, there remains hope. Even if it takes several centuries, as long as it can emerge once more, it may begin anew and once again deceive the reincarnation of Indra. Given the bond between those brothers, reconciliation is utterly unattainable. Disclose the location. Kaguya revealed the location to Shen Yan, who then turned to the dazed Minato and said, "Hokage, let us proceed. What are you waiting for? Please wait a moment. My mind is somewhat disordered, overwhelmed." The vastness of information caused this astute Hokage's mind to falter, his intellect overloaded. The impact of Shen Yan's conversation with Kaguya was immense. Even touching upon the Sage of Six Paths, fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, the revelation of such information would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Once he organized his thoughts, Minato departed from Konoha with Shen Yan using the Flying Thunder God technique, guided by Kaguya to the cave where Uchiha Madara and Kaguya once resided. Kaguya informed them of a hidden chamber he had excavated, wherein lay Madara's hair. "Hair will suffice." Picking up a strand of white hair, he inquired, "Is there white Zetsu?" "There are 2 complete white Zetsus. One was destroyed by Shen Yan, while the other remains missing." "Yes, there are defective ones. The defective ones should prove useful." Kaguya instructed them on how to summon white Zetsu, and 3 imperfect white Zetsus emerged from the ground. Gazing upon the incomplete white monstrosity before him, Minato asked, "What is this?" "Humans from the era of Kaguya Otsutsuki, transformed into monsters by her. These should be those that were not fully modified." Indeed. These beings were interrupted in their transformation by Kaguya and her clan. "I salvaged a portion to deceive Uchiha Madara into believing they were inferior clones created from Hashirama's cells." Kaguya elucidated. "Madara truly has had the worst of luck encountering you. It must be more than just bad luck. He has been misled by Kaguya since the era of Indra. Madara is the one who has been most thoroughly deceived. Now, the next step is the Impure World Reincarnation Technique." Forming hand seals at a pace so slow that Minato could hardly bear to watch, he pressed his palm against the hair. And black runes spread across the ground, enveloping white Zetsu. Amidst its agonized cries, an elderly, white-haired, one-eyed man materialized before them. "Has Nagato already grown up?" "Wait." In this state, Uchiha Madara assessed his hands. The sensations within his body informed him that he was no longer alive. "You are Minato Namikaze and an unfamiliar child." As Uchiha Madara attempted to move, his body was restrained by Shen Yan. The Impure World Reincarnation he had received was the perfected version by Kabuto, designed to enhance control over Uchiha Madara while diminishing his strength post-reincarnation. Now, Uchiha Obito, despite possessing an immortal body, is no different in chakra capacity from a freshly graduated genin. However, he has gained formidable control. "What do you intend to do?" Uchiha Madara inquired in a deep voice, now limited to mere verbal expression. Shen Yan ignited his hair, asserting that there was no need to resurrect Uchiha Madara through the Impure World Reincarnation. He merely needed to unveil certain truths. With a slight smile, Shen Yan instructed Minato to escort them back to Konoha. Arriving in the interrogation room. "Teacher and Mr. Shen Yan, who is this?" "Madara, how are you still alive?" Kakashi and Obito exclaimed simultaneously, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon seeing the bound Obito, Madara instantly grasped the situation. "Obito, you have failed." "Humph." Obito scoffed. "You should be dead. The Impure World Reincarnation. You did not handle my corpse meticulously. If I remain under such control, achieving the infinite Tsukuyomi becomes impossible. I burned your body, leaving no trace behind. Forgive me, Kaguya's black Zetsu played you both. Under its guidance, I discovered your hair," Shen Yan remarked with a smile. "Come forth, black Zetsu. Reveal the truth to them." "Black Zetsu?" Madara frowned, perplexed as to how his own will manifestation could betray them. Under the eaves, one must bow. In order to escape, Black Zetsu had no choice but to divulge everything. Now it could only trust Shen Yan, hoping he would one day grant it freedom. Madara and Obito listened in astonishment as Black Zetsu divulged the entirety of the situation. The infinite Tsukuyami is false? Madara asked with difficulty. What then was the purpose of his lifelong obsession? It is indeed true, Shen Yan stated. The infinite Tsukuyami would indeed ensnare all of humanity in dreams. A flicker of joy ignited in Madara's heart. Shen Yan continued. However, Black Zetsu did not reveal the consequences. Consequences? The White Zetsu. The entities you use to fill Obito's body are monstrosities transformed from humans lost in dreams, weapons created by Kaguya. White Zetsu. Black Zetsu interjected, indeed. White Zetsu is a weapon crafted by our mother. I do not comprehend her motives, but I am aware that she is the creator. You scoundrel. Black Zetsu. So, you intend for us to transform everyone into those kinds of monsters? Madara seethed with rage, realizing that he had devoted his life to achieving the peace of the infinite Tsukuyami, only to find himself reduced to a mere jester. Madara, do not accuse me of deceiving you. I merely withheld certain details. You wretched creature. Unable to move, Madara's eyes brimmed with fury. He yearned to devour Black Zetsu whole, yet found himself entirely powerless. He had treated Obito as a pawn, yet he too was a pawn of Black Zetsu, nearly committing a grave error that could have dragged the entire ninja world into chaos. Thus, the demise of Rin. Indeed, it was a scheme orchestrated by Madara. For within your heart lies an unwavering love, Obito. Your profound affection for Rin and Konoha, once betrayed, summoned a power potent enough to drive you to madness, leading you to embrace the Moon's Eye plan. Black Zetsu directly sold out Madara. Consider why Rin did not choose to end her own life, but instead collided with Kakashi's Chidori? Why did you arrive precisely at that moment? It was all meticulously calculated. From the very beginning, you were the most fitting pawn. Obito did not rush forward, yet Kakashi charged in, seizing the truth-seeking ball and forcefully smashing it into the ground, tears streaming down his face. Minato embraced his disciple, his expression grim. Kakashi, I know you are in pain, but Sensei, Rin, and Obito are innocent. They have done nothing wrong. Kakashi wept to his teacher, lamenting that due to their machinations, Rin perished, and Obito committed numerous misdeeds, nearly bringing ruin upon your family. Filled with fury, Obito roared, I shall kill you. Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu. I will destroy you. An overwhelming rage engulfed Obito's mind. Yet he found himself unable to act due to Black Zetsu's influence. Uchiha Madara's expression was one of numbness, his vision entirely negated. Realizing his life had been manipulated by others, he now yearned for death. The prison erupted into chaos as Shen Yan sat to the side, contemplating. Given the havoc you've wrought, Black Zetsu, it seems I may have to eliminate you. No, no, no. Lord Shen Yan, I implore you, do not do this. I possess knowledge of many hidden treasures. Spare my life, and they shall be yours. Killing you is, wait, I do not know where those treasures are. Nevertheless, gold and silver held no value for him. He turned to Uchiha Madara, inquiring, what are your thoughts? My dreams have been shattered. Madara gazed upward. Having lived to this age only to see his aspirations crumble, the blow too great to bear. Was Hashirama truly correct? Not necessarily. Shen Yan remarked. No one is absolutely right. Had you and Senja Hashirama united to stabilize the shinobi world, countless troubles could have been averted. A cohesive nation, devoid of divisions, governed steadily for decades, could have sustained lasting peace. To end war with war? What a peculiar notion. Alas, by that time, both Hashirama and I had grown weary of fighting. Uchiha Madara sighed. Obito, it was I who plotted against you, and I who diverted Minato, ensuring he could not arrive in time to save you. You may detest me, but I shall not apologize. I, Uchiha Madara, navigated the shinobi world throughout my life, only to be outmaneuvered in the end. Haha, what a tragic fate. His sorrowful laughter echoed within the confined space, resonating with helplessness and desolation. So, shall we return to the Pure Land? I can send you back. You may converse with Hashirama, though I know not what the Pure Land entails. Let it end. Edo Tensei release. Shen Yan concluded the Edo Tensei, allowing Uchiha Madara's soul to ascend, leaving behind a scattering of debris and the lifeless form of White Zetsu. Naruto, I can assist you only to this extent. Do not forget our agreement. Shortly thereafter, Minato arrived at Shen Yan's temporary residence. At this point, Obito's emotions had stabilized, and Kakashi was by his side, while Kushina had also come to visit him. Ah, your wife can now rise from bed? After separating from the tailed beast, along with childbirth and sealing the beast, she is able to get up after a period of rest? The physique of the Uzumaki clan is truly extraordinary, isn't it? Indeed. Although she remains quite frail, there is no significant concern, Minato responded earnestly. I can teach you forbidden techniques from Konoha and other S-rank jutsu. Anything I know, I am willing to impart. I initially intended to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, but after your words, I am uncertain of what I should pursue, Shen Yan replied. The Flying Thunder God requires an exceptionally high level of talent, and he was unsure if he could master it. 3 offensive jutsu from each of the 5 elemental natures. 2 powerful sealing techniques, and additionally, I wish to select 3 techniques from the second Hokage's repertoire. Minato pondered for a moment, then agreed, very well. I promise you that once I have organized everything, I will teach you. Before long, Minato arrived with a collection of scrolls containing various jutsu. He would instruct Shen Yan on how to learn and release these techniques. For the second Mizukage's water techniques, Shen Yan selected Water Release, Heavenly Weeping, Water Severing Wave, and Mighty Strength. Shen Yan acquired the methods of ninjutsu training from Minato, utilizing shadow clones to expedite his learning process. The rapidity of his progress astonished Minato. In contrast, his advancement in sealing techniques, particularly the 5 elements seal and the 4 symbols seal, was considerably slower, as these were genuinely challenging to master. Hokage, I have already learned your Rasengan, Shen Yan declared. Minato, taken aback, recalled that he had not actually instructed him on the usage of the Rasengan. Indeed, Minato had not taught it, but Shen Yan understood the underlying principles. Upon attempting it, he found it not overly difficult. A sphere of chakra manifested in the palm of his hand, which he augmented, maintaining its form. Super large Rasengan, he exclaimed, as he continued to amplify the chakra output. He lifted a Rasengan the size of a car. Remarkably, Shen Yan had yet to innovate upon the Rasengan, yet he had achieved such a feat. He contemplated the possibility of infusing chakra attributes to effect transformations, though he had yet to explore this avenue. Developing the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken seemed an impractical expenditure of time, and he also wished to experiment with the combination of the Shuriken and the Shadow Clone technique. Sharing his thoughts with Minato, he prompted the latter to ponder. If we follow your idea and develop the Rasengan Shuriken while employing the Shadow Clone technique, the chakra of the Rasengan Shuriken would be divided. This could lead to its dissipation. Let us first develop the Rasengan Shuriken, they agreed. Shen Yan inspired Minato to integrate wind release into the Rasengan, and together they dedicated half a month to successfully create the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, followed by the incorporation of the Shadow Clone technique. Wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Minato conjured a Rasengan Shuriken and hurled it with force, swiftly forming hand seals for the Shadow Clone technique. The Rasengan Shuriken split in midair, doubling, and then quadrupling, yet soon after, it dispersed and exploded in the sky. As I suspected, once the chakra is divided, the multiple Rasengan Shuriken cannot be sustained. What if we enhance the chakra output? Shen Yan inquired. However, Minato replied, my chakra is limited. Excessively amplifying the output would leave me depleted and incapable of continuing the fight, rendering it futile. Allow me to try, Shen Yan proposed. He similarly formed a Rasengan Shuriken, significantly increasing the chakra output, and launched a Shuriken that was not only larger than before but also accompanied by the Shadow Clone technique. This time, he successfully manifested numerous Rasengan Shuriken, arrayed in a line, with an extensive striking range and commendable power. Have we succeeded? Minato exclaimed, perspiring. Such an assault was beyond his capabilities, as he lacked the abundant chakra necessary for such extravagance. Yet, what if he incorporated the Flying Thunder God technique? The Rasengan Shuriken was composed of his chakra and could indeed be transported, especially to a location nearby, if it missed its target. He could teleport and retrieve it for rethrowing or further transport. Just because he could use the Flying Thunder God to redirect others' attacks did not imply that he could not apply the same to his own. In an instant, a new door seemed to open for the Watergate. Mr. Shen Yan, you are indeed a genius. Ha, I am unworthy of such praise, Shen Yan replied, scratching his head with a bashful smile. From the shadows emerged Obito, and Watergate nodded. Upon discovering the truth, Obito, with the assistance of Watergate and Kakashi, chose to turn back. However, the sins he committed could not be erased. Obito had been seeking ways to atone for his transgressions and would continue down the path of redemption in the future. Obito, how are you feeling? Is your health improving? It's manageable. Kakashi accompanied me to the hospital for an examination, Obito responded. The cursed seal on his heart had been removed by Konoha's medical department. The higher-ups of Konoha were astonished to learn that Obito had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, particularly Danzo, who had contemplated imprisoning him. Nevertheless, Watergate intervened to spare his disciple. Few were aware of Obito's assault on Konoha, and he had already briefed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who fell silent upon learning the truth. A young man, passionate about Konoha, had been misled by Uchiha Madara. It was an unfortunate circumstance, but the mistakes he made could not be undone. Considering the Uchiha clan and the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen suggested that Obito return to Konoha as a hero, granting him a public identity while insisting that he continue to atone for his past. "Teacher, I wish to atone for my mistakes," Obito said earnestly, lowering his gaze. "I need to repay my wrongs, even if I can never fully do so." "Obito." Shen Yan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Obito, I have a method for you. If successful, you could claim to have saved the entire ninja world." "Really? Please, tell me. Are you familiar with the Tsutsuki clan?" "Yes. Kagaya Tsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths are part of that clan." "Your understanding is incomplete. The Tsutsuki clan hails from above," Shen Yan indicated toward the sky. "Are you suggesting they reside in the heavens?" "No, the ground beneath us is actually a planet. They come from beyond it. Originally, there were 2 members of the Tsutsuki clan who arrived here, with Kagaya being one of them. They plant divine trees on other planets to siphon the life force. And the trees bear chakra fruits. The planets stripped of their vitality become desolate." The master and disciple exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Shen Yan continued to share information about the Tsutsuki clan. The growth of the divine tree requires the sacrifice of an Tsutsuki clan member. Originally, Kagaya was meant to be the sacrificial offering, but she turned against another member and fed them to the tree's manifestation, the 10 Tails. However, that Tsutsuki did not perish. Their half-eaten body has been concealed within the ninja world. At this revelation, Watergate could no longer remain composed. "Mr. Shen Yan, are you suggesting that another Tsutsuki, as powerful as the progenitor of chakra, exists and has been seeking an opportunity to plant the divine tree to extract the planet's life force?" "Indeed. My mission involves sealing Kagaya, as well as eliminating that individual," Shen Yan stated, his head aching. "The challenge lies in not knowing their whereabouts. So, you require my assistance?" "Indeed, space-time ninjutsu is remarkably convenient. I need to investigate everything concerning the Tsutsuki clan. There are matters that only you can uncover. I will do so." Shen Yan relayed all he knew about Tsutsuki Kagaya to the 2 individuals. Obito promptly replied, "Leave it to me. I will delve into all matters regarding Tsutsuki Kagaya." "Do not confront her directly. She is exceedingly powerful. If you see her, flee." Tsutsuki Kagaya possesses immense strength, making it arduous for both Naruto and Sasuke in the future. Although Obito has the technique of intangibility to safeguard his life, he is by no means a match for her. Obito resolved to investigate the affairs surrounding Tsutsuki Kagaya alone, without lingering in the village. Shen Yan also bid farewell to Minato, expressing his desire for peace in the world. "By the way, before I leave, I have a gift for you. Be sure to check it." "Huh?" Minato was met with Shen Yan vanishing in a radiant glow, leaving him perplexed. An Umbu from Konoha then appeared, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo has been assassinated. The root ninjas have suffered significant casualties, and the assailant remains unidentified." Remnants of wood release were left at the scene. What expression should I wear at such a moment? Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and now he has. "Mr. Shen Yan, you have truly presented me with a dilemma." Minato hurried over, discovering Danzo's body pierced by numerous wooden spikes, surrounded by a plethora of documents. Upon opening them, he found various incriminating materials against Danzo, including embezzlement of public funds, the capture of civilians for human experimentation, and obstruction of peace negotiations with Iwagakure. He deserved his fate. Even Minato, with his commendable temperament, could not help but curse upon reviewing the documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others arrived late, with Tsunade and Mito demanding to know how Minato could serve as Hokage. Minato merely threw the documents before them, rendered speechless. The third Hokage appeared to age a decade in an instant, his body hunched, lips trembling, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Minato disbanded the root organization and reassigned Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan, adopting a conciliatory approach towards them. In a brief span, the Uchiha clan and Konoha entered a golden era of harmony. Shen Yan returned to the primary world, leaning back on a dust-laden sofa with a long sigh, momentarily concluding his endeavors. Gazing at the dust on the coffee table, he lamented, "How long has it been?" Charging his phone and connecting to the internet, he checked the calendar. Had over half a year truly passed? He had departed in spring, and now it was deep autumn. Observing the daylight outside, he called for housekeeping services to thoroughly clean the entire house. Shen Yan, are you back? I thought you had moved away. Sakura, returning from school, greeted him upon seeing him in the yard. No, I merely returned from a business trip. Shen Yan produced a bag of handmade dumplings acquired from the Hokage world, saying, I brought you a local specialty, purely handmade dumplings, and they taste delightful. Thank you, Shen Yan. Sakura joyfully accepted the situation. Observing the comings and goings of people at Shen Yan's residence, and inquired, what are they doing? They are the housekeeping staff I hired. I've been away on business for too long, resulting in a thick layer of dust accumulating. It's uninhabitable without proper cleaning, Shen Yan replied, visibly exasperated. He retrieved a folding table and 2 chairs from his home, brewed a pot of tea, and they sat in the courtyard watching the cleaning unfold, casually discussing the matter of the Clow cards. I've collected quite a few Clow cards, but classmate Li Xiaolang is also on a quest for them, Sakura lamented. This has prevented me from acquiring some cards. I see, that presents quite a dilemma. Collecting the final Clow card will trigger the ultimate judgment, Shen Yan remarked. The ultimate judgment sounds perilous, Sakura responded. Well, if you find it too challenging, I can assist you in dealing with that adjudicator, Shen Yan offered. No. That would be inappropriate, Sakura replied, feeling uneasy about the notion. Isn't that akin to cheating? By the way, I encountered an exceptionally beautiful person this morning. But she exuded a rather peculiar aura, Sakura continued. Is that so? Shen Yan replied. What is it, brother Shen Yan? Never doubt your instincts. If you sense something amiss about that individual, it undoubtedly warrants concern. Shen Yan was aware of Sakura's potent magical abilities, which enabled her to perceive many things, even to experience prophetic dreams. Is that so? I shall remain vigilant, Sakura affirmed. Shen Yan gently ruffled the little girl's hair, but a sudden gust of wind prompted him to frown. Both he and Sakura simultaneously sensed an unusual feeling. This sensation is rather strange. It's coming from that direction, Sakura indicated towards the northeast. Let us investigate this evening, he suggested. Agreed. After parting ways with Shen Yan, Sakura returned home to complete her homework and rest. Following dinner, Shen Yan, accompanied by Sakura, ventured towards the location she sensed earlier. Xiao Cao joined them, and along the way, they stopped intermittently until they arrived at a shrine. Wow, in Tokyo, where every inch is precious, there is still a shrine? Shen Yan marveled at the character's moon peak inscribed on the torii gate, feeling a sense of familiarity. Sakura tugged at his sleeve, and together they stepped into the shrine. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. Green walls rose up, revealing an immense labyrinth, trapping them behind walls. This is the maze card, Sakura. We are ensnared in a labyrinth, Shen Yan declared. What should we do to escape? Sakura inquired anxiously. We can only proceed onward, but the maze will shift, Xiao Cao lamented, acknowledging that this card was under the moon's dominion, leaving them with limited options. In that case, let us break through, Shen Yan proclaimed, stretching his arms. Sakura, do you possess any cards for self-protection? Yes, I have a shield, she confirmed. Then use it to safeguard yourself, Shen Yan instructed. As an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from him, causing even Xiao Cao to exclaim, is this for real? Such a magnitude of magic rivals that of Clow. Water release, water severing wave, he declared, unleashing a delicate stream of water that sliced through the wall before them, creating a passageway. Grasping Sakura and Xiao Cao, he surged forward. How swift! Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. The wind blades sliced through the walls that were closing in, and Shen Yan pressed forward. However, the walls healed at an astonishing rate. With a grunt, Shen Yan enveloped himself in Nine Tails chakra and, resembling a monstrous entity, shattered the walls. Barreling through the labyrinth alongside Sakura. Did we make it out? Is this truly the method employed? Sakura and Xiao Cao wiped the sweat from their brows, realizing that such a technique was beyond their capabilities. Sakura, seal it. Understood. Clow card, reveal your true form before me. The Clow card was sealed, and it fell into Shen Yan's hands, a token of his assistance. This card holds some significance for me. My apologies, but I shall take it for now. It's nothing, Sakura replied, feeling no qualms about it. The two then turned their gazes towards the tree within the shrine. Shen Yan, that tree. Do not disturb that tree. I cannot assist you. Moon Peak Shrine, coupled with the Clow card, led Shen Yan to discern the nature of this place. The shrine belonged to the family of Kanketsuga, who possessed the moon bell gifted to Sakura by Clow Reed, aiding her during the ultimate trial. Furthermore, Ga was in a romantic relationship with one of Clow Reed's reincarnations, Haizumi Elio. Yes, he was once in a relationship with Sakura's brother, Tuya. But they parted ways when Tuya had to go abroad in his third year of junior high. As for the tree, it housed the return card. Shen Yan lacked the ability to manipulate time at this moment. The only means to seal the return card was through the time card held by Li Xiaoling. Kid, do you know what Clow card this is? The return card. Ah, indeed, that poses a challenge. Xiaoka sighed. Though it is disheartening, Sakura, you might need to seek assistance from that little brat. Should we call Li for help? Sakura inquired. I don't have my phone. Use mine. Shen Yan handed his phone to Sakura, who remembered the number and dialed Li Xiaolong's home. A gentle voice responded. Hello, this is the Li residence. Hello, may I speak to Li Xiaoling? This is Kinomoto Sakura, she asked somewhat shyly. May I ask if you are looking for Master Xiaoling or Miss Miling? Master Xiaoling, please. Kinomoto-san is looking for you. Thank you, Uncle Wen. This is Li Xiaoling. Li, there is a Clow card at Moon Peak Shrine that we cannot seal. Could you come over? A Clow card? Understood. Li Xiaoling hung up and soon arrived at Moon Peak Shrine, wielding a sword. Where is the Clow card? That tree. Shen Yan pointed out. The tree houses the return card, requiring your time card. And you are? This is my neighbor, Shen Yan. He is also a magician. He is also collecting Clow cards. Shen Yan brandished the return card. Little brat, I heard you once attempted to seize Sakura's Clow cards? Not long ago. Xiaoka spoke with Shen Yan about Li Xiaoling, including the incident where he attempted to seize the Clow card from Sakura upon their first meeting, only to be thwarted by Chiyo and Tuya. Indeed, what of it? Nothing much. Suddenly, Shen Yan appeared before Li Xiaoling and flicked his forehead with a finger. Bang! Instantly, Li Xiaolong's forehead swelled, turning red and forming a large bump. Ouch! This is just a small lesson. Sakura is my sister, and as her brother, I must teach a lesson to anyone who bullies her. Oh dear, brother Shen Yan, that incident is in the past. Are you all right, Li-san? How infuriating, it hurts. Li Xiaoling held his forehead, not truly angry, recognizing that he had indeed been in the wrong. Have you practiced martial arts? Just for a few years. I could play with you. No, let us seal the Clow card first. Li Xiaoling understood what was of utmost importance, taking out the time card and preparing to activate it. Shen Yan placed a hand on his shoulder, lending him his formidable magical power. Such overwhelming energy. The time card consumes a great deal of magic. You don't have enough. I know, time. The time card activated, compelling the return of the card. While Sakura also sealed it. The card fell into Li Xiaolong's hands, prompting Xiaoka to grumble, how infuriating, that little brat has snatched another card away. Don't dwell on it. Once the Clow card is in that brat's possession, the final judgment will inevitably arrive. It is precisely for this reason that Shen Yan took the mysterious card. After all, one more or one less does not make a difference. Indeed. Xiaoka drooped his tail and turned his head simultaneously with Shen Yan. Beneath the moonlight, a long-haired beauty clad in a red and white shrine maiden outfit stood quietly. Xiaoka immediately hid within Shen Yan's clothing. Sakura exclaimed, It's that sister from this morning. Good evening, little sister. We meet again. I heard some commotion. So I came to see. Wan Yuega fan smiled serenely. Shen Yan waved his hand, saying, I apologize for bringing two children out for a stroll and disturbing you. Not at all. Well then, farewell. As he led Sakura away, Li Xiaoling followed, sensing that the woman was no ordinary person. Indeed, Shen Yan replied. You will often encounter her in the future. What do you know? I know she has connections to Clow Reed. Shen Yan observed the astonished expressions of the two, asserting that all would be revealed on the day of the final judgment. I'm tired. I must return to sleep now. Hey, Shen Yan, you mentioned that lady is related to Clow. You must know something, right? Xiaoka positioned himself before Shen Yan. Shen Yan stated, Clow Reed has been reincarnated. What? Is he still alive? However, he does not intend to acknowledge you, for Clow Reed has died, and the reincarnated individual does not regard themselves as Clow Reed. Although Harazawa Aelio inherited Clow's magic and memories, he is not Clow Reed himself. Who knows where the original is? Perhaps he is even observing this conversation. Sakura's father is indeed the reincarnation of Clow Reed. It is truly perplexing that a person's soul and body can both be reincarnated. However, there is no however. Cerberus. Your master has perished, and the new master you have chosen is Sakura, is it not? You shall meet again in the future. At that time, you may inquire directly. Will you truly meet again? Certainly, once all the Clow cards are gathered, he will inevitably reveal himself one day. Shen Yan led Sakura back and pondered for a moment before asking, Sakura, would you like to learn how to harness magical energy for combat? Huh? But can't I just use the Cloud cards? No. Activating the Cloud cards requires time, does it not? Shen Yan replied with a smile. What if your opponent closes in on you and does not afford you the time to activate the Cloud cards? But I don't want to fight. Under normal circumstances, I would not encourage you to learn this, but given the nature of this world, who knows what may lurk within? Sakura primarily relied on Cloud cards, yet close combat could easily lead to disadvantage. Even with fighting cards, if one cannot activate them in time, they are rendered useless. Hey, you are not intending to teach Sakura something peculiar, are you? Karo, close combat is the romance of a mage. The legendary wizard Gandalf is renowned for wielding dual weapons, having maxed out his sword skills while only learning a mere illumination spell. That is the essence of true magic. You are straying from the path. Not at all. Shen Yan spread his palm, and a spiraling orb of energy materialized within it. Would you care to learn? It can be instantaneously activated, and there is an advanced version as well. He raised the colossal spiraling orb above his head, startling Sakura, while Karo remarked, Your magical energy is as if it were free, but Sakura cannot afford to squander her energy in such a manner. She is still quite young. Her magical reserves will grow in time. After some contemplation, Sakura recognized the merit in Shen Yan's words and resolved to follow him in learning magic. The spiral orb is entirely composed of chakra, requiring no hand seals. It can be understood as a pure energy construct that continuously controls energy to spin at high speeds. Shen Yan could utilize any energy to power it. In other words, it could also be created using magical energy, making it perfectly suited for Sakura. The following day, upon returning home from school, Sakura approached Shen Yan. Brother Shen Yan, that older sister from last night, has become our substitute math teacher. Oh, I see. Do not worry. She will not do anything to you. She is quite a good person. In the first season of Cardcaptor Sakura, there are no villains. Even the troublemaker, Ilios Hirajizawa, acts for Sakura's growth without causing harm. I know, Teacher Mizuki is very kind. By the way, Brother Shen Yan, are we going to commence our training? With a smile, Shen Yan handed her a water sphere, taking one for himself as well. Infuse it with magical energy, causing it to flow in irregular directions. And then break the water sphere. He demonstrated, and it appeared as though something within the water was striving to burst forth, writhing until it suddenly exploded, startling Sakura. Is this how it works? Sakura attempted it, and astonishingly, she succeeded on her first try. Your talent is remarkable. Shen Yan had learned the spiral orb through self-study, employing shadow clones for several days before successfully mastering it. Sakura's aptitude is truly extraordinary. Well, you may proceed to the next phase. Once again, she retrieved a palm-sized ball and, while maintaining the magic she had conjured, sought a way to materialize it, determined to burst the ball. This time, Sakura did not succeed immediately. The ball's resilience was far beyond that of an ordinary balloon, proving to be quite a challenge. Haha, do not be too disheartened. Your talent is remarkable, and I am confident that success will come in due time. Shen Yan sat in the courtyard, basking in the afternoon sun, while Sakura sat beside him, desperately trying to break the ball. He poured her a cup of tea and offered a plate of cookies. As Sakura nibbled on the treats, her magical energy continuously surged against the ball, yet she remained unsuccessful. Shen Yan, where did you learn magic? She inquired. Ah, a rather harsh place, Shen Yan replied, ruffling Sakura's hair. You would not want to know. Is it a place where you have to endure rigorous training every day? In Sakura's mind, the notion of exhausting daily training already seemed quite cruel. Something like that. He decided to divert the conversation. Sakura, your brother has returned. Huh? Brother? Sakura turned to see her brother approaching on his bicycle. Aren't you working today? No, but what about you? Why are you at Mr. Shen Yan's again, clutching that ball? Do monsters also have times when they want to play with a ball? Tuya teased his sister, his sharp tongue softened by his genuine affection for her. Fully aware of what she was doing. Possessing immense magical power, Tuya was perceived by Shen Yan, although he did not know how to wield it. He also had the ability to communicate with spirits, allowing him to glimpse many things, including their late mother. That's not true. Sakura glared at her brother in annoyance. Shen Yan smiled and invited Tuya in for tea. I haven't seen Mr. Fujitaka around lately. Father has been quite busy with work, returning home late at night. I apologize for troubling you, Shen Yan. Not at all. Sakura is a delightful child. She mentioned that a new teacher arrived today. A new teacher? Indeed, Miss Mizuki is quite an enchanting individual. Ah, she almost became your sister-in-law. Shen Yan mused internally as he held the teacup. Mizuki? Mizuki from the Yefeng Shrine? Do you know her, brother? I knew her once, but she went abroad to study later. Tuya spoke nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the mention of his ex-girlfriend. Speaking of shrines, I've recently taken a job at one. Oh, are there so many shrines in Tokyo? Indeed, this particular shrine has quite a history. It is called the Nichiboka Shrine. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Yan sputtered tea in astonishment. Nichiboka Shrine? Is there a problem with that? No, I just recalled some matters regarding the Nichiboka Shrine. I intend to visit there soon. Could you provide me with its location? Of course. Peach Arrow disclosed the location of the sunsetting shrine to Shen Yan. After receiving the information, noticing that dusk was approaching, the siblings returned home, playfully teasing each other, their bond radiating cuteness. That rascally Xiaolang is quite fortunate. Shen Yan muttered to himself before retiring for the night. The following morning, he greeted the siblings as they departed for school. After a period of training, he ventured into the city, intending to purchase a motorcycle, and arrived at the sunsetting shrine. The shrine was situated atop a small hill, a rarity to behold amidst the urban landscape. Enclosed by a fence, the vermilion torii gate led to a lengthy staircase. Ascending the steps, he reached the shrine, where an unusual aura enveloped him, evoking a sense of peculiarity. Beside the shrine stood a massive sacred tree, appearing to have stood for several centuries, if not longer. Greetings. Are you here to offer prayers? An elderly man approached, adorned in a black and white priestly robe, his hair neatly tied in a bun. He produced a divine talisman adorned with purple glass beads. Young man, this is the Four-Soul Gem, a treasure passed down through generations at our sunsetting shrine. Acquiring it will bestow you with good fortune. The notion of the Four-Soul Gem was intriguing, yet the orb in the elder's hand seemed like an ordinary glass ball. Good sir, I am the teacher of sunsetting Gulwei. I've heard she is unwell and came to check on her, Shen Yan stated, determining the timeline. If Gulwei was indeed searching for the Four-Soul Gem, it was likely she was on medical leave. The child had implored her grandfather for excuses, feigning various ailments in her quest for the gem. The elder, visibly flustered, exclaimed, well, Gulwei is currently at the hospital, not at home. Is that so? I understand, Shen Yan replied, nodding. May I explore your shrine? Of course, please do, the elder invited. Shen Yan meandered about, feigning casual curiosity until he arrived at a small room that exuded an odd sensation. Upon opening the door, a musty odor wafted into his nostrils, revealing a wooden well at the center of the room. He approached and peered inside, only to see the muddy bottom. This well was crafted from the sacred tree, and according to legend, during the Warring States period, it was used to dispose of the corpses of monsters, which would swiftly vanish, hence its moniker, the Bone-Eating Well. Leaping into the well, he found nothing of particular significance, realizing he could not traverse back to that era. He had initially hoped to seek out the legendary swordsmith who forged the iron fragments and heavenly teeth. After exiting the well, he departed from the sunsetting shrine and rode home. Upon returning, he found Sakura engrossed in mastering the spiral sphere, and he instructed her to summon Xiaoku. What do you need, kid? Xiaoku casually perched on the coffee table, relishing snacks. Xiaoku, is it possible to travel back in time using the return card? Travel back in time? What do you intend to do? Altering the past could lead to grave consequences. Such actions are strictly forbidden with the return card, Xiaoku cautioned. Those who tamper with time may find themselves ensnared by it. Attempting to change the past will result in a forced return. Have you heard of the Era Tree? The Era Tree? I believe I have heard Kuro mention it. Xiaoku pondered for a moment and recalled that it was the tree that did not belong to the current era, yet manifested before her eyes. Indeed. I discovered an ancient well crafted from the Era Tree at the Twilight Shrine. This well connects to the Warring States period of our nation, an era marked by a formidable demon blacksmith. I wish to commission him to forge a blade for me. The return card can facilitate this, but it is currently in the possession of the little ghost. That night, I did give him a good smack on the head. Why not enlist Sakura's help? Xiaoku chuckled, suggesting that when we go together, I too wish to witness the Warring States period of our country. The flow of time appears to be equivalent in both eras. However, an extended duration would be unfeasible as Sakura must attend school, and her father and brother would certainly worry. Shen Yan dismissed Xiaoku's desire to accompany him, noting that if the temporal flow differed, Gulwei would not need to request leave daily. That's true. Sakura, why not pay a visit to the little ghost? While I wish to assist Shen Yan, I fear for Li's situation. Let us exchange. Shen Yan offered her the mysterious card, borrowing the return card for a time, as a trade for which he would relinquish this card to her. I shall give it a try, said Sakura, The following day, Sakura returned to Shen Yan with the return card. Lee is willing to lend you the card, but hopes you refrain from any mischief. Certainly. The return card merely serves as the key to the bone-eating well. Primarily, it facilitates traversing through time. Shen Yan, do you truly intend to visit the Warring States period? What if you cannot return? Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly return. Shen Yan reassured her, for I have no desire to exist in an age devoid of the internet. But Shen Yan, isn't your blade quite powerful? Why forge another? Sakura inquired curiously. Because this blade no longer suffices for my needs. The Sunwell blade is strong. Yet it possesses merely a special attack against demons. He yearns for a blade with greater destructive capability, which the blades crafted by thewraiths can fulfill. I see. By the way, are demons truly real? Sakura's hair bristled in fear. Though the little girl is now a magical girl, she remains quite terrified of such creatures. They once existed. However, in the city, I have not encountered any recently. Perhaps due to their fear of humans, they hide deep within the mountains and forests. Shen Yan remarked, shaking his head. Do demons fear humans as well? Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than demons. Sakura did not comprehend his words. Nor did he wish for her to, for this innocence is uniquely hers. As night fell, Shen Yan arrived at the Twilight Shrine with the return card. Leaping into the bone-eating well, he infused the card with magical energy. As he was not the original wielder, it required a significant expenditure of magic. Oh, Clow-Reed, open the gateway to the past. Return. The brilliance of magic illuminated the cramped space, and suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, causing him to plummet. Surrounding him was a dazzling array of lights, and in a fleeting moment of disorientation, he found himself once again upon the ground, still at the bottom of the well. Upon lifting my gaze, I was greeted by a sky adorned with countless stars, as a refreshing breeze swept overhead, accompanied by the gentle chorus of chirping insects. I had succeeded. I tucked away the card in my hand and leapt into action. After a brief interval, a crimson shadow emerged from the depths of the forest, immediately heightening my vigilance. With a swift motion, I clasped my hands together, causing trees to sprout from beneath my feet, rapidly growing into towering giants. Under my command, these trees surged forth like a torrent towards the red figure. Scatter the soul iron claws. The adversary struck with a claw, cleaving the trees in an instant. Drawing an ancient katana from my waist, it transformed into a formidable blade the moment it was unsheathed, the hilt adorned with soft fur. I raised the blade and swung down. With a resounding clash, the Sunwell blade met the iron tooth, the immense force causing me to frown. As I discerned the figure before me, I hesitated, proclaiming, "Wait, I do not wish to be your enemy. Why do you lurk near the village at such a late hour?" The youth in red bore striking silver hair that shimmered under the moonlight, complemented by a pair of white canine ears atop his head. His golden eyes glinted with hostility, and around his neck hung a string of crimson spirit beads. While he wielded the iron tooth, his bare feet resting upon the grass. I hail from the Bone Eater's Well. I am a person of the modern era. A modern person? Inuyasha furrowed his brow. It is already night. What brings you to Kagome's home at this hour? Moreover, how did you arrive here? No matter. I'll apprehend you first. Just as he prepared to act, a girl clad in a sailor uniform, bearing a bow and arrow, approached. Inuyasha said, with a thud. The beads around Inuyasha's neck pulled him down to the ground. What are you doing? Kagome, this person came from your home. He might be a thief. Inuyasha protested, visibly displeased. My home? Sir, you are indeed a modern person, correct? Indeed. My apologies, Miss Higurashi. Yes, I am Shen Yan. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding the Bone Eater's Well, which is why I employed certain methods to arrive here. I introduced myself with candor, recognizing that the girl before me was reminiscent of my childhood friend, Sakura. Hello, Mr. Shen Yan. Kagome replied, I apologize. Inuyasha detected your scent and mistook you for an intruder. Humph, this fellow possesses considerable spiritual power. Roaming around here at night would certainly raise suspicions. Inuyasha remarked from his position on the ground. This is my fault. After all, arriving during the day from the Bone Eater's Well might frighten Miss Higurashi's family, I acknowledged, raising my hands in apology to both of them. Mr. Shen Yan, what is your purpose in this era? Kagome inquired. Oh, well, you see, I have learned of a skilled swordsmith in this era, and I wish to seek him out to forge a fine blade for me. I glanced at the nick on the Sunwell blade. It had sustained damage upon our first encounter, having been struck by the iron tooth. The Sunwell blade was already impressive in its endurance, as it was crafted by that renowned swordsmith specifically to vanquish evil spirits. but it could not compare to a blade forged from the teeth of a great demon. I apologize for the damage caused by Inuyasha to your blade. Kagome, in a gesture of politeness, apologized on behalf of Inuyasha, who remained indifferent, responding that there was no need for apologies. However, he continued to harbor suspicions about the newcomer. As it was unusual for an ordinary human to command a great tree, despite the scent being unmistakably human. Inuyasha, still wary, stood up under Kagome's intense gaze. Inuyasha, do you happen to know where Totosai resides? He inquired. I do not know, though old man Myoga might. Yet he too has vanished, Inuyasha replied, clasping his hands together. I have no idea where that fellow could be. It's quite bothersome. Sitting down, Shen Yan interjected, I apologize for interrupting your rest. It seems I must search for him on my own. Mr. Shen Yan, why not accompany us on our journey? Old man Myoga sometimes seeks Inuyasha. And he could take you along, Kagome suggested. Hey, Kagome, why would you invite a stranger to travel with us? We are on a quest for the Shirkan Jewel shards. Inuyasha retorted, visibly displeased. The Shirkan Jewel? I've heard that when united, it can grant a wish. Shards? It seems the jewel has shattered, Shen Yan remarked. How much do you truly know? Inuyasha questioned. Just a bit, Shen Yan gestured. This group has managed to gather 1 to 3 shards at a time, while the main piece remains with Naruto. Kagome, feeling embarrassed, confessed, I accidentally shattered it. The Shirkan jewel had been broken into pieces by her arrow, scattering across the land. When demons acquired these shards, their powers would amplify, and they had been tirelessly working to reclaim them, to atone for her mistake. Kagome frequently took leave from her responsibilities to recover the shards. Oh, how careless, Shen Yan commented. Well then, I shall trouble you for a while longer. Leave the ordinary demons to me. Inuyasha scoffed. You certainly have a way with words. I still possess some fighting prowess, Shen Yan smiled. Briefly joining the traveling party at Kagome's invitation. The following morning, Kagome introduced Shen Yan to their companions, the lecherous monk Moroku, the demon slayer Sango, the fox demon Shippo, and the two-tailed cat demon Karara. Greetings, I am Shen Yan, hailing from the future like Miss Kagome. I am here to seek Totosai for the crafting of a sword. Searching for Totosai? Moroku and the others were surprised. They had only encountered the eccentric, feigning blacksmith once. However, a craftsman capable of forging Tesega and Tensiga was undoubtedly remarkable. Indeed, I will be traveling with you for a while, Shen Yan affirmed. No problem at all. You are most welcome, they replied. By the way, Mr. Shen Yan, are you a sorcerer as well? Your magical aura is quite potent, Moroku noted. Magical aura? Perhaps he senses my spiritual energy. Is it considered magic to them? How intriguing. Shen Yan mused. I suppose so. I know a few spells. Shen Yan executed a transformation spell, assuming the appearance of Mithraea. The crowd erupted in applause, marveling at the mastery of his craft, as it was nearly indistinguishable from the trickery of a raccoon spirit. Mithraea, can you do this? I cannot, Mithraea openly confessed. If I could, I wouldn't need to rely on the same face to attract attention, the mage remarked. I can't shake the feeling that you are harboring some rather impolite thoughts. Coral cast a glance his way, prompting Mithraea to clear his throat. How could that be? Shen Yan crouched down, producing a small dried fish, which he offered to the curious Yunk. Yunk happily devoured it in one bite, endearing himself even more to the onlookers. This little creature possesses a remarkable lineage. Yunk was once the battle companion of the priestess Tsukiko, the creator of the Shirkan Jewel. After Tsukiko's demise, Yunk became a member of the Exorcist village, fighting alongside the demon slayers. Following the village's destruction, he continued to vanquish demons alongside Coral. This little fellow can be regarded as a divine beast within the demon realm. Yunk is truly adorable, and he is my dear companion, Coral remarked, cradling Yunk in her arms. Since the fall of the Exorcist village, she has remained inseparable from Yunk. After some light conversation to familiarize themselves, Govii, riding a women's bicycle, announced, Everyone, we must set off. The group prepared for their journey, and Govii suggested, Mr. Shen Yan, why don't you take the back seat? The bicycle can accommodate another person. Ere Guzzi shot a glance their way, recalling how he used to occupy the rear seat. Inuyasha, what expression is that? We can't have Mr. Shen Yan running the entire way. The mage can ride on Yunk with Mr. Shen Yan. I shall take the bicycle, Coral proposed. In an instant, Yunk grew in size, revealing 2 enormous fangs while flames enveloped his feet, allowing him to soar through the air. Thank you, but I have my own mode of transportation. Shen Yan retrieved a motorcycle from his system space, prompting Govii to exclaim in surprise, A motorcycle? Where did you conjure that from? Oh, it's one of my spells. Shen Yan replied with a smile as he mounted the motorcycle. Care to join me? This bicycle is rather slow. Absolutely. I want to come too. Chibao leaped onto the motorcycle's fuel tank, perching himself there, while Govei settled onto the rear seat. Shen Yan stowed away the bicycle and backpack. With the motorcycle roaring to life, they sped along the rural path, though the road conditions were rather poor, causing quite the jolt. This road is truly dreadful. Shen Yan lamented. The city is so much better. Asphalt roads allow for unrestrained travel. I should have brought an off-road motorcycle. There is little we can do. At least there are roads to traverse in this era. Mountain paths are the most treacherous, Govei sighed. Behind them, Inuyasha remained crouched, seemingly unperturbed by the bumpy ride. This vehicle is quite amusing, Govei. It's far more exhilarating than your iron contraption. The speed is remarkable. Coral and Mithraea soared above on Yunk's back, moving swiftly through the skies. Unlike their previous leisurely pace, they were now progressing much more rapidly. Before them lay rugged mountain paths that the motorcycle could not navigate. Shen Yan reluctantly stowed the bike, noting that there was little fuel left and that they would need to purchase more at the market. They traversed one mountain after another, and Govei pointed toward a direction, stating, "There is a presence of the Shirkan jewel. Without Miss Govei, we would be like headless flies," Mithraea sighed. Without Kagom's ability to sense the Shirkan jewel, their quest to retrieve it would be lost in the mist of time. After all, only she possesses the unique skill to detect the jewel's aura. Speaking of which, someone mentioned that a bear demon has been spotted in the vicinity, Coral remarked. That bear is merely a troublesome creature wreaking havoc on crops. Yet I have heard it has suddenly grown larger and begun to assault villages, Moroku replied. Rather than the bear, I would prefer to pursue the wolf. Inuyasha said irritably. Steel Fong, that scrawny wolf, possesses 2 fragments of the Shirkan jewel embedded in its legs. If there is a sin of wolves on this mountain, I might feel a surge of determination. Are you intent on eliminating that fellow named Steel Fong? Shen Yan inquired. Of course. Shippo chuckled. A rival in love. Inuyasha delivered a punch to Shippo, causing a sizable bump to form on his head. What was that for? Moroku interjected, reminding him, Shippo, do not provoke the tail of a rabid dog. From the thicket came a rustling sound, prompting Shen Yan to turn. For men clad in tattered armor, brandishing weapons, emerged with lewd expressions, demanding, hand over anything of value. Seeing that you carry little, leave the women behind, and we shall grant you safe passage. So they are merely bandits. Moroku expressed his disinterest, while Shen Yan asked, should we eliminate them? Your bloodlust is rather intense, Moroku retorted. Is it not better to let them go? There is no need. Since they have chosen the path of banditry, they must bear the consequences. As Shen Yan spoke, a flock of birds erupted from the forest, and a colossal bear emerged, its massive paws smashing down trees as thick as barrels, standing upright at nearly 20 meters high. The bandits, terrified, fled in disarray. Kagome exclaimed, the fragment of the Shirkan jewel is on that bear's forehead. Would release, would dragon technique. Shen Yan clasped his hands, summoning a wooden dragon that spiraled forth, ensnaring the giant bear and leaving it no chance to escape. Inuyasha, Kagome warned. Just in time, Inuyasha leaped onto the bear's head, ready to seize the Shirkan jewel. A piercing hum filled the air, causing everyone to turn and behold a dark mass of clouds gathering above. What is that? It is the most ferocious breed. Moroku identified. It is Nariku's poisonous insects. Shen Yan focused intently, realizing that these were not clouds, but rather large, wasp-like creatures with blood-red compound eyes and menacing mandibles, as large as a human head, rapidly flapping their wings. The most ferocious breed is a swarm of poisonous insects bred by Nariku, appearing frequently to prevent Moroku from utilizing his wind tunnel. Moroku's wind tunnel can absorb all that is drawn into it, a consequence of Nariku's curse that has plagued his family since his grandfather's era. His father was even consumed by the wind tunnel when it opened too wide. In pursuit of breaking this curse, Moroku constantly seeks Nariku's whereabouts and, to avoid an early demise, refrains from leaving behind offspring, thus indulging in romantic pursuits. The wind tunnel is vulnerable to anything toxic, hence, the most ferocious breed of poisonous insects is particularly effective against it. The most formidable victory possesses an exceptional aggressiveness, serving as the primary tool employed by Nariku, the beekeeper. And what of Nariku's venomous insects? Quite repulsive, indeed. Shen Yan formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and with his chest swelling, exhaled a torrent of searing flames. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The ferocious flames flowed like water, igniting the dark cloud composed of venomous insects, which swiftly expanded, coalescing into a fiery mass in the sky, causing the insects to plummet to the ground, emitting a peculiar scent of burning protein. Meanwhile, Inuyasha extracted the shards of the Shirkan jewel from the giant bear's head, causing its form to shrink instantaneously into that of an ordinary bear, which then turned tail and fled. This was remarkably straightforward, thanks to Shen Yan's assistance, Kagome remarked. Recalling how troublesome it had been in the past to gather the shards of the Shirkan jewel, such ease was indeed a rarity. Kagome, I did put in considerable effort. Inuyasha retorted. Yes, Kagome replied dismissively. Suddenly, a sound of fluttering wings drew their attention. A small swarm of the most formidable insects was advancing in a particular direction. Moroka suggested, let us follow. Perhaps we may uncover Nariku's whereabouts. As they pursued, Inuyasha detected a scent of blood, along with that of wolves. Wolves? Are they the Steel Fang? No, they belong to the Demon Wolf clan. What brings them here? Let us investigate. Upon arriving at a colossal castle, the sky had darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Nariku, show yourself. Inuyasha bellowed, smashing the massive door, only to be met with a horrific sight. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the demon wolves. The group was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the scene. This is bad. Someone intends to pin the blame on us, Shen Yan exclaimed. Moroka grasped the implication. You mean Nariku deliberately lured us here, intending to frame us for the deaths of these demon wolves? Precisely. It seems we are destined to take the fall, he replied. From within the adjacent building, a gust of wind swept through, causing the corpses to rise unsteadily. Shippo cried out in terror. Are these creatures still alive? No, they are not animated. Moroka reminded everyone. These are the deceased. Leave it to me. Wood release. 4-pillar prison. He summoned an abundance of wooden stakes from the earth, forming a cage to confine the zombie-like entities. Inside the building, a stunning beauty in a kimono elegantly flicked her fan, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that shattered the prison. The zombies surged forward, scattering, making it challenging to capture them all at once. Let us retreat. We must not fall into Nariku's trap, Moroka urged. Although Inuyasha was displeased, he recognized the necessity of avoiding Nariku's machinations. The path ahead was obstructed. Do not impede my way. With a swipe of his claw, he shattered a blocking zombie, playing directly into the enemy's hands. Shen Yan snorted, a branch slipping from his sleeve and striking a zombie squarely on the forehead. Wood release. Insertion technique. The branch erupted, growing wildly from within the opponent's body. What terrifying lethality. Mithriya sighed, lamenting the futility of shattering a zombie's skull with his staff. There was little he could do now. The zombie's recovery rate was astonishingly swift. Shen Yan drew his blade, its edge igniting with crimson light, prepared to suppress the adversary's regenerative abilities. At that moment, blood gushed from the wounds of the zombie from the wolf tribe, drenching both him and Inuyasha in a crimson shower. Once again, he had been outmaneuvered. Shen Yan felt an unexpected sense of frustration. It was the first time he had been led around by the nose. The being inside the house might not even be Nariku. That cunning fiend would not reveal himself before Inuyasha and his companions without absolute certainty of success or a compelling reason to do so. Inuyasha, with his wolf fur braided ponytail, stood atop a high wall, his face contorted with rage as he gazed down at them. How dare you commit such cruel acts? He exclaimed. Let me clarify. When we arrived, this group was already deceased. Inuyasha realized he had been ensnared in a trap, yet he still attempted to explain to Koga. However, Koga was unwilling to listen. You were covered in their blood. Do you think I will entertain your excuses? Kagome also tried to elucidate the situation to Koga, but he refused to believe anything beyond his own eyes. Kagome, do not speak on their behalf. Observing the blood on his body, Shen Yan removed his shirt and cast it aside, revealing a strong and muscular torso. This blood reeks. Inuyasha, Miss Kagome, we have been deceived. And this creature refuses to listen to reason. In his fury over his fallen comrades, he accuses us of cruelty? As far as I know, Koga, you seem to have let a pack of wolves slaughter an entire village of humans, don't you? The girl Rin, who was beside Sesomaru, was bitten to death by one of your wolves. Had it not been for Sesomaru using Tensiga to save his future wife, that little girl would have perished. Well, to be fair, Sesomaru is indeed merciful, Shen Yan remarked. And what of it? I am merely avenging the humans who stole my treasures. Koga retorted. Huh, what a double standard. Do human lives not count? Honestly, I detest you. Who do you think you are? Koga shot back, leaping down. I will kill you first. Then deal with that mutt. Shen Yan scoffed. Very well, let us see what you can do. Koga charged forward at great speed, swinging his right arm and delivering a punch that struck the ground, creating a fissure from the immense demonic energy released. Has his power increased? Did he use a fragment of the Shirkan jewel? Inuyasha questioned. Indeed, this fragment is far more potent than the one you took from us. Koga's arm shimmered with dark light, twisted and malevolent. Then I shall sever your hand. I harbor no pity for demons, Shen Yan proclaimed as he raised his blade. Unleashing a flurry of purple slashes, moon breathing, third form, waning moon, erosion. The strikes intertwined, infused with numerous moon blades, and then he executed moon breathing, sixth form, long night. Solitary moon, abyss, targeting Koga, who had evaded the previous assault. Koga countered with a punch, the force shattering the moon blades and stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, Shen Yan had already vanished from sight. Sensing the air, he pinpointed his location and prepared to move, only to find branches sprouting from the ground, ensnaring his ankles and rendering him immobile. How could it be? Destroying the killing foot style, flying star thousand wheels. A tumultuous energy entwined around his feet, delivering a series of bewildering strikes as if they were shooting stars. Bang, bang, bang. Steel Fang was repeatedly struck, his body collapsing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although his attacks could effortlessly shatter rocks, they only inflicted minor injuries upon Steel Fang. Shen Yan lamented. The physical resilience of these monsters is truly remarkable. Just as Steel Fang attempted to rise, a searing blade of the sun will pierce through his right arm, pinning him in place with several black rods. Shen Yan gruesomely extracted the fragments of the four souls from Steel Fang's arm with his blade, tossing them to Miss Gao. Here you go. Gao caught them and inquired, Mr. Shen Yan, could you spare Steel Fang? Why should I let him go? Shen Yan replied matter-of-factly. He intends to kill us. Even if it's a deception, why should I refrain from killing him? He stepped on Steel Fang's foot, continuing to muse. Impulsive, cruel, and self-righteous. It's been ages since I've encountered such a fool. When one takes a life, one must be prepared for the possibility of losing their own. No? This is terrifying. Is Shen Yan truly of the same era as Gao? Yes, yet Gao has not endured as much as I have. I do not mind your disdain. My only contempt is for this fool, oblivious to being used as a pawn. You, scoundrel. Shen Yan kicked the black rod embedded in Steel Fang's shoulder, eliciting a pain scream. Boom. Suddenly, a house within the castle exploded, and a man and a woman burst forth, one of whom was Shen Yan. How could this be? Two Mr. Shen Yans? Everyone was momentarily bewildered as Shen Yan drew his sword, advancing towards the woman. Hey, you must be related to Naruto, Inuyasha remarked. This guy carries the same scent as Naruto. I am Kagura. Upon closer inspection, you are indeed quite the handsome one, and rather clever as well. Kagura smiled, concealing her amusement with a fan, adding, it seems I cannot reclaim the fragments of the four souls from this wolf. Oh, you mentioning that jogs my memory. Shen Yan extracted 2 fragments from Steel Fang's leg. What a cruel act. Are you not friends? Kagura inquired with a smile. Friends? I am not acquainted with this fellow. Steel Fang was both inept and playful, often causing trouble, which Shen Yan found irksome. So, you are a manifestation of Naruto, correct? Kagura ceased her laughter, retorting. Isn't it true that you also possess a doppelganger? No, my doppelganger is nothing like you. During the battle with Steel Fang, Shen Yan had created a wooden clone to infiltrate the castle, successfully forcing Kagura out. My doppelganger only reflects myself, but you're a stunning beauty. Rather than a mere clone, it would be more accurate to say you are a creation of Naruto. Though it felt peculiar, Naruto's manifestations were particularly astute. Naruto's management skills were abysmal, yet his psychological insight was exceptional, adept at manipulating individuals like Kagura. Indeed, in a physical sense, Kagura's heart lies in his hands. Dear brother, you truly possess a talent for jesting. Kagura chuckled lightly, waving her fan, unleashing an invisible blade of wind that sliced towards Shen Yan. A wooden wall abruptly rose from the ground, intercepting the attack. Ah, dear brother, you too are a curious creature. No, I am but a normal human. Shen Yan replied as he emerged from behind the wall. His wooden clone attempted to strike, only to be shattered by Kagura, reduced to mere ordinary wood, already depleted of its magical essence. Why waste words with her? Inuyasha, feeling impatient, charged forward, drawing Tetsusaiga to engage Kagura in combat. Shen Yan sighed. I was hoping to extract some intelligence from her. Noticing an unusual shift in the wind, Shen Yan realized that Kagura was manipulating the air around them. She was indeed the wind mistress. Inuyasha discovered he was unable to use his wind techniques. Kagome, Shen Yan urged, use your arrows to purify Kagura's demonic energy. All right. Kagome released a purifying arrow, and Kagura's malevolent aura vanished instantly. I can control the wind. What significance does purification hold? Wind scar. Inuyasha once again felt the wind, seizing the opportunity as his golden blade tore through the earth, slicing through Kagura as well, sending her soaring into the sky. Landing upon a massive feather, her body rapidly regenerated, revealing the grotesque spider scar on her back. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the scars of Naruto. Kagura fled, and with her departure, the castle swiftly crumbled to reveal its original form. Shen Yan approached Ginkitsu, raising his blade, but was hastily restrained by Kagome. Mr. Shen Yan, Ginkitsu is not an evil entity. This fool is oblivious to the machinations surrounding him and may pose a future threat to you, correct? Eliminating him would be a permanent solution. Would it truly matter? Ginkitsu brought this upon himself, Inuyasha remarked with a sardonic tone. Kagome was about to further persuade when she suddenly realized that the shard of the Shurikon jewel embedded in Ginkitsu's arm was a counterfeit, crafted from miasma and other substances. So, you were deceived, foolish dog. Ginkitsu opened his mouth, ultimately deciding to trust Shen Yan, who sheathed his blade. Out of respect for you, Miss Kagome, I will spare your life. As for whether you can escape on your own, that depends on your own capabilities. Now, let us depart. Is it truly all right to leave Ginkitsu here? Shippo queried. He will surely be devoured by a demon, he added. He is no longer our concern, Shippo, Inuyasha replied. I have granted him a reprieve, Miss Kagome, so let us speak no more of it. Very well. As Kagome and the others left, Ginkitsu remained on the ground, struggling and gazing at the corpses of his companions, filled with impotent rage. They found a place to rest, discussing the matter of Kagura. By the way, why didn't Teen Naruto create any clones before? Perhaps he lacked the capability, was the response. But has he gained such abilities now? Shippo inquired curiously. Naruto is a male, is he not? How can he produce females? Moroku explained, Naruto was originally a conglomerate of demons. And some demons can create clones from their own flesh. Though they may appear as women, they are fundamentally Naruto, which I cannot accept. It's not as if you're in a relationship with them, Kagome retorted. Cheer up, Moroku's clan. After a brief conversation, they prepared to cook. Shen Yan gathered a heap of instant noodles and some canned goods. Guwei exclaimed, instant noodles? And there's plenty of meat. Mr. Shen Yan, your skills are truly convenient. It's not too bad, he replied. The two of them opened the packages, placing the noodle cakes into boiling water, followed by an abundance of canned food. Isn't that a bit excessive? Moroku remarked, observing the overflowing pot of noodles and meat. Even Inuyasha and the others couldn't consume this much. I have quite the appetite. One of them replied. They shared the noodles, but Shen Yan still felt unsatisfied, so he cooked another pot, finally satiating his hunger. Such an appetite is indeed alarming. What can I say? My body requires energy, he countered, while Inuyasha noted, monsters have bodies that defy logic. Indeed, Inuyasha had eaten a fair amount. Yet his consumption was akin to that of 3 or 4 adults. The demonic energy allows me to go days without food, Inuyasha explained. But I still need to eat some. The flavor of instant noodles is quite delightful. This meal eased Inuyasha's wariness towards Shen Yan. The dog demon was truly easygoing. After a restful night, they resumed their journey. A few mornings later, they passed by a lake shrouded in thick mist. Coral went to fetch some water, only to be met with a commotion. Inuyasha rushed over, chasing off a group of individuals. Shen Yan approached, questioning, were those merely humans? What was the matter with them? A girl, dressed like a village maiden, stepped forward. Coral inquired, were they pursuing you? Yes, she replied. Moroku and Guwei soon joined them, and upon seeing Moroku, the girl joyfully dashed into his arms. Moroku? Is that really you? I've longed to meet you. Have we met before? He asked. I am Xiao-chan. Xiao-chan? From that time? Yes. It has been 3 years since we last met, Moroku. Moroku embraced the girl, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Inuyasha peered curiously. Is she a friend of Moroku's? It seems there is more than mere friendship, he mused. Indeed, Shen Yan chimed in. By the way, isn't this girl younger than Miss Guwei? I'm only 15. If she's younger. Beast, Shen Yan remarked with a vacant stare. While Coral and the others looked on, perplexed by Moroku's demeanor, they ventured to an area devoid of shelter, where Xiao-chan recounted her past. She had lost her family in the war and was later taken in by an old man, becoming a servant. She toiled from dawn till dusk, exhausted and hungry. Weeping daily. 3 years prior, she had encountered Moroku, who, despite being only 11 at the time, showed her kindness and asked if she would bear his children. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan and the others instinctively distanced themselves from Moroku. Hey, what kind of look is that? Moroku protested. Guwei, unable to accept it as a modern individual, exclaimed, Moroku, How could you say such a thing to a child? Beast. Coral chimed in. Miserable creature. Shen Yan added. Xiao Chun quickly interjected, but I was very happy. The group was taken aback, and Maroka hastily clarified, I haven't laid a finger on Xiao Chun. Is that true? After all, she was merely a child at that time. How tragic. Shen Yan lamented, yet one must consider the context of the Warring States period, which renders such circumstances somewhat acceptable. During this era, most individuals marry around the ages of 14 or 15, however, at merely 11. Mithreya, had you been in our time, you would undoubtedly have found yourself imprisoned. I have repeatedly stated that I did not lay a hand on her. Mithreya merely indulged in flirtatious banter. He had inquired of many young ladies, but never acted upon it. As for why Xiaochun was pursued by that recent group, it primarily stemmed from the lascivious glances bestowed upon her by the son of Lord Yu, who attempted to coerce the young girl into submission the previous night. Fortunately, she defended herself, striking him with a log, rendering him immobile and enabling her escape. Mithreya, please take me in. I truly have nowhere else to go. And I am already 14, capable of bearing your children. It is astonishing that a girl younger than I in terms of academic standing can exhibit such audacity in the Warring States era. Goei whispered to Shen Yan, who replied, It is commonplace for this time. However, I still maintain that Mithreya should be confined. The two modern individuals were taken aback, their values profoundly shaken. Xiaochun temporarily joined their ranks, and Mithreya found a peaceful village where she could reside, for an ordinary person was ill-suited to accompany them on their journey. Xiaochun wept inconsolably, prompting Inuyasha to exclaim, We shall rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. You can cry then. Xiaochun's spirits lifted, and she busied herself preparing dinner. Yet, midway through the meal, chaos erupted outside as a throng of enchanted villagers surrounded them, with Kagura standing at a distance. Shen Yan and Inuyasha subdued the villagers while Kagura restrained them. Witness my wind scar. Inuyasha unleashed the attack, but Kagura suddenly pivoted, revealing a girl clad in white with silver hair, holding a mirror, her expression inscrutable. What? Taken by surprise, Inuyasha was struck by the rebounding wind scar, collapsing to the ground. Shen Yan was also affected, sustaining significant injuries. Inuyasha, are you all right? No one answered, as a storm brewed in the night sky, a dreadful aura coalescing into a tornado that descended upon Kagura and her companion, revealing a handsome young man with dark hair and noble bearing. Nariku. Mithreya exclaimed in astonishment, while Shen Yan rose to meet Nariku's gaze. What a bore. I had intended to inquire about the sensation of having your hard-earned powers easily rebuffed, which is why I came here. Now, it seems quite tedious. The wounds on Shen Yan's body emitted wisps of white smoke as they rapidly healed, drawing Nariku's attention. Ah. I retract my earlier statement. You, human, are rather intriguing. Is this not the true body, not a mere puppet? The despicable cur has finally revealed himself. It appears you possess great confidence in this scheme, do you not? Mithreya, in a fit of rage, tore at the beads on his right wrist, which sealed the wind hole. The wind hole, is it? While this is your prerogative, dear priest, I would not expect you to be so foolish. Mithreya retorted, cunning one. Did you calculate that the mirror contained the souls of the villagers and Misk away, thereby preventing me from taking action? With a sly smile, Nariku merely dispatched the two avatars of wind and void that I birthed, leaving you in this pitiful state. How utterly boring. Shen Yan remarked. It appears you have acquired formidable power. You must have gathered numerous Shirkan jewel shards. Indeed, Nariku replied, revealing a shard of the Shirkan jewel that emitted a faint glow, though it was still missing a piece. It was tantalizingly close to being whole. A woman sought to use my hand to slay Inuyasha, thus granting me this power. She is quite an extraordinary woman, that Kikyo. Upon hearing the name Kikyo, Inuyasha, lying on the ground, suddenly regained his senses and struggled to rise, though his grievous wounds hindered him. Indeed, that woman Kikyo is very eager to witness Inuyasha's downfall. Kagura unfurled her fan of wind, unleashing a blade of wind aimed to decapitate Inuyasha. Would release. Would pillar wall. Curved trees rose in rows, shielding Inuyasha from harm. Kahaku, bearing a weakened Kagome, soared through the air as Kagome shot a purifying arrow at Nariku. The girl named Kanyu lifted a mirror, absorbing the purifying arrow, but in the next moment, the mirror shattered, unleashing uncontrolled souls that returned to their master, without restraint. Shen Yan unleashed his full power. Would release. Would dragon technique. The wood dragon ascended, followed by the wood golem technique. The massive wooden figure, entwined with the wood dragon, delivered a fierce blow to Nariku. Kanyu raised the mirror to deflect the attack, but the wood dragon ensnared her, denying her any chance of escape. The wooden golem struck Naraku with a powerful fist, shattering his form, yet the Shirkan jewel fell unscathed from the impact. As Naraku's fragments attempted to envelop the jewel, Shen Yan was swifter. A hand emerged from the golem's fist, grasping the Shirkan jewel tightly. From that hand, Shen Yan's wooden avatar emerged, exclaiming, just a step behind, Naraku. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A fiery dragon head surged forth, but Kagura suddenly intercepted the attack, allowing a portion of Naraku's fragments to seize their opportunity to flee. Cursing under her breath, the injured Kagura acknowledged that without a heart, her demise would not come easily. Let us retreat. Shen Yan turned to Kanyu, who was slowly fading from view. They managed to escape, Shen Yan muttered in frustration. The wooden avatar presented the Shirkan jewel to him. Examining it closely, is this the object that incites that horde of demons to pursue endlessly? It can withstand the force of the golem's punch. Must it be the purifying arrows of a priestess like Kagome to shatter it? The Shirkan jewel cannot be destroyed until the correct wish is made. Even when Kikyo perished, her body and the jewel were burned together. Yet the jewel reincarnated alongside her into Kagome. It is of no use. The Shirkan jewel does not truly grant wishes. Rather, it invites calamity and can even corrupt the heart. The only wish that can be made is for its own disappearance. And the soul of the wisher will be trapped within the jewel. As the wooden figures dissipated, Shen Yan leapt down and handed the Shirkan jewel to Kagome, who expressed her gratitude. She placed the shards she carried into the gap of the jewel, where they seamlessly integrated. Yet, a void remained. Are we still missing a piece or two? Kagome sighed, uncertain of when this ordeal would conclude. Kagome, once you gather all the shards of the Shirkan jewel, remember to make a wish, came the reminder. A wish? But I have no desires to speak of. My only wish is for Inuyasha's recovery. To wish for the Shirkan jewel's eternal disappearance is the sole way to ensure it no longer resurfaces. It is the only righteous wish. For a misstep could lead to an eternal cycle of suffering. Is it truly that dire? She inquired. Indeed, the Shirkan jewel was born from the remnants of the priestess Kikyo, who, having exhausted her strength, perished alongside the demons she could not vanquish. It is a prison forged from her soul and those of the demons, where they are doomed to battle incessantly. Do you believe it was created to grant wishes? I understand now. I will heed your words. Thank you, Mr. Shen Yan. Without your help, we might have not only failed to reclaim the Shirkan jewel, but also faced death at Naraku's hands. Kagome expressed with relief. Think nothing of it, Shen Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively, and along with Moroku, began to tend to Inuyasha's injuries. Inuyasha, inheriting the bloodline of his father, the dog general, was formidable even as a half-demon. Though gravely wounded, with proper care, he would surely recover. After bandaging his wounds, Shen Yan carried Inuyasha to rest in a secluded area, intentionally avoiding the village to evade disturbance. Moroku's expression turned somber. Previously, Naraku had claimed that it was Kikyo who entrusted him with the Shirkan jewel to eliminate Inuyasha. Yet, what could have motivated Kikyo to act thus? It is wise not to take Naraku's words at face value, Shen Yan cautioned. While Kikyo did provide the jewel, it was not necessarily with the intent to harm Inuyasha. Completely perplexing, this priestess's intentions remain a mystery, Shen Yan mused. Does Kikyo wish to eliminate Naraku? That was once the case, but her recent actions are rather enigmatic. I see, I miscalculated, Shen Yan remarked. Kikyo likely intended to use Naraku to gather the shards of the Shirkan jewel, purifying both him and the jewel in one fell swoop. No one is more adept at locating the Shirkan jewel than Naraku. In his possession, it is nearly whole. Delivering the Shirkan jewel to Naraku would likely please him. Wouldn't it? Naraku mused. Kikyo has given me the Shirkan jewel. I take no issue with it. She holds feelings for me. Upon hearing Shen Yan's analysis, Moroku began to comprehend. If what you say is true, have we disrupted Kikyo's plans? Let it be disrupted. It matters not. The Shirkan jewel cannot be purified just yet. Otherwise, Naraku would remain hidden and never reveal himself. I must gather intelligence. Dividing into multiple shadow clones, they dispersed in all directions, embarking on a quest to uncover Naraku's whereabouts. Time passed swiftly. 2 days later, Inuyasha still lay in a deep unconsciousness, yet his condition was improving. Shen Yan was sifting through the intelligence gathered from his shadow clones, yet he found no trace of Naraku. This elusive character had a remarkable talent for concealment, making the endeavor of locating him far from straightforward. Sitting beneath a tree, Shen Yan lifted his gaze as a serpentine, white specter glided overhead. Was that a Shirkan worm? The Shirkan worm served Kikyo. After her demise, The Witch Key utilized Kikyo's ashes and grave soil to forge a new body, and with Kagom's spirit completing the resurrection. Yet later, Kagom's soul returned to her own body, leaving Kikyo's spirit fragmented. The Shirkan worm collected the lost souls of deceased maidens, enabling her corporeal form to move. If the Shirkan worm had appeared, could Kikyo be nearby? Shortly after the Shirkan worm entered the room, Inuyasha staggered out, leaning on Tetsusaiga for support. Shippo quickly exclaimed, "Inuyasha, you shouldn't be moving yet." Just as he attempted to intervene, a Shirkan worm ensnared him, preventing him from stopping Inuyasha. Shen Yan cautioned, "Inuyasha, have you contemplated how you will face Kagome if you intend to see Kikyo? I must inquire with Kikyo," he declared, plunging into the forest without a backward glance. This fellow, both the white moonlight and the red rose were treasures he was unwilling to relinquish. If it were his own, he might feel similarly. Shen Yan chose not to meddle in the affairs of others. Shippo shouted, "Shen Yan, help me." "I'm on my way," he replied, severing the Shirkan worm's hold. He freed Shippo, who promptly leaped onto Shen Yan's shoulder. "Hurry and stop Inuyasha. Kagome will be furious if she finds out. I am aware. He has brought this upon himself, has he not? This fellow cannot discern whom he loves more, unable to make a choice. Only he can resolve this dilemma. As I am powerless to assist, I stand with Kagome," Shippo asserted. "Your stance bears no weight. Inuyasha must determine for himself what Kagome signifies to him and what Kikyo represents." Shen Yan produced a lollipop, unwrapped it, and placed it in Shippo's mouth. "So sweet. So delicious," Shippo exclaimed. Soon after, Kagome and her companions, returning from gathering herbs, inquired about Inuyasha's whereabouts. Shippo relayed the truth, and Kagome was filled with concern, fearing that the injured Inuyasha might encounter unforeseen dangers on his journey. Kagome truly cared for Inuyasha. "Of course, she likes him," Shen Yan mused, cradling Yumi as he stroked her gently. Kagome had already set off in search of him and confided in Moroku, "Inuyasha is at a loss for whom to choose. Regardless of his decision, one of them will be hurt, and his indecisiveness is the core of the issue. Neither wishes to accept the other. A harem ending is out of the question. Such enviable troubles." "Silence, you lecherous monk," he retorted. "Indeed, indeed." Kagome approached, clearly having encountered Inuyasha, while Inuyasha, limping, returned. After resting for another day, Inuyasha had nearly regained his mobility, and Shen Yan learned of several demons in the vicinity and went to assist in their extermination. Upon his return, he discovered that everyone had vanished. "Where is everyone?" Scratching his head, he noticed the lifeless body not far from the wooden cabin. Realizing that trouble had ensued, following the trail of footprints, he soon discovered Gao and a multitude of corpses strewn about. "Goodness, I merely stepped outside for a moment. And iron-crushing Fong has already shattered?" There it lay, split into two pieces. Just moments ago, Inuyasha had transformed into a terrifying figure. "The demonic aura has intensified significantly," said Shippo, trembling. He had swiftly dispatched the Wuxing ghost, the creature that had bitten through iron-crushing Fong, with a single blow. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune time," he mused. "No matter, it is resolved." Shen Yan kicked the head of the Wuxing ghost, a mere avatar of Naruto. Now vanquished by Inuyasha. Possessing telepathic abilities and sharp fangs, he extracted several teeth with a pair of pliers, gathering them for safekeeping. "What do you intend to do with those?" Moroku inquired. "They hardly seem valuable for trade. Should we encounter the blacksmith, Dao Daojai? These teeth could be fashioned into a blade," came the reply. Indeed, they departed the grim scene and set about preparing a meal by the riverbank. Inuyasha, gazing at the broken blade, found himself devoid of appetite. His discontent stemmed not from the loss of iron-crushing Fong, but rather from his recollections of the battle against Wuxing Ghost, where he had displayed immense strength yet was consumed by thoughts of slaughter. A stark contrast to his usual self. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and a thunderclap heralded the arrival of a three-eyed calf. "Isn't that the cow belonging to Dao Daojai's grandfather?" someone exclaimed. "But why is it alone?" They gathered closer, and a tiny voice cried out, "Young Master Inuyasha," as it climbed onto his nose and began to siphon his blood. "Grandfather Mingjia?" The creature swiftly expanded in size. With a resounding slap, Grandfather Mingjia transformed into a mere piece of paper, resting in Inuyasha's palm. "Grandfather Mingjia, did you flee to Dao Daojai's?" Mingjia leapt up, indignantly protesting. "How can you utter such disrespectful words?" Inuyasha scoffed. "You certainly ran away, didn't you?" "Indeed, I did. More importantly, young Master Inuyasha, what of iron-crushing Fong?" "Ah, it's broken." Mingjia gasped in shock. As a retainer of Inuyasha's father, the Dog Demon King, he understood the significance of iron-crushing Fong to Inuyasha. As a half-demon, Inuyasha's lineage was unstable. The blade served to seal the demonic blood within him, preventing him from succumbing to madness in moments of life and death. Having sensed a change in Inuyasha's blood previously, he knew that calamity had struck. Young Master Inuyasha, you must quickly take iron-crushing Fong to Dao Dao Zhai. Are you suggesting that Grandfather Dao Dao I can repair it? Gao asked. Indeed, that cow will guide you there. Then I shall accompany you, Shen Yan declared. After all, my purpose for coming here was to request Dao Dao Zhai to forge a blade for me. Who are you? Grandfather Mingjie turned, stating, Dao Dao Zhai does not easily forge weapons. He can see through the good and evil within one's heart. Young man, your success is not guaranteed. I understand, but one must always endeavor to try. Seated upon the back of the three-eyed bull alongside Inuyasha, they gradually ascended into the heavens. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at a desolate expanse, where the ground resembled molten lava, emanating intense heat. Amidst colossal fish bones, an unkempt old man wielding a long-handled hammer, his eyes wide with surprise, beheld the arrival of two individuals on his bull. Scratching his head, he pondered, why have you brought another person? Before them stood the very blacksmith, Dao Zai, whom Shen Yan sought. This formidable artisan had once crafted the legendary Tenseiga and Taisuigia from the fangs of the mighty Duya King. What brings you here? He inquired. The Taisuigia has been shattered by a demon known as Wuxingui. Can you repair it? Inuyasha placed the broken Taisuigia, wrapped in a bundle, before Dao Zai. Upon seeing it, the old man burst into tears, large droplets cascading onto the heated ground, evaporating instantly. Oh, my beloved Taisuigia. Are you foolish? You have no idea how to wield it. And look what has become of it. This is maddening. Can it be repaired, you old man? You little brat, do you think it's that simple? Dao Zai retorted. Eh? So you can't fix it? Inuyasha's voice trembled with concern. Dao Zai picked up the hilt of Taisuigia and declared, with my skills, I can restore it in 3 days and 3 nights, but I will need a connecting material. A connecting material? Inuyasha opened his mouth in confusion. Dao Zai then grasped a pair of pliers. Obediently, Inuyasha complied as Dao Zai extracted a tooth. That hurts, old man. Inuyasha retaliated with a punch. What are you doing? Stop your whining. What do you know? It's just a tooth. It will grow back swiftly, Dao Zai dismissed. All right, I understand. Bring it to me in 3 days. By the way, this person wishes to forge a blade. Greetings, Master Dao Zai. I seek to forge a sword. For my current blade can no longer keep pace with my ambitions. Shen Yan unsheathed the Nichiren blade and presented it to Dao Zai. Taking the sword, Dao Zai scrutinized it closely. From a human perspective, this blade is commendable, crafted from unique materials. The blacksmith invested considerable effort into this weapon. Why do you treat it with such disregard? Look at the significant chip. It was damaged by the Taisuigia. Oh, that explains it. After all, it was I who fashioned it. Ha ha ha. Therefore, Master Dao Zai, could you assist in forging a new sword? As for compensation, I will agree to whatever is within my means, Shen Yan said earnestly. Dao Zai prolonged the sound. And the impatient Inuyasha delivered another punch. Will you, or won't you? Just give us a clear answer. I can indeed assist, and I shall not charge you. This blade embodies the considerable dedication of that blacksmith, and I trust you are worthy of it. You do not appear to be a villain. I can forge you a sword, but you must procure the materials yourself. Is that feasible? Shen Yan produced the fangs of Wuxingui. Dao Zai, astonished, remarked. These fangs carry a heavy malevolent aura. It won't do. The blade forged from them will be imbued with potent evil that you cannot control. It would be best to use the fangs or claws of a great demon instead. Great demons? Most renowned ones have likely been dealt with by Inuyasha's father. Haven't? The formidable Inu Taishio, a paragon of strength, was unmatched by the great yokai of his time. Creatures such as the flying moth, the grim reaper, the leopard cat leader, Kiranmaru, and the dragonbone spirit all fell before his might. In a fierce battle with the dragonbone spirit, he sustained grievous wounds and, on the brink of death, ventured to rescue Inuyasha's mother, Izaoi, who was on the verge of giving birth, ultimately perishing alongside the enamored general, Shikamaru. I recall that the remains of the leopard cat clan's chieftain still lie in repose. Dao Zai scratched his head and remarked, You may retrieve the teeth and claws from the remains. Isn't the dragonbone spirit still alive? Shen Yan inquired. It's impressive that you know of the dragonbone spirit, but it is sealed away. It would be wise not to disturb it. It is likely reserved for Inuyasha's training. Dao Zai replied. Understood. Then I shall seek the leopard cat leader. The question remains, how do I get there? Shen Yan was uncertain of the direction, and Dao Zai pointed the way. Very well. I shall leave the Nichiren blade in your care. Shen Yan bid farewell to Inuyasha and set forth toward the gathering place of the Leopard Cat Clan. The Leopard Cat Clan has long been the arch-nemesis of the Dog Clan, having once challenged the Tooth King, only to be vanquished, yet the remains still linger. Shen Yan harbored a desire to forge a blade from the fangs of the Tooth King, for his two fangs had given rise to the formidable Tenkatsu and Tetsuzan. Yet he knew that mentioning this in front of Inuyasha would likely be met with disapproval. Moreover, Dao Dao Zhai, a vassal of the Tooth King, would undoubtedly oppose such a notion if he were to overhear. Not to mention, the Tooth King's grave was notoriously difficult to access. Even the black pearl in Inuyasha's eyes could only enter once. 50 years prior, the Leopard Cat Clan had invaded the Dog Clan's territory in an act of vengeance, only to be repelled single-handedly by Sesshomaru. Initially, Jaken had acted on his own volition to seek out the half-demon, only to discover that at the time, Inuyasha was sealed away by Kikyo. At that point, Sesshomaru bore no ill will towards Inuyasha, regarding him as a brother. However, upon learning of the invasion, he became incensed and single-handedly drove back the Leopard Cat Clan, while the yokai who had come to assist him inadvertently hindered his efforts. The Leopard Cat Clan, once rulers of the West, had their ambitions thwarted by the Tooth King, who defeated and killed their leader, forcing them to retreat further westward. After several days of travel, Shen Yan arrived near the territory of the Leopard Cat Clan. In the forest, something felt amiss. He found himself endlessly circling the same area despite walking in a straight line. Was it an enchantment or an illusion? Controlling the trees, he parted a pathway and strode forward. The sounds of feline cries echoed around him, and soon he was encircled by a group of cat demons, standing upright and clad in garments. An intruder? A human? A girl with fiery red hair perched on a branch, curiously observing Shen Yan, her cat tail swaying behind her. Shelon, do not let your guard down. He effortlessly breached my barrier, cautioned a girl adorned in a patterned kimono. Regardless, we must eliminate this intruder, declared a towering cat demon, over 2 meters tall, adorned with a headpiece, lightning crackling around his hands as he lunged towards Shen Yan. Shen Yan raised his hand, and a multitude of branches surged forth from his sleeve, crackling with electricity, ensnaring the cat demon. Xiaolan struggled desperately against the bindings, but they constricted tighter, leaving him gasping for breath. Would release, tree binding eternal burial. The branches suddenly burgeoned, enveloping Xiaolan and transforming into a colossal tree that relentlessly squeezed him. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as Xiaolan's body succumbed to the immense pressure, reducing him to a gruesome pulp. Xiaolan, Xiaolan, and Chunlan cried out, the temperature of the air plummeting as a flurry of icicles shot forth. Shen Yan leaped aside, taking refuge atop a tree. A striking woman with cerulean hair brandished an ice spear, her eyes ablaze with fury and vengeance. The Tao-seeking jade morphed into a black blade, unleashing a crescent moonstrike that repelled her. From his elevated position, Shen Yan addressed them. It appears you are the 4 kings of the Leopard Cat, children of the Leopard Cat leader. Come, reveal to me the location of your father's remains. You scoundrel, I will never forgive you. Xiaolan, ablaze with flames, charged forth. Shen Yan shook his head. Individually, they were no more formidable than Inuyasha. Only the ice-wielding cat demon, known as Donglan, was slightly stronger. She was the eldest sister among the 4 kings. Avoiding Xiaolan's assault, he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma that left him momentarily dizzy. He swiftly leaped into the air, unleashing a gust of wind to disperse the scent. Was that the ability of Chunlan? A horde of cat demons surged towards him. Shen Yan drew his blade, Breath of the Moon. Countless crescent blades mercilessly sliced through the demons, blood spraying everywhere. The Breath of the Moon was particularly suited for group attacks, and Shen Yan maneuvered deftly among the cat demons, breaking free from their encirclement. Suddenly halted, he found his feet encased in ice. Xiaolan approached from behind while Donglan advanced from the front, effectively surrounding him. Moon Spirit Catastrophe Vortex. The moon blades circled around him, compelling the two to retreat. Breaking free from the icy grip, Shen Yan murmured, Blood Demon Technique. Frozen Clouds. A veil of white mist concealed his form, and he vanished in an instant. Where is he? We must find him and avenge Xiaolan, Xiaolan exclaimed fervently. Donglan sensed a shift in the air and cautioned, Xiaolan, raise the temperature. Chunlan, stand beside Xiaolan. Though puzzled, they complied. Earth release, earth-flowing river. An unexpected transformation occurred as the ground beneath Chunlan and Xiaolan turned into a muddy torrent, sweeping the sisters away. Just as Donglan was about to speak, a black sphere hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. She quickly raised her ice spear, deflecting the Tao-seeking jade. Shen Yan withdrew the Tao-seeking jade, reverting it to a black blade held firmly in his grasp. The Tao-seeking jade was better suited for ambushes, and should he encounter a formidable foe, it could be detonated. Failing to have a suitable weapon would spell trouble. What have you done to Xia Lan and Chun Lan? Rest assured, I have not slain them. Shen Yan replied, turning his gaze towards the distant castle, where he discerned a massive corpse seated in the clearing at its center. So that is where it lies? A wooden dragon surged beneath him, propelling him forward, its tail sweeping up the corpse of the leopard cat leader, towering several meters high. With a hearty laugh, Shen Yan swiftly removed his two sharp canine teeth, also severing a few claws, before turning and fleeing. You scoundrels! Pursue him. Dong Lan instructed her companions to check on the well-being of her two younger sisters. Once assured they were unharmed, she immediately led the chase after Shen Yan. Leaping off the wooden dragon and onto the main road, Shen Yan mounted his motorcycle, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, while Xia Lan sprinted valiantly, fiercely clinging to his trail. Are they still following me? Shen Yan drifted skillfully, catching sight of a dark spot growing larger in his rearview mirror. Would release. Flower Tree World. The forest erupted around Dong Lan, blocking her path as countless branches reached out, only to be encased in ice and shattered into fragments. The sudden bloom of flowers heightened her vigilance, and the dispersing pollen left her feeling weak. This pollen was toxic. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The wooden clone exhaled flames, igniting the pollen, which erupted into a cloud of burning dust, transforming into poisonous smoke that infiltrated every crevice. Struggling to maintain her composure, Dong Lan summoned her demonic energy, morphing into a colossal feline, armored and spewing icy gales from her mouth to quell the spreading flames. Yet, upon leaping from the forest, she found Shen Yan had vanished without a trace. Following his scent, she pursued him, only to discover the trail had diverged into multiple directions. Roar. Dong Lan's frustrated howl echoed, but she felt powerless to pursue further. Days later, Shen Yan traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at the residence of Master Dao Daozhai. The old man greeted him as usual. Who are you? I am Shen Yan, here to forge a blade. I have brought back the teeth and claws of the leopard cat leader. Do these materials suffice? He tossed the teeth and claws onto the ground. Dao Daozhai scrutinized them. Not bad, lad. You managed to escape the clutches of those vengeful cats? I was pursued, Shen Yan admitted, but it's of little consequence. Very well. What kind of sword do you desire? I need a blade that can extend its edge automatically. Here are the blueprints. Shen Yan presented a drawing of the sword wielded by Kokushibo, which could elongate its blade and sprout additional edges, perfectly complementing the techniques of the moon breathing style. The sword he possessed could only harness the power of the first 6 forms of moon breathing. The subsequent techniques required a blade capable of transformation. Quite peculiar. This is my first time receiving such a request, Dao Daozhai remarked while examining Shen Yan's design. Wouldn't this sword complicate combat? On the contrary, it will perfectly execute my techniques while appearing as an ordinary sword, without hindering my battle performance. I see. Understood. Leave it to me, for the next few days. Stay here and lend a hand. Very well. Dao Daozhai began his work, breathing fire as he melted down the teeth and claws of the leopard cat leader, fusing them with ample ore and Shen Yan's Nichiren blade into a singular entity. Lad, bleed. What? Bleed? Upon hearing the words, Shen Yan sliced open his wrist, allowing his blood to flow into the furnace. Strangely, the blood did not evaporate in the intense heat. Instead, it blended seamlessly into the molten mass. Afterward, the wound had nearly healed, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. Dao Daozhai wielded a heavy hammer, striking the blade blank relentlessly for 3 days, completing the shaping and quenching, followed by polishing and packaging. A knife began to take form, with the knife tang and handle crafted, resulting in a long blade adorned with black flame patterns. Here, give it a try, Dao Daozhai encouraged. The moment Shen Yan grasped the knife, he felt an uncanny connection as if the blade were an extension of himself. With a mere thought, the knife's tip elongated, and 5 additional blades emerged from both the cutting edge and the spine, each approximately 50 centimeters long. Perfect. Stepping outside, he unleashed the 7th form, Eerie Mirror, Moon Reflection. The transformed blade released a violet slash, tearing through the ground and leaving 5 deep gashes. Nearby, a massive rock shattered. The destructive force amplified several-fold compared to its previous use. Infused with Shen Yan's blood, he found the knife effortlessly manageable. With the demise of the leopard cat leader, its malevolence dissipated, and the blade fashioned from its teeth and claws was extraordinarily sharp. This power rivaled that of Inuyasha's wind scar. However, it was merely the wind scar. Whether wielded by Dog General or Sesomaru with the Tetsusaiga, it could obliterate hundreds of demons in a single strike. Yet Shen Yan had not exerted his full strength. "What do you think?" he asked. "Divinely crafted." Dao Daozhai laughed heartily. "Of course, consider who forged it. I shall name this blade Cat Claw Branch." No. You heard incorrectly, it is Cat Claw Branch. "Ah, I see, it is indeed called Demon Slayer." Dao Daozhai's talent for naming rivaled that of Minato Namikaze, after all. The legendary Tenketsu was nearly named no coffin until Shen Yan intervened. Although the name Cat Claw Branch seemed quite derogatory for slaying, it certainly felt peculiar to wield. Transforming the Demon Slayer into a more traditional form, Dao Daozhai crafted a sheath, adding a layer of barrier to withstand attacks when necessary. After expressing deep gratitude to Dao Daozhai, Shen Yan inquired about Inuyasha and his companion's recent circumstances. That lad, due to using his teeth as a connector for the Tetsusaiga, found it considerably heavier. He came to me seeking advice, so I sent him off to slay a dragonbone spirit, as fate would have it. He learned the profound technique of the Tetsusaiga, the explosive flow break. Does the Demon Slayer possess any such techniques? None. What are you pondering? The Tetsusaiga is unique. I cannot forge another blade of this caliber. Dao Daozhai playfully tapped Shen Yan on the head. Do not aim too high. The Demon Slayer is sufficient for your needs. Who knows what challenges await in the future? Bidding farewell to Dao Daozhai, Shen Yan sought out Gao and the others. "Mr. Shen Yan, it has been a while. Is your blade complete?" "Indeed," Shen Yan replied, drawing the Demon Slayer. "This blade is named Demon Slayer. I was chased by a pack of cats for days to obtain it. But where is Miss Kagome?" "Miss Kagome has returned to the Exorcist village to repair the flying bone. Recently, the bone of flight was damaged by a demon, prompting Coral to make a return visit. By the way, Mr. Shen Yan, I plan to head back today. Would you care to join me?" Guwei inquired. "Sure, since my purpose has been fulfilled. It's a perfect time to return." After Shen Yan returned their belongings to Guwei and the others, he leaped into the bone-eating well alongside Guwei. With a fleeting moment, they found themselves back in the shrine of the Twilight Shrine. After helping Guwei up, Shen Yan bid her farewell and departed. "I'm utterly exhausted," he thought. Upon returning home, the first thing Shen Yan did was take a refreshing bath to wash away the fatigue, subsequently lying down to enjoy a restful night. The following morning, as he drew back the curtains, he noticed a layer of white frost outside. Winter had arrived in the blink of an eye. After sipping a warm cup of tea, he glanced at the news. A woman dismembered by her boyfriend? A murder case? Wait a moment. ISNT that Fujikawa Tomi? Shen Yan nearly spat out his tea. It was one thing to have Inuyasha around. But why was there also someone like Tomi? What on earth had been sewn into her? Tomi possessed an alluring charm. A single cell could give rise to another Tomi, making her not so easily dealt with. He hoped he wouldn't encounter her. Should he would simply knock her out, encase her in concrete, and dispose of her in Tokyo Bay. After breakfast, he fortuitously ran into Sakura, who was on her way to school, clad in thick winter attire, gliding on roller skates, and wearing protective gear. Upon seeing Shen Yan, she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Shen Yan, you're back." "Yes, I've been busy at that wretched place for 2 months. But thankfully I got what I needed." Shen Yan handed her the return card, saying, "Please return this to classmately for me and express my gratitude." "Sure." Sakura accepted the card and, after receiving the candy Shen Yan offered, happily continued on her way to school. Back at home, he resumed his training. In the evening, Sakura came knocking, presenting him with the mysterious card. "Classmately said this is for you. He can't use it." "What? How is that possible?" "It seems it's because your name is written on it, which prevents him from using it. But I can use the return card." "I'm not sure about that." "I'll ask Kuro. Only the owner whose name is inscribed on a Clow card can utilize it. To force its use requires an immense amount of magical power, which you happen to possess." Kuro remarked, "So, what was the Sengoku era like? How do you feel about demons roaming everywhere?" Shen Yan pulled out his phone, displaying photos of demons he had captured during his leisure time. Upon seeing the images of Shi and Yunmu, Sakura exclaimed, "How adorable." Swiping to the next image revealed Inuyasha sleeping with a sword. If he remained silent, he resembled his brother Sesomaru, a strikingly cool figure. Another swipe revealed a terrifying demon that caused Sakura's hair to stand on end. How ugly. It appeared that Sakura had a preference for beauty as well. There's nothing appealing about demons. As long as the sword is ready, that's all that matters. Shen Yan reclined on the sofa, utterly serene. Suddenly, Sakura asked, "Brother Shen Yan, Christmas is approaching. How do you plan to celebrate?" "Christmas? Is it that soon?" Shen Yan glanced at the calendar. It was already December 23rd. How swiftly time flies. I spent Christmas alone, devoid of any festive spirit. What about you, brother Shen Yan? I had intended to present you with a Christmas gift. And I have even mastered the spiral sphere. Sakura spread her hands, conjuring a pink spiral sphere with her magic, gazing at the uniquely hued sphere. Shen Yan found himself at a loss for words and could only exclaim, Sakura, you truly are a genius. Heh. By the way, brother Shen Yan, why don't you come to my house on Christmas Day? I've already consulted my father, and he has given his consent. Wouldn't I be intruding upon your plans? Not at all. You have been our neighbor for quite some time, and when we first moved in, you were always there to lend a helping hand. My father and brother both agree. Back then, we hadn't integrated into the system yet, and the Mizuki family was unfamiliar with the area. As our neighbor, you offered us valuable assistance, and our relationship has been quite amicable ever since. After that, it seemed like I was imposing. Shen Yan nodded, and on December 25th, he arrived at their doorstep bearing gifts. The door was opened by Sakura's father, Sakura Kinomoto, a cultured and refined archaeology professor. Hello, Mr. Fujitaka, Merry Christmas. Hello, Shen Yan, Merry Christmas to you too. Apologies for the intrusion. Here is a Christmas gift I prepared for you. Shen Yan handed Fujitaka a beautifully wrapped present. It's some materials I procured about ancient Egypt. I hope you find it enjoyable. Thank you so much. Please, come inside. After entering, he also presented gifts to Tuya and Sakura. Since Tuya often worked outdoors cycling, Shen Yan gifted him a pair of deerskin gloves, while for Sakura, he selected a delicate amethyst bracelet, modest yet thoughtful. In return, Sakura gifted him a warm scarf. The Kinomoto family was renowned for their culinary skills, and knowing Shen Yan's hearty appetite, Fujitaka had prepared an abundant feast. After enjoying a delightful meal and engaging in conversation with the family for a while, Shen Yan eventually returned home. Lying in bed, he murmured, "How wonderful it is to have family." A wave of homesickness washed over him. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding. Preparation for traversal initiated. Please prepare. Host. Changing into suitable attire and wrapping himself in the scarf Sakura had given him, he declared, "Let us set off. Next world, the Lord of the Rings. Traversal commencing." In Middle-earth, specifically the Shire, Shen Yan materialized amidst the trees as dusk settled in. What on earth is this place you've cast me into? He questioned the system, which remained unresponsive, merely displaying his tasks. Task 1. Assist the Fellowship in destroying the One Ring. Reward, a random ring, 2,000 task points. Task 2. Defeat the Uruk-hai army and destroy Mordor. Reward, a crystal ball for divination, mithril weapons, 2,000 task points. 2 tasks once again. With an increase in task points, Shen Yan had refrained from purchasing items in the store, anticipating a significant acquisition after this endeavor. There were a total of 20 rings. He had no idea which he would acquire, but the most pressing concern was, how on earth was he to find his way? Middle-earth was vast, and he had no clue where he currently stood. Walking through the overgrown wasteland, one could only choose a direction to forge ahead. As he wandered, Shen Yan caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. Who was grilling meat? No, the presence of grilled meat implied the presence of someone. Following the scent, Shen Yan discovered 2 hobbits dining beneath a large tree. As their eating came to a halt, one plump hobbit stuffed a grilled sausage into his mouth, devouring it greedily, as if fearing it would be snatched away. In his haste, he choked and began to thump his chest vigorously. Sam. Frodo patted his good friend's back, and Sam's complexion improved significantly. Thank you, Frodo. Sam. Frodo? The world around him seemed to shimmer. Shen Yan's gaze pierced through Frodo's attire, revealing a golden ring tucked within his lining, inscribed with Tengwar script that conveyed the essence of the One Ring, the supreme ring that rules all, guides all, calls to all, and binds all in darkness. It appeared that the system had directly cast him into the midst of these two. Greetings, may I inquire who you are? Shen Yan scratched his head sheepishly. I am but a ranger, en route to the prancing pony, though I seem to have lost my way. Frodo. His garments are far superior to ours, Sam whispered to Frodo. Shen Yan's attire contrasted starkly with theirs, yet it was evident from the fabric that it was of much finer quality, at least surpassing theirs significantly. Are you headed to the prancing pony? Frodo asked. Do you know the way? We are also bound for there. Why not accompany us? Frodo invited. Really? That would be splendid. Shen Yan replied. Would you care for some food? No. Thank you for your kindness. I have already eaten. Shen Yan waved his hand and glanced at the sky. Are you planning to spend the night here? Indeed. The darkness has fallen, and the path is treacherous, they confirmed. The trio decided to rest, setting out at dawn, leaving the Shire to journey to Bree, and then crossing the Brandywine River to reach the prancing pony. The scenery was breathtaking. standing atop a hill. Shen Yan marveled as the morning light pierced through the mist, casting an ethereal glow. The distant meadow shimmered in vibrant green, swaying in the breeze like undulating waves. After capturing this moment with his phone, he tucked it away. What was that? Sam inquired curiously. Just a little gadget, Shen Yan replied. Come. I shall ensure your safety on the road. Are you quite skilled? Frodo questioned, walking closely behind Shen Yan, who towered above him. Despite their shorter stature, the hobbits moved with surprising swiftness, their sturdy, furry feet barely making a sound. Well enough. I can protect you adequately, Shen Yan smiled, producing a few pieces of candy and unwrapping them. Help yourselves. How sweet. Frodo and Sam exclaimed as they savored the treats. Their honest and straightforward nature allowed them to quickly bond with Shen Yan, who regaled them with tales of his previous adventures. I once vanquished a man-eating monster. Ageless and immortal. That creature was formidable, yet it feared the sunlight. I battled it throughout the night until it was ultimately consumed by the dawn's rays. How terrifying. Sam shuddered slightly. Frodo then asked, Did you sustain any injuries? Nearly met my end, Shen Yan replied with a hint of gravity. As Shen Yan walked, he conversed with his companions, a trio stepping into a cornfield. As they traversed the rows, it seemed one was missing. Where's Sam? Frodo turned back, realizing his servant and friend had vanished. Sam. Sam. Frodo called out his friend's name, and from the depths of the cornfield, Sam's voice echoed in response. I'm here. Sam exclaimed. I thought I lost you. What do you mean? Gandalf instructed me, do not let him out of your sight, Samwise Gamgee. Come on, Sam, we're still in the Shire. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Shen Yan reached out, pulling Frodo back, just as two hobbits, slightly over a meter tall, burst forth from the cornfield, arms laden with cabbages, corn, and other vegetables, colliding into one another and sending the produce sprawling across the ground. Sam? And Frodo? They exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Meriadoc? Pippin? Have you returned to pilfer Farmer Maggot's vegetables again? Frodo asked with exasperation, addressing his distant cousins. Merry and Pippin began gathering the fallen vegetables when suddenly a voice boomed from across the cornfield. Get back here, you little thieves. Out of my cornfield. Run. Merry and Pippin seized Frodo's hands and dashed away. With Shen Yan cheerfully trailing behind, the four hobbits now reunited. They sprinted towards the edge of a cliff, and Merry inadvertently knocked the other three down, sending them tumbling onto the path below. Ouch, that hurt. Shen Yan exclaimed as he jumped down, sensing an ominous presence. Frodo, as if guided, looked around and warned, Quick. Avoid the main road. Hide. Now. I'll draw it away. You all take cover. The four of them concealed themselves within a hollow of a tree. Shen Yan observed as a black horse approached slowly, using a putrid blood, its eyes glowing crimson. On its back sat a figure cloaked in black, wielding a sword of iron, with gauntlets adorning its hands, and two pairs of eyes radiating a fiery glow, reminiscent of flames from the depths of hell. The ringwraiths, loyal servants of the Dark Lord Sauron, were once 9 powerful and wise men, who, after receiving the rings of power bestowed by Sauron, succumbed to their corrupting influence, ultimately becoming his thralls. Their physical forms perished, transforming into terrifying specters, only visible when cloaked in their black robes. Their weapons were imbued with dark sorcery, and any victim struck would suffer excruciating pain, eventually transforming into a wretched creature like themselves. Daggins. Where? The ringwraith's shrill voice pierced the air, interrogating Shen Yan. I do not know, Shen Yan replied, meeting the ringwraith's gaze without fear, one hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Where is Baggins? The wraith pressed again. I said I don't know. If you kill me, I still wouldn't know. Frustrated by the lack of answers, the ringwraith signaled for the black horse to depart. As the threat receded, Shen Yan spoke. You can come out now. He has left. What was that? Frodo inquired. Servants of the Dark Lord Sauron. It appears they are pursuing you. We did not steal his vegetables, did we? Indeed. Merry and Pippin, 2 lively souls, stared wide-eyed, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Frodo, gently caressing the one ring in his possession, began to grasp the weight of his monumental responsibility. Shen Yan addressed Frodo, saying, You possess something of great significance. I advise you not to hold it or wear it, for those beings will sense its presence. Frodo hastily tucked the one ring into his pocket. Sam interjected, Shen Yan, you know something, don't you? It seems you are embroiled in a perilous endeavor. That object must be destroyed. I can guide you there, but it is fraught with danger. Are you truly prepared? What is he talking about? I don't know. Disregarding his cousin's query, Frodo suggested. Let us first proceed to the prancing pony. Very well. Pippin and Merry insisted on accompanying them, and Frodo and Sam, with no other option, acquiesced. The five of them eschewed the main road, traversing hills and valleys towards the ferry. As dusk approached, the sound of hooves echoed through the woods, and Shen Yan urged the four to quicken their pace. The hoofbeats grew faster and more urgent, and as night fell, the ringwraiths were upon them. "You go ahead. I will hold them back." Drawing his blade, he charged at the ringwraiths, a cold light flashing in the darkness. The black steed stumbled, and the ringwraith fell, quickly regaining its footing to engage Shen Yan in combat. Upon their first clash, Shen Yan realized the ringwraith was not particularly formidable, perhaps due to its distance from Mordor. The further the ringwraith strayed from Sauron, the weaker its power became, yet the terror induced by its piercing shriek was unbearable for ordinary men. Such formidable strength could not be wielded against those devoid of fear. Shen Yan merely sought to ascertain whether he could vanquish these foes. However, contrary to his expectations, their unyielding nature left him frustrated. Severing a head only resulted in it being reattached. The blade was not particularly effective against these specters. This is decidedly unfriendly to physical attacks. Fire release, fire dragonflame bullet. Flames ignited the ringwraith's dark cloak, compelling it to retreat. Shen Yan rejoined Frodo and the others, who were preparing to depart the ferry in their small boat. As he leapt aboard, the vessel swayed precariously. "I have driven it away. Let us go." "Hey, big guy. You're too heavy. You should row," Pippin complained. "I can get off if needed." Shen Yan's actions as he stood upon the water left the four speechless. "Is this magic? Are you a wizard?" "Not quite, but I possess some magical abilities." "Can you fly?" "If I could fly, would I need to travel with you?" Shen Yan kicked the stern of the boat, allowing it to drift across the water. After departing the ferry and traversing a stretch of land, they arrived at the Prancing Pony on a rainy night. Under the alias of Mr. Underhill, Frodo inquired about the whereabouts of Gandalf, only to learn that Gandalf had not visited in nearly 6 months. In a hotel steeped in medieval charm, guests mingled over drinks, while a few hobbits, unaccustomed to travel, appeared conspicuously out of place. Frodo bore a troubled expression, Sam was preoccupied with his meal, and Merry and Pippin, ever curious, indulged in long-stemmed pipes and wine. "Would you care for a puff?" Hobbits had a fondness for smoking, a habit they introduced to other races, making them the pioneers and disseminators of tobacco culture in Middle-earth. "Thank you." Shen Yan sampled it, finding the flavor far superior to cigarettes, imbued with a delicate aroma. As they exhaled clouds of smoke, Frodo sensed someone observing him and edged closer to Shen Yan. Throughout their journey, Shen Yan had alleviated many of their troubles, instilling a sense of security. "What is the matter? That person over there keeps staring at me." Frodo felt a compulsion to bury his hands in his pockets, but Shen Yan grasped his hand firmly. "Listen, Frodo, refrain from fiddling with that object, and do not fear. I am by your side, and you shall come to no harm." It was precisely Frodo's innocent nature and lack of desire that made him susceptible. Had he taken possession of it, he would have swiftly fallen under Sauron's thrall. "I understand." Frodo inquired of a waiter about the individual seated by the window. "He goes by the moniker Strider, though I do not know his true name. He is a ranger, one of a dangerous ilk, perpetually wandering the wilderness," the waiter replied before departing. "Strider? Surely, that is the king, Aragorn." Shen Yan raised his glass and pipe, taking a seat before Aragorn. "Strider, indeed." Aragorn's face was shrouded in the shadow of his hood, but amidst the flickering firelight, his handsome features were discernible. Shen Yan continued, "It seems rather impolite for my friend to scrutinize me so. If you harbor peculiar inclinations, consider this conversation unwritten. I possess no such inclinations. Are they your companions? I know not the nature of your relationship, but he is the one I seek." Aragorn had received a message from Gandalf, specifically awaiting Frodo. However, the number of individuals mentioned in Gandalf's letter seems off. 2 additional hobbits and a human? Wait, why does this human possess such formidable power? Who are you? "I am Shen Yan. I initially came to the Prancing Pony in search of someone, yet my friend appears unable to arrive. These halflings brought me here, and I have resolved to assist them in fulfilling their mission." "Listen, sir, you do not comprehend what their mission entails. I advise you to halt your journey. The matters ahead are beyond your capacity to influence." Aragorn cautioned Shen Yan against proceeding further, for the path ahead would be perilous. He lacked the resources to tend to so many and wished to prevent any loss of life. "He possesses the ring," Shen Yan murmured. "I am already aware. That object is far too dangerous. Frodo has been beset by the ring's temptations along the way. It ought not to endure." Aragorn fell silent. When suddenly a gasp rippled through the crowd, Frodo had vanished. Shen Yan furrowed his brow. It seemed Frodo had indeed put on the ring. Attracting the attention of the Nazgul, Exchanging a glance with Aragorn, they discovered Frodo hiding and removing the ring. "Mr. Frodo, you are indeed too conspicuous," Aragorn remarked. Glancing outside where the rain had ceased, Shen Yan urged, "We must ascend and speak." He took Frodo with him to the room on the second floor. "What is wrong, Shen Yan?" Frodo inquired. "You put on the ring, and the ring-wraiths have sensed your presence," Shen Yan replied, staring out the window. "We must depart swiftly. But I am still waiting for Gandalf." "The wizard will not come, Mr. Frodo." Aragorn extinguished the candle with his fingers. "They are coming." "Who?" "Those riders on black horses." "Frodo, do not wear the ring. Prolonged exposure will transform you into one of them." Shen Yan's intimidation left Frodo pale with fear. "Frodo? Shen Yan?" Sam approached with Merry and Pippin. "We must set off. It is unwise to linger. There are too many of us, and we will be pursued. We shall ride away. 2 hobbits per horse, which will hasten our speed." "Very well. I shall procure the horses." After some contemplation, Aragorn acquired 2 steeds, one for each hobbit. And they advanced into the night. The ring-wraiths arrived a moment too late, having reached the prancing pony only after the group had departed. Their arrival marked by piercing cries as 5 of them galloped in pursuit. Along the way, Aragorn informed them that their next destination was the elven refuge of Rivendell. Though the journey ahead was long, after traveling through the night, they quietly halted at dawn. The 2 horses were exhausted, having not been pushed to their limits. They enjoyed a breakfast and took a brief respite. By noon, they resumed their journey. Hobbits require 6 meals a day, and the time taken for 4 hobbits to eat slowed their progress considerably. Aragorn found himself at a loss, reflecting that one could hardly expect a race that dines 6 times a day to be particularly formidable. Leading the way with the horses, Aragorn navigated the rugged paths, while Shen Yan brought up the rear, ensuring the safety of the 4 hobbits. "What exactly is pursuing us?" Frodo asked. "The ring-wraiths," Aragorn explained, elucidating their nature and their relentless pursuit of the One Ring. Only by reaching the elven haven of Rivendell could they find temporary sanctuary. They traversed forests, ascended mountains, and crossed snowfields, plunging into foul marshlands with all their strength. Dark clouds loomed overhead, heralding the possibility of a thunderstorm that night. They discovered an abandoned tower on the plain, long unused, and decided it would serve as their resting place for the evening. "I will scout the surroundings. You all be cautious. Shen Yan, I entrust you with their care. Rest assured." Exhausted, Frodo succumbed to sleep. The trials of their journey compounded by the constant temptation of the ring, leaving his mental state fragile. With the resurgence of the Dark Lord Sauron, the influence of the One Ring on its bearer intensified, and Frodo found himself continually besieged by its allure. Pippin attempted to start a fire but was halted by Shen Yan, who handed him some fruit. "Do not light a fire. Do you wish to be discovered by those creatures? Eat the fruit instead." "But I want meat," Pippin protested. "We shall discuss that in the morning." Under the watchful gaze of Shen Yan, Piping had no choice but to acquiesce. Frodo remained in slumber, undisturbed, though his rest was far from tranquil. As the piercing wails of the ring-wraiths echoed across the open fields, Shen Yan, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes and roused the drowsy quartet, urging them to awaken, for they were being pursued. He drew his blade, gazing down upon the ring-wraiths, who approached on their black steeds, and commanded, "You hide. I shall confront them." The 5 ring-wraiths unsheathed their knightly iron swords, mounted upon their legendary nightmares, whose crimson eyes glimmered ominously in the darkness. The clash of their blades resonated in the air as the enchanted iron swords met the ethereal blade, severing the dark robes that cloaked them. However, due to the unique composition of the ring-wraiths' forms, they remained unharmed, their garments rapidly mending as if they were an extension of their being. Yet, they hesitated to advance, not out of fear of Shen Yan's prowess, but rather of his indomitable spirit. "Should we set fire to them?" Shen Yan pondered, furrowing his brow, before deciding to restrain them first. Unable to vanquish them, he resolved to hold them at bay. Earth release, Yellow Springs Marsh. Upon completing the hand seals, he struck the ground, transforming the barren expanse into a quagmire. A nightmare neighed, attempting to leap, but Shen Yan unleashed a torrent of water needles that pierced its brain. Water release, Heavenly Cry. This was a technique so formidable that even Madara would invoke Susanoo for defense. The nightmare Esov sank into the mire, swiftly consumed by the swamp, while the ring-wraiths atop were rendered powerless, gradually engulfed by the mire's grasp. "Aragorn! Aragorn!" Shen Yan called out, and from a distance, a flame approached, revealing Aragorn brandishing a torch as he rushed over. "Where are the ring-wraiths?" "I have temporarily detained them with magic." "You defeated the ring-wraiths?" "Only delayed them. They cannot be killed." That is impressive, Shen Yan. Your name shall echo throughout Middle-earth. I am indifferent to such accolades. Upon hearing this, Aragorn felt a profound respect. Recognizing Shen Yan as a reliable and modest individual, we must depart swiftly from this place. Indeed, Aragorn understood the urgency. Mounting a horse alongside the four hobbits as they continued their journey, the path ahead was fraught with frustration, were it not for the inability to slay the ringwraiths. Shen Yan would not find himself in such a predicament. Their next destination was Rivendell, the abode of Aragorn's foster father and his father-in-law, Elrond, who resided in the Serene Valley. As dawn approached, they entered a forest where the melodies of elvish songs echoed in Aragorn's ears. In the soft light of morning, a breathtaking beauty approached them, riding a unicorn. Her silken golden hair cascaded down her back, and her pointed ears revealed her elvish heritage. Her flawless visage captivated all who beheld her, prompting Aragorn to part his lips and softly utter a name, Arwen, the daughter of Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, and the beloved of Aragorn. Shen Yan cast a fleeting glance at Arwen before diverting his gaze. The elf was undeniably beautiful, yet Arwen was not to his taste. Moreover, Arwen was deeply in love with Aragorn, willing to forsake her immortality and transform from an elf into a human. All for the sake of sharing mere decades of companionship with him. Shen Yan found himself far more intrigued by the unicorn that Arwen rode. After all, it was a unicorn. The four hobbits stood in awe. "Long time no see, my stout friend Aragorn," Arwen said with a gentle laugh as she dismounted from her unicorn. Her tender gaze fixed upon Aragorn, who averted his eyes. The elf's affection filled him with joy. Yet he knew that such a union would result in her loss of immortality. He could not bear the thought of Arwen aging alongside him, a mere mortal. Shen Yan nudged Aragorn with his elbow. "Your wife? Please don't bring that up," Aragorn retorted, clearing his throat. "Arwen, what brings you here?" "I have come to find you," she replied, her soft words piercing Aragorn's heart like a dagger, compelling him to succumb to her allure. Under the enchanting spell of the beauty before him, Aragorn faltered, and Shen Yan shot him a disdainful glance. After all, he was the future king of Gondor. Such behavior could lead him to become a tyrant. After resting until midday, the group set off once more. The ordinary steed struggled to keep pace with the unicorn's speed. Arwen slowed her mount, and along the way, she and Aragorn exchanged affectionate banter, utterly oblivious to the gazes of those around them. After several days of travel, they finally reached the borders of Rivendell. With just a little further to go, the pursuit by the ringwraiths would come to an end. They dared not wreak havoc in elven territory, for the consequences would be dire. A chilling howl echoed through the forest, the shriek of the ringwraiths. Shen Yan sensed a persistent whisper at his ear, stirring his agitation. Arwen utilized her elven magic to shield Shen Yan from the encroaching darkness of the ringwraith sorcery. In the distance, the sky darkened ominously. 5 ringwraiths, mounted on their nightmarish steeds, surged toward them, their intentions clear. "The ringwraiths are upon us," Arwen urged. "We must hasten to Rivendell. We need not engage them in battle." Shen Yan entrusted Pippin and Merry to Aragorn and Arwen before turning his horse back. "Leave this to me. I shall show them what fear truly is. Aragorn, your friend." Trust in Shen Yan was not misplaced. He had driven off the ringwraiths more than once. Along the journey, Aragorn had begun to recognize Shen Yan's formidable strength. He would not fall to the ringwraiths. With resolve, Shen Yan charged towards the ringwraiths, drawing his blade, which elongated and transformed. Breath of the moon, 7th form, eclipsing mirror, moon reflection. A violet slash tore through one of the ringwraiths, a thunderous sound echoing through the air. Shen Yan appeared as a god of war, fiercely cutting down another ringwraith that attempted a stealthy assault from behind. The nightmare, under the control of yet another ringwraith, lifted its hooves to strike Shen Yan. However, his blade was swifter, severing the head of the nightmare. Shen Yan leaped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent a ringwraith crashing into a tree. The great tree seemed to come alive, extending its branches to ensnare the ringwraith, rendering its struggles futile. Would release, tree binding eternal entombment. The branches enveloped the ringwraith, suddenly constricting, while black smoke continuously seeped through the crevices. The remaining 2 ringwraiths, sensing that Shen Yan was even more terrifying than themselves, hastily retreated. Realizing that staying would lead to their demise once more, Shen Yan would not let this opportunity slip away. Abandoning his steed, he pursued them with a speed not much slower than that of a nightmare. The Moonblade, a manifestation of the moon's breath, shredded the ringwraith and the nightmare into fragments. Turning back, he approached his horse, mounted, and leisurely entered the domain of Rivendell. Aragorn and the others awaited him beneath a tree, and upon seeing Shen Yan, They noted that aside from a bit of dust from the ringwraith and the blood of the slain nightmare, he bore no other marks. It was hard to fathom that such feats could be accomplished by a mere human. Elven maiden Arwen, with vision far surpassing that of humans, witnessed Shen Yan's relentless pursuit. In the ensuing chaos he wrought upon the ringwraiths, instilling fear in what was once a terrorizing foe. Humans are indeed remarkable. Are they not? Shen Yan inquired with a smile. Indeed, Arwen replied, her gaze drifting to Aragorn, inadvertently feeding Shen Yan a morsel of envy. I should not have asked. Arwen led them into the valley where the elves resided, their architecture resembling exquisite works of art, basking in the sunlight's embrace. Shen Yan also encountered Arwen's father, Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell. Despite his slightly thinning hair, Elrond possessed a strikingly handsome visage, and alongside Arwen, they appeared less like father and daughter and more akin to siblings. Greetings, young mage Shen Yan. Your strength far surpasses that of your kind, Elrond remarked. Your journey has transformed peril into safety, bringing the One Ring here unscathed. Not at all. It is our duty to safeguard Middle-earth, Shen Yan replied. Elrond regarded this human with newfound respect. Not only was he powerful, but he also possessed noble qualities, a rarity among his race. Elrond was acutely aware of humanity's greed and narrow-mindedness. 3 millennia prior, Aragorn's ancestor, Isildur, had severed the One Ring from Sauron's finger, yet succumbed to its temptation, failing to destroy it, which ultimately led to Sauron's resurgence today. This history had instilled in Elrond a certain bias against humanity, making Shen Yan's nobility all the more precious in his eyes. After your arduous journey, you may rest here. Sauron's minions dare not tread upon elven lands, and Gandalf shall arrive shortly. Gandalf had gone to meet Saruman the White, but was imprisoned by him. Fortunately, he had managed to send word that he had escaped and would soon reach Rivendell. Upon hearing that Gandalf would arrive soon, Frodo exhaled in relief. Throughout their journey, he had regarded Gandalf as his pillar of support, and the news of his safety was a profound comfort. The fatigue of recent days weighed heavily upon him, lulling him into a state of drowsiness, prompting Sam to escort him to rest. Shen Yan yawned and rubbed his eyes, having slept poorly in recent days. Upon entering the room prepared by the elves, he collapsed into a deep slumber. He awoke after an entire day, finding a bounty of fruits upon the table, presumably sent by the elves. Shen Yan picked up an apple and began to munch on it, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Shen Yan took out his instant camera to capture the beauty, knowing that his phone's pixel quality could not do justice to the breathtaking landscape. As the camera spat out the photograph, he fanned it in his hands, revealing a stunning image. He was thoroughly pleased with his creation. Having ventured to the world of Middle-earth, he felt it essential to leave behind a token of his journey. Traversing through realms, aside from fulfilling quests, was indeed an expedition in itself. As Shen Yan admired his photo, Aragorn approached, accompanied by a venerable figure clad in a tattered gray robe. The elderly man sported a long beard, and without his helmet, he resembled a benevolent sage. In his hand, he held a wooden staff, topped with a pearlescent gem radiating magical energy. This is Gandalf, my friend, Aragorn introduced. Gandalf, this is Shen Yan, the individual I spoke of. Greetings, Master Shen Yan, Gandalf said, his gaze fixed upon the young mage. He was taken aback by the power that emanated from him and felt a surge of joy at the prospect of such strength. Noticing the sword at Shen Yan's side, he nodded in approval, recognizing that the realm of mages had promising successors. Hello, Master Gandalf, Shen Yan replied, his tone filled with respect. Are you the famed dual-wielding warrior of the mage community? The legendary figure of Middle-earth, known for having led both Bilbo and Frodo astray, while also pioneering the path for melee mages. It is hard not to imagine that beneath your expansive gray robes lies an elven sword, ready to be drawn in battle after casting a light spell and charging forth against foes. That is indeed quintessentially Gandalf. Shen Yan rested in the tranquil valley for several days, regaining his strength. In a serene spot, he encountered an elderly hobbit. He sat beneath a tree, cradling a thick tome and meticulously chronicling his past with a quill. Bilbo Baggins, Frodo's uncle, had embarked on an adventure at the age of 50 alongside Gandalf and others, journeying into the dwarven stronghold of the Lonely Mountain, thus forging a legendary tale that altered the fate of the world as he took the One Ring and became the first in Middle-earth to relinquish it willingly. Greetings, sir, Shen Yan said. Hello, young man, Bilbo replied with a smile, inviting Shen Yan to sit. Frodo has spoken of you. You have rescued them on numerous occasions. It is nothing. They brought me to the prancing pony, which is my way of repaying them. No, that is not a burden you should bear. I am sorry you have had to endure such a fate. Bilbo expressed his regret, pondering that had he not brought forth the ring, such troubles might have been avoided. On the contrary, had you not brought forth the ring-wraiths would likely have discovered it. You have indeed changed the course of destiny. Bilbo grasped Shen Yan's hand. My dear sir, I hope you can assist Frodo once more. The lad has suffered greatly. Of course, he is my friend. Thank you, kind sir. It is nothing. Bilbo shared tales of his youth, recounting a legendary journey that stirred his heart with every recollection. Ah, it appears you are here, my friends. Gandalf approached, and Bilbo embraced him warmly. They had been good friends since Gandalf had visited the Shire to display fireworks during Bilbo's childhood. As an emissary of the divine, Gandalf, Amaya had existed since the creation of Middle-earth, possessing vast knowledge. Master Shen Yan, I have come to invite you to a council. A council? What sort of council? The matter of the One Ring is of great significance. Elrond has summoned representatives of various races to convene, and both Elrond and I recognize your character and strength. You are an indispensable member. Such a formidable individual must not be allowed to escape. Very well, let us proceed. The two bid farewell to Bilbo and followed Gandalf to an open council chamber where many had already gathered. Men, elves, and dwarves, all summoned by Elrond, were present. Shen Yan took a seat beside Frodo and Aragorn, casting a glance around the assembly, noting that members of the fellowship were all in attendance. Legolas, the elven prince of the woodland realm, Gimli, the warrior of the dwarven kingdom, Boromir, the eldest son of the steward of Gondor. Elrond welcomed them, and, after outlining the current crisis, instructed Frodo to place the One Ring upon the central stone pedestal. The golden ring lay silently upon the stone, and Shen Yan felt a whispering allure, recognizing the ring's temptation. For humanity, the ring posed a perilous temptation, magnifying inner desires. He cupped his ears, muttering softly, "It is deafening. The ring is truly a troublesome artifact." Gandalf cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent, as Boromir rose to speak. The assembly turned their attention to him as he recounted a dream in which the eastern sky descended into darkness, while the west still held a glimmer of dawn. Under the allure of the One Ring, he gravitated forward, unable to restrain himself from extending his hand. Yet, Shen Yan seized his wrist, declaring, "This is not for you to touch. Mortals must never lay hands upon it." Boromir, unable to comprehend, insisted, "Release me, Ranger. This is a divinely ordained opportunity. We can wield the power of the ring. My father, the steward of Gondor, has led us to thwart Sauron on numerous occasions. We have safeguarded the realms by turning the enemy's weapons against them. Let them reap the consequences of their own folly. You cannot control the ring. No one can. Save for its master, Sauron." Aragorn interjected. Boromir mocked him as merely a ranger, prompting Legolas to rise in defense of Aragorn's lineage. He is the son of Arathorn, the heir to Gondor, to whom Boromir has pledged his fealty. Long ago, the last king of Gondor, Irnir, accepted the Witch King of Amar's challenge to single combat, vanishing into Minas Morgul, leaving the royal line extinguished. Thus commenced nearly a millennium of rule under the stewardship of Gondor's regents. Aragorn bore the bloodline of Isildur, an inheritance that troubled him deeply. Had Isildur not succumbed to his greed and destroyed the One Ring with the help of Elendil, much strife could have been avoided. He feared becoming ensnared by the ring's seductive power, just as Isildur had. Reluctant to assume kingship, he departed Rivendell in his 20s, dedicating decades to resisting Sauron's forces in the north. Although his lifespan far exceeded that of ordinary men, he had now reached his 80s, appearing as if he were still in his 30s. Gondor lacked a king and, it seemed, had no need of one. Boromir retook his seat, while Shen Yan rested with his legs crossed. Gandalf seized the moment, affirming, "Aragorn is right. We cannot wield the ring. We have but one choice, to destroy it." Elrond proclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for?" Dwarf warrior Gimli drew his axe and struck at the ring. With a resounding clang, the dwarven axe shattered into fragments, while the ring remained unscathed, not even marred by a scratch. The ring had been forged in the fires of Mount Doom. It could only be destroyed there, consumed by the volcanic lava. Thus, someone must bear the ring into the heart of Mordor, ascending Mount Doom to cast it into the flames. Elrond informed them that a single individual must venture into Mordor, scale Mount Doom, and relinquish the ring to the fire. However, entering Mordor was no simple feat. It was guarded by a multitude of half-orcs and the fearsome armies of orcs, as well as even more dreadful creatures that watched over the main entrance, the Black Gate. The Black Gate was wrought by Sauron's power through the ring, serving as the primary entryway into Mordor, making passage there akin to scaling a mountain. Not to mention the ever-watchful eye of Sauron, which scrutinized the world, aiding Mordor in its surveillance. Boromir was the first to express disbelief. The land of Mordor was far too perilous, and even an army of thousands could not conquer it. Legolas insisted on the necessity of destruction, while the dwarf Gimli, who harbored animosity towards elves, questioned, "Do you believe you can accomplish this?" The enmity between elves and dwarves was profound. At the end of the First Age, the two races had nearly annihilated each other over the Silmarils. Despite an alliance formed centuries ago between the Elven King of the Woodland Realm and the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain, it had been shattered due to Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather's greed for the Elven King's wife's necklace. As their quarrel escalated, the entire assembly hall erupted into chaos. Humans were arrogant and greedy, elves aloof and disdainful, and dwarves irritable and quick to anger. The flaws of their races became glaringly apparent in that moment. And coupled with their mutual hatred, the hall resembled a marketplace brawl. Had it not been for Gandalf and Elrond's presence, weapons would have surely been drawn, leading to a violent clash. Shen Yan perceived the underlying motives. Elrond sought to prevent the elves of Rivendell from bearing the blame alone, thus gathering a multitude to share the burden. Should calamity arise, they would face it collectively, and once this ordeal concluded, the elves of Rivendell would depart Middle-earth for the west. The world of Middle-earth had become inhospitable for the elves. The magic in the air was waning. Darkness enveloped the land, and even with Sauron's defeat, the environment was unsuitable for their existence, necessitating a change of residence. Amidst the clamor, Frodo stared blankly at the One Ring, the incantation echoing in his ears. He envisioned flames and ultimately resolved to declare his intention to become the ring-bearer, casting the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. Gandalf's gaze was a mix of relief and guilt. In truth, of all present, only Frodo possessed the strength to resist the ring's allure. From the outset, he was the only one capable of carrying it into Mordor. Frodo's task was to deliver the ring here, and he had fulfilled it. He could leave at any time. He had not wished to undertake this path, but fate had dictated otherwise, and challenges lay ahead. He both desired Frodo to venture into Mordor and wished he did not have to. "Oh, brave and kind-hearted hobbit. I can go, but I do not know the way," Frodo murmured weakly. Boromir had painted a grim picture of the journey, yet Frodo resolved to proceed. Gandalf approached Frodo, placing a hand on his shoulder with a complex tone. "I shall assist you in bearing this heavy burden, Frodo Baggins, as long as it rests upon your shoulders." Aragorn also assured Frodo that he would protect him with his life. With Aragorn's lead, Legolas and Gimli joined the fellowship. Boromir stated, "You carry the weight of the world upon your shoulders, my little friend. If this is the final decision of the council, Gondor shall lend its support." Shen Yan clapped his hands, finally concluding, "Are we done? Very well, Frodo, let us prepare." "Mr. Shen Yan, will you also go?" Frodo inquired. "Of course," he replied. "I promised I would assist you, Frodo. I shall escort you through this arduous journey." Sam, Pippin, and Merry stealthily joined the ranks, marking the formal establishment of the fellowship. Elrond commenced summoning elven craftsmen to reforge the broken sword of Isildur, the ancestral blade of Aragorn, which had vanquished Sauron in the previous age. Once remade, Aragorn received the sacred sword from Elrond with a complex expression, bestowing upon it the name Enril. The fellowship set forth, journeying westward for 40 days towards the Misty Mountains, passing through the Gap of Rohan, and then eastward to the land of Mordor. As Gandalf detailed their route, Gimli cast a glance towards the distant snow-capped peaks, realizing they would need to traverse the mountains, evidently taking a longer path. He proposed an alternative. "We could traverse the mines of Moria, which would save us half the time." Gandalf shook his head, deeming it a last resort. They would not venture there unless absolutely necessary. The mines of Moria had once again been overrun by goblins, and the path would be fraught with peril. Seeing Gandalf's steadfastness, Gimli reluctantly conceded, "I shall heed your counsel." Legolas stood upon a stone, gazing into the distance as a dark mass of clouds approached ominously against the wind. "Quick, hide," he warned. It was a flock of Saruman's scouts, sent to track their movements. The group hurriedly concealed themselves as the birds circled overhead before departing. "Surely they did not notice us?" one questioned. "No, they did," said Shen Yan. "If they had not detected us, they would not return." Gandalf's countenance grew grim. The white-robed wizard had allied himself with Sauron, yet Sauron would share power with no one. Coincidentally, Saruman had no desire for such a division either. Glancing at the snow-capped mountains, Gandalf pondered the potential dangers should Saruman employ sorcery from that vantage. But the mines of Moria. "It seems we must alter our course," he concluded, resigned. The mountains posed a threat to their lives, whereas the mines might offer a glimmer of hope. "Wonderful!" Gimli exclaimed with excitement. Moria has been cut off from the outside world for decades. I am eager to see its current state. The Fellowship redirected their path towards the mines of Moria, and after traversing the mines, they would journey a few more days to reach the Gap of Rowan. Moria, a name deemed ominous by the elves, was the largest underground city in the northwestern region of Middle-earth. For millennia, it had housed countless dwarves. But their deep excavations had unearthed the Balrog. The royal lineage was compelled to lead the dwarves from Moria to the Lonely Mountain, where the mines became a stronghold for orcs. Later, the Lonely Mountain fell to Smaug, and the dwarven king Thorin Oakenshield, against all counsel, sought to reclaim their ancient home, only to meet his demise at the hands of the orc leader Azog. Following the Battle of the Five Armies, Thorin, along with his nephews, perished, leaving the throne to D2 Ironfoot, the next in line by blood. Balin, from the company that ventured to the Lonely Mountain, aspired to reclaim Moria and form an expeditionary force, having subdued most of the region, yet the Balrog and the Mithril Mines remained an insurmountable adversary. In a bid to invigorate the dwarven kin and rally their strength to vanquish the Balrog, Balin deceitfully proclaimed that they had completely reclaimed the mines of Moria, declaring himself the Lord of Moria. To all, Moria appeared as the rightful domain of the dwarves, which is why Gimli was filled with such exuberance. However, Gandalf was aware that shortly after Balin had made his claim, he had been fatally struck by a poisoned arrow from a half-orc by the shores of Mirror Lake. The orcs mounted another fierce assault, leading to the utter failure of the expedition, and the half-orcs regained control of the area. The Fellowship arrived at the mines of Moria before nightfall, where the dwarves, utilizing their formidable tunneling skills, had constructed an extensive network of mine passages, even breaching the towering peak of Caradhras. Within, they had carved the endless stair, allowing passage from the mountain's base to its summit. Surmounting this lofty peak would lead one to the forest of Lothlórien, home to the powerful elven queen, Galadriel. Upon reaching the mountainside, they encountered a dark, profound lake, its waters as black as ink, exuding an eerie aura. Shen Yan gazed into the depths of Mirror Lake, recalling a formidable creature that resided within. Gandalf guided them to a steep, smooth cliff face, where distinct marks of dwarven workmanship were evident. Through Gandalf's exploration, they discovered the entrance to the mines of Moria, the doors of Durin, which would only reflect starlight and moonlight. Gandalf furrowed his brow, recognizing that the dwarves had crafted a mechanism requiring a password for entry. Let us wait here for a moment, as we must rely on the moonlight to unveil the riddle. Soon, the clouds above parted, allowing moonlight to cascade down, illuminating the smooth cliff face where the doors of Durin were outlined, and the riddle subtly emerged: the Lord of Moria, the door of Durin, speak friend and enter. Gandalf recited the dwarven phrase, his extensive lifespan granting him mastery over the languages of many races. It was evident that if one were a friend and spoke the incantation, the door would open. With a smile, Gandalf thought this puzzle would pose no challenge to him. In the language of the dwarves, I call upon you, O elven door, to open for me. Yet, the doors of Durin remained resolutely shut. The silence was palpable, and Gandalf, exasperated, attempted various incantations, but to no avail. Frustrated, Gandalf contemplated using his formidable Maya form to force the door open, yet it remained unmoved. How could this be? I know the incantation. It cannot fail. Shen Yan, hearing the sound of flowing water, turned his attention away from Gandalf's plight and inquired, Legolas, how does one say friend in Elvish? Legolas, perplexed, uttered the Elvish term for friend, and miraculously, the doors of Durin swung open. Look, the door is opened, Shen Yan exclaimed. How could it be so simple? Gandalf queried in astonishment. I believe friend is simply friend, but considering the relationship between elves and dwarves, it is uncommon for an elf to address a dwarf as such. Yet, if an elf were to utter the term, they must indeed be a friend of the dwarves, Shen Yan explained. Legolas was at a loss for words, while Gimli chuckled heartily. Ah, the wisdom of our ancestors. How careless of me. Gandalf coughed softly, gazing into the pitch-black entrance, beckoning everyone to venture inside. With age comes a certain resilience, and his demeanor reflected that. As the group stepped into the abyss, they found no sign of the warm-hearted dwarves that Gimli had described, nor any delectable food or drink. Instead, illuminated by Gandalf's staff, the sight of countless dwarven corpses lay strewn about, revealing that this was not a mine, but rather a tomb. Boromir surveyed the grim surroundings and exclaimed, No, this cannot be real. No. Gimli had anticipated some perils in Moria, though he did not foresee such a grim reality. Overcome with sorrow, he knelt before the remains and wept. Legolas picked up an arrow from a corpse, his voice heavy with dread. It is an orc's arrow. At this revelation, the others unsheathed their weapons, forming a protective barrier around the four vulnerable hobbits. We must leave. We must get out. Realizing the imminent danger, they prepared to escape when suddenly Sam shouted Frodo's name. A massive tentacle ensnared Frodo's leg, dragging him toward the lake. Shen Yan rushed forward, severing the tentacle and tossing Frodo back to Sam. As more tentacles emerged from the water, Shen Yan commanded, "Fall back." Blood demon art, Winter's ice pillar. Frigid ice pillars formed above the lake's surface, crashing down and rapidly freezing the water, even immobilizing the tentacles mid-air. Excellent. Shen Yan, you. Boromir attempted to approach, but Shen Yan halted him, insisting, "Step back. This magic could freeze your lungs." The blood demon art's ice would generate countless ice crystals, even with their unique constitutions. Prolonged exposure could be harmful. As Shen Yan retreated, Gandalf declared, "We have no choice but to stay here. If we traverse the snowy mountains, we cannot withstand Saruman's sorcery." There was a distinct difference between the white-robed wizard and the gray-robed one. Gandalf was no match for Saruman. It remained a mystery why no action had been taken against Saruman from above. The journey through Moria was perilous, yet the snowy mountains promised certain death. Here lay dangers beyond mere orcs. Balrogs awaited, but as long as they did not provoke them, they should be safe. The group delved deeper into Moria, where the labyrinthine tunnels branched endlessly. Without Gandalf and Gimli to guide them, they would have easily lost their way. The light from Gandalf's staff illuminated the surroundings, bright yet gentle, casting away the darkness. Shen Yan stood at the edge of the tunnel, peering down. Gandalf's light penetrated hundreds of meters, yet the abyss remained unfathomable. The dwarves had inhabited this place for millennia, digging to unfathomable depths. One could only imagine the Balrog lurking beneath, capable of free fall for what felt like half an hour. The true treasure of Moria was not gold or gems, but mithril. Frodo possessed a mithril shirt gifted by his uncle, a mere trinket worth an entire shire. It was during Bilbo's quest in the Lonely Mountain that the dwarf Thorin presented him with a precious gift. At that time, Thorin was already afflicted by the curse known as dragon sickness, a relentless yearning for gold that rendered him increasingly avaricious and selfish. Yet, in his most covetous state, Thorin still bestowed upon Bilbo the invaluable mithril shirt, a testament to the bond they shared. Gandalf spoke of this mithril shirt, remarking on its unparalleled worth, and even Gielyn referred to it as a royal gift. I have heard it said that after being unearthed from the heart of the mountain, Thorin, Oakenshield's grandfather, the dwarf king of that era, became consumed by greed, a manifestation of the aforementioned dragon sickness. The words of Shen Yan momentarily silenced Gandalf, who acknowledged the truth in them. Indeed, dragon sickness had transformed Thorin into a creature of avarice akin to Smaug. Alas, this greed and selfishness led Thorin to reject those who sought to aid him, ultimately leading him to ruin. However, I wish to emphasize that despite his affliction, Thorin willingly gifted the mithril shirt to Mr. Bilbo, a testament to their commendable friendship. Gandalf turned back, his rare smile illuminating his face, affirming that their friendship was indeed enviable. As they journeyed onward, Gandalf abruptly halted, a look of confusion crossing his features. "I have no recollection of this place," he murmured. Just as I was about to commend his navigational skills, it appeared he had led them astray. They had no choice but to rest, kindling a fire to prepare a meal. Frodo caught sight of a shadowy figure climbing in the darkness of the mine and tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve. Shen Yan too noticed and alerted Gandalf. "There is something below." It was Golem, who had been lurking nearby for some time. Gandalf, puffing on his pipe, wore a complex expression. He was aware of the path ahead, yet the presence of the Balrog dissuaded him from advancing. The Balrog was a fallen Maya, a kindred spirit, endowed with immense power. It had been drawn by the allure of the One Ring, forever ensnared by its desire, harboring a tumultuous love-hate relationship with it, mirroring his own internal struggles. The life of S.M. Aggle was a tragic tale. Originally named S.M. Aggle, he was once a hobbit, though the ring did not initially belong to him. It was his kin, D. Aggle, who discovered it on S.M. Aggle's birthday. S.M. Aggle demanded that D. Aggle gift him the ring as a birthday present, but when refused, he succumbed to the ring's temptation, murdering D. Aggle to claim it for himself. He committed numerous misdeeds with the ring before being cast out by his kin, eventually retreating to a cave in the misty mountains under the ring's influence, transforming into a wretched creature over nearly 6 centuries. Later, the ring came into Bilbo's possession, and Golem had been relentlessly searching for it ever since. He might have a way to track us here, perhaps a means to escape, Shen Yan pondered. Master Shen Yan. He is merely a pitiful wretch. Tempted by the ring, he has become a creature neither man nor ghost. Yet I believe we will require his assistance on our journey. Without hesitation, Shen Yan leaped into the mine, startling the others, but he found his footing with ease upon the cliffside. Legolas remarked, "Elves cannot accomplish such feats." "Nor can dwarves," Jielen added, pouting slightly. The group turned to Gandalf, who shrugged, "What do you expect of me? I am equally incapable." "But are you not a wizard? Even the mage has areas of uncertainty. I merely selected the illumination spell, while directing my attention towards the one-handed sword and berserk skills." Soon, Shen Yan ensnared a humanoid creature resembling a skeletal frame, who leapt forth. "Golem! Golem! Release us! Spare the wretched Golem!" The creature's throat emitted a continuous gurgling sound, which is the origin of his name, and the vines ensnaring him rendered escape impossible. "Frodo, remember his visage," Shen Yan instructed. "I know you shall not succumb to the allure of the One Ring's power. Yet heed this. Prolonged possession of the ring transforms one into such a monstrosity." Unable to resist, Frodo grasped the ring hanging from his neck, a wave of sympathy flooding his heart. Despite Gollum's desperate pleas, Shen Yan remained resolute. Legolas remarked, "You ought to be imprisoned in the Woodland Realm." Previously, Gollum had been confined in Mordor. Sauron learned of the One Ring's resurgence through him, subsequently releasing him and dispatching others to follow him in search of the ring. Later, Aragorn captured him and delivered him to the Woodland Realm for the Elven King to oversee. Gandalf had also confirmed that the ring in Bilbo's possession was indeed the One Ring, initially believing it merely a ring of the Dwarf King. Subsequently, when the Woodland Realm was besieged by Uruk-hai, Gollum escaped, attempting to seek refuge within the mines of Moria, but found the entrance barred until Shen Yan and his companions arrived, allowing him to follow in their wake. In other words, does he know the way to Mordor? Shen Yan pressed his foot upon Gollum's head. "Hey, do you know how to exit the mines of Moria?" "Gollum, Gollum, we do not know." "Do not know? Then I could toss you aside." Frodo and Bilbo might have the compassion to spare him, but Shen Yan did not share that sentiment. "Wait, please do not kill him," Gandalf interjected. "My intuition suggests Gollum will play a significant role, be it for good or ill. If it leans towards malevolence, Frodo may be in peril." Shen Yan replied, "I shall not wager." "Gollum, Gollum, kind mage, powerful mage, I implore you, save us. We mean no harm." "Gollum, Gollum." Gollum pleaded with Gandalf, and Frodo, observing Gollum's plight, felt a twinge of empathy for one so tormented by the ring, reduced to such a pitiable state. He lamented the circumstances that had transpired. Gandalf spoke, "Frodo, do not dwell on such thoughts. Can all things go precisely as we desire? We are not the masters of fate. What we can do is determine our actions within the confines of our limited time. Many forces govern the world, not solely malevolent ones." Bilbo was destined to find the ring, and Frodo would come to possess it. "Mage Shen Yan, you shall encounter Frodo. Perhaps it is fate guiding you to protect him." Does that notion not inspire hope? At that moment, a profound realization dawned upon him as he grasped his destiny. "I believe I remember the way. Bring Gollum along with me." Accompanied by the group, they arrived at the dwarven excavation site, the grand hall of the ancient city-state. Towering stone columns stood solemnly within this hall, as if narrating the former glory and splendor of the dwarven kingdom. Yet, due to its abandonment, the once magnificent edifice now lay in disarray, evoking a sense of poignant melancholy. As they continued their journey, they stumbled upon a side door revealing a collection of dwarven skeletal remains. Goldilocks hastened towards them and entered a narrow stone chamber, where a sarcophagus lay at the center, illuminated by a radiant glow. Gazing at the dwarven inscriptions upon the sarcophagus, Goldilocks knelt before it, overcome with grief, weeping uncontrollably. Gandalf began to recite the ancient dwarven words inscribed on the tomb. "Here lies Balin, son of Fundin, lord of Moria." He had passed away. Another friend had departed. And Gandalf, removing his pointed gray hat, reflected upon the sorrow of immortality, witnessing friends fade away one by one through the passage of time, leaving him only with the solemn duty of mourning. Balin, once a member of the company of the Lonely Mountain, had met his end here, alongside 3 other companions from that fateful expedition. Gathering the thick tomes clutched by the skeletal remains, Goldilocks noted the cover marred by slashes from blades, chronicling the victories and failures of the Moria expedition. A distant drumming echoed from deep within the chamber. "We have barred the doors. We cannot escape. They are coming." The last line of text was chaotic, abruptly halted by bloodstains. Silence enveloped the group, yet Shen Yan discerned the rhythmic drumming emanating from a nearby dry well. "How were we discovered?" The pounding intensified, accompanied by the growls of half-orcs. Frodo unsheathed the elven short sword gifted by Bilbo, its blade shimmering with a soft blue light. "It's orcs," Legolas exclaimed. Boromir rushed to the entrance as arrows whizzed past him, embedding themselves into the thick wooden door. They swiftly closed it. "They VE brought cave trolls. Prepare yourselves." Gandalf, without hesitation, drew his elven longsword, letting out a battle cry. Goldilocks bellowed, "Bring it on. There is still a dwarf left in Moria. I understand the sentiment, but why must you stand atop Balin's coffin?" The door shook as half-orcs hacked at it with axes. The aged wood, long neglected, succumbed quickly to the onslaught, creating a breach. Legolas loosed an arrow into the gap, slaying one of the marauders. Shen Yan positioned himself at the threshold, beginning to form hand seals. As the armored half-orcs burst through, Shen Yan unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. The fiery dragon surged forth, scattering the invading half-orcs and igniting chaos among their ranks. Excellent. Goldilocks raised his axe, exclaiming, "Let us show them what we're made of." Shen Yan charged into the throng of half-orcs, cutting through them with the ease of a reaper. Embodying the ferocity of a warrior. The orc population is vast. However, they lack strength, merely compensating for it with their numbers and rapid reproduction. A mere ordinary human could contend with several orcs. As the orcs encircled him, Legolas drew his bow in preparation for rescue. Only to witness the moon's breath unleash its lunar blades among the orcs, the terrifying blades shredding numerous orcs to pieces. How astonishing! Aragorn gasped, realizing that Shen Yan was even more formidable than he had imagined. Jean Li triumphantly cleaved through an orc, exclaiming, "Ha! Shen Yan, the valiant friend of dwarves." A colossal cave troll charged in with a furious roar, but Shen Yan deftly evaded its assault, grasping the chain around its neck with one hand. Swinging it around in a whirlwind, oblivious to the number of orcs it toppled. "Come, who dares to approach?" Shen Yan stood resolute at the entrance, a lone guardian, causing the orcs to retreat in fear. In the darkness, the orcs' roars echoed, pouring in from all directions like cockroaches. "Quickly, to the bridge of Khazad-dûm," Gandalf urged. "I shall hold them off. I will catch up with you shortly. I leave this to you," he cautioned. "Ensure you follow the firelight." "Very well." Once Gandalf and the others departed, Shen Yan stood vigilant at the threshold, the moon's breath perfectly suited for facing numerous foes, slicing through the orcs like a machine, instilling a tidal wave of fear among them. With a roar, the orcs suddenly grew restless, scattering in haste. In the distance, Shen Yan spotted a flicker of flame. The heavy footfalls of the monstrous foe resonating like drumbeats against his heart, a sensation of pressure he had never encountered before. As the flames drew nearer, he beheld the fire demon, wreathed in hellish flames. Its towering form dwarfed the grand palaces constructed by dwarfs, which appeared as mere lowly shanties in comparison. With a pair of wings unfurling behind it, a scorching wind rushed towards him, and its colossal hands effortlessly rent stone columns asunder. While a tail akin to that of a dragon sent a lifeless cave troll soaring through the air. This fire demon was a servant of the Dark Lord Morgoth, a fallen Maya, kin to Gandalf. It was the very demon unearthed by the dwarves, who, alongside the orcs and trolls, had driven them from the mines of Moria. As the fire demon approached, Shen Yan tightened his grip on the enchanted blade. "Come, let me see your true strength." With reckless abandon, he charged towards the fire demon, swinging the enchanted blade against its rock-like body. With a furious roar, the fire demon unleashed an inferno that forced Shen Yan back, hanging upside down from the palace ceiling. It appeared that close combat was no longer viable. Thus, he resolved to employ the water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, cascading onto the fire demon, causing steam to rise as the flames diminished. Yet, in the next moment, the fire surged anew, the steam proliferating throughout the palace. Blood demon technique, Lotus Bodhisattva. Upon a colossal ice lotus, a benevolent bodhisattva materialized. As the bodhisattva whispered, an icy breath instantaneously enveloped the surroundings, transforming water vapor into crystalline frost, binding the flame demon under Shen Yan's command, thereby buying precious time. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The wood dragon rampaged through the palace, ensnaring the flame demon's form, joining forces with the sleeping lotus bodhisattva to immobilize their foe. Breath of the moon, 8th form, moon dragon tail. A massive crescent-shaped strike swept towards the flame demon, who took the blow head-on, a fissure appearing in its molten body, one of its goat-like horns splintering. With a thunderous roar, the enraged flame demon directed its fury at Shen Yan, flames erupting from its eyes, incinerating the lotus bodhisattva and igniting the wood dragon in a conflagration that illuminated the entire palace. Wood release, wooden man technique. the wooden figure emerged. Its height rivaling that of the flame demon, towering too high would impede its movement, delivering a heavy punch to the flame demoness face. Shen Yan stood atop the wooden man, commanding the burning wood dragon to siphon the flame demoness magical energy. However, the intense heat only fueled the flames on the wood dragon, as if gasoline had been poured onto a fire. The inferno intensified. The wooden man grasped the flame demon's legs, tossing it back and forth, causing the palace to tremble as the flame demon crashed into stone columns, disorienting itself. The wooden man seized a stone pillar, shattering it with a resounding crash, wielding it as a weapon to relentlessly strike the flame demon. In retaliation, the flame demon conjured a massive flaming axe, shattering the pillar with a single blow, and with a fierce swing, cleaved a deep gash into the wooden man's arm. Such formidable strength, truly deserving of the title Flame Demon. Breaking free from the wooden man's grasp, the flame demon discarded the axe, opting instead for a fiery whip that ensnared the wooden man's ankle. With a powerful tug, the wooden man began to lose its balance and was on the verge of toppling backward. Naive, Shen Yan executed the wood release, summoning a large wooden hand behind the wooden man to steady it, preventing the fall. Another punch landed. The flame demon was sent reeling, crashing through several stone columns. Buried under the rubble, it was indeed resilient. It was time to conclude this. Having gauged the flame demon's approximate strength, the wooden man advanced boldly, seizing the demon by its tail and slamming it to the ground. The wooden man leapt high, crashing down onto the flame demon's back with tremendous force, eliciting anguished howls from the demon. An aura of cold enveloped Shen Yan as he leapt down, the demon slayer piercing straight for the elemental core in the flame demon's chest. The demon's exceedingly hard skin and flesh necessitated Shen Yan to channel immense strength and magical energy into his body, allowing the blade to penetrate. As the demon slayer unleashed its second form, the sharp blade pierced through, shattering the flame demon's core. Flames extinguished, akin to cooling lava. And upon Shen Yan's mighty stomp, it shattered completely. Turning to pursue Gandalf and the others, they had already escaped the Moria mines via the bridge of Khazad-dûm. I have returned. Are you all unharmed? Observing their disheveled appearances, filled with sorrow, my gaze fell upon Gandalf, who lay prone on the ground. What has happened to Gandalf the Grey? We were ambushed by half-orcs on our way out, though Gandalf led us to safety. He was struck in the heart by a treacherous arrow. Aragorn was engulfed in profound sorrow. Gandalf's departure was an unbearable blow to him. Are you jesting? Gandalf, who had plummeted from the bridge of Khazad-dûm into the abyss without a scratch and had fought fiercely against the Balrog. You tell me he has succumbed to an orc's arrow? Gandalf lay on the ground, his expression serene, a conspicuous stain of blood on his chest, where the arrow had been extracted, leaving a gaping wound. Shen Yan knelt down and checked for Gandalf's breath, finding none. This cannot be. He had battled a Balrog for what felt like an eternity. Gandalf could ascend from the depths of the mines to the heights above and rise to become Gandalf the White. He could not be so feeble. In a moment of clarity, Shen Yan's gaze swept over Gandalf's form, perceiving his insides as if through X-ray vision, revealing that all vital functions had ceased. Though he was a Maya, his human guise mirrored that of mankind. Yet what was this? A luminous white light coursed through Gandalf's body, a manifestation of magical energy, slowly trickling towards his extremities. Astonishing. It appeared that some divine intervention had been bestowed upon Gandalf. The actions of Saruman the White had strayed far from their duties, as a gray pilgrim beneath the white. Gandalf's promotion seemed inevitable. Being struck by an orc's arrow may have merely been a catalyst for this enhancement. Gandalf's internal magic had not yet waned. There was hope yet. We must make our way to Lothlórien. It is the realm ruled by the Lady Galadriel and her husband Celeborn, a place of unparalleled beauty and tranquility. Excuse me. Gandalf is in peril. Does anyone know the way? Shen Yan hoisted Gandalf onto his back. The body was still warm, its temperature showing no signs of decline. Upon hearing that there was still a chance for Gandalf, spirits lifted, and Legolas declared, I shall lead the way. He took the forefront, guiding the group as they hurried toward Lothlórien. Golem had vanished. Sam mentioned that amid the chaos of the orc attack, they had been unable to attend to Golem, who had been dragged away, leaving his fate uncertain. Golem was not essential, so Shen Yan chose to disregard him, traversing the rugged mountain paths with haste, trailing closely behind the swift Legolas. Aragorn, known as the Strider, matched the pace with his long strides, while the hobbits, endowed with remarkable endurance, kept up a brisk speed. Only Gimli, the dwarf, struggled to keep up, burdened by his short legs, weighty physique, and armor. Gimli, hurry up. The dwarf was not adept at long-distance running. We all excelled in sprints. Though Gimli's stamina was intact, his speed lagged, but he was accompanied by Boromir, a steadfast human. "Fear not, for you have me by your side," Boromir reassured him. Gimli rolled his eyes and pressed on. After much effort, they finally reached the heart of the Lothlórien forest. Their pace slowing. Gimli tended to Frodo, cautioning, "Be mindful, young hobbit. The forest of Lothlórien is home to powerful and fearsome elven sorceresses, whose gaze is said to ensnare the beholder in a spell." The dwarf, as is tradition, harbored an aversion to elves. Shen Yan cast an amused glance at Gimli, pondering who had been so utterly captivated by Galadriel that they had even requested a strand of her hair, to which she graciously bestowed 3. "You shall think differently when you meet the Lady of the Realm," Legolas scoffed. Galadriel was renowned among the elves, a race celebrated for their beauty, and only his father could rival her allure. The elves possessed but one kingdom, the woodland realm established by Legolas's father, who was the sole elven king. The other regions were merely territories ruled by various lords. Galadriel was the wife of the elven Lord Celeborn, a formidable sorceress, the mother-in-law of Elrond, and the grandmother of Arwen. "Huh, she cannot enchant me, a dwarf," Gimli declared, but as his words fell, a throng of elves emerged from the woods, bows drawn and aimed at them. Legolas conveyed their intentions, and the leader, Haldir, commanded them to lower their weapons, deriding Gimli, who was panting heavily like an ox, capable of hitting his mark even in the dark. Upon glancing at Frodo, Haldir sensed the malevolence of the One Ring and hesitated to allow them deeper into the forest. He then inquired of Shen Yan about Gandalf's condition. "He is injured but not deceased. He requires healing, which is why we seek refuge in the domain protected by Lady Galadriel. We hope to harness her potent magic to restore our wizard." In recent days, Shen Yan had noted a considerable improvement in Gandalf's condition. He could feel the burgeoning power within him revitalizing his seemingly aging body. Sensing that Gandalf was veering ever closer to the path of the Berserker, Gandalf shared a close bond with Galadriel, a fact well known to Haldir. With the assistance of Legolas and Aragorn, Haldir ultimately guided them to the heart of Lothlórien, the realm of Caras Galadhon, ruled by Celeborn and Galadriel. The scenery of Caras Galadhon starkly contrasted with Rivendell. The elves resided high among the trees, artistic stairways spiraling around the colossal trunks. Silvery light illuminated the area, dispelling any gloom, harmoniously blending with the resplendent palaces, a breathtaking sight to behold. The air was imbued with a gentle fragrance of blossoms and greenery, easing the tense nerves of the fellowship over the past days. They arrived at the palace of Celeborn and Galadriel, where the couple descended gracefully, hand in hand, enveloped in a soft radiance emanating from the 2 trees, a sight few elves had witnessed. Galadriel was among the rare few who had survived since the First Age, possessing the most noble lineage among elven women, a blend of the 3 greatest elven bloodlines, both powerful and compassionate. Her beauty was flawless and ethereal, the most exquisite woman Shen Yan had ever encountered, perhaps never to meet another like her. This beauty evoked no desires, only the longing to quietly admire her presence, rendering anyone too timid to meet her gaze. The previously assertive Gimli was now utterly entranced, at a loss for words. "I am aware of your purpose. What has befallen Gandalf?" Lord Celeborn gazed at his wife's friend, as Shen Yan gently set Gandalf down. Though struck by an orc's arrow, Gandalf remained alive, undergoing some peculiar transformation. Galadriel extended her hand, employing magic to ascertain Gandalf's condition, and sighed with relief. He was growing more powerful, which was indeed a positive development. She discerned the nature of his change, allowing herself to relax, and instructed others to attend to Gandalf, turning her attention to Shen Yan. Within Shen Yan's heart, the voice of Galadriel echoed, "You are quite extraordinary, young sorcerer, and employing this uniqueness to combat evil is the rightful choice. A formidable mage, you have vanquished the Balrog, an achievement unparalleled since the Third Age began." As the Third Age unfolded, the potency of magic waned. Once, elves were the lords of Middle-earth, but now they were retreating from the annals of history, preparing to sail westward, leaving the world behind. The era of men quietly approached, yet no man, however powerful, could single-handedly defeat Morgoth's Balrog. Undoubtedly, Shen Yan possessed great strength. "Thank you for your praise, beautiful lady of magic," he replied. Galadriel chuckled lightly, and in an instant, the world dimmed. Her enchanting smile was fleeting, as Boromir suddenly broke into tears, unable to bear the vision of Gondor's destruction that Galadriel had revealed to him. His father had battled Sauron for decades, and his spirit was nearly shattered under the weight of such despair. Witnessing this fate, Boromir felt as if his heart were being torn asunder. The burden of responsibility was overwhelming, and the pressure tormented him, while the One Ring subtly tempted him. Galadriel reassured him that hope still lingered, yet Boromir could see none. It had been an eternity since they had glimpsed hope. His father's health was deteriorating. The people's morale was severely shaken, and the threat of Mordor loomed large, alongside Sauron's resurgence. Gondor could no longer perceive hope. "You have traveled far, please. Rest now and cleanse your hearts and bodies of weariness." Galadriel encouraged the group to take respite. They had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for many days. After a refreshing bath, Shen Yan lay down and quickly fell into a deep slumber, snoring alongside Glorfindel. In the dead of night, Shen Yan sensed a surge of magic, rousing him from his sleep. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, as Galadriel's voice resonated in his mind. "Please, continue to rest, young sorcerer." It was indeed Galadriel. She bore one of the 3 rings of the elves, the Ring of Water, Ninya, making her impervious to Sauron's control. Yet, her heart yearned for the One Ring, teetering on the brink of corruption. However, it seemed Galadriel had resisted the ring's temptation. Not wishing to dwell on it further, he turned over and fell back asleep, reassured by the safety of his surroundings. The Fellowship of the Ring was warmly welcomed in Lothlórien, with an abundance of food and drink at their disposal. However, the elves feasted upon a vegetarian diet, and after several days of consuming only greens, Shen Yan began to feel a longing for meat, exchanging glances with Glorfindel, who shared his carnivorous inclinations. "Let us go hunt," he suggested eagerly. The 2 companions departed, greeting the elven guards before venturing into the woods. After successfully hunting a deer and a goat, they set their spoils over the fire to roast. "Ha ha, Shen Yan. You truly understand me and know exactly what I desire." Jean Li sprinkled seasoning over the goat, while Shen Yan brushed sauce onto the venison. "Indeed, indulging in some vegetarian fare occasionally is manageable, but subsisting solely on greens would surely be my undoing. I feel as though my complexion is turning green. Alas, there is no wine. Yet there is." Shen Yan produced elven wine, handing a bottle to Jean Li. "Shen Yan, your thoughtfulness is remarkable. Your extraordinary magic is quite convenient. Gandalf does not possess your prowess. My friend, you vanquished the Balrog and aided us dwarves in defeating our most formidable foe. You are both powerful and benevolent. Let us journey to the Lonely Mountain together. I believe His Majesty would be most pleased to meet such a valiant warrior." Ha ha, it was but a trifling task. Nothing more. Not merely a trifling task. The mines of Moria were the dwarves' original home, yet due to the Balrog, Balin and his kin perished, and we have been unable to return home. You have accomplished what was once thought impossible, my friend. I have already dispatched a raven to convey the state of Moria back to the Lonely Mountain. Your name will soon echo throughout Middle-earth as the Balrog's bane. The powerful sorcerer, Shen Yan. The 2 clinked their cups together, and once the meat was ready, they feasted heartily, savoring every morsel. After patting their bellies, they extinguished the fire and made their way back with Jean Li. Gandalf had yet to awaken, and everyone rested in place. With some time to spare, Shen Yan ventured into the elven library to borrow a few ordinary spellbooks. Elven magic, it seemed, was devoid of true magic. Celebrian approached Shen Yan the mage. "The strength of the elves is not magic. It is a power that humanity cannot learn. What you require is this." She gifted Shen Yan a tome that contained magic belonging to mankind. Currently, human mages are quite rare in Middle-earth, yet during the Second Age, there existed some powerful sorcerers. I have collected a few of their magical writings and present them to you, hoping they may aid you. I am grateful for your generosity, fair lady. More beautiful than the stars. Celebrian smiled, her radiance outshining the night sky. Mithrandir shall awaken in half a fortnight, and at that time, you can embark on your journey. Mithrandir is the name Gandalf is known by among the elves. Gandalf is not his true name, merely the one most widely recognized, sparing us the trouble of introductions. Very well. Shen Yan began to study the magic of humanity from the Second Age, suddenly realizing that the more potent spells required lengthy incantations, often interspersed with Elvish and other languages. The translations in his mind appeared in simplified characters, yet that did not guarantee he could pronounce them. Damn it. I must learn additional languages? He attempted to recite these incantations in Mandarin, infusing them with magical energy, but to no avail. Elvish was taught to him by Aragorn and Legolas, and Jean Li knew the Dwarvish tongue, but the languages of Middle-earth were numerous. This was not a task to be completed in a day or 2. How troublesome. Shen Yan sighed as he leaned back in his chair, contemplating a stroll outside. Just then, Jean Li dashed over, holding something in his hands. Shen Yan, Shen Yan, what is it? Jean Li carefully unwrapped the parcel in her hands, revealing a silver wrist guard adorned with intricate patterns and set with several gemstones. This was the mithril wrist guard that King Dane II had sent as a gift to you. Mithril wrist guard? Shen Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. The defensive capabilities of mithril were exceptionally formidable, not to mention its rarity. The mithril chainmail worn by Frodo was worth an entire Shire, and yet Dane II was willing to bestow upon her such a precious gift? The notoriously frugal dwarves could be so generous? This wrist guard was crafted by the most skilled dwarven artisans of the Lonely Mountain, infused with a measure of mithril, providing defense nearly comparable to that of pure mithril, while also enhancing the wearer's strength. Though it could not rival the mithril chainmail, it was still immensely valuable. Such a treasured item is given to me? Naturally, you are a friend of the dwarves, the slayer of the fire demon. The remaining half-orcs are no match for us. Reclaiming the Moria mines is merely a matter of time. Do try it on. Jean Li pressed the wrist guard into Shen Yan's embrace. Shen Yan placed the somewhat robust wrist guard around her wrist, and it conformed perfectly to her arm without any discomfort. Clenching her fist, she could feel her strength noticeably enhanced. Now, let us test its defensive capabilities. Before Shen Yan could utter another word, Jean Li eagerly swung a knife down upon the wrist guard. With a resounding clang, sparks flew. Yet the wrist guard bore not a single mark, while the blade of the knife curled up at the edge. How is it? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. I have faith in the dwarven craftsmanship. The only beings in Middle-earth capable of surpassing dwarven forging techniques were the elves of the First Age, who received their knowledge directly from the divine. However, with the ravages of war, few elves remain, and not a single one of those master artisans is left to rival the dwarves. Dwarves are indeed masters of technology and engineering, their stubborn nature imbuing their creations with an unwavering pursuit of perfection, resulting in items devoid of expiration. Shen Yan cherished the mithril wrist guard, and under Jean Li's guidance, it transformed into a silver bracelet, the gemstone sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. The dwarves' remarkable craftsmanship was truly impressive. After a moment of joy, Shen Yan noticed Jean Li sitting in a chair, smoking contemplatively, and inquired, Jean Li, what troubles you? Jean Li parted her lips, finally replying, the dwarf who delivered the wrist guard informed me that the Lonely Mountain is currently besieged by Sauron's half-orc army. His Majesty and the people of the valley are resisting the half-orc invasion, and I am somewhat concerned for their safety. It was not that she doubted the dwarves' ability to prevail, but rather, the dwarves had endured numerous wars and had yet to fully regain their strength. This was also the reason why Dane II had not sanctioned Balin's immediate military campaign against the Moria mines. Though Dane II was stubborn to a fault, he was a wise king, and under his leadership, the dwarves were gradually reclaiming their former glory. Last year, messengers from Sauron had come to the Lonely Mountain multiple times, seeking information about the whereabouts of the One Ring, offering in return 3 of the 7 rings once bestowed upon the dwarves. The remaining 4 had been consumed by the flames of a dragon in a past conflict. However, Dane II feigned courtesy, and the messenger did not receive a precise reply. He threatened Dane II, stating that he would return at the end of the Third Age, in the year 3018, which was the previous year. And should he fail to receive the desired response, the armies of Sauron's eastern hordes would descend upon them to wage war. Gimli, along with his father, attended the council in the Vale because Dane II sought the assistance of Elrond. Gimli's participation in the fellowship was merely incidental. Now that war had commenced, Gimli was exceedingly anxious about the situation at Erebor. We are uncertain whether we will reach Erebor in time. The dwarves have bestowed upon us such a precious gift. And naturally, Shen Yan would respond in kind. He wished to aid the dwarves. If memory serves, Dane II would perish in this conflict. Yet, they still had. Gimli also yearned to return, but they bore an even greater responsibility. Shen Yan declared, let us hasten our return, should Erebor fall. Our task of escorting the One Ring will become even more arduous. I shall seek the Lady of the Realm to see if she can offer assistance. Accompanied by Gimli, he found Galadriel and articulated their purpose. Master Shen Yan, do you truly intend to venture into the Dwarven Kingdom? The warfare there is exceedingly fierce. Galadriel, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding Erebor, had foreseen the demise of the Dwarven King at the very gates of the mountain. Indeed, gracious and beautiful Lady of the Realm, the White of Magic, please assist us in reaching Erebor with utmost haste. Certainly, I shall lend you a unicorn, enabling you to arrive there swiftly. O powerful mage, noble child who fights for friendship, go forth, children, and may you return victorious. We are grateful for your kindness and generosity. We shall return as swiftly as possible." As Shen Yan and his companions bid farewell, Legolas joined them, for the woodland realm was not far from Erebor, and he too wished to return home. Mounted upon the gleaming unicorn, they set forth, with the crows overhead guiding their path. The two powerful unicorns traversed mountains and valleys with ease, their speed akin to thunder. After a day and a night of arduous travel, Gimli, seated behind Shen Yan, exclaimed, "This is too fast. Shen Yan, please take care of this dwarf. I can scarcely endure the jostling." "Gimli, bear with it. I believe we are nearing our destination." Ahead lay a vast forest, dark and barren of leaves. Gimli glanced around and remarked, "This is the Black Forest, the woodland realm, Legolas's homeland." "Indeed, we have arrived at my home," Legolas replied. A hint of excitement in his voice. "It has been a rare return. I wonder what the situation is. Have we truly reached this place?" Gimli pondered. "Let us guide the unicorn into the forest." Scattered about them were the corpses of orcs, pierced by elven arrows. Gimli gasped, "These are the orcs of Dol Guldur. Have they invaded here?" No wonder the elven king did not offer assistance. After the battle of the 5 armies, the elves of the Black Forest had forged an alliance with the dwarves and the men of Dale. Although dwarves and elves had their differences, the bonds of friendship and alliance endured. Denethor too was not a descendant of Thorin, and even though he inherited the treasures of the Lonely Mountain and the Arkenstone, he did not succumb to the dragon sickness. Stubborn he may be, yet his greed and obsession were far less pronounced. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air as Shen Yan deftly caught the incoming arrow, bellowing, "It's a half-orc." Legolas immediately drew his bow, swiftly eliminating the first half-orc that charged forward. Hundreds of armored half-orcs roared as they surged forth. "Gimli, hold tight." The unicorn charged ahead, while Shen Yan swung his blade, decapitating the half-orcs in his path. Dismounting, he plunged into the fray, his weapon gleaming with lethal intent, causing the half-orcs to abandon their armor in fear. One half-orc lunged at the unicorn with a spear, but Gimli cleaved him in two. "Fear not, I shall protect you." Shen Yan reassured the unicorn with a pat. The unicorn snorted, lifting its powerful hind legs to kick 2 half-orcs that attempted a sneak attack, casting a disdainful glance at Gimli, as if to say, "I do not require your protection. By the Vala, chase them." Shen Yan mounted his steed and pursued the fleeing half-orcs as arrows rained down from above, striking true elf arrows. The sound of clinking armor accompanied the rhythmic march of the golden-armored elven army as they approached, parting to reveal a magnificent elf mounted on a great stag, who gracefully made his way to the two companions. "Legolas, and you have a human and a dwarf with you. You ought to be en route to Mount Doom." Adorned with a crown woven from woodland flowers and with silver hair cascading down, his flawless visage was nothing short of perfect, stern yet graceful. He moved with an elegance that belied the war around him, as if he were merely strolling through his garden at night. While Legolas was undoubtedly handsome, his father surpassed him in beauty. "Ah, these two could rival me," Shen Yan thought with a hint of vanity. "Gandalf encountered some troubles, which delayed us. We have heard of the situation at the Lonely Mountain and come to offer our assistance." Legolas succinctly conveyed their purpose. King Thranduil directed his stag to turn around. "Come. Return with me." Upon arriving at the palace of the Woodland Realm, they entered a domain characterized by 3 distinctly styled elven cities. The palace, built within a cavern, appeared somewhat dim compared to the splendor of the other 2 cities Shen Yan had witnessed. It was constructed with numerous passages and spacious halls. With a beautifully carved wooden chair at the center, the throne of King Thranduil. Now donned in regal attire, Thranduil sat upon his throne, gazing down at his son and Shen Yan. "Legolas, you have brought the wizard who vanquished the fire demon. He shall bring hope to the Lonely Mountain." Shen Yan's reputation for slaying the fire demon had already spread among the powerful of Middle-earth. As one of the rare high elves of the Third Age, Thranduil was undoubtedly aware of his name. "Shen Yan has proven his strength," Legolas remarked. "Indeed, such a formidable human has not existed since the Second Age. Thranduil may appear youthful, yet he was born in the First Age and has lived for over 6 millennia. Time holds little significance for elves. Only mortal wounds and heartbreak can bring about their demise. Thranduil has witnessed countless events, yet powerful humans like Shen Yan are a rarity. The current situation at the Lonely Mountain is dire. Just yesterday, the men and dwarves of the valley were defeated by the eastern armies at the Karnan River, forcing them to retreat. Rand and Dane too are struggling to maintain their positions. Thranduil elucidates the present circumstances. The defeat has severely impacted the morale of the men in the valley, and the dwarves have also suffered significant losses. Even Dane too has taken to the battlefield himself, and though he is valiant, He cannot withstand the sheer number of foes. Gimli, in his discontent, exclaims, "The Woodland Realm and Lonely Mountain have a pact. Why do you not intervene? Will you tear up the treaty as you did years ago?" Gimli, Legolas interjects, reproving his friend. Decades ago, he was a tempestuous soul, but under his father's guidance, he journeyed and fought alongside Aragorn. Time has tempered his edges, rendering him humble and courteous, rarely losing his temper with friends. However, Gimli confronts his father, whose elegant and composed demeanor conceals a heart even more tempestuous than his own. It matters not, Legolas. Thranduil is not one to unleash his ire upon a dwarf. The Woodland Realm is presently besieged by the forces of orcs. How can we even contemplate a rescue? Thranduil explains. The Woodland Realm is under siege, and diverting forces to aid the Lonely Mountain could spell disaster for them. Moreover, how many elves would perish in the effort? To Thranduil, every elf of the Woodland Realm is a treasure, and the loss of even one weighs heavily upon his heart. Elves are immortal and powerful, yet this also renders them less fertile, making the birth of offspring even more challenging than for dwarves. Furthermore, elves typically have but a single mate. The death of a partner precludes remarriage, a concept foreign to their kind, with very few willing to entertain the idea of taking another spouse. Having endured numerous wars, elves can no longer afford further sacrifices. Compounded by an unsuitable environment for their kind, the other two elven lords have resolved to lead their people westward to Aman. Do you accuse me of breaching our pact? No, it was the coarse and avaricious King Thrr, blinded by treasure, who consumed the jewel of my wife. The line of Durin has suffered from dragon sickness for 3 generations since unearthing the Arkenstone, becoming greedy and selfish, much like donning the One Ring. Thranduil had entrusted the necklace of his deceased wife to the dwarves for restoration, yet Thr's grandfather misappropriated it. At that time, Thranduil had already prepared to assault the Lonely Mountain, only to find Smaug had laid waste to it, leaving the dwarves homeless. His decision not to strike was one of mercy. Do you expect Thranduil to confront Smaug? Impossible. He has faced dragons before, bearing scars that are irreparable. Half of his face is marred by the dragon's flames, and what remains is hidden beneath an illusion. Knowing the terror that dragons embody, Thranduil would never send his kin to their doom. Dragon sickness is notoriously difficult to cure. Shen Yan remarked, genially, that incident was indeed the fault of the dwarfs. Fortunately, the dragon sickness only affects Thorin's direct lineage. If they too were to also contract it, your kin would face utter devastation. Shen Yan, are we not friends? Which side do you stand on? Genially muttered, recalling that his father was a member of the Lonely Mountain expedition, having been captured by Thranduil and privy to certain matters. Yet, he felt compelled to speak. I stand with reason. You may rest here for the night. The elves shall treat friends with kindness. Thranduil offered to extend his hospitality, but the sound of a horn abruptly shattered the mood. The foolish half-orcs are attacking again. Thranduil rose, donning his armor. You should rest. We shall handle the half-orcs. Let us assist, your majesty, Shen Yan said, stretching slightly. We are not that fragile. Indeed. Do not underestimate the dwarfs. Gimli exclaimed, raising his axe and shouting loudly. Legolas retrieved a quiver filled with arrows from his attendant, as the prince of this realm. How could he not defend his homeland? Shen Yan and Gimli brandished their weapons, charging forth. Thranduil commented, Legolas, your 2 companions are quite extraordinary. They are my dear friends. Including that dwarf? Yes. The old you would never have counted a dwarf among your friends. Thranduil felt a sense of satisfaction at his son's growth, recognizing that much had transpired on the journey to escort the One Ring, shaping his son significantly. This is commendable. Indeed. Legolas smiled faintly at his father before turning towards the battlefield. Upon the walls, the half-orc army was assaulting, with ladders and catapults being readied for siege. The elves' arrows struck true, each shot claiming a half-orc, slowing their advance. However, the catapults posed a considerable challenge for the elves. It was evident that the elves had weakened in the Third Age. During the Second Age, they would have easily dealt with such a small number of half-orcs. The half-orcs relied on sheer numbers, employing a strategy of attrition. Had the elves and men shared the same longevity, Middle-earth would still belong to the elves. Massive boulders from the Black Forest were hurled skyward by the half-orc catapults, aimed directly at the elven walls. A figure soared through the air, shattering the stones mid-flight. Earth eruption, marsh of the underworld. Shen Yan descended, striking the ground with both hands. The earth beneath the half-orc's feet transformed into a viscous mire, rendering thousands of them immobile. While the elves' arrows swiftly followed, each one claiming another half-orc. They effortlessly repelled this assault, marking it as one of the simplest encounters yet. The ground returned to its original state, Yet beneath lay the bodies of countless half-orcs, nourishing the Black Forest. A battle that arrived swiftly departed just as quickly. Thranduil, armored and arriving on the scene, found the conflict had already concluded. What a surprise! He chuckled softly. Though it was a fruitless journey, witnessing Shen Yan's might was indeed worthwhile. In light of the circumstances, let us take a night's respite. The ranks of the half-orcs are far from thin, Legolas. Tomorrow, you shall lead 200 elven archers to the Lonely Mountain to assist King Dian II. Thranduil spoke, asserting that securing the area around the Lonely Mountain would alleviate much of the pressure on the battlefield. Very well, Legolas acquiesced. After a night of rest, Shen Yan took several photographs of Thranduil in the morning, gifting one each to both Thranduil and his son. He had also captured images of Galadriel, who displayed a keen interest in the camera and graciously allowed Shen Yan to take numerous pictures. How intriguing, Thranduil mused, gazing at the photograph of himself and his son, envisioning it encased in the most transparent crystal. Regrettably, had Shen Yan been born a few millennia earlier, he could have preserved a likeness of his beloved wife. Wizard Shen Yan, this gift holds immense value for me. I shall present you with a weapon far superior to the one you wield, tainted by dark energy. The elven blade, crafted from the teeth and claws of a leopard cat by the artisans of the Dagger Guild, bore a faint aura of enchantment. To Thranduil's discerning eye, this blade exuded an essence of darkness, rendering it unsuitable for Shen Yan's use. It is merely a photograph, Shen Yan replied, feeling a twinge of guilt at the thought of exchanging a simple image for an elven weapon. No, for me, it transcends a mere exquisite artwork. Thranduil gestured for a silver-white elven longsword to be presented. Forged in the Second Age by my kin, this sword has lain dormant in my treasury, untouched by any hand until now. I bestow it upon you, hoping it aids you in vanquishing your foes. Shen Yan accepted the sword, its slender blade adorned with ancient runes, gleaming with unparalleled sharpness, feeling perfectly balanced in his grasp. More than a mere weapon, it resembled a masterpiece of artistry, a testament to the unparalleled craftsmanship of the elves. Though somewhat vexed, his proficiency lay in the art of the dagger rather than the sword. He could not refuse such a generous gift and expressed his gratitude as he accepted the elven longsword. With the sword now in hand, the party set forth. Shen Yan and Legolas rode upon unicorns, while Goldilocks had acquired a stout pony, one of the most suitable mounts for dwarves, accompanied by 200 elven archers clad in golden armor. Together, they advanced toward the Lonely Mountain to engage in battle. The battlefield lay before the gates of the Lonely Mountain, the very heart of the Dwarven Kingdom, nestled within the valley between the southwestern and southeastern ridges of the mountain. This valley was once known as Laketown during the time of the Battle of Five Armies, where the famed archer Bard the Bowman felled the last dragon of Middle-earth, Smaug. Following the conclusion of that great conflict, Bard received 1/14 of the treasures from the Lonely Mountain, a sum that enabled him to establish Laketown and ascend as its king, a title now held by his grandson, Brand. Standing atop the mountain, Shen Yan and his companions gazed down upon the amassed armies below, those of the eastern men and the half-orcs, arrayed before the walls of Laketown, launching a full-scale assault. Should they breach Laketown, their next target would undoubtedly be the formidable Lonely Mountain, the stronghold of the dwarves. 200 warriors are hardly sufficient for such a task, Legolas remarked, staring into the daunting numbers of the enemy forces. The allure of the Forest Kingdom has indeed lured away some foes, otherwise the enemy would be far greater in number. Shen Yan declared, "You may focus on firing. I shall handle the rest. Do not act impulsively. There are thousands of them." Gently cautioned, "If you venture in, the half-orcs will devour you down to your very bones. They must possess the teeth for that." Shen Yan replied with a hearty laugh as the bracelet on his wrist unfurled into a mithril gauntlet. Dismounting, he charged forth. Would release? Would dragon technique? A wooden dragon erupted from the earth, swiftly carrying Shen Yan down the mountain. "This is utterly unreasonable," Gently exclaimed in astonishment. Legolas raised his hand, targeting the enemies below, aiming for the weak points in their armor, the necks and armpits. The elven archers moved in perfect unison, drawing their bows to unleash a volley of arrows that soared over Shen Yan's head, striking the half-orcs and eastern barbarians still engaged in battle. As they regained their senses, they beheld the wooden dragon barreling towards them, and atop it, Shen Yan wore a savage grin. The dragon surged into the ranks of the enemy, its every movement sweeping away a significant number of foes, leaving the half-orcs and eastern troops defenseless against such a colossal creature. It is no wonder that Senju Hashirama instills fear. It was only after his death that the first great ninja war erupted. If I were in his shoes, I too would tremble. Grandeur is advantageous. It signifies strength. Faced with such a formidable adversary, the ninjas could only await their demise. Hashirama's release was unparalleled in clearing out foot soldiers, and only Uchiha Madara could momentarily hinder him. Had Hashirama harbored even a modicum of ambition, the current ninja world would bear the Senju name. Would release, birth of the world of trees. Countless towering trees sprang forth in an instant, transforming the dense forest into a graveyard for the half-orcs and Easterners, ensnaring and strangling them amidst their incessant screams. Those attempting to flee fell victim to the precise shots of the elven archers. The gates of the river valley opened, and the warriors of men and dwarves surged forth, pursuing the wretched foes. Shen Yan stood atop the wooden dragon, raising his mithril gauntlet towards King Brand and Dane II on the city walls. Flame Demon Terminator. Mage Shen Yan, I have come to offer assistance. Ha ha ha. A fine lad. I knew my gifts were not in vain. The dwarf king joyously pounded the city wall, for Shen Yan's arrival had dispelled their crisis. To have such a powerful ally was indeed a stroke of fortune. Let us welcome our hero. Dane II charged forth on his armored boar, wielding a massive axe. Shen Yan descended from the wooden dragon. Greetings, Irefoot Dane. Ha ha ha. Mage Shen Yan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. How do you find our mithril gauntlet? I find it splendid. That is excellent to hear. You arrived just in time. The Easterners and half-orcs have been a tremendous headache for us. Alas, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. No matter how formidable the dwarves and the men of the river valley may be, we cannot contend with such multitudes. The battle at the Kalen River claimed many lives. Dane II greeted Shen Yan and his companions as they entered the valley of the river, and after a meeting with King Brand, he led them toward the lonely mountain. Upon entering the mountain, Shen Yan was rendered speechless. In all his years, he had never beheld such an abundance of gold. How could dwarves possess such wealth? It was fortuitous that Gandalf awoke at this moment, signifying that the divine powers above had decided to address the errant white wizard, Saruman. The task of handling this matter was entrusted to Gandalf, the Grey, who was now elevated to the rank of the White Wizard. At present, Gandalf, in his new capacity, had no inclination for reminiscing with Shen Yan and the others. Instead, he sought the assistance of Celeborn and Galadriel to send troops to support the kingdom of Rohan, as Saruman's formidable army of orcs was invading. Saruman was not merely a white wizard. He was also a pioneer of industry and a master of biology. In Isengard, he had commanded his Orcish forces to forge armor and weaponry, to fell trees, and to industrialize the process of smelting. He had cultivated a more powerful breed of orc warriors, stronger than regular orcs and more imposing than Urkai, who were unafraid of sunlight and equipped with superior arms and armor, all to wage war against the kingdom of Rohan. The situation in Rohan was dire. King Odin had been manipulated into a state of paralysis by Saruman's machinations, rendering him ineffectual. His son and nephew were bravely resisting the onslaught of the powerful orc forces. The governance of Rohan was effectively under the control of a usurper. After learning about Rohan's plight from Galadriel, Gandalf hoped that Celeborn and Galadriel would dispatch elves to aid them, but Celeborn was reluctant to comply. My dear Mithrandir, as you know, the age of the elves has come to an end. We shall soon embark for the Undying Lands. The elves of Rivendell and Lothlórien can no longer endure the decay and decline of Middle-earth. The immortal elves are destined to witness the world's demise. Death is a gift bestowed upon humanity. The coming age belongs to men, and there is no necessity for the elves to squander their lives fighting for lands that are not theirs. Celeborn will not allow his kin to engage in a war from which they may not return at Gandalf's behest, though Galadriel held a close bond with Gandalf. She too supported her husband's perspective, as it was the prevailing sentiment. Their daughter had long awaited them in the Undying Lands, and she yearned for a reunion with her family. The only place besieged was Middle-earth, and Aman. Not even Sauron could withstand the might of the Vala. Sauron was not Morgoth and could not instill fear in the elves. Aman was a realm of the Vala, where Morgoth, once a Vala himself, had rebelled against his superior and met a disastrous end. Gandalf understood with a heavy heart that the elves were not in error. They had no obligation to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity. By the way, King Thingol has already set forth to combat the forces of Morgul. Shen Yan interjected into the conversation of the esteemed leaders, revealing that Thranduil had no intention of crossing the sea. Ultimately, it was only Legolas who ventured westward from the Woodland Realm, and that was only after Aragorn's demise when he departed for Aman alongside Gimli. Gandalf's eyes brightened with surprise. Are you serious? The Elven King is willing to send troops? The Elven King is no pushover, yet he is engaged in the affairs of Dol Guldur. That one is also a tempestuous character, appearing calm and elegant, yet maintaining a certain grace even in moments of fury. I understand now, Gandalf sighed in resignation. As he spoke, Galadriel's gaze turned towards the horizon, indicating that Dol Guldur had yet to fall to Thranduil's forces. What is the matter? An army of orcs from Dol Guldur has launched an assault on Lothlórien. Sauron's audacity knows no bounds. They were not even prepared to engage in war. And yet you send forces to attack them? Sauron exclaimed in frustration. Who is the fool behind this? Who authorized an attack on the elves? Targeting the woodland realm was one thing, as the elves there showed no interest in crossing over, but why assault Lothlórien, where Galadriel still resides? Sauron increasingly reminisced about the prowess of Azog among the orcs, a commander of considerable skill, capable of leading armies and possessing intelligence, having slain the entire line of dwarf kings. Alas, his relentless pursuit of the dwarves led to his demise at the Lonely Mountain. Celeborn fell silent. Exchanging a glance with his wife, we must first send forces to repel the orcs. Mithrandir, it is time for you to fulfill your mission. Their fellowship had lingered for nearly half a month. Action was indeed required. Gandalf nodded, signaling the others to prepare for departure. Before they left, Galadriel presented everyone with elven cloaks that would allow them to blend into their surroundings, along with elven bread that could sustain them for an entire day with just a single bite. Additionally, she bestowed upon each individual a unique gift. Legolas received a more powerful elven longbow. Aragorn was given a green gemstone. Merry and Pippin received elven daggers. Sam a bundle of elven rope, a seed from a Malorn tree, and a handful of soil from her garden, while Frodo obtained the light of Arendelle. As for Shen Yan, Galadriel had previously gifted him a tome of magic. Boromir also received a present, while Gimli requested a strand of Galadriel's hair, to which she graciously offered him 3. With the brilliance of the 2 trees imbued in her hair, it could illuminate even the darkest of nights. The people of Middle-earth are truly generous after this experience. Shen Yan felt thoroughly equipped. They departed Lothlórien in a small boat, and Frodo inquired, Gandalf, are we heading to Mount Doom next? Indeed. But my heart yearns to aid the kingdom of Rohan. Gandalf sighed. If Rohan falls, Gondor, which has steadfastly defended against Mordor, will lose its most vital ally. Isolated and helpless, humanity would face its doom. The forthcoming Fourth Age would herald the era of men. Should humanity perish, Middle-earth itself would be doomed. His mission was to vanquish Sauron and guide humanity to become the stewards of the Fourth Age. Aragorn's sword had been reforged, but was he truly prepared? Yet, they still bear a heavy responsibility to carry the One Ring to the fires of Mount Doom and destroy it. Let us proceed, Frodo remarked. If we do not embark on this journey, many more lives shall be lost, will they not? Frodo, the kind-hearted and courageous hobbit. Gandalf gazed at Frodo with profound guilt. The ring would incessantly tempt him, and while an ordinary individual might have succumbed, Frodo persevered. As they drew closer to Mordor, the ring's power intensified. And so too did its allure, inflicting greater torment upon him. We will pass through the gap of Rohan at that juncture. Our duty will be to aid Rohan in vanquishing the army of Uruk-hai and subsequently provide support to Gondor. Shen Yan suggested, by uniting the forces of men, we can launch an offensive against Mordor, thereby delaying Sauron's legions, which will significantly reduce our likelihood of being detected. Before them lay a sea of gold, countless minted coins, ornaments, and jewels glimmering in the grand hall of the Lonely Mountain, casting a resplendent glow that adorned the entire palace. No wonder it had drawn the covetous gaze of Smaug. The throne at the center was not adorned with the illustrious Arkenstone, a gem more precious than a river of gold. It lay silent in Thorin's grave, forever entombed alongside the fabled sword, Orcrist. Ha, my friend, what say you? Are you astonished by the dwarven riches? Dane too relished the sight of others beholding wealth for the first time. These treasures, accumulated through generations of mining the gold within the Lonely Mountain, alongside those earned through trade, were the fruits of their own labor. I have never beheld such a fortune in my life. He took out a camera to capture the moment, explaining to Dane too that it was a magical device capable of rapidly rendering images. How convenient, he exclaimed. Oh, an elven sword? Noticing the exquisite blade hanging at Shen Yan's waist, Dane too smirked. Indeed, it was a fine weapon, yet he maintained that dwarven craftsmanship was unparalleled. Come, my friend. You have aided us in overcoming a dire crisis. I shall bestow upon you treasures enough to purchase an entire city. The generosity of Dane too was remarkable for a dwarf, traditionally perceived as avaricious. He understood that wealth could be replenished, but life, once lost, was truly irretrievable. To acquire an entire city was indeed a monumental sum, yet Shen Yan requested only 2 chests of gold and gems, taking no more than necessary. This amount is but a mere trifle, Dane too inquired. Is this truly sufficient? Indeed, it is ample. An excess of gold would serve little purpose for me. And managing a city is beyond my aspirations. A modest portion suffices, and the mithril bracers are already a most valuable gift. Nay, the mithril bracers are a token of gratitude for your assistance in vanquishing the fearsome Balrog. This wealth is a recompense for rescuing both us and the inhabitants of the Vale. We dwarves are not stingy with our friends. Please, accept it. Even the most miserly dwarf would risk his life for a friend in peril. While wealth was indeed precious to them, it paled in comparison to the value of friendship. Thank you, but it is truly unnecessary. How about this? I shall gift you a suit of armor, though not forged of mithril. It shall be sufficiently resilient. Dane too presented a set of black armor, adorned with a pitch-black scale at the heart. This scale was a dragon scale from smog, immense and resilient. A material so tough that even we dwarves struggled to cut it, hence it was fashioned into this form. As Shen Yan donned the dragon scale armor, it felt rather short on his upper body, yet he managed to wear it, though the lower half, well, it was clearly tailored for dwarves. The armor appeared rather ill-fitting on him, prompting Dane too to summon the dwarven craftsman, declaring that he desired Shen Yan to resemble a dignified figure, and demanded alterations be completed within a day, for he had no wish to be outshone by the elves. Wealth was of little concern to Shen Yan, as it paled in comparison to the elven longsword gifted to him by the Elven King. Although there was an alliance with the Woodland Realm, Dane too was determined not to be eclipsed by that handsome fellow. 3 dwarven craftsmen sprang into action, removing Shen Yan's armor and taking precise measurements of his height and build, hastily embarking on the modifications. Shen Yan was left at a loss, while Jean Li erupted in laughter beside him, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the warmth of dwarven hospitality." Indeed, Dane too seized the moment, instructing the younger ones to light the bonfire and prepare meat for a grand feast in honor of their friend. The dwarves busily set about, welcoming their guest with fine wines and delectable dishes. At the banquet, they sang ballads, clinking their goblets and utensils against the table in rhythm. A stark contrast to the elven dining ambience, which they might deem crude, yet it epitomized the dwarven spirit of hospitality. Once satiated, the newly modified armor was presented to Shen Yan. He had underestimated the prowess of the dwarven craftsman. Clad in the perfectly fitted armor, he exuded an imposing presence. Although he lacked a cloak, he wore a skirt that signified strength. Dane too turned with satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad, young man, you are quite handsome. Almost rivaling me, though you lack a beard, the true mark of a man." Shen Yan chuckled and deftly shifted the topic to the matters of war. Dane too's smile faded as he launched into a tirade in the dwarven tongue against the Easterlings and half-orcs, stating, "Sauron's army seeks to seize the Lonely Mountain, not only for our treasures but for our finely crafted weapons and armors, along with our masterful craftsmen. You must understand that dwarven artisans are unmatched throughout Middle-earth. Indeed, no one surpasses dwarves in the art of forging. Should Sauron conquer the Lonely Mountain, even the most reluctant dwarven craftsman would be compelled to forge armor and weapons for his army, and with the half-orcs armed in their sheer numbers, they could easily overwhelm countless forces." "Precisely," Dane too asserted, "you have thwarted Sauron's scheme. The dwarves will stand firm, ensuring that none of Sauron's armies breach our defenses." "I entrust this to you," Shen Yan acknowledged, knowing that there was no cause for concern here. They had greater responsibilities ahead. Dane too did not linger, simply assuring Shen Yan that, regardless of the distance, should he ever require assistance, just a word from him would summon the dwarves to his side. "Take care, my friends." Shen Yan mounted the unicorn, and on the return journey, Legolas and Gimli rode together on a single steed. Along the way, Legolas inquired, "Are you truly not returning to assist your father?" With a smile, Legolas replied, "My father is not so feeble. He is exceptionally strong." Indeed, as Legolas asserted, Thranduil was formidable, having led his kin to repel the orcs from Dol Guldur and advancing towards that very stronghold to eradicate the orc presence, ensuring they could no longer threaten the Woodland Realm. While he did not wish for his people to perish, this did not imply he was easily trifled with. By the time Shen Yan and his companions returned to Lothlórien, Gandalf had awakened from his slumber, clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a silver wand. His once fluffy gray hair and beard had transformed into a lustrous silver, meticulously arranged, his countenance radiating a benevolent warmth. Shen Yan could sense the formidable magic coursing through him, powerful as the ocean's tides. Yet, despite his elevation to the rank of the White Wizard, Gandalf's powers were still constrained by the divine, who feared the emergence of another fallen Maya akin to Sauron, thereby limiting the might of all Maiar wizards who ventured into Middle-earth. One could only speculate the extent of their unleashed powers, though such liberation would undoubtedly result in great loss of life. Frodo voiced his concerns. If the One Ring is not destroyed, even more lives will be lost. Shen Yan's proposal was reasonable. The land of Mordor was heavily fortified with numerous orcs and Uruk-hai, making stealth nearly impossible, and a frontal assault might ultimately be necessary. Gandalf lamented that once Sauron was fully revived, war would engulf the entire continent of Middle-earth, reducing everything to ashes. Even the idyllic Shire would face annihilation. Let us journey to Rohan, and then proceed to Gondor. Boromir was the first to raise his hand in agreement, concerned for his homeland, father, and brother. Supporting Rohan and Gondor would alleviate some of the pressure. Shen Yan's suggestion received his immediate endorsement. They paddled their boat, stopping before a grove of pine trees as dusk fell. After resting for the night, they would row for another day towards the Gap of Rohan. While they took a moment to recuperate, Merry produced a pipe from his belongings and began to smoke with Gimli and Aragorn, Gandalf joining them on the ground. Shen Yan, do you truly not wish to partake? The flavor is quite delightful. As the master of pipeweed in the Shire, Gandalf recommended the exquisite Longbottom leaf. I have no pipe. Shen Yan chuckled in refusal. Pippin, with a slight smile, retrieved another pipe from his cloak. Use this one. I prepared it especially for you. I knew you would eventually need it. Well done, Pippin, Shen Yan praised as he accepted the long-stemmed pipe and, under Pippin's guidance, began to smoke the Longbottom leaf. Aside from Legolas, the group sat there, enveloped in clouds of smoke. As Gandalf exhaled, he remarked, Saruman has his reservations about me, even regarding smoking. He fails to grasp the sheer delight it brings. Unbeknownst to them, he possessed several barrels of the finest tobacco. Initially, Saruman did not smoke and even scoffed at Gandalf's behavior. However, upon realizing that Gandalf frequently visited the Shire, he dispatched spies and became intrigued by the tobacco produced there. After trying it himself, he found it to be quite delightful. In a certain sense, Saruman learned to smoke due to Gandalf's influence. Shen Yan, with a pipe in his mouth, inquired of Frodo about the recent effects of the One Ring on him. It is somewhat stronger than when I was in Lothlórien. Frodo replied, his resistance to the ring fully fortified. At this level, it posed little challenge. That is reassuring, Shen Yan nodded, encouraging Frodo to relax and indulge in some smoking during his leisure time, which could help him unwind. After resting for a night, they continued their journey by boat. Legolas spotted shadows darting through the forest. Gandalf remarked, those are Saruman's fierce Uruk-hai. They are closing in. I shall dispatch them. Shen Yan prepared to rise, but Gandalf interjected. No, let us hasten. It would be a waste of time for you to swim across. Gandalf, Shen Yan can walk on water, Merry exclaimed. Oh, Gandalf was taken aback. As Shen Yan had already stood upon the water, the currents gently lapping at his feet, his form swaying slightly with the flow. Who else wishes to join me? I shall, Gimli declared, as Shen Yan lifted him effortlessly onto his shoulder. You all proceed. We will catch up shortly. With Gimli on his shoulders, Shen Yan sprinted across the water. The others looked to Gandalf, who was at a loss for words, exclaiming, this is a magic I truly cannot perform. Meanwhile, as Shen Yan and Gimli reached the shore, they encountered a throng of charging Uruk-hai, and Shen Yan promptly tossed Gimli into the fray. Like a dwarf cannonball, Gimli shouted, take that, you foul orcs. Enjoy your fate. Utilizing his momentum, Gimli crashed into a large group of Uruk-hai, who were caught off guard and swiftly felled by his axe. Taste the might of Gimli, son of Gielin, he bellowed. Slay them, commanded the leader of the Uruk-hai, a palm print painted in white across his face. As he drew a black longbow and aimed at Gimli, loosing an arrow. In an instant, Shen Yan appeared, deflecting the arrow with a blade and closing in on the foe. A shuriken materialized in his hand, piercing the enemy's eye. He spun and cleaved through another Uruk-hai, severing him along with his weapon and armor. The Uruk-hai were merely slightly stronger than ordinary humans, yet the men of Middle-earth were considerably robust, far surpassing their counterparts in the main world. However, they were inconsequential before dwarves and those from other realms. Soon, they dispatched a dozen half-orcs and rejoined Gandalf and the others on the boat. With no lingering concerns, they proceeded, stopping before a thicket, for ahead lay a waterfall, soaring dozens of meters high, an obstacle they could not descend. The journey proceeded on foot, during which Boromir frequently cast glances at Frodo. Shen Yan occasionally heard the whispers of the ring, dismissing them as mere buzzing. The ring sought to tempt them all, hoping they would turn upon each other to avoid being brought to Mount Doom for destruction. The ring possessed a semblance of self-awareness, reluctant to fade away. Among the group, only 3 were human, Humans, with their greed and arrogance, were the most susceptible to temptation. However, Aragorn, being an Minreen with an extended lifespan and a wealth of experience, possesses a certain resistance to the temptations of the One Ring. To him, the allure of the ring is but a whisper in the wind. He harbors no interest in its power. The ring, which grants mere invisibility in the hands of an ordinary individual, holds little significance. It is Boromir who, driven by his desire to restore Gondor and fearing the annihilation of his realm, finds himself most deeply ensnared by the ring's seductive power. Gandalf and Shen Yan discern this truth. Gandalf inquires, Shen Yan, if it were you, what would you seek to accomplish with the One Ring? If the ring could bestow upon me apocalyptic power, I would likely subdue Sauron and conquer the entirety of Middle-earth, establishing a formidable kingdom for mankind. Goodness, I intended to use you as a catalyst to inspire Boromir, but now it appears you are the most formidable among us. The ring does not possess such power. Rather, it contains a fragment of Sauron's essence, which gradually transforms its bearer into a reflection of Sauron, drawing them inexorably closer to their true master. Gandalf cautions, no bearer of the ring has met a favorable end, save for Bilbo. The ring is a harbinger of calamity, demanding an unwavering will from its possessor. This is precisely why only Frodo is deemed worthy to bear it. In truth, Bilbo was more suited to be its bearer. Yet age and its corruptive influence have taken their toll. After decades of possession, his desire for the ring only intensified, leading him to ultimately relinquish it to his nephew. Such resistance is indeed formidable. Had Bilbo been 30 or 40 years younger, he would undoubtedly have been the ring bearer. Regrettably, Gandalf realized the nature of Bilbo's ring too late, leaving the burden to the young Frodo. As Gandalf and Shen Yan exchanged insights on the ring's perils, Boromir, shaking his head in disbelief, glanced at the diminutive and kind-hearted Frodo, feeling as though he had been blinded by ignorance, contemplating the notion of seizing the ring from him. Throughout their journey, Boromir had forged a strong bond with the four hobbits, caring for them like an elder brother, teaching them the art of combat. Yet now, under the ring's influence, he harbored unworthy thoughts toward Frodo. With sincere contrition, he confessed to Frodo, who responded with a reassuring shake of his head. It's quite all right, Boromir. This is a natural response. It is precisely the malignancy of the ring that compels us to seek its destruction. His resolve to obliterate the ring grew ever stronger. Boromir swore with his life that he would protect Frodo until the very end. With this brief interlude concluded, the group resumed their journey. As they departed, Shen Yan pondered why they hadn't sought out the Lord of Caradhras for a few unicorns, or horses, for that matter. Gazing at the endless expanse of wilderness stretching toward the heavens, he felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain of how much longer they had to traverse. Gandalf remarked, Rohan is a land of horsemen. Upon our arrival, you shall have your choice of steeds. For now, however, we must continue on foot. It is precisely because I wish to avoid walking that I raised the point, Shen Yan retorted. Legolas stood upon a stone, gazing into the distance, where clouds of dust were rising, indicating the approach of something. Could it be half-orcs? Upon closer inspection, he discerned a pack of wild wargs, pursuing a herd of buffalo. Wargs. Shen Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement, as Gandalf cautioned. Wargs are often used as mounts by half-orcs, for they may harbor malevolent spirits within them. No other races have ever tamed them. Under my command, they shall obey. Shen Yan raised his fist, declaring he would beat them into submission until they complied. Would that truly work? Before Gandalf could respond, Shen Yan dashed forward, leaping over the stampede of buffalo, and seized a massive golden warg, delivering a series of blows. The lead warg thought, I may not be human, but you are truly a dog. What have I done to deserve this? We merely seek a meal. Shen Yan, unfazed, struck the lead warg again, then narrowed his eyes at the 5 wargs encircling him, poised to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yan and the lead warg reached a cordial agreement, riding back together. Gandalf gaped at the now subdued warg, astonished, for in all his years, he had never witnessed such a feat. How did you accomplish this? I gave it a good thrashing and told it that if it obeyed me, there would be meat to eat. Without further ado, I shall lead them on a hunt. Wait here for me. Sam, lend me your rope. Oh. With the elf's rope in hand, he continued to pursue the buffalo atop the warg, swiftly catching up to the herd, delivering a fatal blow to one buffalo. And in a flurry of movement, he dispatched 5 more, ample enough for the wargs. As the wargs surged forward, eager for the feast, Shen Yan ferociously intervened, delivering another thrashing to remind them of their place. Unable to discern between the small and the mighty, Binding several buffalo with the elven rope, he returned with them. One buffalo would suffice for their consumption. The remainder was food for the wargs. Seated by the fire, they roasted the buffalo meat, the aroma wafting through the air. As the wargs drooled, eyeing the carcasses, yet daring not to approach, Shen Yan remained silent, and they did not move. How did you manage this? Gandalf could not contain his curiosity. Wargs are, after all, wolves. Establishing dominance is key. I am stronger than they are, thus I am the leader now. I shall not let them starve, but they must obey. As Shen Yan spoke, he took a piece of meat, and seeing him eat, the wargs began to partake in their feast. Watching them, Shen Yan pondered whether these creatures could be trained like dogs. Dogs originated from wolves, and some wolves, willing to approach humans, eventually evolved into dogs through domestication. Yet, he wondered if wargs could follow a similar path. After their meal, Shen Yan commenced the training of the wargs. Initially, they resisted allowing a rider, but after another reprimand, they begrudgingly bore him and his companions across the plains. The warg lamented, I should never have sought this meal. With the aid of the wargs, their speed significantly increased, allowing them to conserve energy. The only casualty was the warg itself. In the span of 2 days, they arrived at the Rohirrim Pass. The kingdom of Rohan is characterized by its flat terrain and vast grasslands, making its inhabitants predominantly nomadic. The quality of their steeds is exceptional, which incited Saruman's jealousy. He not only bribed Gr Armada poison and manipulate King Odin, but also dispatched warg riders to hunt down Rohan's horses and cavalry, thereby weakening the kingdom's strength. The clash between Rohan's forces and the warg riders was imminent, with both sides on the brink of battle. The strong orcs and Uruk-hai, mounted on their wargs, engaged in fierce combat with the cavalry, utilizing their numerical superiority to encircle and eliminate Rohan's horsemen. As Shen Yan and his companions passed by, he patted the leader of the wargs, prompting the intelligent Alpha to howl at the sky. The sound captured everyone's attention, and Legolas swiftly loosed an arrow, striking down a strong orc. Charge! Aragorn drew his sword, and the wargs surged forward alongside them. The strong orcs, taken by surprise, could only allocate a fraction of their forces to delay Shen Yan and his group. However, a mere dozen strong orcs stood no chance against them. After easily dispatching the remaining foes, the leader of Rohan's cavalry proclaimed, I am Oderd, heir to the throne of Rohan and the first marshal. State your name, Boromir? I am Oderd, he replied. We have come to aid Rohan, accompanied by the White Wizard, Gandalf. Boromir and Oderd shared a cordial relationship, having been friends. Upon hearing Gandalf's name, Oderd's face lit up with joy. He had met Gandalf several times, and his arrival was timely, given Rohan's current crisis. Shen Yan observed with a mix of admiration and bewilderment. Gandalf possessed a remarkable ability to forge friendships wherever he roamed. He was a veritable socialite of Middle-earth, universally connected, regardless of the circumstances. Elves, dwarves, ents, men, hobbits, all were his allies. The abundance of friends certainly facilitated matters. Oderd, gazing at their wargs, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This warg? Oh, it was tamed by Shen Yan quite swiftly, Boromir chuckled. No. I was actually inquiring how you managed to tame the wargs, Oderd corrected. A good thrashing is all it takes, Shen Yan replied with a smile. A thrashing? Rohan, being a nation of horsemen, has never heard of such a method of taming mounts. Indeed, if they are disobedient, just give them a good beating, and they will comply. Shen Yan jested. Prince Oderd, what is the current situation in Rohan? The forces of Isengard are closing in. Our tribes are being harassed. My father's health is deteriorating. And there are treacherous influences at play, he lamented. In short, Rohan faced both internal strife and external threats. Gandalf recognized that this situation could not persist. Assistance was imperative to alleviate Rohan's plight before rallying their forces to aid Gondor. Oderd was eager to rendezvous with his cousin Omer. Upon learning of Gandalf's arrival and his ascension to the same status as Saruman, he was overwhelmed with joy. After preparing their troops, they assembled to march towards the capital. The cavalry kicked up clouds of dust as they galloped across the plains. Shen Yan led a contingent, slaying a band of warg riders. Truly, Saruman was despicable for employing such inhumane tactics. The kingdom of Rohan, vast yet sparsely populated, relies on pastoralism for its livelihood. Consequently, small detachments have been dispatched within its borders, resulting in the formidable cavalry of Rohan being compelled to operate in isolation, thus rendering them incapable of consolidating their might within a short span of time. The cavalry of Rohan is exceptionally powerful should they muster their forces across the plains. Even Sauron would find himself in a precarious situation. The sheer mobility of their horsemen on the battlefield is truly formidable. It is out of fear of their prowess that Saruman has sent forth his fearsome orcs to wreak havoc and destruction, thwarting any attempts at the unification of Rohan's forces. Presently, Rohan teeters on the brink of disaster, exhausted and beleaguered, while the king's judgment is clouded by the machinations of unscrupulous individuals. They must urgently address the crisis that besets Rohan. Sauron, now growing anxious, has yet to locate the One Ring, while the very presence of Aragorn, the scion of En-Minor, instills even greater dread within him. The En-Minrines were once the most noble and powerful of humankind, tall and handsome, with lifespans thrice that of ordinary men. The scars left by Sauron's past encounters with them have cast a long shadow over him. In a fateful turn, the En-Minrines, seduced by Sauron, launched an assault on Aman, opposing the divine, which ultimately led to the submersion of their continent. Today, only a few descendants remain, notably Aragorn and Boromir. Though Boromir is also of En-Minrine lineage, his bloodline does not run as deep as that of Aragorn. Upon returning to the main force upon his wolf steed, Omer addressed the grave-faced Gandalf. Saruman's wolf riders have scattered Rohan's army, and it will take considerable time to regroup them. Indeed, replied Gandalf, we must first seek out Odin. Only he possesses the authority to rally all the forces of Rohan. Even the first and second heirs to the throne here lack the power to summon the entirety of the army. Only Odin, the king of the Rittermark, holds such sway. They journeyed tirelessly and arrived at the capital of Rohan by noon the following day. The city, perched upon a hill, was modest in size and somewhat dilapidated, serving as the royal seat yet lacking grandeur. The dwellings of the populace were mere thatched huts, and the royal palace was constructed of wood. Upon reaching the palace, a contingent of guards obstructed their path. Your Highness, we kindly request that you disarm before entering the palace. Omer, incensed, retorted, are you suggesting I would conspire against my father? Would Owen plot against her uncle? That scoundrel Giarma. As he attempted to force his way through, a guard intervened. My apologies, Your Highness, but this is the command of the treacherous Giarma. We harbor no ill will towards you. Rather, it is their safety that concerns us. They are my friends, Omer declared. Very well, let us relinquish our weapons, he acquiesced. Gandalf, silent, merely gestured for them to comply. Your staff, one guard insisted. Gandalf chuckled. How could you bear to part an old man from his staff? The guard pondered this, and Shen Yan, visibly bemused, thought, Gandalf truly knows how to play the part. Can Amaya truly age? In truth, with his physical strength, Gandalf could easily send the guard and his armor flying out of the palace. Upon entering the palace, they beheld a king, frail and ancient, seated upon the throne. His face was a map of wrinkles, his hair a ghostly white, his complexion devoid of color, and his eyes cloudy, reminiscent of a corpse barely 2 days deceased. Beside him stood a man with pale skin and a gaunt frame, draped in a black robe that exuded an air of sinister cunning. He whispered into King Odin's ear, Your child, Odin, has arrived with the wizard Gandalf. The moment they entered, the heavy doors were shut, and a group of burly men fixed their gaze upon them. Giarma continued to manipulate the king, who was ensnared by Saruman's control. The decorum of your court has greatly diminished, King Odin. Why should I extend you a welcome? A harbinger of doom, Gandalf? You have even ensnared my child. Odin's eyes were half open, his words coming with great effort. You speak truly, my liege, Giarmaros. It is most fitting to call this sorcerer a bearer of ill tidings. Silence. Gandalf interrupted Giarma's prattling. Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. With a resounding smack, Shen Yan struck Giarma, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood and spittle mingling as he gazed at his hand in disgust. You ought to wash your hands, Goldilocks remarked. Indeed, one is covered in powder and grease. Giarma's minions surged forward, and Goldilocks, Legolas, Boromir, and others swiftly overwhelmed them. Gandalf approached King Odin, employing magic to purge Saruman's sorcery from Odin's being. Suddenly, Odin erupted into laughter. You wield no power here, gray-robed Gandalf. What does it matter that you don the white robe? You lack the authority to wear it. No, the white robe no longer holds my esteem. I am now clad in the colors of Saruman. You must depart, King Odin. Ha ha ha. Without me, Odin will perish. You cannot kill me, nor him. Depart from Odin. With a resounding thwack, Gandalf struck Odin atop the head, rendering him motionless. Far away in Isengard, Saruman was expelled, blood streaming from his eyes, as Gandalf's blow inflicted harm through the connection of their bond. Freed from Saruman's grasp, Odin visibly rejuvenated. His once pallid hair and beard transformed to a golden hue, and the deep lines on his face smoothed. Gandalf, breathe once more, my friend. Odin bowed to Gandalf, his gaze shifting from confusion to one of regal authority. The king of Rohan had returned. He took the Sword of Kings from his son and approached Giarma, intent on ending his life, only to be halted by Aragorn's intervention. Out of respect for their shared battles in youth, Odin spared Giarma, Shen Yan observed, noting that this man would later slay Saruman. Best to keep him for now. Wait, he turned to Goldilocks. Have you secured my ward? Huh? Wasn't he at your job? A piercing scream echoed from outside the castle walls. Shen Yan shrugged. I forgot to feed it. We're in trouble. We'll have to confront Saruman. With Gandalf present, it should pose little issue. After all, they both wear white robes. It stands to reason Gandalf can best Saruman. After the restoration of Helm's Deep, Gandalf conveyed his intentions, and Helm's face clouded with worry. 2,500 troops were insufficient to confront Saruman. After all, this was Saruman. Despite having once considered Saruman a friend, he found himself betrayed. The forces of Rohan were scattered across the land, and gathering them would not be an overnight endeavor. I understand your concerns. But Rohan stands at a precipice. Without taking a bold gamble, the realm may face annihilation. Helm rose and commanded, Hildebrand, evacuate the nearby populace to Helm's Deep. We shall confront Saruman there. Yes, my king, Hildebrand replied, turning to leave. Gandalf furrowed his brow. Helm, while Helm's Deep is indeed defensible, it possesses but a single exit. Should we falter? But we have no alternative. Helm's Deep is Rohan's most resilient stronghold, having once saved the kingdom. If we cannot withstand here, there will be no other refuge for Rohan. The strategic terrain of Helm's Deep, formidable yet vulnerable, dictated Helm's resolve to stake everything in a final confrontation with Saruman. He understood the necessity of victory, not solely for the people but for his son. For the sake of the crown, he must fight to the bitter end. Gandalf remarked, Boromir, Gondor lies several days' journey from here. They may not arrive in time. Odin, the Horse Lord, ordered Eomer to sound the war horn, declaring war upon Isengard. Boromir produced Gondor's silver horn, preparing to summon the army for aid. It must be attempted. My brother will surely arrive. He recalled his brother, Faramir, a good lad who had once trained with him in swordsmanship. Why would a wizard teach swordplay? One might wonder. Gandalf, having lived so long, must possess other skills. No? The blare of Gondor's silver horn echoed far and wide, prompting movement among those who heard it. The citizens of Rohan and surrounding areas were evacuated to Helm's Deep. Originally Gondor's territory, but now a stronghold of Rohan, shielded by the hill known as the Hornburg. This fortress, never breached, would serve as the final bastion against Saruman's forces. The manpower at Helm's Deep was sufficient. Civilians were to remain off the battlefield, ensuring logistical support instead. On the towering, sturdy walls stood Rohan soldiers, clad in armor, each poised for battle. Rohan was indeed well prepared, yet Gandalf remained skeptical about the war's outcome. Given his knowledge of Saruman, once a massive force was assembled, it would be thoroughly prepared. While Helm's Deep's defenses were commendable, they might not withstand Saruman's onslaught. I must venture to Fangorn Forest to seek the aid of the Ents, Gandalf declared, mounting a white horse. Leave it to us, replied Eomer. As long as Sauron does not intervene, even an overwhelming force may prove manageable. After all, the Ents are formidable against large armies. I believe he is simply overly concerned. Jean Lee had witnessed Shen Yan's formidable combat prowess, which could only be described as a devastating weapon on the battlefield, with few capable of matching him. It was quite natural. None of us knew what Saruman had in store. Shen Yan shook his head as he spoke. The soldiers of Rohan had gathered their siege equipment, collecting stones and logs in preparation. What is that smell? Jean Lee inquired, his keen dwarven senses detecting an odor reminiscent of a concoction of orc corpses and wargs. I can smell it too, Shen Yan replied, rubbing his nose as the scent wafted from behind them. Turning around, they beheld a golden-haired beauty ascending the battlements, cradling a pot of steaming broth. Princess Owen? Aragorn exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? I have prepared some meat broth. Would you care for some? Owen asked. I shall pass. Jean Lee was the first to decline. I'm not hungry either, Shen Yan said, leading Sam and Frodo away. I am an elf. I consume only vegetables. Legolas remarked, likely aware of the circumstances, as he took Merry with him. Pippin, come with me to see if my brother has arrived, Boromir instructed. Pippin protested, wishing to taste the broth, but was pulled away by Boromir. This left Aragorn, who, seeing Owen's eager expression, could not bear to refuse her kind offer and took a sip. His taste buds erupted. It felt as though his ancestors were beckoning to him. He swallowed with difficulty, exclaiming, "The flavor is delightful, with ample room for improvement." "Really? If it tastes good, do have more. By the way, I heard from my uncle that you fought alongside my grandfather, Sinjil. Surely he must be mistaken?" "No, it is true. King Eärendil has a remarkable memory. He was but a child at the time." "Then you must be at least 60 years old?" "No, I am 87. Owen was taken aback. "You are a descendant of Inminner?" "Indeed, our lineage has dwindled, and the Northern Kingdom has long fallen." "Apologies, please enjoy your meal." Owen, with a complex expression, poured the entirety of the broth into Aragorn's bowl, leaving him with a frown, as this might have been the closest he had come to death. In the distance, Shen Yan and Gimli peeked over. Pippin voiced his discontent. "Aragorn seems to be enjoying it quite a bit. I want some too." "Little hobbit, if you wish to avoid being poisoned, do not partake," Gimli warned, "for my dwarven senses tell me this could upset my stomach." Who would have thought the beautiful Princess Owen would be unable to cook? Boromir chuckled. "Quite normal. No one is perfect. Have you noticed the way Owen looks at Aragorn? It seems peculiar. Has she developed feelings for Aragorn?" Yet Aragorn's gaze towards her is also unusual, Legolas mused, curious rather than concerned about Aragorn's fidelity. "Nay, Aragorn is 87. He views Owen as a younger acquaintance," Shen Yan asserted. "There is little to be done. Aragorn is tall and handsome, kind to others, and Owen, who is often downcast, finds solace in his presence. It is only natural that she is drawn to him. It is admiration, not love. From now on, let us keep our distance from the dishes prepared by Eowyn. Especially you hobbits, it is imperative that you refrain from consuming her culinary creations." "What? How dreadful could it be? I must give it a try." Merry, undeterred by caution, seized the bowl of soup before Aragorn and gulped it down in one go, leaving Aragorn unable to intervene in time. With a thud, Merry departed this world in serene fashion. For a race that consumes 6 meals a day, one cannot harbor excessive expectations in this regard. Fortunately, Merry survived, albeit with a tumultuous stomach for the remainder of the day. In Helm's Deep, a company of elves emerged from the night, led by Haldir, an elven warrior previously encountered in Lothlórien. He brought with him 300 elven archers from Lothlórien and the Vale. How is this possible? King Odin found it hard to believe that the aloof elves would be willing to aid humanity. Haldir spoke softly. "Eldrin from the Vale has entrusted me with a message. There once existed an ancient alliance between elves and men in times past. We fought side by side on the battlefield. We come to honor this pact." Galadriel had previously inquired of Eldrin whether the elves should refrain from intervening in this war. And this was Eldrin's response. "To fight alongside men once more is our privilege." The elves kept their promise and arrived to join the fray. "Haldir." Aragorn was overjoyed at Haldir's arrival. Haldir replied, "The Lord and Lady have commenced their counteroffensive against the forces of Dol Guldur and should soon rendezvous with King Thranduil in victory." Haldir and Legolas were of the same kin, both belonging to the Sindarin elves, and Legolas was delighted to see him. The elven archers took the forefront on the walls, ensuring that the proud elves would not permit the men to falter before them. Shen Yan gazed ahead, flanked by Legolas and Gimli. Gimli's stature was quite awkward. He was as tall as the wall, with only the top of his helmet visible, which was decidedly unkind for a dwarf. "Shall I fetch you a box to stand on?" Shen Yan inquired with a smile. "No need. Once the half-orcs scale the wall, I shall surprise one with an axe." Gimli retorted defiantly. The rumbling thunder illuminated the night as torrents of rain poured down. Amidst the tempest, the half-orc army from Isengard arrived, their torches still gleaming through the stormy night. The immense half-orc battalion advanced like a dark river, marching in disciplined formation. The sound of their footsteps drowned out the thunder, becoming the loudest noise of the night. A glance revealed that the army numbered in the thousands. For the first time, Shen Yan faced such a formidable force. Even seasoned warriors like Legolas and Aragorn felt their palms sweat with tension. This war would determine the fate of Rohan and the realm of men. The vanguard of the half-orc army reached the base of the walls. Aragorn rallied the elven archers with a speech in their tongue. "Roar!" A half-orc stood atop a massive rock, brandishing a great sword and bellowing, causing the army to halt. The towering, robust half-orc warriors led the charge, fully armed and equipped to the teeth. Thud, thud, thud. The half-orcs struck the ground with their spears, the sound resonating like a war drum, echoing through the sacred Helm's Deep. Elven archers and human soldiers drew their bows, poised for action. Arrows prepared. Fire. The elven archers unleashed their arrows first, each shot finding its mark and slaying a group of formidable orcs. quickly followed by a deluge of arrows from the Rohirrim soldiers. Focus your fire. Shoot. The arrows rained down, claiming numerous strong orc lives, yet their advance remained unyielding. Armed with crossbows, the powerful orcs retaliated, taking down several elven archers. The vanguard positioned ladders. Preparing to scale the walls, Shen Yan clasped his hands together, invoking the wood release, great forest technique. Numerous wooden tendrils sprouted from his hands, propelling a multitude of ladders. Leaping from the walls, he executed the wood release, wooden man technique. A towering wooden figure rose from the earth, stepping into the ranks of the orc army amid the astonished gazes of all. Wood release, cuttings technique. The wooden giant raised its hand, branches extending from its palm. Launched under Shen Yan's command. Some branches pierced the gaps in the orc armor, invading their bodies and then growing wildly. Multiple splintered wooden spikes perforating the orcs and ending their lives. The wooden figure sprang into action, bending low and sweeping its massive hand, sending countless orcs flying. Crashing against the cliffs of Helm's Deep, reduced to a pulp. Kill. The orcs, undaunted, pressed on. Observing this, Shen Yan leaped from the wooden giant. Raising his arm, wind release, spiral shuriken. He hurled the spiraling shuriken, its rapidly rotating chakra blades slicing through enemies with lethal precision. Again, Shen Yan formed seals. Employing the shuriken shadow clone technique, the spiral shuriken multiplied, scattering among the orcs, inflicting even greater devastation, detonating amidst them. The shockwave surged forth. High-density wind chakra transforming into fine needles, directly assaulting the orc cells, resulting in mass casualties. In an instant, a vast expanse of the battlefield was cleared. The orcs suffering grievously. The torrential rain continued to pour, and through the flashes of lightning, Shen Yan spied a group of strong orcs transporting 2 colossal meteor balls to the water outlet beneath the walls. Instantly grasping their intent, he charged towards them. One hand wielding a demon blade, the other an elven longsword, drawing a path of blood as he approached the base of the walls, seizing one in each hand. Legolas. Ignite. Fire. Upon hearing this, Legolas lit an oil-wrapped arrow, aiming alongside Halder. Shen Yan hurled the meteor balls. 2 arrows soared through the air, leaving brilliant trails of fire. They struck true, and the next moment, boom, boom, 2 successive explosions obliterated a vast swath of foes. Shen Yan nodded, acknowledging the ingenuity of Saruman, the industrial pioneer who had devised gunpowder. Had he continued, he might indeed have vanquished Sauron. The war raged on, the orcs refusing to relinquish their siege. And Shen Yan's presence only intensified their struggle. The sky crackled with thunder, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, descending towards Shen Yan. By the gods, a piece of wood materialized in place, with Shen Yan concealed beneath the wooden figure. Fearing unforeseen circumstances, he had prepared a substitution technique. Glancing upward, he beheld tumultuous clouds, with lightning dancing incessantly within the layers. Saruman had invoked magic. Such an unscrupulous individual, casting spells from afar. Yet, how many times can one wield such sorcery? Shen Yan executed the wood clone technique, charging into the enemy ranks while his true self nestled within the maw of a wooden dragon. He commanded both the wooden figure and the dragon to rampage across the battlefield as thunderbolts rained down, yet the massive forms remained unperturbed. The wooden dragon is so thick and remains dry within. How could it possibly conduct electricity? Shen Yan scoffed. The assaults did not strike Shen Yan, but delivered a significant blow to the nearby strong orc, striking my comrades, yet shielding my adversary. Far above in the Tower of Isengard, Saruman seethed with fury, yet was powerless to intervene, hoping desperately that the strong orc could swiftly breach Helm's Deep, thus enabling him to obliterate the kingdom of Rohan. Gondor, isolated and defenseless, would eventually fall into his grasp, allowing him to reinforce his forces and launch an assault on Mordor, seizing dominion over this world. The wood clones darted among the throng of strong orcs as if traversing an uninhabited realm, executing this aggressive ninjutsu with ease. 5 wood clones positioned themselves strategically, with a cluster of strong orcs poised for an offensive at the center. Each formed seals and employed different ninjutsu. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. Lightning release, thunder crash. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. The 5 types of ninjutsu converged toward the target. 5 release, great multi-strike technique. A violent explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield, its brilliance illuminating Helm's Deep, invigorating the morale of its defenders. Shen Yan's valor repelled an initial wave of assault. But this was merely an appetizer. More troops were on the horizon. Helm's Deep enjoyed only a fleeting respite before enduring successive waves of attack for 3 consecutive days. Shen Yan found himself compelled to shift from offense to defense. No amount of magic could withstand the sheer numbers of the enemy, and he understood why the half-orcs. Despite their weakness, instilled fear, they were simply numerous. On the 4th night, amidst the fierce battle, Shen Yan beheld a dazzling light rising on the horizon. Gandalf, mounted on a white horse, stood atop a hill, flanked by a legion of Gondor soldiers and its. Holy light seared the skin of the strong orcs and Uruk-hai as the white steed galloped down the slope. Gandalf, wielding his staff in one hand and an elven longsword in the other, plunging into the fray, followed closely by the Gondor soldiers and its. Aragorn, sensing the opportune moment, led the Rohirrim cavalry alongside the riders of Rohan from Helm's Deep, executing a pincer maneuver. The battle cries reverberated, and fierce combat erupted within Helm's Deep. Saruman's magic faltered, and Shen Yan burst forth from the wooden dragon, joining his clones in the fray. Whistling for his ward to charge out. Mounted, he hunted down the retreating strong orc army. At dawn, the corpses of the strong orcs lay piled high, surpassing the height of the castle walls. I am utterly exhausted. It has been a night of relentless combat. Shen Yan leaned against a stone, while Gandalf sat beside him. Fortunately, you have managed to maintain control of the situation, Shen Yan. You are a competent mage. Once the One Ring is destroyed, you will earn the right to journey to Aman. Aman is the dwelling place of the divine, a realm where only the elves may enter. For others to gain access, they must achieve extraordinary feats. For instance, after the destruction of the ring, the Fellowship of the Ring will qualify for entry and be granted immortality. Shen Yan knew that only Frodo, Legolas, and Gimli would be going. The fate of the others was unknown to him, although the allure of immortality is captivating. The prospect of an interminable existence would drive me to madness. Shen Yan shook his head, rejecting Gandalf's kind offer. Immortality, for mortals, is not a blessing but a curse. Moreover, he was not a native of this world. Once he resolved the matters at hand, he would return home, rendering this reward inconsequential. A lengthy life allows for numerous experiences in the joy of living. Gandalf, a being of longevity, could not fathom Shen Yan's perspective. To him, immortality was a boon. For me, everlasting life is not a favor. I can live for a long time, but I cannot endure forever, Shen Yan remarked with a smile. I can accept death with grace, Gandalf. I respect your choice, Gandalf nodded, shifting the conversation to other topics. Gazing at the distant Ents, Shen Yan mused. It must have taken quite a while for the Ents to arrive here, wouldn't you agree? The ancient tongue they speak is exceedingly verbose. Even a simple greeting takes an eternity. They still believe the outside world remains embroiled in the wars of the First Age. In that era, the elves and gods battled, rendering the Ents insignificant. Yet now, in the Third Age, the Ents have become formidable forces. Gandalf had invested considerable time persuading the Ents leader, Treebeard, to rally them for battle in Helm's Deep. On their return journey, they encountered Faramir, Boromir's brother, leading a small contingent of Gondorian soldiers. Though limited in number, they represented a significant force. After hearing Gandalf's account, Shen Yan nodded. Thus, our next adversary is Saruman. He sought to strike me with lightning. I suspect he is yet to recover. Let us press the advantage and uproot Isengard entirely. Gandalf understood this well, and promptly instructed Haldir to assemble the troops. Accompanied by the Ents, and marched towards Isengard. The Rohirrim cavalry, Gondorian soldiers, elven archers, and Ents, numbering over 3,000, proceeded towards Isengard, slaying any formidable orcs they encountered along the way. The tide of battle had shifted, and morale soared. Saruman found himself bereft of strategies. After the clash at Helm's Deep, he had gambled everything and lost. Now, Isengard was defended by merely 200 to 300 Uruk-hai. A mere group of Ents would be sufficient to overwhelm them. Yet Saruman remained a powerful foe. Given time, even Sauron without the ring would struggle against him. As an industrial pioneer, with his strong orcs and the black powder concocted that fateful night, if granted a few decades, the greatest threat to Middle-earth could very well shift. Alas, what Saruman lacked most was time. The Grand Army arrived at Isengard at noon, a territory that once belonged to Gondor. Later, Saruman returned from his travels in the eastern lands of Middle-earth and claimed it from the then regent. He resided in the central tower of Orthanc, defending Gondor against the onslaught from the west. The onlookers gazed upon Isengard, which should have been lush with orchards and vibrant with life. Now it was bereft of any greenery, the plains parched, and the ground riddled with deep pits. These were the scars of Saruman's ruthless industrial endeavors. where he had uprooted the surrounding forest to establish his forges and breeding chambers for orcs, manufacturing weapons and troops for his army. The Ent, with its gnarled branches, seethed with fury at the sight of Isengard's devastation. It had known every tree in that forest since they were mere seeds, and witnessing their transformation into this desolation ignited a tempest of rage within. With a thunderous roar, the Ents could no longer contain their wrath and surged forth, demolishing Saruman's industrial complex. They breached the dam he had constructed, unleashing a torrent of water that swept away his facilities and drowned the resisting Uruk-hai. Lothlórien commanded his men to ascend to higher ground, lest they be swept away by the deluge. From the pinnacle of Orthanc, Saruman beheld the chaos below, his heart bleeding. In the sunlight, his white robes shimmered with iridescence, a new garb he had donned after discarding his former identity, proclaiming himself Saruman of many colors. Foolish Gandalf, what have you done? You have ruined my life's work. Saruman raged from his tower, disregarding his dignity. Gandalf, mounted upon a white steed, remained calm and serene. Saruman, you have betrayed our mission. Come down and face judgment. Judgment? No one can judge me, Saruman retorted, brandishing his staff. King Theoden, my old friend, you have slain countless foes and are valiant in battle. We could reach an accord. An accord? With you? King Theoden laughed bitterly. Indeed. We shall shake hands, provided you repay the devastation of Westfold, the tragic deaths of innocent children, and the lives of our warriors lost in battle. Only when you hang from the gallows and your crows feast upon your carcass shall we shake hands. Gallows and crows? You insolent king, Saruman spat, incredulous. You have laid waste to your own land and dare to call me a tyrant? The dark fire in Shen Yan's eyes revealed his disbelief. Saruman was utterly shameless. Saruman, turn back. Your betrayal has put many in peril, yet there remains a chance for redemption. You possess knowledge of the enemy's schemes. So you have come here for intelligence? No, I shall not divulge that to you. However, I am merciful enough to share this. He produced a murky crystal ball, within which the image of Mordor was reflected. The Dark Lord's corruption has long been entrenched in the heart of Middle-earth, and yet you remain oblivious. But that great eye is all-seeing. It knows everything. At this very moment, he is mobilizing, and his assault shall soon descend upon you. You are all doomed. Saruman derided Gandalf, deeming it implausible for him to elevate Aragorn, a mere ranger, to the throne of Gondor. Gandalf, unwavering in his sacrifice of friends, exhibited a ruthlessness that surpassed my own, under the guise of protection. He led them into peril. Poor hobbit, you clutch Sauron's ring of power, treading the path to oblivion. You are powerless against the ring, and Sauron shall not relent. When you stand at the precipice of Mount Doom, your avarice and Gandalf's indifference will condemn you to perdition. Gandalf, you have ushered him towards his demise. Frodo, resolute in demeanor, remained impervious to Saruman's insidious provocations. Saruman, descend and face judgment. Rescind your futile compassion. Saruman unleashed a fireball that struck Gandalf. Yet it inflicted no harm upon him. The Ring of Fire, one of the 3 elven rings, radiated brilliance from Gandalf's finger. To strike the Ring of Fire with a fireball is akin to wielding a kunai against Susanu. Saruman, your staff lies shattered. With a command from Gandalf, his staff crumbled instantaneously, leaving Saruman with a pained expression as he gazed at his hands. Yet still, you cannot judge me. Stubborn and obstinate, he proclaimed, Shen Yan, we ascend. Very well. Gandalf and Shen Yan ascended the tower to confront the former leader of the 5 wizards. Saruman, you may yet survive. You know that if you perish, Amon shall not accept the soul of a traitor. Your spirit will wander the lands of Middle-earth for eternity, forever tormented. I am well aware. I cannot perish. Saruman harbored no belief in his impending failure. Young wizard, you might stand by my side. What can Gandalf offer you? A mere illumination spell? Or perhaps some swordplay unbefitting a mage? I can teach you all the spells I know. Wielding the very elements, together, we could vanquish Sauron. Indeed. It was a tempting proposition. Shen Yan nodded, drawing forth an elven longsword. You are a Maya. I cannot master the power of a Maya. The beautiful Lady Galadriel gifted me a tome of magic, but had it not been for the lengthy incantations, I would have dispatched my foes long ago. He had not been idle on his journey, having studied both Elvish and Dwarvish tongues. The crux of the matter lay in the protracted chants required for magic, which hindered his ability to act. Fool. Saruman, seeing Shen Yan unyielding, charged at him unarmed. Gandalf swiftly engaged Saruman, and the 2 Mayor exhibited astounding power. Their forms devoid of the frailty of age, moving with agility and might. Though it appeared to be a melee, it was, in truth, a battle of magic. Saruman, having lost his staff, could still wield some sorcery. With a clang, Saruman produced an elven longsword from seemingly nowhere, its runes surpassing those on Shen Yan's blade. Damn it! Are all you wizards melee fighters? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gandalf drew a sword of his own, one forged by elven smiths in the First Age. Known as Glamdring, the foe hammer, a counterpart to the Orcbane sword found in Thorin's tomb. Clang, clang, clang. Atop the tower, two venerable figures engaged in a duel. While Shen Yan stood by, seeking the opportune moment to strike, Saruman proved to be far more seasoned than he had anticipated, consistently denying him the chance for a backstab. How curious. Though a wizard, he fought with a prowess that surpassed Shen Yan, a mere swordsman, truly a Maya. Saruman reveals Sauron's conspiracy. And you may yet atone for your sins, you could save countless lives. Such delusions. Foolish Gandalf. Despite Saruman's loss of the white robe and staff, he remained the chief of the 5 wizards, and even with some of his power liberated, Gandalf was still able to hold his own in the fray. Suddenly, Saruman's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he swept his sword, sending Gandalf's staff clattering to the ground. Saruman lunged forward, but Shen Yan seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to Saruman's body. Well done, Shen Yan. Gandalf did not attempt to retrieve his staff. Instead, he kicked it towards Shen Yan, who understood the unspoken command and picked it up. Gandalf's staff was unlike any other, warm and smooth as jade, albeit rather heavy, weighing several hundred pounds. It seemed weightless in Gandalf's hands, as if he had long since grown accustomed to its heft. Was Gandalf truly so diligent in his training? Or was this the norm among wizards? No wonder he wielded his sword with such force and precision, surpassing even Shen Yan's own skills honed through countless battles. Gandalf, you underestimate me. My reinforcements are en route. A dark speck appeared in the sky, growing closer with a piercing shriek that echoed across the plains of Isengard. The Witch King of Aumar rode a monstrous, corrupted beast. The Witch King of Aumar? Gandalf's heart raced with alarm, and he turned furiously to Saruman. You have allied yourself completely with Sauron. It was evident that betrayal ran deep. With the arrival of the Witch King, it was clear Saruman had sought Sauron's aid. This is all you're doing. Saruman bellowed, I shall not surrender to anyone. You cannot judge me. With a mocking laugh, he leaped from the high tower. The Witch King's beast caught him midair, and after casting a derisive glance at Gandalf, they soared towards Mordor. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as they departed, and Gandalf lamented his oversight in failing to summon the great eagles for assistance. Shen Yan attempted to use stealth techniques to block their escape, but was ultimately overwhelmed by Saruman and the Witch King, who brazenly claimed the skies. Although Isengard had fallen and Saruman remained undefeated, the crisis for the kingdom of Rohan had been abated, which was a small consolation. Saruman lacked the strength to incite another war. Gandalf, look what we found. Merry and Pippin rushed over, each carrying 2 large barrels of the finest long-bottom leaf. Gandalf was momentarily speechless, astonished that the stout, bushy-browed Saruman indulged in smoking, despite having previously scolded himself for having turned his mind to much due to it. The company made their way home, leaving the restoration of Isengard's environment to the Ents, who were the true experts in such matters. In the halls of the Rohan Palace, a grand feast commenced to celebrate their victory. Legolas gazed at the beer in his hand, unsure of how to partake. He had only ever tasted the wines from his father's cellar. Could this effervescent liquid truly be considered alcohol? As Gimli stood by, he mockingly laughed at Legolas for never having tasted wine, certain that he would soon succumb to its effects. They continued to drink, cup after cup. Yet it was Gimli who first fell under the table. After consuming a dozen drinks, Legolas finally began to feel the slightest hint of inebriation. Nearby, Shen Yan shook his head. Aware that the potency of elven wine was formidable, Gimli could not possibly outrank Legolas. After their feast, they each took their rest. The following morning, Gandalf spoke to Hayudin about the need to support Gondor. Support Gondor? Gandalf, what just is this? Rohan has been attacked to such an extent, and Gondor has not dispatched any troops. Faramir's presence here is solely due to Boromir sounding Gondor's silver horn. They themselves have failed to uphold the ancient alliance. Tell me, why should we rescue a nation that has forsaken us in our time of peril? When the kingdom of Rohan was established, the first king made an oath with the then region of Gondor, Syrian, promising mutual aid in times of crisis. Historically, both nations have come to each other's aid. Yet the current regent of Gondor, the Nether II, disregarded Rohan's dire need for assistance, which greatly infuriated Hayudin. While they would indeed lend aid, Rohan required a justification for their involvement, a means to gracefully descend from their predicament. Both Gandalf and Shen Yan perceived this, and Shen Yan nudged Boromir awake from his reverie. Upon realizing the gravity of the moment, Boromir immediately responded, King Hyuden, my father faces immense pressure, constantly vigilant against the threat of Mordor's incursions. He is acutely aware of Mordor's formidable strength, and with the land besieged by orc invaders, it is challenging to muster support for Rohan at this juncture. I apologize on behalf of my father. An apology? What good is your apology? How many lives has Rohan lost? When I was blinded by Saruman's sorcery, and my subjects were engulfed in suffering, where was Gondor? Or is it that your father, the regent Denethor II, has grown too old and feeble for such a position? Faramir was about to speak, but Boromir interjected, I understand your fury, King Hyuden. You are powerful and valiant, having led the kingdom of Rohan to victory against its foes. Yet Gondor stands on the precipice of Mordor, and the challenges are insurmountable. I beseech you to temper your anger. Humph. Gondor requires a king to orchestrate all matters. Hyuden turned his gaze towards Aragorn, aware that Aragorn was the rightful heir to the throne of Gondor. Elevating Aragorn to power would be beneficial for the kingdom of Rohan. Faramir exclaimed passionately, Gondor will have no king, nor does it need one. King Hyuden retorted, Are you relying solely on your father? That once great, now aged and senile regent? He may not be a king, but currently, Gondor is governed by his decree. What difference does it make? It is merely a title, Boromir resolutely declared. The regent shall never become a king, never. As a child, he had once asked his father when they would ascend to kingship, and his father had informed him that in other lands, a chancellor would become king in a matter of years, but in Gondor, even after a millennium. A chancellor would never wear the crown of Gondor. The young Denethor II, possessing both wisdom and might, utilized a crystal ball to gain insights into the affairs of Middle-earth. Within this orb resided the will of Sauron, which, over time, exacerbated the pride and despair festering within him, inflicting psychological wounds that rendered him prematurely aged. Ensnared by the allure of the crystal, he began to believe that only Gondor could contend with Sauron, disregarding other factions. This did not concern me. I merely observed Denethor II's disdain for Rohan. If he wished for my support of Gondor, he must first abdicate. King Odin sought a compromise. Once Denethor II stepped down, the obstacles to Aragorn's ascension would diminish significantly. Boromir and his brother were at a loss for words, prompting Shen Yan to suggest, Boromir, let us first journey to Gondor and ascertain your father's condition. Agreed, Boromir acknowledged, understanding the necessity of returning. However, this time, Gandalf did not bring their entire company. He, along with Shen Yan, Frodo, Sam, Boromir, and his brother Faramir, set forth from Gondor. King Odin was also industrious, enlisting his son and nephew to summon their armies. As he sought a pretext to remove Denethor II from power, such a leader could no longer govern Gondor. Should Rohan encounter further troubles, there would be no reinforcements available. Mounted, the group set off, with Shen Yan riding a wolf, en route to Gondor's capital, Minas Tirith, located at the eastern edge of the White Mountains. Near the Anduin River, the city, constructed entirely of white stone, was commonly referred to as the White City. The journey from the capital of Rohan to Minas Tirith spanned 3 days, during which they traveled tirelessly, finally arriving at Gondor's royal city, only to learn that the nearest town, Osgiliath, had already been ravaged by the forces of Mordor. They were soon presented before Denethor II, a man whose countenance bore the marks of age, draped in a heavy robe over armor, his hair streaked with gray, seated in the chancellor's chair. To his right, on the steps, lay the Gondorian throne, unoccupied for a millennium. The ruling chancellor, possessing the bloodline of succession, descended from a pair of brothers, had yet to ascend the throne, continuing instead in their role as regent chancellor. Like Aragorn, he too was a descendant of Enmenor, his lineage somewhat diluted. Yet he enjoyed a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary men. However, years of contention with Sauron had left him looking weary. I pay homage to Denethor, son of Ecthelion, Lord of Gondor and Regent Chancellor. I visit you in this dark hour, bearing news in council. Gandalf, do you come here to install that ranger upon the throne? That Aragorn? The Chancellor's response was aggressive, questioning whether he could lead them to victory against Sauron. Shen Yan's brow furrowed, even in such dire times. This was the matter at hand? Aragorn is a man of exceptional merit, a descendant of Isildur, Gandalf asserted. Denethor II scoffed. Isildur? Had he not succumbed to the temptation of the One Ring, we would not be facing Sauron's legions, nor would Gondor be in such peril. Aragorn is not Isildur. Your son can attest to this. Boromir spoke at an opportune moment, declaring, Father, Aragorn is a man of remarkable wisdom, valor, and insight. He is capable of leading us. Having spent considerable time in his company, he understood well the essence of Aragorn. Boromir recognized that they were merely advisors. While Gondor required a king, an enlightened sovereign to guide them through adversity. Yet, was Aragorn truly ready for such a mantle? Boromir was uncertain. Yet he was aware that Aragorn possessed the qualifications to ascend as the king of Gondor and to lead them forth. Let us. Boromir, do you grasp the gravity of your words? Are you placing your hopes in a ranger to guide our fate? Denethor II interjected. At this moment, Gondor stands isolated. Poised against the overwhelming forces of Mordor, victory is unattainable. The cunning of Sauron is indeed formidable, having instilled fear in the once great Denethor II through a mere crystal ball, allowing him to witness his own dread unfold. This pressure slowly devours the prideful man, leading him step by step towards despair. Once the war commences, Gondor shall crumble without resistance, easily claimed by the enemy. Gondor is not without allies. Light the beacons and summon King Odin. He shall come, Gandalf asserted. Light the beacons. Denethor II exclaimed in fury, like a wounded lion baring its teeth at an adversary. You presume to be wise, Mithrandir, yet apart from your schemes, you possess no true sagacity. Like Saruman, your vision is narrow and your capabilities limited. I have witnessed more than you can fathom. You seek to leverage Gondor against Mordor while contemplating my position, wishing for Aragorn to usurp me. It is not I who rides alongside the rider of Rohan, but Aragorn, son of Arathorn. I shall not bow to a northern ranger. Boromir maintained that Gondor did not require a king, primarily because the last king had vanished after the fateful clash with the Witch King of Angmar, leaving the throne vacant for over a millennium. For 1,000 years, Gondor had been governed by the line of stewards, and the emergence of any heir seeking to reclaim the legacy of their forebears would be met with resistance. Shen Yan understood this sentiment well, but now is not the time for such disputes. Your mandate does not grant you the authority to deny the return of the king. My Lord Regent, Gandalf asserted. Authority over Gondor belongs to me and no one else. Denethor II rose, seething with wrath. Shen Yan shook his head, retorting. If you are so formidable, why not confront Mordor directly? Do you comprehend the numbers of orcs that inhabit Mordor? Are you aware of Sauron's terror? Young man, you know nothing. Gandalf, is this the protector you seek? One who is ignorant of fear and respect, coarse and grotesque? With that, Shen Yan advanced, delivering a decisive blow that rendered the regent unconscious. Faramir rushed forward, poised to unsheath his blade, but was restrained by his elder brother. Brother, what are you doing? Shen Yan will not harm our father. Under their watchful gazes, Shen Yan transformed into the likeness of Denethor II, boldly taking his place at the regent's seat. Gentlemen, will you bow before me? Gandalf understood immediately and addressed the regent lord, requesting him to ignite the beacons to summon aid from Rohan. Faramir, convey my command. Light the beacons. Faramir glanced at his elder brother, Boromir, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Faramir to comply. Shen Yan then added, Boromir, escort this ailing elder to rest. Gondor is on the brink of a great battle. Let him recuperate before re-emerging. Yes, Faramir responded, lifting their father, Denethor II. As he did so, the elder's sleeve flicked, and a palm-sized crystal orb tumbled from within, landing at Shen Yan's feet. What is this? Shen Yan mused, picking up the orb. It resembled the one Saruman possessed. Upon touching it, his vision transformed dramatically. He beheld the ominous eruption of Mount Doom, an overwhelming horde of half-orcs, the ringwraiths. In the eye of Sauron, a dark crimson slit appeared within the crystal, and Shen Yan perceived whispers echoing in his ears. Contemplating for a moment, he summoned a blood-red chakra, transmuting it into magical energy and infusing it into the orb. Let us see whether Sauron's might surpasses the animosity of the Ninetales chakra. A crimson glow radiated from the crystal, an unprecedented sight even for Gandalf, who urgently exclaimed, Shen Yan, release the crystal at once. With a crack, the orb erupted in brilliant red light, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Shen Yan retracted a portion of the Ninetales chakra, pondering, is that all? Sauron's will appears rather feeble. What have you just done? Boromir inquired. Nothing of consequence, merely a trivial contest, Shen Yan replied with a chuckle. Sauron sought to impose pressure upon me, to reveal the machinations of Mordor, and to confound me. I taught him a lesson instead. Sauron mused. When did Denethor II become so consumed with wrath? Has he completely lost his sanity? Fortune smiles upon me. Meanwhile, Faramir ignited the beacons, one after another. Upon witnessing this signal, Aragorn in the capital of Gondor urgently informed Ithilien. Ithilien recognized that action was imperative at that moment. The fate of all Middle-earth resided within his grasp. Rohan would come to their aid. He felt the call and knew he must respond, as he always had. The forces gathering from across Rohan had arrived, 2,000 strong, with another 2,000 anticipated in 2 days, totaling 6,000 cavalry prepared for this pivotal moment. In Minas Tirith, Shen Yan elucidated the peril of the crystal orb to the brothers. They then comprehended why their father had altered so drastically, aging beyond his years. "Master, is there hope for our father?" Faramir implored. Gandalf replied, "His will has been deeply scarred, yet he has not succumbed to Sauron. With proper rest, he may regain some strength." At this juncture, he expressed admiration for Denethor too. Few could withstand Sauron's influence. Denethor had held firm for decades, only recently succumbing to despair, yet he had continually employed his resources to resist Mordor, never relinquishing hope, albeit deceived into despair by Sauron's treachery. Should they fail to arrive, it is likely that all the inhabitants of Minas Tirith will perish under Sauron's assault. With the visage of Denethor too, the stewardship of the city's defenses was entrusted to Gandalf, who was not well versed in such matters. He feigned inability to manage state affairs due to his physical condition, delegating authority to Boromir. The cavalry of Rohan's kingdom would inevitably come to their aid. All they needed to do was withstand the onslaught from Mordor. Elrond had already dispatched Aragorn southward in search of reinforcements. Gandalf shared some good news with a few in Gondor, yet Boromir was perplexed. Were there truly reinforcements in the south? The Southrons would never assist them. They remained allies of Sauron. Elrond's unexpected arrival from across the sea was primarily to convey news regarding Arwen. She had been transformed into a mortal and, influenced by the prevailing darkness of Middle-earth, faced perilous circumstances. Aragorn must hasten to claim the throne of Gondor and, alongside Frodo and the others, destroy the One Ring to vanquish Sauron. Only then could Arwen be saved. However, Elrond urged Aragorn to wield the reforged Western Flame and traverse the Path of the Dead, where a host of specters resided, though they could only instill fear. Aragorn would rally warriors from the various fiefdoms of Gondor, thereafter intercepting the pirate fleet approaching from the south. Elrond directed Aragorn to seek the mountain folk, dwellers of the White Mountains, who had once worshipped Sauron but had sworn fealty to Isildur upon Gondor's establishment. Yet, as the last alliance of elves and men drew near, they forsook their oath and were cursed by Isildur. In death, they would find no rest, becoming wraiths, and only upon the fulfillment of their vow would they attain peace. These spirits could serve only to instill dread, unlike the formidable wraiths depicted in tales, who could only strike at others without suffering retaliation. The true reinforcements were the warriors from Gondor's various fiefdoms, bearing the sword and rill. As the rightful king, Aragorn called upon them for aid. The question lingered: when would they arrive? Was Aragorn willing to embrace this destiny? He had long hesitated to accept his identity and was reluctant to ascend as the king of Gondor. Gandalf remarked that if he chose to venture forth, he was prepared, suggesting it was time for the regent to step aside. He turned his gaze to Boromir, the regent's first heir. Boromir shook his head, saying, "Let Faramir inherit the regent's position. I lack the capability to serve in such a role. I would rather be a general." He had come to terms with his limitations, recognizing that his brother was more composed and wise, well suited to assist the new king. "Brother?" Faramir looked at Boromir, who placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I have always believed in you, Faramir. Though father may be harsh, I am confident you can rise to the occasion." "I understand, brother." That afternoon, news spread throughout Minas Tirith that the Regent Chancellor Denethor II had succumbed to a grave illness brought on by years of relentless toil. The newly appointed Regent Chancellor Faramir ascended to his position on the recommendation of his elder brother Boromir, with the white-robed wizard Gandalf personally officiating the succession ceremony. As for Denethor II, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, having been rendered insensible once more by the hand of Shen Yan. A concussion, it seemed, would render him in slumber for several days and nights. I found myself pondering a matter. Perched atop the city walls, Shen Yan gazed toward the distant, cloud-laden lands of Mordor and remarked to Boromir, "Aragorn has lived in the valley since the age of 2, and Arwen has surpassed 2,000 years. Does this not imply that she has raised Aragorn herself?" Boromir chuckled at this notion, noting that Aragorn had indeed been under the watchful gaze of the elves since childhood. Elrond's brothers are ancestors of Isildur, both sharing human lineage. However, Elrond's brothers chose to embrace humanity. In other words, Aragorn must regard Elrond as an ancestor. For Elrond is both his foster father and, ultimately, his father-in-law, or so it should be. The two exchanged a knowing smile, lightening the atmosphere before the impending storm of war. Yet, they had pressing matters at hand, such as the evacuation of the populace. Minas Tirith, built into the mountainside, stood as a formidable fortress comprising 7 tiers. capable of withstanding only the most violent of earthquakes. Each level was fortified with walls and gates oriented in various directions to counter any enemy incursions, enabling further resistance even after an initial breach. The gates of the first tier were crafted from a blend of mithril and steel, rendering them nearly indestructible. They set about evacuating the citizens from the lower 3 tiers, assigning soldiers to guard the walls. Shen Yan had donned the dragon-scale armor gifted by the dwarves and stood resolutely alongside Boromir. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the distance, conjured by Sauron to allow his Orcish army to move freely under the cover of daylight. All units, prepare for defense. On the Pelennor fields beyond the royal city, a vast phalanx of orcs marched in disciplined formation, refraining from direct assault, biding their time until nightfall. Under the cloak of darkness, the orcs would unleash their full combat potential, while humans would find themselves at a significant disadvantage in the night. Torches were quickly ignited, and as Shen Yan surveyed the inky sky, he understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead. He stood vigilant atop the walls, ready for the confrontation. The air was rent by the chilling shrieks of the ringwraiths, instilling a palpable fear among the hearts of the human warriors. The wails of the ringwraiths could instill profound dread in ordinary men. Gandalf raised his staff, and a radiant light burst forth, illuminating all of Minas Tirith and piercing the encroaching darkness. Shen Yan, seated upon a catapult, commanded that he be launched into the air, landing squarely upon the back of a fell beast. With a swift kick, he sent the ringwraith atop tumbling to the ground. Seizing control of the fell beast, he charged directly at the Witch King of Angmar. The 2 fell beasts clashed in the air, and Shen Yan engaged in close combat with the Witch King, their blades crossing in a fierce struggle. A dark rod plunged into the chest of the Witch King, yet he remained unfazed, for as a being of shadow, he felt not even the sting of pain. "Go away. No one can kill me, even if I must fall," the Witch King of Angmar proclaimed. Shen Yan delivered a swift kick, sending the Witch King tumbling from the fell beast, which he then deftly controlled as it descended. The other ringwraiths attempted to assist, but a dark staff in Shen Yan's grasp transformed into a spear, which he hurled with precision, striking the fell beast. "If I cannot vanquish you, can I not deal with those mounts?" One by one, the fell beasts plummeted from the sky, and the Witch King of Angmar found himself face to face with Gandalf. "You fool!" The Witch King, undaunted even in the presence of Gandalf, brandished his sword, ignited in flames. Shen Yan bellowed from above, "Gandalf, the Witch King of Angmar cannot be slain by man. You are a Maya. Gandalf is not human. He is a Maya, devoid of gender. And thus it falls solely upon him to defeat the Witch King." Upon hearing this, the Witch King regarded Gandalf as a formidable adversary. As the fell beast swooped down, Shen Yan leapt into the air, his elven sword aimed directly at the Witch King's head. Gandalf understood the plan and coordinated with Shen Yan for a dual assault. Would release, great force technique. The elven sword served merely as a feint, while Shen Yan unleashed a torrent of wooden shards from his palm, ensnaring the Witch King and immobilizing him. Gandalf seized the opportunity and thrust his sword deep into the Witch King's helmet. Forged in the First Age and empowered by Maya's magic, the sword succeeded in slaying the Witch King of Angmar. The helmet and body collapsed inward, leaving behind only a tattered black robe. The Witch King was dead. Shen Yan gazed at the fell beasts retreating into the horizon. The half-orc army had begun their siege. "We must hurry." Both forces ascended the city walls, where the half-orc army, leveraging the cover of darkness, hurled massive boulders in an attempt to breach the walls of Minas Tirith. The human trebuchets retaliated, crushing several half-orcs under the weight of the stones. Towering ogres pushed siege towers, constructed of steel and wood, towards the walls, matching their height. The outer steel layer deflected arrows, and once atop the walls, numerous half-orcs would emerge from the towers to storm the defenses. Boromir commanded his men to target the ogres. Their arrows would be ineffective against the towers, so they aimed to immobilize them instead. Soldiers atop the walls released rolling logs and arrows, staving off the half-orc advance. Shen Yan arrived, lifting a massive boulder and shattering the approaching siege tower, causing a swarm of half-orcs to tumble down. Wood release, tree realm descends. A forest erupted from the plains, and before the half-orcs could comprehend their peril, they were ensnared by the trees, which relentlessly strangled them, their screams echoing in the air. "This is insufficient. The pace is too slow. The numbers are overwhelming." Wooden dragons and golems appeared, but they too struggled to make a significant impact. Shen Yan stood upon the wall and said to Gandalf, "I shall descend." Enveloped in the red cloak of the tailed beast, under Gandalf's watchful gaze, his skin began to shed, and 4 tails swayed behind him. Leaping from the castle walls, the crimson monstrosity gallops across the battlefield, utilizing both hands and feet. A white exoskeleton erupts from its surface, while orbs of tailed beast chakra coalesce in its maw, transforming into miniature projectiles that are incessantly launched. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions are relentless as Shen Yan metamorphoses into a beast, ruthlessly decimating foes on the battlefield. 6 tails extend forth, piercing through the bodies of the half-beasts without mercy. Is 7 tails the limit? He muses. The chakra pilfered from the 9 tails suffices only to manifest 7 tails, and with each use, it is gradually depleted. Within him lies no tailed beast, thus, he will not succumb to death from the absence of tailed beast chakra, but he will also lack a continuous supply. Once expended, it is gone. Shen Yan charges forward, significantly alleviating the pressure on Gundor's soldiers, while Gandalf employs illumination spells to dispel the ringwraiths that incessantly harass them. Though Angmar's Witch King, the commander of this war, has been slain, it does not imply that the remaining ringwraiths cannot orchestrate combat. In their former lives, these wraiths were formidable kings or warriors, some possessing a profound understanding of warfare. Upon seizing control of the battlefield, they exert all their efforts to harass Gandalf, the pivotal figure in this conflict. As for Shen Yan, the mere human, faced with an unrelenting horde of half-beasts, exhaustion is inevitable. The half-beasts may lack various qualities, yet they are abundant in numbers. On Shen Yan's side, the half-beasts swarm like locusts, as he detonates tailed beast orbs that send them flying. With 1 tail retracting, 6 remain. Troublesome. He leaps back to the castle walls, gathering all his chakra as 1 tail after another vanishes, culminating in the emergence of a colossal tailed beast orb above his head. The tailed beast orb, the size of a house, soars into the fray, not detonating immediately, as it collides with an untold number of half-beasts. With a tremendous explosion, the resulting shockwave sends soldiers sprawling from the walls. The ringwraiths, too, are hurled far by the force, hastily returning, as the half-beast army dwindles to less than 10,000. Yet, it matters not. Mordor harbors countless more half-beasts. Shen Yan takes a moment to catch his breath, his skin, previously tainted by 9 tails chakra, rapidly regenerating. The wooden figures and dragon, frozen in the explosion's wake, pose little threat now, as the remaining half-beasts cannot breach the walls of Minas Tirith. The pressure has eased slightly. Thank you, Shen Yan. You are the hero of humanity, Gandalf declares, patting him on the shoulder with a sense of reassurance. Turning his gaze toward the distance, his expression suddenly darkens. In the shadows, another wave of half-beasts surges forth, only 3 or 4,000 this time, but it is evident that more follow behind. These creatures seem inexhaustible. Wait, those are not half-beasts. They are Saruman's formidable Uruk-hai. The situation grows increasingly dire, as Saruman's brutal tactics have been acquired by Sauron. Bolstered by Mordor's resources, the newly spawned Uruk-hai charge forward, stronger than the half-beasts and unyielding to sunlight. Hold the line. Hold the line. Boromir urged his soldiers to fortify their defenses, standing resolutely alongside Shen Yan to protect the city walls. The relentless sound of siege hammers echoed as the formidable orcs battered the gates, which remained impervious to their assault. Bring forth the Grond. A beast resembling a rhinoceros dragged the massive Grond, over 30 meters in length, suspended from a contraption. Its head, forged from black iron and sculpted into the shape of a wolf, was imbued with numerous destructive spells, specifically designed to breach the mithril gates of Minas Tirith. Slay those beasts. Arrows were aimed at the creatures pulling the Grond, but the orcs raised their shields to deflect the projectiles. The thick-skinned beasts, impervious to several arrows, continued their advance. Observing this, Shen Yan leaped from the wall once more, drawing his blade to confront Grond. Moon's Breath, 14th form, Fierce Transformation, Celestial Full Moon. He wielded the enchanted sword, unleashing a flurry of colossal crescent-shaped slashes that obliterated everything in their path. The orcs and beasts were cleaved into pieces as Grond fell, and he swiftly claimed it for himself. Come forth, beasts, he roared, plunging into the fray, unleashing countless crescent strikes upon the battlefield. With unmatched valor, Shen Yan single-handedly held back thousands of foes, his indomitable spirit etched into the minds of all witnesses. Kill. Shen Yan charged forth, causing the orc horde to scatter in disarray. Even as half-orcs and stronger orcs replenished their ranks, none dared to confront him directly. Battling until the dawn broke over the distant Pelennor fields, heralded by the rising sun. The horns of Rohan sounded as their cavalry surged towards the enemy. On the plains, the cavalry's high mobility, combined with their expansive field of vision and range, rendered them nearly invincible. The terrain amplified their advantage. leaving the half-orc infantry with little chance of survival, especially as they were unprepared for the cavalry's lances. With a single charge, the Rohirrim inflicted catastrophic losses upon the half-orcs. In the distance, the trumpeting of elephants resonated as the Haradrim brought their colossal creatures to the fray. These elephants, with thick hides and towering stature just shy of Minas Tirith's walls, were equipped with wooden spikes on their legs to deter climbers. On their backs, the marauding Haradrim rained arrows down upon the Rohirrim, attempting to weaken them. Eliminate those elephants, King Odin commanded, and Shen Yan seized a spear nearby, hurling it with precision to pierce the skull of one elephant. It collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shen Yan continued to throw, toppling one giant after another, until the greatest threat to the Rohirrim dissipated. The remaining Haradrim, faced with the cavalry, stood no chance, decimated in the ensuing slaughter. Realizing the perilous situation, the ring-wraiths ordered the half-orcs and stronger orcs, along with the Uruk-hai, to retreat. At that moment, Aragorn arrived with the army of the dead and warriors from other regions of Gondor, blocking their escape. The formidable presence of the undead army instilled terror in their enemies. Kill. The gates of Minas Tirith swung open, and Gondor's soldiers, led by Gandalf and the brothers Boromir and Faramir, surged forth into the battle. The three forces encircled and utterly annihilated the horde of half-orcs. We emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in cheers while Shen Yan collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "Goodness! I am utterly exhausted." Upon seeing Aragorn arrive, Shen Yan shouted, "I want to eat." The members of the fellowship burst into laughter as Aragorn and Boromir hoisted him into Minas Tirith, where a lavish feast awaited. Shen Yan indulged himself and slept soundly until the following midday. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, Shen Yan found Aragorn and others engaged in discussions. Many, buoyed by their triumph on the Pelennor fields, believed they should press their advantage, rally their forces, and march directly to Mordor to eradicate the lingering threat to Middle-earth. Gandalf vehemently opposed this notion, cautioning that they were unaware of Mordor's defenses and that Saruman was still there. A hasty assault could spell doom for both humanity and Middle-earth. "Do you not have any inkling of how we won?" he admonished. Without Shen Yan's unwavering support, victory would have been tenuous at best. "Gandalf the Grey, what are you afraid of? We have the formidable Shen Yan on our side," someone exclaimed. "Mordor is merely a minor inconvenience." A Gondorian captain, buoyed by Shen Yan's presence, expressed confidence in an easy victory. Shen Yan rolled his eyes, remarking, "This celebratory attitude is ill-advised. Enjoying wine today without regard for tomorrow's consequences is reckless." "I assent it." Amidst the scrutiny of the assembly, Shen Yan approached and asserted, "I am not invincible. I cannot contend with Saruman. He is still quite formidable. Far from weak. Even Gandalf, clad in white, struggles against him. I may not necessarily prevail, but we have Gandalf with us," a captain whispered. "With two wizards present, there is no cause for concern." "Wait, do we not possess the One Ring?" another suggested. "Let us use it enough." Aragorn slammed his palm on the table, firmly quelling such thoughts. "Humans cannot wield the One Ring. Our greed will be our undoing. Against the might of the One Ring, human will is as fragile as parchment. Among the three races, only humans possess a resistance to the ring that is effectively zero or potentially negative. The rings forged by Sauron, however, are resilient. The elves, with their noble nature and wariness of Sauron, resist the influence of the three rings. Dwarves, though greedy, favor gold and gems, often storing the seven rings rather than wearing them. Only humans, in the presence of the One Ring, magnify their flaws, becoming mere ring-wraiths. Compared to the supreme power of the One Ring, once humans don it, they foolishly march into Mordor, delivering the ring directly to Sauron. Let us cease this discourse." Shen Yan interjected. "Our utmost priority is to destroy the One Ring, yet I fear Sauron will not remain passive. The only way to obliterate the ring is to cast it into the fires of Mount Doom, yet there exists but one path to the mountain, where Sauron will surely have fortified defenses. The scenario is not as cinematic as one might hope. Mordor still harbors the half-orc army, along with ring-wraiths and Saruman. Only by acquiring the ring can Sauron fully resurrect himself, which cannot be underestimated." Gandalf remarked, "I am aware of a hidden path that can circumvent the forces of Mordor, and I shall guide Frodo along this route. However, the eye of Sauron is perpetually vigilant, fixated on Mordor, making entry exceedingly perilous. I shall divert his attention." Aragorn interjected, "I am a descendant of Isildur, and my presence near Mordor will undoubtedly draw his gaze away. Sauron fears me, for he remembers the defeat he suffered at the hands of my ancestors. Should I appear, his focus will shift towards me. Yet, this is fraught with danger. Sauron would dispatch numerous minions to eliminate me. Both Gandalf and Shen Yan recognized that this was their only recourse. Can the elves and dwarves arrive in time? Shen Yan inquired. Gandalf shook his head. No, the elves of the Woodland Realm, alongside Lady Galadriel, are engaged in battle against the orcs of Dol Guldur. And the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain have yet to regain their strength to aid us. The Woodland Realm sought to eradicate the threat posed by Dol Guldur, taking advantage of their offensive, while Galadriel's forces were compelled to retaliate against Dol Guldur's assault on Lothlórien, thereby assisting Celeborn as well. Aside from the elves of the Woodland Realm, the others are bound for the west. The coming age belongs to men, regardless of whether the One Ring is destroyed. It cannot halt the elves' journey westward. What are the Great Eagles? I have informed them, but I cannot guarantee their immediate involvement. The Great Eagles, akin to Gandalf, are Mayor in a different form, and their willingness to assist hinges upon the rapport between Gandalf and their leader. It appears that we must proceed with our own forces. However, we must first make preparations. Shen Yan declared, we are left with no choice but to employ a decapitation strategy, the most perilous of tactics. Yet it is the only path forward. We can only hope that our movements remain undetected by Sauron. Aragorn commenced the assembly of troops to draw fire and lead the forces towards the Black Gate of Mordor. Among the ranks were Shen Yan, Gandalf, and Aragorn, with the former two merely employing wooden avatars to divert Sauron's attention, while their true selves stealthily guided Frodo along the hidden path into Mordor. The skies above Mordor were perpetually shrouded in gloom, devoid of sunlight. Sauron's sorcery cloaked the heavens, compounded by the thick smoke belched from Mount Doom, creating a sunless habitat for his orcs. The trio traversed the Shadow Mountains, the ominous silhouette of Mount Doom looming ever closer, fiery red lava incessantly flowing forth, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Such a sight was rare indeed. Before them stood a tower of obsidian, its pinnacle formed into an evil, flame-like eye, Sauron's eye. Through this ominous gaze, Sauron surveyed Middle-earth, searching for his ring. Currently, the eye revolved atop the tower, much like a lighthouse, vigilantly monitoring all of Mordor. Sauron was acutely aware that Gandalf and his companions would inevitably seek to destroy the ring at Mount Doom. Now was the time for watchfulness. As a photograph was captured, Shen Yan and his companions concealed themselves behind a large boulder. Given the relentless gaze of Sauron's eye, their discovery seemed inevitable. Gandalf, feeling the weight of the situation, expressed his concern, to which Shen Yan confidently replied, "Leave it to me." He discarded a pile of half-orc armor, allowing the two to don it, while he himself transformed into the guise of a half-orc. The trio advanced boldly, and Sauron's eye swept across their path without detecting anything amiss. Suddenly, Frodo exclaimed, "The One Ring is so heavy." Shen Yan glanced over, noticing how the chain hanging around Frodo's neck constricted tightly against his throat. Gandalf spoke gravely, "It is the ring. It resists us." Without further ado, Shen Yan hoisted Frodo onto his back, and together with Gandalf, they hastily traversed the rugged terrain of the mountain. "I should have brought the warg," he mused, realizing the creature might have drawn too much attention. Gandalf, observing the dimming light, stated, "We must hasten to Mount Doom." "Can Frodo endure?" "Yes," Frodo replied, though his pallor revealed the strain he was under. As they drew nearer to Mount Doom, the influence of the ring intensified, constantly gnawing at his consciousness. "Gandalf, something is following us." "It is Golem." "He is still alive?" Shen Yan was taken aback. Recalling how Golem had eluded them in the mines of Moria, he hadn't anticipated that the creature would persistently track their scent. "No. Golem's yearning for the ring is even more profound than Sauron's. We must quicken our pace. Sauron may use Golem to locate us. Then I shall eliminate him." A fierce glint flickered in Shen Yan's eyes. Golem represented a volatile element, and their discovery, due to him, would spell danger. "No, Mr. Shen Yan," Frodo interjected. "The more I possess the ring, the more I empathize with Golem. He was once a kind soul." "You are indeed very compassionate, Frodo," Gandalf lamented. Shen Yan furrowed his brow but remained silent, quickening his pace alongside Gandalf. They descended the mountain and entered a valley teeming with trees. The surroundings were heavily adorned with spider webs. Gandalf cautioned, "This place is home to many giant spiders. We must tread carefully. They are descendants of a fallen dark god, Ungoliant, who once conspired with Melkor to destroy the two trees during the Age of the Trees. The two trees, ravaged by Ungoliant and Melkor's combined might, plunged the world into darkness, extinguishing all light. The last remnants were transformed by the Vala into the sun and moon, restoring illumination to the realm. Following the devastation of the two trees, Ungoliant fled, but in her hunger and greed for Melkor's silmarils, she attempted to consume him. At that time, Melkor was weakened from the destruction, and Ungoliant overpowered him, leaving him in distress. Fortunately, Melkor was not without allies. The Balrog, Gothmog, along with a legion of fire demons, drove Ungoliant away. Eventually, fleeing to the shadowy foothills of the Mountains of Terror, Ungoliant encountered a swarm of arachnid beings. After mating with them, she devoured them, giving rise to the colossal spiders that now inhabit Middle-earth. After listening to Gandalf's exposition, Shen Yan inquired about the whereabouts of Ugluk. It is said that she ultimately ventured to the southern lands of Oblivion, though her precise destination remains unknown. Fortunately, she is not here. Otherwise, Sauron would merely be an appetizer for her, Gandalf mused. In that era, when deities clashed, he was merely a powerful yet expendable pawn. The group treaded cautiously through the forest when suddenly, a giant spider leaped forth. After severing its 8 legs, Shen Yan dispatched the creature. They pressed on, traversing mountains and valleys, passing the half-orc encampment before ascending Mount Doom. The scalding ground was particularly uncomfortable, with acrid black smoke wafting through the air, and they had to remain vigilant to avoid Sauron's prying gaze, which significantly impeded their pace. "Look, there is an entrance," Frodo exclaimed, pointing to a cave emanating a crimson glow. Shen Yan frowned, and both he and Gandalf sensed treachery. Yet, gazing up at the volcano belching ash, they found it impossible to ascend that perilous peak. Thus, they had no choice but to venture into the cave. Inside, they found themselves within the very heart of Mount Doom, where Sauron forged the One Ring. The oppressive heat enveloped them, threatening to evaporate the moisture from their bodies. Frodo felt parched and disoriented, increasingly tormented by the ring's influence. The stench of sulfur filled the air, with lava churning ominously beneath, ready to erupt at any moment. Ahead lay a stone bridge. Upon reaching its end, they set Frodo down. Gandalf urged, "Frodo, cast the ring into the abyss. You must focus on relinquishing it. If the bearer does not desire to part with it, even throwing it into the lava will not lead to its destruction." Frodo removed the One Ring and extended his hand. Shen Yan squinted, realizing the peril. Gandalf, Frodo is ensnared. What? Indeed, Frodo tightened his grip on the ring. "This is my ring, my precious." The ring, unwilling to be destroyed in its birthplace, unleashed its full power, whispering temptations into Frodo's mind, making him reluctant to part with it. "No, Frodo, please, awaken," Gandalf exclaimed, his heart heavy. Although he had foreseen this possibility, witnessing it unfold was unbearable. Even the most resolute Frodo could not withstand the ring's allure. Frodo donned the ring, and his form vanished, slipping into the realm of shadows. Shen Yan meticulously searched for footprints on the ground, preparing to reach out for Frodo, when the latter suddenly screamed, "This is my ring. You cannot take it from me." Frodo's silhouette re-emerged, collapsing to the ground, murmuring, "The ring, it has been taken from me." "They?" Gandalf inquired. "Who are they?" "The ringwraiths," Gandalf replied gravely. The ringwraiths lacked a corporeal form, traversing the realm of spirits. The One Ring granted its bearer invisibility, but in truth, it drew them into the spectral world where they had been waiting for Frodo all along. At that moment, 3 ringwraiths emerged, one cradling the One Ring in its grasp. Shen Yan and Gandalf rushed forth, only to be obstructed by 2 of the wraiths. The remaining wraith darted towards the exit, but a spell struck it down, and Saruman strode in with purpose. "We meet again, Gandalf." "Saruman, what are your intentions?" The wraiths, intent on halting Gandalf and Shen Yan, charged towards Saruman, but alas, they were no match for him. Saruman picked up the fallen ring, erupting into laughter. "It seems my skill surpasses yours, Gandalf. Sauron, none of you are my equals." He donned the ring before the gathered assembly, a terrifying power radiating from him, causing Mount Doom to tremble as stones cascaded into the lava below. His laughter echoed through the skies of Mordor, resembling thunder, as Aragorn and his companions, engaged in battle with the forces of Mordor, looked up in alarm, their steeds whinnying in terror. The half-orcs trembled. "Is that Saruman's voice?" "Why Saruman?" A sense of foreboding enveloped them, as Sauron's eye fixated on the cave entrance. "I wonder, could Saruman be under control?" Shen Yan inquired, helping Frodo to his feet. "Unlikely. The One Ring is difficult to corrupt Maya and powerful elves, however. It amplifies one's innermost desires. Over time, Saruman will fall, much like Sauron," Gandalf replied, his words reaching Saruman's ears, who scoffed, "Sauron? Merely a feeble rodent. With this power, I shall command all of Middle-earth." Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind him as Shen Yan materialized, his wooden doppelganger extending a black staff. Clang! An elven sword intercepted the attack. Saruman sneered, Young mage, you are no match for me. Swish. In an instant, Shen Yan appeared before him, a spiraling orb forming in his palm aimed at Saruman's heart. Yet, Saruman's other hand seized his wrist, halting the assault. I warned you, Shen Yan uttered. And with a swift motion, several water needles flew forth, piercing Saruman's eye and wreaking havoc upon his brain. Water release, heavenly cry. A look of arrogance still adorned Saruman's face as his body collapsed, the staff driven into his heart for good measure. The wooden doppelganger hoisted Saruman's corpse and began its march towards the volcano. With Saruman deceased, he surely harbored no desire for the One Ring. It would melt away if cast into the lava. Just then, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A swirling black mist rose from Saruman's body, enveloping the cave in darkness. Illuminated only by the lava's glow, shattering the wooden doppelganger, Saruman's corpse wobbled upright, proclaiming, in the end, victory belongs to me. He was not Saruman. Gandalf summoned a radiant light, yet even in his white robes, he could not entirely dispel the darkness, only illuminating a small area to shield Frodo and the approaching Shen Yan. At this moment, a dark and menacing armor enveloped Saruman entirely, a sword hung at his waist, and a black cloak billowed behind him. His stature seemed to rise as he stood upon a shroud of shadows, the one ring resting upon his middle finger. Sauron. Gandalf managed to utter the name with great difficulty. Shen Yan interjected, how can this be? The One Ring was never delivered to that tower. Ah, young sorcerer. I am the necromancer. It is no arduous task to inhabit a person's body, especially that of the deceased. Extracting a black rod from his chest, he casually tossed it into the molten lava. Sauron approached with an air of nonchalance, his dark mask revealing two ominous red glimmers, exuding terror. Sauron was a formidable necromancer and a fallen Maya, possessing immense power. After the whereabouts of the ring were exposed, his spirit had already infiltrated the cave. Observing from the shadows, when Shen Yan dispatched Saruman, Sauron seized the opportunity to occupy Saruman's body. One could not deny the perfect synergy between Saruman's Maya form and Sauron's essence, amplifying his strength beyond its former limits. Human sorcerer, Shen Yan, I have witnessed your prowess. Why not come to my side and serve me? I shall bestow upon you all that your heart desires. Sauron's voice dripped with seduction. I will grant you boundless power and riches. All the beauties of elves and men shall be yours, and even the wealth of dwarves can be yours. Why not the beauty among dwarves? Shen Yan retorted unexpectedly, leaving Sauron momentarily taken aback, to which he could only comment, you have unique tastes. Dwarven women also bear beards, making it difficult to distinguish between the sexes. Has human preference grown so peculiar in the 1,000 years I have not walked the earth? Just a jest, Shen Yan chuckled, as trees began to sprout from the surrounding rock walls, ensnaring Sauron completely. Gandalf and Frodo were swiftly hoisted away by Shen Yan. Gandalf, it is all my fault. Frodo lamented, consumed by regret, believing that had he relinquished the ring, calamity could have been averted. No, my child, do not blame yourself. I underestimated the ring's seductive power, Gandalf replied, his countenance darkening. Sauron had returned. They must devise a means to vanquish him, for otherwise the entire world would succumb to darkness, enslaved by him. Gandalf, can the Vala assist us? I am unable to call upon the Vala unless I perish once more. The last time I died, my spirit returned to Aman, and the gods sent me back, liberating much of my power and allowing me to ascend as the White Wizard. To return now would require another death. Let us not dwell on that. The gaze of the Vala should have already turned toward this place, yet the unsaid lingered in the air, leaving uncertainty as to whether the Vala and Aman would arrive in time to offer aid. Can we kill Sauron now? Shen Yan inquired. Indeed, it is possible. Having seized Saruman's corpse signifies his complete resurrection. He can be slain. However, we lack the strength to do so, Gandalf replied bitterly. The apocalyptic volcano behind erupted with a thunderous roar as Sauron emerged from the cavern, shrouded in swirling black mist. His crimson gaze fell upon the retreating trio. Indifferent to their escape, he had been resurrected, and their presence was inconsequential. It was time for the half-orcs to rise and ignite the flames of war across Middle-earth, fulfilling the ambitions he had once left unfinished. This is troublesome, muttered Shen Yan as he and his companions concealed themselves at the mountain's base. Observing Sauron mount his fallen beast and ascend towards the tower where the Eye of Sauron resided. I must devise a plan, Gandalf pondered, while Shen Yan opened the system shop, contemplating whether his limited task points could procure any decisive items. Jackfruit. 200 task points. Consuming it allows one to transform into a jacket worn by others. Grammar. 50 task points. The original text of the sword in the stone. No special effects. Physique potion. 50 task points. Consuming it enhances one's physique by 10%. Shen Yan swiftly cleared the stock of physique potions, regrettably finding only 10 bottles. After consuming them in one go, his strength doubled. He had anticipated that each bottle would build upon the previous enhancement, but it merely augmented his existing physical attributes. Are there no truly decisive items? Even a one-time use would suffice. Theft. 300 task points. A stroke of luck may yield some surprises. The notion of theft brought to mind Sato and his notorious skill of pilfering undergarments. However, if he were to steal the One Ring, he would surely fall under its malevolent influence. Shen Yan possessed a clear understanding of himself, driven by desire. He would inevitably return the ring to Sauron. Glancing at his inventory, he resolved to take a risk. Gandalf, gather all the allies you can. I will distract Sauron. As Shen Yan rose, Gandalf grasped his arm, exclaiming, "No, Shen Yan. You cannot stand against Sauron. You will perish." "Gandalf, I fear death. And I will not seek it so easily," he declared, sprinting toward the Eye of Sauron. Gandalf gritted his teeth and hurried away with Frodo. Meanwhile, Sauron had landed atop the tower, and as the Eye of Sauron extinguished, the entire structure began to tremble. Amidst the cacophony, stones began to crumble, revealing a steel core. And the tower's summit transformed into a throne of iron, upon which Sauron sat. "Next, I shall bestow upon this world an eternity of darkness," he proclaimed, extending his arms. His fingers adorned with the gleaming One Ring. From the depths of Mordor, swarms of giant spiders and colossal bats emerged, overwhelming the landscape, while the strength of the half-orcs surged under the ring's influence. Before the Black Gate, the human coalition engaged in battle with the half-orc army felt the weight of despair, forcing Aragorn to command a retreat. Ha ha ha, light is but a fleeting moment. Darkness is the eternal truth. Sauron observed Shen Yan racing toward him with interest. "Ah, Wizard Shen Yan, have you come to a decision? Will you join my ranks and become my right hand? I shall grant you the taste of power." "Huh. I would become a ring-wraith, a mere specter. I would enjoy nothing at all. That is after your flesh has decayed." Sauron's voice resonated with an enchanting allure, suggesting that the 9 rings for mortal men would significantly prolong one's lifespan, extending to 300 or 400 years, an ample time to relish existence. Yet, the tragic fate of humanity is ultimately death, a solemn gift that binds them. As the second son of a deity, mortals of Middle-earth are far from the perfection of elves. They are driven by insatiable desires, possess fleeting lifespans, and are destined to perish. However, in stark contrast to the elves, humans embody freedom. The fate of elves is predetermined. Upon death, their souls return to the halls of Aman, awaiting reincarnation or remaining in quietude until the world's end. In contrast, human souls are unshackled by the cosmos rules after death, set forth to explore uncharted realms. A fate that even some elves and deities might envy. "You appear to be utterly oblivious," Shen Yan remarked with a smile. "Death is not to be feared. Becoming a ring-wraith, bereft of self and reduced to a mere puppet obeying commands, is a fate far worse than death, a despicable existence for a necromancer." Behind Shen Yan, 2 dark orbs hovered, one of which emitted a voice. "Cursed Shen Yan, where have you brought me? You may perceive this as another realm, an alternate space. Should I meet my demise, there will be no return." On the journey, Shen Yan resolved to harness the power of the Black Absolute. The Black Absolute surveyed the surroundings, confirming the terrain was not of its own world, and neither Shen Yan nor those nearby exhibited the fluctuations of chakra. Instead, a peculiar force lingered. "It seems you are determined to court death," Sauron lamented. "Such a splendid piece on the chessboard, yet unwilling to submit. How regrettable." With a wave of his hand, a swarm of gigantic bats descended, darkening the skies as they aimed to drain Shen Yan of his blood. Countless purple crescent moons erupted, shredding the oncoming bats, enabling Shen Yan to break through and rush towards Sauron. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yan leaped atop the tower, swinging his elven sword, which Sauron caught effortlessly. An elven blade? This cannot be Isildur's sword. It cannot cleave my armor, nor can it ever be breached again. The last encounter cost me dearly, losing fingers and the One Ring to Isildur. Fortunately, he could not resist the ring's temptation. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to return. With a crack, Shen Yan heard the agonizing sound of his elven sword as it met its fate, shattered by Sauron. "Though Saruman's body may not match my former self, it is still of use," Sauron stated with satisfaction. The Maya, a lesser deity, had its powers curtailed, yet combined with the One Ring in Sauron's essence, its strength surpassed Saruman's considerably. Armed with a broken sword in one hand and a demonic blade in the other, Shen Yan engaged Sauron in fierce combat. With his enhanced physique, Shen Yan could barely contend with the formidable Maya, yet he still lacked sufficient power, relying on skill to compensate. The orb of seeking flew forth, colliding with Sauron and causing him distress. Such trivial tricks should not be employed to invite disgrace. The blade clashed against the armor, sending sparks flying. Yet Sauron remained unfazed as he seized Shen Yan by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. You are still too weak, are you not? A cluster of embers fell from the sky, slicing through the atmosphere and shattering Sauron's tower, as both of them plummeted downwards. The ether stone flattened beneath Shen Yan's feet, suspending him in midair. Gazing at the ether stone below, Shen Yan slapped himself, pondering why he had not thought of this sooner. However, given the speed of the ether stone, it would be unable to catch up with the Witch King of Almar and Saruman. Sauron descended directly, seething with rage. Who dares to destroy my tower? Amidst the billowing smoke, flames flickered, and waves of heat surged forth. A colossal hand grasped him tightly. And Sauron discerned its identity. It was a Balrog, a creature thought to be extinct in Middle-earth. The Balrogs of Middle-earth had mostly hidden deep underground, slumbering in their dark abodes. After Shen Yan vanquished the last Balrog in the mines of Moria, no Balrog had roamed Middle-earth since. Why then, had one appeared now? You despicable Sauron. The Balrog spoke in human tongue, its eyes blazing like molten rock, wings unfurling behind it like a demon's. You have made my existence a living torment. Who is this person? Shen Yan stroked his chin, bewildered, unsure of why a Balrog had suddenly manifested and engaged Sauron in combat. The Balrog and Sauron. Both minions of Morgoth should not have been at odds. Is that Saruman? Sauron exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the soul within the Balrog. It was indeed the spirit of Saruman. Slain by Shen Yan. Saruman? Shen Yan echoed in shock. What has happened to you? Curse you. It is all your fault. My soul shall be eternally scorched by flames. I will slay you both. After his death, Saruman's spirit returned to Amon. Initially, the divine would have barred him from entry, as Saruman had lost all hope. However, upon witnessing him, the divine granted him a chance for redemption, to thwart Sauron and save the humans of Middle-earth. With Sauron seizing control of his body, the divine selected a new vessel for Saruman, the body of a Balrog. The Balrog, a fallen Maya, still had a corpse available from the one Shen Yan had slain in the mines of Moria. Thus, the divine infused Saruman's soul into the Balrog's form, enabling him to regain corporeality and transported him to the vicinity of Mordor. The divine also imposed a punishment. His soul would perpetually endure the torment of the Balrog's flames, a fate worse than death. To escape this predicament, he must conquer Sauron. But could Saruman, in the form of a Balrog, truly overpower Sauron? In the films, Gandalf the Grey had perished alongside this very Balrog. Sauron struggled to break free from the body. The Balrog's intense heat was uncomfortable for him. Saruman, my old friend. We can still converse, cannot we? Silence, Sauron. There is nothing to discuss between us, you vile wretch, dog of Menor. You have usurped my body and schemed against me. I shall kill you. The ground beneath them shattered as lava erupted from Mount Doom, and Saruman, bathing in the magma, wielded a fiery whip, lashing it towards Sauron. Sauron remained undeterred, seizing the fiery whip and engaging in combat with Saruman. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan joined the fray, aligning himself with Saruman to confront Sauron. Sauron's combat prowess was formidable. Drawing his ebony blade, he unleashed a deadly arc of light, severing one of Saruman's horns. With a roar, Saruman launched his assault alongside Shen Yan, intent on swiftly vanquishing Sauron before facing his own judgment in Amon, where at least he would be free from the torment of searing flames. As for Shen Yan, although he still harbored intentions of killing Saruman, eliminating Sauron took precedence. United in their effort, the two engaged in a fierce battle against Sauron, where the clash of swords, flames, and strikes erupted beneath Mount Doom. From the sky descended the ringwraiths, their claws clutching ogres which they hurled down to disrupt Shen Yan and his ally. Get away, Saruman bellowed, swatting aside an ogre before resuming his duel with Sauron. Under Shen Yan's command, the Orb of Seeking struck down the fallen beasts in the air, while the ringwraiths descended, swords drawn, intent on attacking. Shen Yan devised a clever plan. Transforming the orb into a binding rope, he ensnared one of the ringwraiths and drew it closer. After incapacitating an ogre, he placed it alongside the ringwraith, forming a seal with his hands, earthly resurrection technique. Both the ringwraith and the ogre emitted a chilling howl as dust enveloped them, revealing the visage of a human king. What is this? Shen Yan marveled. I have succeeded. Join the fray. He commanded the ringwraith to enter battle. Confusion clouded Saruman's mind as he questioned the turn of events, while Sauron's eyes glowed with renewed intensity. I underestimated you, he snarled. You have freed the ringwraith from my control. You are also a necromancer. This was indeed an experiment. as the control exerted by the earthly resurrection clashed with Sauron's dominion over the ringwraiths. Shen Yan successfully stripped the ringwraith of its individuality, taking command of it. Under Shen Yan's influence, the undying ringwraiths pressed their attack, their eyes vacant. Again, he summoned a wooden clone, replicating his previous success. The ringwraiths fell under the control of the earthly resurrection, relentlessly assaulting Sauron. Overwhelmed by the barrage of forces, Sauron began to falter, casting spells to counter Saruman's flames. As the battle raged, the ringwraiths were caught in the chaos, their forms disintegrating. Just as Sauron reveled in his apparent victory, he was beset by countless motes of dust that mended the ringwraiths' bodies. "This is impossible," Sauron roared, flabbergasted. Even he, a necromancer, could not achieve such feats. The ringwraiths, undying and immortal, relied on others for their invulnerability. Even if defeated, they could resurrect in Mordor, yet now the situation was entirely different. "Nothing is impossible," echoed a cry from the heavens as Gandalf appeared atop the back of a giant eagle, flanked by a dozen more. He cast aside his sword, which Shen Yan caught. This was Enril, the sacred blade once wielded by Aragorn that had severed Sauron's finger. With Gandalf on the eagle, staff in hand, and the light of Eärendil bestowed by Frodo, he illuminated the darkness, unleashing a radiant burst of holy light upon the land. Sauron found himself subjected to unprecedented oppression as he called out Gandalf's true name, O Elrond. "It appears that the deities of Vira have bestowed upon you formidable power. Yet, you are certainly no match for me. Sauron, darkness can never triumph over light. Gandalf has exerted all his strength. The divine has already imparted to him the knowledge of what must be done. He now merely needs to subdue Sauron." The noxious mists surrounding Sauron dissipate, and his armor gradually crumbles. Saruman strikes with a fiery whip, binding him. The ringwraiths raise their swords and pierce Sauron's body. Yet he continues to laugh maniacally. "You cannot kill me. I have come to slay you." Shen Yan wields Andúril, its radiant light blooming upon the blade. The brilliance of the holy sword fills Sauron with dread as Andúril plunges into his heart. "You cannot kill me. As long as the One Ring remains, I shall." Black Zero. The dark liquid clings to Sauron's flesh, stripping the One Ring from his finger. As a creation of Yin and Yang, the embodiment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, Black Zero harbors but one desire, to resurrect Kaguya. No. As the ring departs from his body, Sauron emits a terrified cry, and Andúril ultimately slays him, his spirit once more entering the Shadow Realm. Black Zero, now in possession of the One Ring, approaches Shen Yan, placing the ring upon his finger. "No. Shen Yan, quickly, take off the ring." "I am fine." Half of Shen Yan's being is Black Zero. On the hand adorned with the ring, Black Zero does not cling. His mind is overwhelmed by the seductive whispers of the One Ring, leaving him dazed. His body traverses the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, an inferno demon raises its fist, intending to strike Shen Yan, but alas, it does not succeed. Black Zero commandeers Shen Yan's body, an unimaginable feat, to traverse worlds, move toward the volcano's mouth, then cast the ring into the magma. Shen Yan's will struggles against the ring's influence, compelling him to relinquish control of his body to Black Zero. "Shen Yan." Gandalf observes Shen Yan's ascending steps and comprehends his intent. "Saruman, how dare you attempt to slay the hero who vanquished Sauron? What of it? Damn you, Gandalf," Saruman curses, his form beginning to disintegrate. With Sauron's demise, he must now return to Amon to face divine retribution. The Inferno demon's body shatters completely as Gandalf descends from the back of a great eagle, pursuing Shen Yan. Black Zero remarks, "This ring is intriguing. It can control one who is impervious even to the Nine Tails. If I simply cast aside the ring, you will whisk me away from this world, correct?" "Indeed." Shen Yan struggles to respond. This is their pact. Black Zero will aid Shen Yan in destroying the ring, and in return, Shen Yan will escort it from this unfamiliar realm. Black Zero manipulates Shen Yan's body, removing the One Ring. Suddenly, with a fierce grip, Shen Yan exclaims, "You cannot do this. It is my treasure." "You are truly mad," Black Zero muses, calmly releasing his hold as the One Ring tumbles toward the magma. Upon witnessing this scene, Gandalf's heart steadies. No. Shen Yan contemplated leaping into the abyss to seize the One Ring, yet before he could make a move, he found himself ensnared by the control of Kuro. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from behind Gandalf, racing towards the ring, only to plunge headlong into the searing lava. Golem? The One Ring hovered above the molten flow, seemingly impervious to destruction, though its influence over Shen Yan had notably diminished. "Away with you. I have no need for you." A newly awakened Shen Yan defiantly raised his middle finger towards the One Ring. In response, the ring melted away in the lava, consumed by his disdainful gaze. Mission 1 complete. Rewards distributed. A thunderous rumble erupted as the entire Doomsday volcano began to tremble, the lava roiling as if it were boiling water. Instantly, it engulfed the rocky bridge, prompting Gandalf and Shen Yan to flee. A colossal eagle approached, and they leapt onto its back, swiftly departing. With the destruction of the One Ring, the ground beneath the Orcish army controlled by Sauron fissured, causing them to plummet, while the structures of Mordor crumbled alongside. Mission 2 complete. Rewards distributed. My heavens, I nearly thought I would be consumed by the will of the ring, Shen Yan remarked, shielding his face as he sat atop the eagle. The malevolent influence of the One Ring was utterly terrifying, nearly leading him to lose himself. Fortunately, he had relinquished control of his body to Kuro. You performed admirably, Shen Yan. You have saved the entire world. Gandalf expressed his heartfelt gratitude. You are the hero of this realm. No, it is we who are the heroes, Shen Yan replied, sharing a smile with Gandalf, as Kuro, resembling a liquid, prepared to seep into Shen Yan's garments. In a swift motion, Shen Yan seized Kuro, while the questing jewel similarly transformed into liquid, enveloping the other half of his body and ensnaring Kuro once more. No, Shen Yan, you are untrustworthy, Kuro protested as it was confined within the questing jewel again. Shen Yan continued, not at all. I shall return you, but I am unaccustomed to your presence on my person. With the questing jewel stowed away, Gandalf refrained from inquiring further. Everyone harbors their own little secrets. Shen Yan simultaneously lifted the control over the ringwraiths, knowing they would no longer manifest following Sauron's demise. As for their souls, their fates remained a mystery. That is, the will of a person, which is no good thing. I have captured it. Yet it may serve a purpose. Kuro was arguably the greatest shadow in the world of shinobi, for it was responsible for countless deaths. And Shen Yan harbored no fondness for it, despite its unwavering loyalty to Kaguya Otsutsuki. We have finally triumphed, Gandalf mused, feeling his mission had reached its conclusion. The forthcoming era would belong to humanity. Aragorn would ascend as the king of Gondor, guiding his people into a new age, while he himself would return to Aman. The eagle alighted before Aragorn's army, where jubilant cheers erupted in celebration of the hero's return. Here is the reforged Enril. Shen Yan presented it to Aragorn. You have labored valiantly. Aragorn accepted the sacred sword, declaring, in 2 days, I shall ascend the throne in Minas Tirith. You must be present. Indeed, the tasks had come to a close, yet Shen Yan lingered, eager to witness Aragorn ascend to the throne, a momentous occasion in the history of Middle-earth. On the day of Aragorn's coronation, Minas Tirith was teeming with people, including the couple Celebrimbor and Galadriel, who had been instrumental in the downfall of Dol Guldur, as well as the elven king Thranduil. Gandalf personally crowned Aragorn, and amidst the jubilant cheers, Aragorn donned the crown, becoming the king of Gondor, Elisar Telcontar. In the valley, Elrond arrived at the coronation with his daughter Arwen. The elder Elrond bore a complex expression, while it was a joyous occasion for his son and daughter to unite. It was bittersweet as his daughter had chosen to become mortal. Despite her transformation from elf to human, thereby relinquishing her immortality, Arwen's lifespan remained prolonged. After Aragorn's passing, a long sorrow and solitude awaited her. As Shen Yan beheld the tender embrace of Aragorn and Arwen, he turned to Gandalf and inquired, Am I qualified to journey to Aman? Indeed, Gandalf affirmed. All members of the Fellowship possess such eligibility. Shen Yan continued, I shall bestow my qualification to Arwen. Elves are entitled to enter Aman, and though Arwen once held this privilege, she forfeited it upon choosing humanity. You, Gandalf cautioned, that is immortality. Gandalf, I have stated before, immortality is not a boon for me. Let it be a wedding gift for Arwen, Shen Yan replied with a smile. Thus, in several decades, after Aragorn has ruled Gondor, their children will grow into worthy monarchs, and together with Arwen, they may traverse to the west, ensuring they remain united for eternity, correct? You are truly a remarkable individual. No, merely a friend offering a gift. Gandalf conveyed Shen Yan's intentions to Aragorn, who, along with Arwen, was filled with astonishment. Arwen, having chosen humanity for the sake of love, had willingly accepted the prospect of enduring long years of grief. Shen Yan's gift of passage to Aman symbolized her opportunity to live forever alongside Aragorn. Shen Yan, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Aragorn exclaimed as he embraced Shen Yan, his eyes alight with appreciation and joy. Indeed, Master Shen Yan, this is profoundly. Arwen, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled for words. wishing fervently to remain with Aragorn for eternity. Elrond, too, was elated. Decades were but fleeting moments for an immortal elf, yet Shen Yan would relinquish his own immortality. Master Shen Yan, have you truly made this decision? It is of no consequence. Shen Yan waved a hand dismissively. This qualification serves me little. It is better bestowed upon Lady Arwen. Thank you. Truly thank you. Elrond, uncertain how to express his gratitude, unfastened the dagger at his waist. I heard that the sword Thranduil gifted you is damaged in battle. This is my father's heirloom, the Hat of Fang, which has accompanied me for millennia. Now, I present it to you. No, this is far too precious. Shen Yan hastily declined, stating that Hatehafen was a beautifully crafted elven sword. Akin to a family heirloom of Eldrin, born in the First Age and accompanying Eldrin in numerous battles. This could not be accepted. Please, do take it, Eldrin solemnly insisted. Though I cherish Hatehafen dearly, I treasure my beloved daughter, the sorceress Shen Yan, even more. You have bestowed upon us the most precious gift, please. I implore you to accept it. The Ring of Breath must be taken to Amon, and with Sauron's demise, its power is waning and cannot be gifted to you. The Ring of Breath, known as Vilya, one of the 3 elven rings, possessed the powers of healing and protection, held by Eldrin. However, with Sauron's death, its potency has diminished, rendering it merely a valuable ornament. Gandalf interjected, accept it, Shen Yan. This is Eldrin's gratitude towards you. Shen Yan received it with both hands, overwhelmed with appreciation, stating, I shall cherish this sword dearly. May it aid you, Shen Yan. You will forever remain our friend. Eldrin gently patted her shoulder. From that moment on, Shen Yan became the second person, following Bilbo, to hold the title of Friend of the Elves. Also recognized as a friend of the dwarves and King Elisar, Shen Yan lingered a few more days, and on the day of midsummer, after attending the wedding of Aragorn and Arwen, he captured numerous photographs, as the landscapes of Middle-earth were breathtaking, aided by the great eagles to visit many landmarks. After the wedding, Shen Yan mounted a warg and, under the gaze of many, vanished across the plains of Pelennor. The wargs returned to the wilderness to recuperate. Many years later, Aragorn, along with his wife, Legolas, and others, boarded the final ship to Amon, where they would dwell eternally in that verdant land. In the primary world, Shen Yan reappeared in his home, where the dust was not particularly thick this time. He retrieved his phone, connected to the internet, and glanced at the calendar. It had been 3 months in Middle-earth, yet it was already April here. I'm exhausted. Middle-earth is indeed fascinating, though the prevalence of half-orcs makes it unsuitable for tourism, he remarked, pulling out the one ring distributed by the system. Gazing at the unremarkable golden ring resting in his palm, Shen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. It truly lingers on, he mused. The ring in his possession was the One Ring. Although it had been destroyed, the system rewarded him with this ring. Devoid of Sauron's will and thus free from temptation. However, it retained the ability to extend the user's lifespan, interpret the thoughts of others, preserve the holder's vitality and will, and amplify their abilities. Invisibility was out of the question, as the One Ring's invisibility transported one to the realm of spirits, useful only in Middle-earth. Controlling the other rings also required a presence in Middle-earth. The ability to interpret thoughts was an active skill that Shen Yan needed to learn to utilize effectively. The negative effects of the One Ring were ineffective against him. Now he was its master, while the weak-willed could be manipulated by him. Upon donning the ring, Shen Yan also experienced a notable augmentation of his powers. As he slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand, it automatically adjusted to a comfortable size, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Having traversed the realm of Middle-earth, I have acquired an eclectic assortment of gear, weaponry, armor, cloaks, accessories, and 2 grand chests brimming with treasures. Among the additional rewards, there exists a divination crystal ball, which I, Shen Yan, can utilize to glimpse into various matters. As for the mithril weapon, it is a spear forged from mithril, adorned with enigmatic runes. I have no desire to be a spearman. Historically, spearmen have often been deemed unfortunate. Yet, with such a substantial piece of mithril, I could seek out someone to melt it down and forge a new weapon for slaying demons. Host, Shen Yan class, Savior, points, 7,953, abilities, Celestial Body, Breath of Water, Breath of the Sun, Breath of the Moon, Transparent World, Stripes, Bloodblade, Blood Demon Technique, Ice. Blood Demon Technique, Destruction Kill, Corpse Demon Sealing, Dirt Reincarnation, Fire Release. Having previously spent some task points, I, Shen Yan, opened the shop to explore its offerings. Pink Fluffy Rabbit, 50 task points. No one can endure the humiliation of being slain by a pink fluffy rabbit crowbar. 1 task point, the Holy Sword of Physics. As I perused the items in the shop, I eventually paused before a particular technique. Sun Fist, 1000 task points. Sun Fist, YYDS, a technique from the Dragon Ball series. It lacks substantive damage but can temporarily blind the enemy. The more energy expended, the brighter the light. It is akin to Gandalf's illumination spell, albeit without the holy light suppression of dark forces. When combined with abilities like Chi Yuan Slash or Magic Penetrating Light Cannon, it becomes a formidable combination. Upon purchasing the Sun Fist, the method of usage manifested in my mind. As long as the opponent is not wearing sunglasses or has their eyes closed, it could be classified as a first encounter kill. Complete Martial Arts Compendium of Heavy Mountain. 5,000 task points, formless, intentless, practice more. What a surprise. Is this truly a martial arts manual penned by the esteemed master of martial arts in the Land of Flames? Heavy Mountain. He, the leader of the 12 fragments of the Year Beast, transformed from a beast's fragment into a being even more human than humans. His extensive life has allowed him to witness countless events, becoming the embodiment of martial arts in each move and disseminating the true essence of martial arts to the world. Without hesitation, I procured the thick tome, which fell into my hands, its cover emblazoned with a strong character for martial. For now, I shall set it aside and delve into it when time permits. First, I shall tidy up my home. After cleaning my abode, I stepped outside. Hello, is today Sunday? I greeted Sakura, Chais, and Li Xiaolang. Sakura joyfully exclaimed, Brother Shen Yan, you're back from your business trip. You were gone for quite some time. Alas, I had traveled abroad and accompanied a few individuals to deliver a ring. A ring? It must be quite precious. Indeed, it is certainly valuable, but also perilous. Changing the subject, I inquired, where are you all headed? Brother Snow Rabbit is participating in an archery competition, and we are going to cheer him on. An archery competition? I wish to participate as well. Has the time for the final judgment arrived? Upon reflecting on this, Shen Yan resolved to follow and witness the unfolding of this momentous occasion. I shall join in the merriment and see if I can register at the last minute. Does Shen Yan possess archery skills as well? During a business trip, he had the opportunity to learn from a friend who excelled in archery. Indeed, Shen Yan had trained with Legolas, though his aim did not quite match that of the elf, a consequence of their respective innate abilities. After changing into a different pair of shoes, Shen Yan set off with 3 spirited companions, taking the tram. Along the journey, Sakura expressed curiosity about Shen Yan's business trip. How to put it? This journey took me to New Zealand, where the scenery is quite splendid. You should consider visiting in the future. After all, many filming locations for Middle-earth are situated there. I went there with a few friends to deliver a ring to a volcanic region, subsequently tossing the ring into the crater. Why throw it into a volcano? It was the boss's request. He funded the venture, and we merely executed it. It seems that each of Shen Yan's business trips is filled with fascinating experiences. By the way, Shen Yan, what about that ring? Sakura and Li Xiaolang's gazes were fixed upon the one ring, their sensitivity to its magical essence evident. Shen Yan replied, It's quite similar to the ring I presented. A gift from the client. The locals also gifted me this bracelet, among other items. As they chatted, they arrived at the competition venue. Shen Yan sought to see if he could register, only to discover that it was a Kyudo competition, which required not only precision but also adherence to archery etiquette. Knowledge he lacked, leading him to decisively forego participation. The competition saw Yu Cheng's Snow Rabbit and Guan Yu Gufan break through the fray, but in the final arrow, Guan Yu Gufan faltered under the influence of Shao Ka's magic, resulting in a mishap. At noon, Shen Yan purchased a large bento, as Sakura's provisions proved insufficient for both herself and Snow Rabbit. However, as they dined, Shao Ka mysteriously vanished, having originally been drawn by the bento. After finishing their meal, Shen Yan and Sakura set out to locate Shao Ka, only to find him brazenly seated before Guan Yu Gufan, startling Sakura into a state of shock. All right. It's about time for us to return, Guan Yu Gufan remarked with a smile. Let us go. Shen Yan nodded in agreement, and the group departed together. On the way, Guan Yu Gufan inquired about Shen Yan's profession, to which he replied that he worked as a bodyguard, taking on various assignments that often required travel. That sounds quite arduous, Guan Yu Gufan observed. Teaching can also be quite challenging, especially when dealing with unruly children. Sakura and her companions demonstrated a commendable level of understanding. Exiting the shrine of the competition, a plush bear presented Sakura with a balloon, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Release her. Li Xiaolang protectively shielded Sakura as the bear removed its headpiece, revealing it to be Tuya. Shen Yan quipped, Tuya, you truly seem to be working everywhere. Circumstances necessitated. One must support a monster, Tuya replied. Who are you calling a monster? Sakura exclaimed, stepping on Tuya's foot in frustration. Tuya displayed little reaction, locking eyes with his former girlfriend, recognizing that in this world, there are no true coincidences, only inevitabilities. Tuya nodded, donned his headpiece once more, and resumed his duties. As the group prepared to leave, they discovered that Sakura's hat was missing, prompting everyone to return to the shrine to continue their search. As dusk approached, Shen Yan sensed a formidable surge of magical energy. Sakura, what is it? The final cloud card has arrived. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the earth beneath them began to crack. Shen Yan seized Tomoyo's hand and leaped to the edge of the forest. It's coming. Enormous stone pillars erupted from the ground, soaring into the sky. A pillar emerged beneath their feet, and Shen Yan stepped onto it, only to return to solid ground amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers as the earth smoothed out once more. Ultimately, this was a contest of magic rather than mere physical strength. Brother Shen Yan's power. It's terrifying. This is no longer a matter of stamina. It's pure magic, Li Xiaolang remarked. Quick, use the sleep card. Sakura hastily employed the sleep card to lull those nearby into slumber. Shen Yan cautioned Sakura. The tree card can counter the earth card. Is that possible? Indeed, Karo affirmed. Sakura immediately summoned the tree card, the gentle vines ensnaring the violent earth card, rendering it immobile before sealing it away. Wonderful. This is the last card. Sakura exclaimed joyfully as she gazed at the card in her hand. After such a long time, she had finally gathered the final card. A radiant golden light emanated from Karo, who floated gracefully in the air, a magical circle forming beneath him. What is happening to Karo? Having collected all the cards, Karo will naturally revert to his original form, Shen Yan explained. His original form? They watched as Karo's small wings enlarged and enveloped him, resembling a dumpling. Once the wings unfurled, a majestic golden tiger with 4 paws and armored features emerged. A large ruby embedded in its head and chest, exuding an air of regality. Who are you? Sakura inquired. The transformed Karo chuckled heartily, adopting a deep voice. It's me. It's me. I am Karaberos. Is it really you, Karo? Indeed. The last cloud card has finally been collected. Thank you, Sakura. If the last card hadn't been the earth card, I would have been utterly helpless. Karaberos sighed, a hint of melancholy in his golden eyes. Now, we await the moon. The moon? Yes, the judgment moon, Karaberos explained. The cloud cards can only have one true master, yet there are 3 of you now. Thus, the moon shall decide who will become the true master of the cloud cards. As Karaberos spoke, he gazed upon the full moon rising in the horizon. This is indeed a momentous occasion. Please wait a moment, Tomoyo said as she made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a van arrived, and several elegantly dressed women in dark suits and sunglasses disembarked, greeting Tomoyo before departing. Sakura changed into the outfit Tomoyo had specially prepared for her, which resembled the one from her dreams. Shen Yan observed Sakura with a sense of nostalgia, noting that among all magical girls, only Sakura did not transform her attire. Her costumes were all arranged by Tomoyo's production team. Sakura took the earth card and inscribed her name upon it, signifying the completion of the resealing of all the cloud cards. As the night breeze swept through, Shen Yan gazed upon the slumbering moonlit snow rabbit, who had succumbed to sleep due to the sleep card. Much like Cerberus, silver wings unfurled behind him, enveloping him, and as they spread wide once more, a strikingly handsome figure with silver hair appeared before the assembly. His long hair cascaded to the ground, and his silver-violet slit pupils exuded an icy indifference. Clad in white garments adorned with blue accents and embellished with jewels, he floated barefoot in the air, exuding an aura of aloofness. Where has the snow rabbit gone? The snow rabbit is the moon, Shen Yan remarked. The moonlit snow rabbit you behold is akin to the little Cerberus, yet their personas remain unlinked. The snow rabbit is unaware of the moon's existence. It has been a long time, Cerberus, the moon addressed his old friend with an air of coldness. I was remiss. Guardians only manifest in the presence of the owner of the cloud cards. Thus, you assumed a false identity in proximity to Brother Taoya. Before reclaiming your original powers and appearance, you concealed your magic and presence. Each time Sakura and the little demon collect cloud cards, I regained some magic, and gradually, I sensed your essence. Had it not been for this lady's overwhelming lunar aura, I might not have found you, Moon. Sakura remained perplexed by the situation, prompting Shen Yan to explain. The snow rabbit is a false identity used by the moon for disguise, but do not be too sorrowful. The snow rabbit still exists. There are 3 individuals who hold the cloud cards. Indeed, if it were only one, the judgment would lack significance. I trust in Sakura, yet. Cerberus turned to Shen Yan. Your magic is too formidable. I fear you may be overwhelmed, Moon. Naive, I am the judge, Moon. Great power does not necessarily equate to adeptness in its use, so let us commence the final judgment. The moon ascended into the sky, and Li Xiaolang felt darkness envelop him, his body moving uncontrollably upwards. Shen Yan scratched his head. ISNT at me? I thought he would choose me first. Cerberus remarked, one tends to pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Among the three, it is evident that the little demon is the easiest to bully. Moon remains as cunning as ever. That fellow's cards are all of the moon attribute, and the Leaf family's magical affinity also aligns with the moon. This is perplexing. Li Xiaolang was immediately beset upon, and even with the time card pausing time, the moon continued to operate within the suspended moment, ultimately defeating him and seizing all of his cloud cards. Injured, Li Xiaolang descended, and Sakura rushed forward to assist him. Next, I shall. Shen Yan smiled. Let me test your prowess, judge. Since you seek your demise, then come forth. Shen Yan leaped onto the rooftop, locking eyes with the moon. I shall pummel that handsome visage of yours into a grotesque shape. You must also. The moon's words were cut short as Shen Yan surged forward, exclaiming, enough with the prattle. The moon hastily retreated, soaring through the air while conjuring countless hexagonal ice blocks that cascaded towards his opponent. Shen Yan vanished, employing the magic ring to decipher the moon's thoughts, only to unexpectedly glimpse a bespectacled, squint-eyed man. My apologies, sir. Might I trouble you to withdraw? Clow's mischief? Ah. You are quite amusing, sir. In the past, I perceived you to be devoid of any magical prowess. Life, after all, is often filled with unexpected surprises. Shen Yan gestured to Kurorito and declared, why should I withdraw when I can defeat you? I am destined to become the master of the Clow cards, which are indeed formidable. Indeed, Kurorito nodded. I have only prepared a pink wand. Should you wish to wield it, I have no objections. Touch, Shen Yan retorted. This is the greatest conspiracy. Kurorito had already chosen the successor from the outset, Sakura. The others are merely temporary holders of the Clow cards. You are orchestrating a deception, are you not? Sakura is a qualified bearer, is she not? Do you truly believe you participated in the final assessment merely for amusement? Indeed. I am simply displeased with Yu's attitude towards Sakura and his true intentions regarding Tia. Though Tia possesses immense magical power, he refrains from utilizing it. Such power often attracts strange entities and has drawn Yu, who cannot generate magic on his own. Unlike Caraberos, Yu's power derives from the master of the Clow cards. Much like how the moon does not emit light but merely reflects that of the sun. After all, Sakura and Tuya are the reincarnated children of Yu. Is this truly acceptable? They will be unscathed, Kurorito smiled. Your future will be fraught with peril, and Sakura will be able to assist you. Enough of this. I do not wish for a child to aid me in such a dangerous future. Indeed, the future is treacherous, and no one can remain unscathed. Additionally, you might consider visiting the distant city of Raccoon. Where do you mean? Raccoon City. Goodness, is this a reference to a biohazard? He must make a trip there. I understand. Moreover, I can offer you the compass from the Leaf family to assist in locating individuals. Very well. Shen Yan nodded, and the two reached an agreement. As his consciousness returned to his body, Shen Yan scoffed, Kurorito truly is unscrupulous. He leaped out and landed a punch squarely on Yu's handsome face. Yu was sent tumbling out of the barrier, appearing quite disheveled. Caraberos chuckled. I told you, you cannot defeat him. The outcome has yet to be determined. Yu wiped the corner of his mouth, as Shen Yan appeared before him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang, 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 bang. I shall teach you to be aloof. I shall teach you to judge. How dare you intimidate Sakura? Bullying a child, are we? You've asked for it. After thoroughly bruising you. Shen Yan handed the mystic card to Sakura and declared, I concede. Upon uttering this, the compass in Li Xiaolang's arms flew automatically to Shen Yan, landing in his palm. My compass. Apologies, but it now belongs to me. What? Li Xiaolang protested, but he witnessed Shen Yan utilizing the compass. Taishang Laojun, act swiftly as commanded. The pointer on the compass began to spin, and a beam of light shot forth as Shen Yan walked towards it, discovering Sakura's hat from earlier. Why are you using the compass? I merely struck a deal with Kurorito. The compass is now mine, Shen Yan replied with a smile, as Li Xiaolang contemplated his thoughts. His butler, Wenba, called him. Young master, madam just called. She discovered in an ancient text that if anyone other than the Leaf family were to wield the compass, it should be handed over to that individual. Kirillito's actions were indeed swift. How could this transpire? This evening was turning out to be quite unfortunate for Li Xiaolang. First, The cure-all cards he had painstakingly gathered were snatched away, and he suffered a beating. Now, the ancestral compass was also taken from him. The thought alone made his head throb. Yu, with a bruised countenance, stood not far from Shen Yan, his face ill-suited to convey his indifferent demeanor. Have you decided to forfeit? Indeed, Shen Yan replied cheerfully. All I desire is to deliver a beating to you. Boring. Then it's your turn. Sakura, devoid of spirit, soared into the air alongside you, heading towards the Tokyo Tower. Out of consideration for Shui Tu, fearing harm might befall him, she merely evaded, ultimately resorting to the tree card, only to face a dire consequence since even the trees were under Yu's dominion. The verdant vines ensnared Sakura, and Yu elucidated the price of her failure. All will be forgotten, be it hatred or love, it shall fade away. The cure-all cards possess immense trust in their master, and should the master fail to ascend as the new wielder through judgment, in order to spare the card's sorrow, they will erase the memory of their owner, causing all connected to the cure-all cards to forget their most cherished person. It seems I have indeed been too lenient, Shen Yan mused, flexing his arms. Must I truly pummel him into a state of helplessness? Calm down, brother. Kuroburos clutched Shen Yan's garment. Please, trust Sakura. You want me to witness Sakura weep? I view her as my sister. Despite knowing Sakura would retaliate, discomfort still lingered. Atop the tower, Sakura's eyes were vacant, gradually ensnared by the vines. Her consciousness drifting into a dreamscape where her father no longer loved her mother, her brother would not bully her, and her beloved Shui Tu would not appear. Shen Yan would merely pass her by indifferently, and Chiyo would remain just a casual acquaintance. With a start, Shen Yan leapt into the air, wielding a silver spear, piercing through the barrier and rushing towards Sakura. The demon blade severed the vines, cradling the unconscious Sakura in his arms. Guan Yue Gufan arrived at the Tokyo Tower, holding the moon bell adorned with a purple scarf. With a gentle wave, Sakura awakened from her slumber. Shen Yan? I just dreamt that Shen Yan no longer recognized me. Sakura cried in Shen Yan's embrace, who comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. I shall teach him a lesson. No, it would hurt Shui Tu. If both Shui Tu and I fell into a river, whom would you save first? Sakura faltered, awkwardly shifting the topic as she spotted Guan Yue. Teacher Guan Yue, it's wonderful to see you awake. The moon bell in her hand gradually faded away. This bell was specially left for you by Kirillito, granting you a singular opportunity. Now that its task has concluded, you have no further chances left. The bold act of allowing his daughter to cheat was evident. Sakura, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, faced Tsukuyami earnestly, forgetting the feelings for her beloved. Such a world was truly sorrowful. I will strive to win, she exclaimed, her smile radiating confidence. In that moment, with her heart brimming with hope, Sakura infused her wand with magic, causing it to illuminate brilliantly, while a magical circle of cloud appeared beneath her feet. Come, Sakura, unleash the seal once more. Shen Yan produced a camera to witness this historic moment. Sakura raised her wand. The stars danced across the sky, countless meteors streaking by, as an awe-inspiring spectacle mingled with immense magical energy, leaving even Tsukuyami astonished. What is this? It is a new power, Kanetsu remarked. Release the seal, Sakura shouted, as her wand transformed back from its original form into a brand new wand shaped like a star. She drew a cloud card. Wind, bind him. The tempestuous winds surged forth, yet Tsukuyami maintained his aloof demeanor. The wind card is within my jurisdiction, it cannot. He suddenly realized that the wind was no longer under his control and surged towards him, ensnaring his limbs and forming an impenetrable cage. Impossible. The winds gently lowered him before Sakura, who spoke. Tsukuyami, you must truly cherish Clow, right? Then you understand how painful it is to forget someone you love. Sakura empathized, making Tsukuyami realize the terror of oblivion. I am but a child. Not as powerful as Mr. Clow or Brother Shen Yan, but I will do my best. Approaching Tsukuyami, she extended her hand, not as a master, but as a friend. What a lucky fellow, Shen Yan scoffed, while Kanetsu chuckled softly. You really are kind to Sakura. This child is quite adorable, isn't she? If I ever have a daughter, I would wish for her to be like Sakura. Indeed, Sakura is truly charming. The two exchanged smiles, and Sakura and Tsukuyami began the final ceremony. The judgment is concluded. I, the judge Tsukuyami, hereby declare Sakura to be the new master of us all. Sakura gazed at Clow, and Shen Yan murmured, that rascal Clow will surely cause more trouble in the future, won't he, Teacher Kanetsu? It seems you know quite a lot. Indeed. Speaking of which, how does a beauty like you end up with a boyfriend in England? That Toya is rather fine. Love is wondrous, Toya is great. But our chapter has ended. Has Toya surpassed his expiration date? Does this older sister prefer younger boys? After Toya entered high school, did his time run out? Shiizawa Elio maintained a youthful demeanor, prompting Shen Yan's gaze to sharpen. I have a feeling you are pondering something rather inappropriate, Mr. Shen Yan. Not at all. Really? No. Shen Yan asserted emphatically, leading the awakened Sakura back into the shrine. Splendid. Little Sakura joyfully shared her victory with her companions, Xiaoka, Zhisher, and Xiaolang. Shen Yan yawned, realizing it was late and time for him to retire for the night. I'm off now, Tuya. Emerging from the shadows after observing the entire scene, Tuya spoke. It seems you discovered my presence long ago? I only just realized. How do you feel about your sister becoming a magician of the cloud cards? I merely wish for her to be free from peril. Tuya had long been aware of Sakura's endeavors, taking on various jobs to better safeguard her. And he was also cognizant that Yakido was not human. Thank you for protecting my sister. I consider her as my own sister as well. By the way, do you resent me for striking Yakido? You struck the moon. What relevance does Yakido have? Indeed. As the lively evening drew to a close, Sakura blissfully embarked on her summer vacation. The next morning greeted her with a pleasant ambience. Spotting Shen Yan passing by, she cheerfully called out, Good morning, brother Shen Yan. Good morning. Are you headed somewhere? I must make a trip to the United States. Cloutreed has informed me about matters concerning Raccoon City, and I need to investigate personally. If not managed properly, we may face an imminent apocalypse without an interdimensional invasion. The United States? Is it a business trip? Yes. I shall bring you some local specialties. Although, it seems there are few unique items from America. After pondering, Shen Yan decided against it. How wonderful. I wish I could travel too. I'm afraid the destination isn't suitable for you. Shen Yan patted Sakura's head and bid farewell before heading off to catch his flight. Upon landing in New York, he encountered news at the airport about the Super 7 rescuing war-torn regions. Ah, the Super 7. No need to elaborate. Few among them are commendable, save for Starlight. The rest are likely misfits. He noted the absence of Iron Man or Batman. Shen Yan, disinterested in further inquiries, checked the route to Raccoon City and booked the next flight to Colorado. Lacking an airport, Raccoon City necessitated him to fly to the nearest city and then cycle to his destination. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, Raccoon City had only one route connecting it to the outside world, significantly limiting its development. The Umbrella Corporation had invested heavily there, transforming Raccoon City into an industrial hub. A substantial portion of the city's populace was employed by Umbrella, while only elites could access the underground hive, which remained shrouded in secrecy. Ostensibly, the Umbrella Corporation operated as a dominant international monopoly, profiting from pharmaceuticals and defense products. But the true source of their wealth stemmed from clandestine ventures in bioweapons and viral warfare. Uncertain whether the narrative belonged to the film or game version, though the film was more familiar, he knew little about the game. He was only aware of the alluring female Officer Jill and the enigmatic Ada Wong. Disguising himself as Aragon, he infiltrated Raccoon City, checked into a hotel, and after a night's rest, retrieved a compass to locate the hive's whereabouts. Venturing deep into the mountains, traversing through the dense forest, and stepping upon a carpet of fallen leaves, he boldly entered this secluded woodland. After wandering for a while, he stumbled upon a villa hidden within the forest. Was it a mansion? First, he needed to ascertain whether Alice was present. If she was, it would resemble the cinematic version, and the complications would be minimal. With unreserved confidence, he knocked on the door, which was opened by a striking woman clad in red. Alice, he exclaimed, elated to find her still in the mansion, indicating that the biological crisis had not yet commenced. Who are you? Asked a ruggedly handsome man standing at the door. Alice, maintaining her composure as a senior operative of the hive, instinctively grew cautious, though she did not reveal her apprehension. Hello, you may call me Aragon, he replied, smiling as he delivered a swift punch to Alice, rendering her unconscious. Placing a hand upon her head, he utilized the power of the ring to extract her memories. Alice was revealed to be the clone of Alicia, the daughter of Dr. Marcus, a high-ranking official within the Umbrella Corporation. Many of her memories were fabricated, yet she possessed accurate information regarding access to the hive. Are preparations underway to expose the Umbrella Corporation's dark secrets? It seems time is of the essence. Alice was aware of the clandestine development of biological weapons by Umbrella, and thus she collaborated with an environmentalist named Lisa to unveil the corporation's misdeeds, planning to infiltrate the hive to obtain both the T-virus and its antidote. Wait, what about her husband? As a senior security officer for Umbrella, Alice had been posing as a couple with her colleague, Spence, guarding the entrance. This is troublesome. Have we already infiltrated the hive? After binding Alice and locking her in a room, he assumed her identity by taking her identification. Descending to the villa's underground garage, he discovered a railway and a train that was about to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the train, plunging into the depths below. After some time, the train came to a halt, and a man emerged from the cabin, carrying a large duffel bag and surveying his surroundings. As he stepped out, he was taken aback. Alice. Bang. He struck Spence with a punch and rifled through his bag, retrieving a handgun and an assortment of ammunition. This individual intended to steal the T-virus and the antidote to sell on the black market. In truth, this memory was also a fabrication. Through the ring's insides, he uncovered discrepancies. Beneath the layer of memories regarding the T-virus lay deeper recollections. He glimpsed a man with sunglasses and slick-back blonde hair, named Weskier, who had captured Spence and implanted memories of stealing the T-virus and antidote for illicit sale. To think he would devise such a scheme to sell the T-virus on the black market. After relocating him to a secure area and evading surveillance cameras, he transformed into Spence's likeness, boldly strolling into the hive with the duffel bag in hand. Amidst the bustling employees, one might mistake the atmosphere for that of an ordinary corporation. He located the laboratory housing the T-virus and the antidote, seizing the opportunity to abscond with the items while the office was unoccupied. Shen Yan did not hasten to depart. He was aware that the Umbrella Corporation harbored the T-virus not solely at this location, for there existed an underwater facility in Siberia. However, he had to attend to another matter first. Primarily, he needed to locate the Red Queen. Delving into the hive, he discovered the control room of the Red Queen. But first, he had to traverse a brilliantly illuminated corridor, indeed, the infamous laser corridor. He had no desire to be sliced into mincemeat by those laser beams. Bending low, he leaped forward, swiftly crossing the corridor, only to find a formidable steel door ahead. He produced the identification cards of Spence and Alice. Yet both were denied access due to permission issues. How frustrating, he thought. It appeared that brute force was the only option. Drawing forth his blade, he severed the steel door, unveiling the true nature of the interior. Within lay the storage chip of the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen. As he stepped inside, beams of laser light projected a little girl before him. Security personnel. Spence, you should not be here, she spoke in a mechanical tone. I wish to meet Alicia, he stated. You lack the necessary clearance, she replied. Today is Judgment Day. Shen Yan countered. You are meant to safeguard all humanity, are you not? This is the program set for you by Alicia's board. The Red Queen fell silent for a moment, then continued. Security personnel are en route. You have 5 possible escape routes. Shen Yan gazed at the retreat route presented by the Red Queen, uttering little before turning away. The Red Queen was designed as an artificial intelligence based on the childhood persona of Alicia, the largest shareholder of Umbrella Corporation. Tasked with 2 fundamental directives, to serve Umbrella Corporation diligently and to cherish human life. Alicia suffered from progeria, aging prematurely to appear as if she were 90 by the age of 25. In a desperate bid to save his daughter, her father, Marcus, developed the T-virus, only to be ultimately slain by his partner, Dr. Isaac. Reflecting on the events of the final chapter, Shen Yan fell silent. Dr. Isaac was the puppeteer orchestrating it all, aspiring to become a deity of a new world, thus igniting the biohazard crisis. Spence was merely a pawn in this catastrophic game. With today marked as the day of reckoning as devised by Isaac, Alicia had sensed Isaac's treachery and uploaded the board's documents into the Red Queen, including the revelation plan that would unleash the biohazard on the day of reckoning. This apocalyptic scheme contradicted her core directives, ensuring that the T-virus would not escape the hive. In essence, the escape route provided by the Red Queen could very well be a deception. Casting his gaze towards the ceiling, Shen Yan leapt to dislodge the overhead panels and crawled above. Recalling the map the Red Queen had shown him, he understood that the shareholders of Umbrella lay dormant in the deepest depths below. He took the elevator to the lowest level it could reach. As the elevator doors opened, a group clad in black tactical gear aimed their weapons at him. Swiftly, Shen Yan seized the firearms from their grasp and incapacitated them. His cover was blown. He could not afford any delays. Delving into their memories to ascertain if anyone knew how to proceed, he found them to be merely security personnel of Umbrella, oblivious to the greater machinations at play. By the decree of the utmost authority, he pressed on, guided by a compass that pointed the way, ultimately discovering a concealed underground passage. Emerging from the tunnel, Shen Yan found himself before a door. Lacking the access permissions of Alice or Spence, he resorted to his usual method of forceful entry. Inside, a frail older woman lay within a stasis pod. Her silver hair reminiscent of Alice, perhaps even the aged visage of Alice herself. Alicia, the prototype of Alice. Do you wish to awaken her? The Red Queen appeared on the computer screen. I would advise against it. There are matters in which I require her assistance, Shen Yan replied. He opened the stasis pod, releasing a cloud of anesthetic gas. Covering his nose, he activated the ventilation and hoisted Alicia out, along with her electric wheelchair. Soon after, Alicia stirred, her voice faint. Who are you? Shen Yan introduced himself as Aragon, saying, I have sensed Umbrella's intentions. Director Alicia, can you assist me in thwarting Isaac's schemes? My body is in decline. She responded, the premature aging rendering her frail and reliant on the electric wheelchair, unable to care for herself. No worries. I require your assistance in locating the true whereabouts of Dr. Isaac. As the largest shareholder of Umbrella Corporation, Alicia possesses the authority to control Red Queen. What course of action do you propose? Naturally, we must eliminate him. Shall we not leave it to the law for judgment? Given his status, what difference does it make between prison and home? Shen Yan remarked, to forgive him is a matter for God. My duty is to escort him to meet him. Alicia cast a glance at her severed door and inquired, how did you accomplish that? A simple cut with a knife suffices, Shen Yan demonstrated once more. Alicia fell silent for a moment, then commanded, Red Queen, grant Mr. Aragon temporary access and escort him to the underground sleep chamber. Madam, with all due respect, this jeopardizes the interests of Umbrella Corporation, Red Queen responded. However, Isaac will lead humanity to its destruction. Shen Yan chuckled, Director Alicia, let us proceed. Very well. The two followed Red Queen's guidance into the vast underground sleep chamber, where rows of sleep pods were meticulously arranged, housing affluent individuals of high status, some of whom frequently appeared on television as prominent figures. This is truly perilous. If this lot were to perish, the American economy would surely collapse, Shen Yan jested. It would merely trigger a global economic crisis, Alicia replied matter-of-factly. In that case, I had intended to eliminate them all. Shen Yan shrugged, locating the slumbering Dr. Isaac, and violently yanked him from the pod. Alicia's brow twitched as she observed, Are you a superhuman? Close enough, Shen Yan replied, waking Isaac with a few slaps. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Shen Yan retorted, breaking Isaac's limbs and forcing him to kneel before Alicia. You should be aware that your father was killed by him and Weskier. Indeed, Alicia seethed. Gazing at the writhing Isaac on the floor, she felt immobile. For she was certain she would kill him otherwise. Do you require my assistance? If possible, I would appreciate it. A trivial matter. A handgun was thrust into Alicia's hand. With great difficulty, she aimed at Isaac and pulled the trigger. Bang! Isaac was dead. Red Queen, is there a method to erase the memories of this group? Shen Yan inquired. Only a temporary erasure is possible, Red Queen replied. Approximately 3 days. After that, they will regain their memories. Troublesome, Shen Yan remarked. Wishing to obliterate all recollections of the T-virus. Inform me of all locations related to the T-virus experiments and the individuals involved. This information has already been transmitted to your phone. There are quite a few, madam. I have a long way to run, Shen Yan lamented. Umbrella's experimental bases are numerous. And among them, Isaac's clones are responsible for various operations. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall eliminate this lot. The T-virus should not exist in this world. You are quite right. Alicia nodded. Initially, her father aimed to ensure her peaceful growth. However, the side effects of the T-virus, which transformed individuals into zombies, became apparent. Consequently, the T-virus development project had to be put on hold. Yet, driven by his insatiable greed, Isaac betrayed his own father and sought to advance his ambitions further, intending to wield the T-virus to annihilate humanity and cleanse the earth, positioning himself as the deity of a new world. Madam Alicia, how long can your body endure? Without being in the sleep chamber, approximately 1 year. I shall resolve these matters within 3 months. Please maintain the stability of the hive. Very well. Shen Yan departed from the hive, and Hong Ho arranged for a private jet to whisk him away to Siberia. There, he would encounter a vast underwater facility teeming with zombies, the unfortunate byproducts of Umbrella Corporation's experiments, designed to entice various nations into purchasing their weaponry. Upon entering the underwater base, Shen Yan was met with the sound of the doors sealing shut behind him. Moments later, he emerged, drenched in blood. Yet not a single drop of it was his own. In bewilderment, he pondered the motive behind such actions, for it was evident that he had gained nothing from this ordeal. The thought of a world devoid of civilization, without the internet or snacks. Filled him with dread, he could not bear the notion of perishing in such a manner. Seated in the private jet, he uncorked a bottle of chilled cola and savored a sip, momentarily uplifted. The preservation of humanity? Indeed. The next facility was located in the United Kingdom. United Kingdom? Hong Ho, assist me in locating someone, he requested. Who? She replied. Hizaki Ilio. Searching now. After a brief pause, she announced, search successful. A male named Hizaki Ilio is located, presumed to have dwarfism, maintaining the physique of an elementary school student for approximately 20 years. That's him. Pinpoint his location. I must seek his assistance. Understood. Traversing half the globe, the jet finally landed at London Airport. Upon receiving the coordinates from Hong Ho, Shen Yan's lips curled in disbelief. 222, Baker Street? Isn't that where Holmes and Watson reside? Or perhaps Smog and Bilbo? As he knocked on the door, it was opened by a girl with flowing hair cascading down her back. Welcome, welcome. You must be Shen Yan, as Ilio mentioned. Come in quickly. He has been waiting for you. The girl ushered him into a serene abode, where on the sofa sat a bespectacled boy. Hizaki Ilio, one of the reincarnations of Kirillito, had inherited both his memories and formidable magical prowess. Though he appeared as diminutive as Sakura, his age rivaled that of Sakura's father. He had merely maintained this youthful guise through magic while he awaited her. With a cordial smile, he invited Shen Yan to take a seat, his voice rasping in a manner that belied his petite form. Shen Yan the mage, it is an honor to finally meet you. Kira lied? Shen Yan inquired as he settled down. The girl, who had previously welcomed him, poured him a cup of red tea, which he found delightful. How wonderful to hear you say that, she exclaimed, bouncing with joy. She was not human, but rather a creation of Ilio, akin to Kiki and Yu. A guardian named Ruby Moon. Nearby, a creature resembling a black panther, adorned with a pair of butterfly wings, lounged gracefully by the window Spinala Sunday. Thus, Shen Yan the mage. Have you come seeking assistance regarding the Umbrella Corporation? Ilio inquired. Indeed, I require your magical prowess. I can indeed cast a grand spell to erase all memories related to the T-virus. As a reincarnation of Kirillito, Ilio possessed such capabilities. For Kirillito had been one of the most powerful mages centuries ago, and it seemed he could traverse worlds as well. Then I beseech you, I owe you a favor. Not at all. I have already notified the relevant authorities, and they will handle the situation. Oh, the church is tasked with handling such matters. Creatures like zombies, akin to vampires, fall under the purview of the ecclesiastical order. Elio elucidated, this world harbors profound depths. Do not underestimate the unseen forces at play. People have merely grown accustomed to concealing the tumultuous beneath the surface. I see. And is it the Holy Church? Indeed. Is there a clock tower? That does not exist. What is a clock tower? Merely a name. I presume this world adhered to the timeline of Tsukiheim. In the Tsukiheim realm, there exists a plethora of supernatural beings. I thought we were on the brink of a Holy Grail war. Forget I mentioned it. Elio did not press further, stating that he would soon travel to Tokyo to reside there for a while. Are you testing Sakura? No. I am merely assisting her in the transformation of the Cloud cards. Currently, she wields the power of stars, while the Cloud cards embody dark energies, which are incongruous. Sakura's new wand channels stellar energy, while the Cloud cards harness dark forces, rendering the new wand challenging to utilize with the Cloud cards, as it cannot absorb Sakura's magic. Over time, the Cloud cards risk becoming mere ordinary cards. Aside from aiding Sakura in transforming the Cloud cards, Elio also aims to teach her the proper use of magical energy. Please do not be too hard on her, Shen Yan remarked while sipping his tea. Rest assured, I hold great affection for that child. After all, she is somewhat like your daughter. Heh, Elio is Elio, and Kinomoto Fujitaka is Kinomoto Fujitaka. We are not one and the same, nor are we Clow Reed, Elio replied. I understand. My apologies for the interruption. Should you find a need for my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to call upon me. As Shen Yan rose to depart, Elio called after him. Master Shen Yan. Yes? Please maintain this spirit of fighting for humanity. Rest assured, a world devoid of humanity is a despairing thought for me. Shen Yan exited, and Ruby Moon remarked, has that handsome man left? Indeed. Such a pity. I will meet him again when I go to Tokyo. Elio instructed Ruby Moon to pack their belongings, as he planned to cast a spell of forgetfulness once Shen Yan and the Holy Church had cleared the area. In the ensuing days, Shen Yan traversed the globe, dismantling all experimental bases of the Umbrella Corporation with the assistance of the Church, who helped erase the battlefield and bury the truths. Elio's magic followed closely behind, save for Shen Yan and a select few. All memories pertaining to the T-virus were rendered forgotten. Alicia instructed Red Queen to delete all relevant data, while she arranged for the destruction of paper documents. As for the T-virus sold by the Umbrella Corporation, Elio utilized magic to transfer it away, ensuring that it would not inadvertently spread. "I'm utterly exhausted," Shen Yan lamented. Reclining on his sofa at home, where the voice of Red Queen echoed, "Mr. Shen Yan, you have worked hard." This was the backup of Red Queen he had requested from Alicia, installed as an artificial intelligence in his residence. The Umbrella Corporation is set to undergo a transformation under Alicia's guidance, with the destruction of those bioweapons imminent. Alicia's physical condition cannot endure for much longer. Within her limited time, she will reform the Umbrella Corporation, having already selected her successor, her first clone, Alice. Together, they will gradually cleanse the corporation of its tainted past. As for Elio, he has moved into the old mansion in Kuroido with Spinaru and Ruby, where they will test Sakura and assist her in converting all the cloud cards. Outside, rain falls gently, and Shen Yan slumbers peacefully, the weather perfect for rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks resound at the door. Groggy. Shen Yan lifts his head and inquires, "Who is it?" The voice of Hong Ho emanates from his phone, "Your neighbor, Kinomoto Sakura. Should I let her in?" "I shall open the door," he replies, donning his pajamas to greet Sakura, who appears flustered. "Shen Yan, something's wrong. My wand won't work." After resolving matters in Raccoon City, Shen Yan enjoyed a rare respite of over a month, while Sakura embarked on a new school term. With Elio now a transfer student in their class. Expecting a tranquil life ahead, Sakura and Karo noticed that the cover of the Cloud Card sealing book had changed. They suddenly sensed an unusual presence and made their way to Penguin Park, only to be attacked by a strange current of water. Sakura intended to use her wand, but it proved ineffective. Confused, she sought Shen Yan's counsel. "Your wand is non-functional?" Shen Yan, rubbing his eyes, invited them into his home. Pouring them a cup of hot tea, he remarked, "Are you not aware that your wand is no longer the one gifted to you by Kuroido?" "Huh?" Sakura gazed at him in bewilderment as he elaborated, "Kuroido's wand has evolved in your hands, granting you a brand new power. I recall Kuroido mentioning something about the power of stars?" "Indeed," she replied, attempting to wield the wand anew. A completely different magical circle manifested beneath her feet, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars encircling Sakura at the center. As she chanted, the wand in her grasp amplified, embodying the key to the power of stars. "By the terms of our pact, I command you, release the seal." The wand successfully magnified, held triumphantly in her hand. "Wonderful." She produced a cloud card, flower. Yet, the cloud card remained unresponsive. Shen Yan, seated cross-legged on the sofa with his hands supporting his head, contemplated, "The cloud cards are of dark power. The star's power cannot activate them." "Why is this?" Sakura exclaimed. "Does this mean I cannot use the cloud cards?" "No," Shen Yan clarified. "You can transform the cloud cards using your magical energy, albeit it will be quite draining." "Transform the cloud cards?" she echoed, astonished. "Yes. If they are not transformed, once the power belonging to Kuroido dissipates, the cloud cards will revert to mere ordinary cards." "How can this be?" she queried, incredulous. "Kuroido has been gone for many years. Magical energy cannot be preserved indefinitely. The new master naturally requires new power," Shen Yan remarked. "Take some time to ponder the new incantation. It will be necessary when transforming the cards." Xiaoku considered this and acknowledged its truth, for magical energy does indeed deplete. No matter how formidable Kuroido may be, the cloud cards cannot generate magic on their own. Dejected, Sakura returned home, while Shen Yan chose not to sleep. Changing into another outfit and leaving his house with an umbrella, he arrived at a villa and knocked on the door, which was opened by Ruby Tsukuyami. Clad in the Tomoya school uniform. Like Elio, she had come to Tomoya as a student. "Master Shen Yan, long time no see." "Indeed, Ruby," he replied. "Ugh. Call me by my current name, please. I am Akazuki Nikura now." "Very well, Miss Akazuki. Where is Elio?" "He is waiting for you." Elio sat in a crimson armchair. Smiling as he greeted, "Welcome, Master Shen Yan." "Just Shen Yan will suffice." He waved his hand dismissively and sat before him. "Sakura came to see me, and I offered her a small insight. That should expedite her progress," Elio replied without annoyance. "I believe she will meet my expectations." "You seem rather idle." "I attend school every day," Elio chuckled. "I just finished my homework." "Are you interested in mentoring a disciple?" "A disciple?" Elio laughed. "I haven't been here long. Once Sakura transforms all the cloud cards, I will return to England." The absence of a refusal indicated potential. No worries, I shall bring you a reliable disciple later. Now that you mention it, I find myself somewhat intrigued. After bidding farewell, Shen Yan encountered rain the following day, a weather alteration courtesy of Elio's magic. Spotting Tomoya heading out to work, he called out to him. Tomoya, wait. Mr. Shen Yan? What is it? Can you sense something unusual about this rain? Yes. It has to do with Sakura, doesn't it? Tomoya sighed, having hoped that once the cloud card ordeal concluded, Sakura could lead a tranquil life. It seemed, however, that more troubles awaited. Indeed. Would you care to accompany me to meet the mastermind behind this? You know who is responsible? Yes. Shall we go? Let us. Shen Yan led him to the sunlight, where the door was opened by Akatsuki Nakuru. Upon seeing Tomoya, she joyfully rushed toward him. Tomoya. Nakuru. Tomoya's head began to throb. She was the one woman he could never quite handle. Shen Yan, why did you bring Tomoya along? I came to see Elio. Entering with Tomoya, Elio remained seated in the same position as the previous day, clearly fond of that crimson-backed chair, where he often resided. Elio. I have brought you a disciple. Hello, I am Hiragace Elio. Tomoya. You are the one causing trouble for my sister? Tomoya raised an eyebrow, displeased. With that expression, Shen Yan feared Tomoya might dye his hair blonde and call him a ruffian, considering the Kinomoto siblings were akin to Gilgamesh and Nero Claudius. Brother Count, no. We are in the era of farming now. This is a trial to ya. Ilias remains unperturbed, allowing them to take a seat. Sakura must inevitably grow. You need not worry, for there is no peril to her life. Shen Yan, you were speaking of a disciple. Could it be Tuya? Indeed, he possesses immense magical power. As Sakura's elder brother, his innate talent is remarkable, and he shares a connection with Kirilido, does he not? Shen Yan remarked with a smile. It would be a waste for Tuya to neglect the study of magic, for his magical prowess and potential surpass even Sakura's, approaching the level of Shen Yan himself. Both siblings have inherited Kirilido's gifts, allowing them to absorb the ambient magical energy and enhance their abilities without formal training. Hey. I never said I wanted to learn magic, Tuya replied with exasperation. Shen Yan countered, do you wish to witness Sakura one day in peril while you stand idly by? You are aware of the situation with Yakido, are you not? Yet you remain powerless, with Sakura becoming the new master of the cloud cards. The source of the moon's magical energy has shifted to her. However, Sakura is unable to provide sufficient magic, resulting in the moon's current weakness. Even Yakido is yawning incessantly, resorting to excessive eating to replenish the meager magical energy. Shen Yan's words left Taoya at a loss for rebuttal. I understand. But are you not a magician as well? To be precise, what I wield is not magic. It is merely energy in the form of magical power, Shen Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively. This is a personal talent of mine, one that cannot be replicated by you. Here, you can learn much from Elio, who will not turn you away, will he? It's this peculiar relationship. Elio, in a sense, serves as both Sakura's and Taoya's father, while Elio's girlfriend happens to be Taoya's former lover. It's all rather convoluted. My brain is overloaded. I certainly will not refuse, Taoya. Your talent is remarkable. You have inherited the abilities of Fujitaka. Do you know my father? I do, though he does not recognize me. Nor will I present myself before him. Elio stated, you can come to my place after school to study my magic. Once Sakura has completed my trial, I shall return to England. I understand. I look forward to your guidance. Taoya realized that to protect his sister, he must be well prepared. He did not yearn for immense power. He simply wished to safeguard his family. Excellent, Taoya. You can accompany me home afterward. Akazuki Natsuki suddenly leaned against Taoya's back. Shen Yan reminded him, you should be aware that this girl is not human. Of course, I sensed it the moment I laid eyes on her. What an astute intuition you possess, Taoya. I find myself liking you more. You are drawn to his magical prowess, are you not? It is quite useful now, so do not dwell on it. How stern. Akazuki Natsuki would not concede so easily. She thought it better to benefit herself than to let Tsukasa have the advantage. A shiver ran down Taoya's spine as Elio produced a crystal, handing it to him. Give this to your father. I prepared it specifically for him. What is it? It contains a fragment of my magical power, gifted to him. While it cannot transform him into a magician, it will allow him to perceive those who are typically invisible. Mother. Taoya understood that his mother had always been present at home with him. The last time Sakura had a fever, she had returned, but only he could see her. At times, even Taoya felt it was unfair. Although their father was aware of her return, his inability to see her left him somewhat disappointed. Thank you. It is nothing. Well then, I shall take my leave if there is nothing else. Elia handed a book to Taoya. Take this and read it through. There are some spells you may attempt to learn. Feel free to ask me if you have questions. All right. After accepting it, Talia departed with Shen Yan, inquiring. That person is not a child, is he? No, he is the same age as your father. He merely maintains this appearance for Sakura's sake. Talia's gaze sharpened. Shen Yan clarified, do not misunderstand. He is here to test Sakura. The Cloud cards have indeed found a new master, but they require transformation. He has come to facilitate Sakura's conversion of the Cloud cards. There will be no danger to her life. Focus on your studies of magic. By the way, do you not intend to confront Sakura about this? No, that girl has been keeping secrets from me, so I shall keep secrets from her as well. When will she be willing to confront me directly before discussing subsequent matters? Occasionally teasing my younger sister is rather amusing. Shen Yan decided to let things be. Returning home to take a shower. Just as he lay down to prepare for sleep, the system abruptly activated, stating, a breach in the world barrier detected. Beings from another realm have entered your world. Please address this matter promptly. What on earth? They're attacking? Shen Yan sat up suddenly, checking the system, and discovered it was not an army, but merely a solitary straggler. Rising from his bed, he ventured outside, where the system had already pinpointed the intruder's location. He simply needed to make his way there. The location was in Mihua Town. Mihua Town. Departing from Yuji Town on his bike, he arrived at Mihua Town, where the individual was on the move, traveling at considerable speed, likely driving. Surely, they are not engaged in theft? The large television in the square was broadcasting the evening news, reporting that a girl dressed in an anime-inspired fashion had committed suicide by jumping from a building, injuring a passerby, and had since been taken away by the police. The news even displayed a photo from the incident. The individual being taken away had pink hair and was attired in distinctive clothing, appearing somewhat bewildered. If I'm not mistaken, that must be Alicia, right? God loves the world, hence he loves the door. Damn it, I still need to break her out. Shen Yan sped towards Mihua Town, where the surroundings were overcrowded, an influx of people seeking to report crimes. The crime rate in Mihua Town was approaching that of Gotham City. So why hasn't Officer Mumu been promoted? Considering the number of criminals he has apprehended, he should have been the head of the police department by now. Hello. I'm here to bail out my friend. Shen Yan approached an officer, who bore heavy dark circles under his eyes, exuding an ethereal air. Who is your friend? Alicia. The pink-haired girl who jumped and injured someone. Sir, your friend is likely an illegal immigrant. We have not found any record of her entry. According to the law, we will be deporting her, the officer replied earnestly. Is that so? Shen Yan pulled out his phone, and using the Red Queen's capabilities, he hacked into the data system to create an identity for Alicia. Indeed, that's impossible. Alicia and I grew up together. You must be mistaken. Sir, please do not question our police data system. It may be that your connection is faulty, the officer insisted. Search again, Alicia, Yuji High School graduate, Shen Yan commanded. Under the influence of the power of the One Ring, the officer reluctantly agreed to search once more, and indeed, they found the information edited by the Red Queen. Rubbing his head, he mused, could it really be that my connection was faulty? Is she a resident of this country? Oh dear, I nearly sent her away. Sir, I will proceed with the bail immediately. Additionally, you might want to advise your friend against such drastic actions. Life is truly beautiful. Indeed, she may have acted in haste. She can be rather careless at times. I truly appreciate your assistance. After paying the bail, the officer led him to retrieve Alicia. Alicia, your friend has come to bail you out. In the room stood a girl as radiant as fluttering blossoms. Her softly curled pink hair tied into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. Her visage was flawless and enchanting, accentuated by a pair of unique elfin ears that captured one's attention. Deep within her light blue eyes, pink pupils shimmered with vitality and splendor. Upon catching sight of Shen Yan, she blinked in bewilderment. Before she could utter a word, Shen Yan remarked, Alicia, I have come to bail you out. Honestly, no matter how clumsy you are, you shouldn't dance by the window. It's perilous and has caused injury to someone. Come with me, and let us apologize to the person you hurt. Oh, if you find staying at the police station tolerable after all this, then I shall take my leave. Wait for me, and do not forsake a beautiful and charming girl. Shen Yan escorted Alicia out of the police station, where Alicia, filled with curiosity, inquired, Who are you? I do not recall having met you before, yet you assisted me. Thus we are friends, right? I take every friendship seriously. Her innocence and beauty illuminated Shen Yan's world like a beacon. Hello, Alicia. I am Shen Yan. I will explain everything on our way back. For now, we must head to the hospital. As they mounted the vehicle, Alicia settled into the back seat, gripping Shen Yan's shoulders, and donned her helmet. They sped through the streets, arriving at the hospital in no time. What brings us here? Alicia asked. The innocent bystander you injured needs to settle this matter privately, Shen Yan replied. He located the injured party, who bore 2 fractures but was not in any life-threatening condition, while family members stood by his side. Shen Yan approached with Alicia to offer his apologies. The injured man, surprisingly unperturbed, simply urged Alicia not to harm herself again. Harm myself? Me? Alicia exclaimed, bewildered, pointing to herself. Shen Yan explained, this gentleman recently learned to dance and accidentally fell from a windowsill while practicing. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please accept this small token. He produced a bundle of cash from his pocket and placed it before them. This is for your medical expenses and the nutritional support you will need during recovery, as you cannot work at the moment. Consider it compensation. No, this is excessive. It could be classified as a work-related injury, and the company will reimburse it, the man protested. That is of no consequence, Shen Yan insisted, shaking his head as he pressed the money into the man's hand. Alicia, following suit, added, I'm truly sorry for my carelessness. It was an oversight on my part. And I feel deeply embarrassed. Please, accept this money. I assure you I will not behave so recklessly again. Not at all. It's quite all right. The man replied, his cheeks reddening as he leaned back, somewhat shy. Since that is settled, we shall not disturb your rest any further, Shen Yan said. Alicia, it is time for us to return. Understood, sir. Please take care of yourself, she replied. As they departed the hospital, Shen Yan remarked, Miss Alicia, welcome to a world devoid of collapse. A world without collapse? Alicia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, I do not sense the presence of collapse energy. So, you have triumphed over it? Collapse is a periodic natural disaster within the realm of collapse, a manifestation of the universe's cyclical adjustments. As civilization progresses, the perils of collapse intensify, becoming unpredictable and taking various forms: war, disease, climatic calamities. Collapse serves as a trial for the tree of imaginary numbers. Through the trials of collapse, the world of the tree can continue to exist, otherwise, it will plummet from the tree. Each significant collapse births a ruler, wreaking havoc upon civilization. The young lady before him is one such ruler, the true ruler of humanity. She embodies the essence of humanity itself, the ruler of humankind. The world of collapse has been destroyed more than once, and the civilization to which Alicia belonged is one such example. Except for her, all the Hershers could only bring about destruction. Alicia, born as a human, was the first Hershers, wandering the world and joining the organization known as the Flames of Rebirth to combat the collapse. After the tragedy of the constraints, only 13 fusion warriors remained in the Flames of Rebirth, before embarking on the mission to confront the Hershers of the End. Alicia invited her comrades to a banquet to discuss the eradication of the 13th Hershers, sacrificing herself to provide her comrades with a common enemy, instilling in them the courage to face the Hershers of the End. At the same time, she manipulated the threads of fate, praying for a semblance of humanity for the future Hershers. 50,000 years later, the emergence of a group of traitorous Hershers is hardly surprising. In this world, there is no collapse, nor does it exist. Rather, a greater crisis looms in the future. Whenever the topic of dimensional invasions arises, Shen Yan finds himself troubled. He is, after all, fighting alone, with no one to assist him openly. Is that so? Alicia pondered, scratching her head. But how did I come back to life? Back to life? Are you not alive? Not quite. I chose self-sacrifice, so I should have perished. The sensation of living again is quite peculiar. Or perhaps this is the afterlife. Mr. Shen Yan, are you the Grim Reaper? Alicia inquired. Not at all. Shen Yan questioned the system about the situation. The system responded, as it stands. Alicia's consciousness and soul departed from her world after her death, entering this realm. Unconsciously, she harnessed this power to reshape her body, achieving resurrection, or perhaps someone assisted her. The first possibility is plausible, but if someone truly aided in her revival, who could it be? Please, host, make contact with Alicia, and the system will conduct a scan. You possess this function as well? Why have I never seen you utilize it before? The system is not omnipotent, and the host never inquired. It replied, Miss Alicia, please extend your hand so I can perform a detection. Just call me Alicia. Here you go. Alicia extended her delicate, fair hand, and Shen Yan politely grasped her fingertips as the system began its scan, arriving at a conclusion. The energy required for Alicia's resurrection did not originate from humanity. Not from humanity. It belongs to the power of the planet. The planet? The earth I inhabit? Indeed, theoretically, Alicia now belongs to the humanity of this world. Upon releasing her hand, Alicia asked, "What is it, Shen Yan? Is there a problem? Your resurrection is powered by this planet. Yet I do not comprehend why the planet would assist you." The system could not provide an answer, but Alicia, unconcerned, remarked, "Perhaps the planet beneath our feet feels that it would be a great pity for a beautiful maiden to perish. If the planet possessed its own will, it might indeed think so." Shen Yan was equally perplexed. It seemed this world was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Now in this new world, how shall I return? I am deeply worried about Eden and the others. Alicia reminisced about her friends when Shen Yan remarked, "I initially had the ability to send you back, but now it seems impossible." The system had intended to return Alicia to her world, yet now, having been reshaped by the power of the planet, she had become a resident of this realm, rendering it incapable of locating her original world through her. Is there truly no way? Alicia's expression grew sorrowful, evoking sympathy. However, she quickly regained her composure, asserting, "Even if I cannot see them, I believe they will continue to fight on." Shen Yan opened his mouth, unsure how to convey that only Kevin and a few others remained of the 13 heroes of flame. For the time being, Alicia stayed at Shen Yan's home. "Shen Yan, may I borrow some money? I wish to purchase some items to decorate my room. I will repay you once I find a job," Alicia said with a hint of embarrassment. "Ah, no problem. You need not repay me," Shen Yan replied, handing her a stack of bills. "That is not acceptable." "I must repay you," Alicia insisted, declining his generosity. She rode away on Shen Yan's bike, leaving him to train at home, following the guidance from his martial arts book. Time passed swiftly during his training, and upon Alicia's return, she brought back numerous items, all delivered to her door: wallpaper, plush toys, and various decorations, all in shades of pink. "You truly have a penchant for pink," Shen Yan observed. "Of course, this delightful color suits the beautiful Alicia perfectly. Would you like me to decorate your room as well?" Alicia suggested. The mere thought of his room adorned in pink prompted Shen Yan to shake his head vigorously. "No, that is quite unnecessary. What a pity. A handsome boy like you should also embellish his room," Alicia lamented. Shen Yan responded, "I happen to have some photos that need framing. I could use them to decorate my space. Some of the photos could be turned into an album." Without hesitation, Shen Yan framed several pictures taken in the Middle-earth, and Alicia, intrigued, picked one up. "Shen Yan, one of your friends has pointed ears." Her own pointed ears were the result of a fusion warrior surgery, possessing the genes of the Honkai beast. The imperfection of the procedure left her with elfin-like ears and an inability to gain weight. "That is a true elf, someone I met previously." "Elves? Do they exist in this world?" Alicia inquired excitedly. "I wish to meet one. Regrettably, he is not in this realm. I possess the ability to travel across worlds, but at present, I cannot take anyone with me." "What a marvelous ability. I too wish to explore uncharted territories," Alicia expressed. "Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future." Shen Yan shrugged, completing the album and placing it on the shelf. "I still need to purchase some books. Such a large bookshelf deserves to be filled," Shen Yan remarked. "Can you read?" "There are many books in the Mebius laboratory," Alicia noted. "Chances are slim. I merely intend to display them for aesthetics. Perhaps I'll buy some light novels to fill the shelf," Shen Yan concluded. "During moments of leisure, I still indulge in light novels. Let us venture to the bookstore, as I too wish to browse." "Indeed, let us go together." As the two departed on foot, Alicia skipped joyfully along the path, her exuberance painting a delightful picture. Shen Yan couldn't help but steal glances at her, prompting Alicia to inquire, "What is it? Are you dazzled by the sight of such a beautiful girl?" "Not quite. I have encountered even more exquisite beauty," Shen Yan replied, producing a photograph of Celebrimbor. Alicia examined it closely, exclaiming, "Truly stunning and radiant as well." "Is she also an elf?" "Celebrimbor, the lady of Lothlórien in Middle-earth, boasts the most noble lineage among elves. I would dearly love to meet such a beauty." "Indeed. It's no surprise coming from you, the head of the past's joyous haven. Celebrimbor is at least 7,000 years old. So ancient, yet she appears so youthful. I still wish to meet her. Why do you gaze at me so? Is it not perfectly normal to admire lovely maidens? Or do you prefer handsome young men?" "Like Cosmo? I prefer girls," Shen Yan confessed, feeling slightly flustered in Alicia's presence. She often flirted, which was merely her conversational style, acting on impulse, living freely, and investing thought only in matters of interest, each one captivating. Well, it is indeed normal to favor girls. The two chatted merrily as they made their way into the city. Passing by a maid CAF, a group of beautiful young ladies caught Alicia's attention. "Shen Yan, look at all those lovely girls. Shall we go take a look?" "Not at all. Why not? Their outfits are so beautiful," Let us go. All right, I relent. Upon entering the maid CAF, a row of maid-clad young ladies greeted them sweetly. Welcome home, master. Wow, they are all so adorable. Alicia marveled as she took a seat. Noticing Shen Yan picking up the menu, she asked, do you not find them beautiful? Even the loveliest are not my personal maids. I'll have 2 servings of omelette rice. Would you like to drink? Just orange juice will suffice. Very well, 1 orange juice and 1 cola. Please hold on for a moment, my esteemed patrons, the maid-dress server replied before disappearing. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly curvaceous blonde maid with twin ponytails returned with 2 plates of omelette rice. Locking eyes with Shen Yan, her red irises narrowed into slits. A human sorcerer? And there's an elf? Wait, shouldn't an elf's hair not be pink? A dragon? Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise. With twin ponytails, a maid. And dragon eyes, it's you, Thor. Do you know each other? Alicia asked curiously. Not at all. The pair responded in unison. You two are quite in sync. Are you truly unfamiliar with one another? Alicia, I do not know her, Shen Yan whispered. She is a dragon, a creature from Western mythology. Well then, as long as you do not disturb my work, here is your omelette rice. Thor, indifferent to the situation, placed 2 plates of omuris before them and conjured a spell. What is this? A magic that enhances the flavor of the food. Shen Yan propped his head on one hand, remarking that the so-called magic in a maid CAF was merely for show. How could a typical maid CAF possibly possess genuine magic? The crucial point was that this dragon had indeed utilized it. After casting a delectable charm on the 2, Thor turned and walked away, for she had tasks to attend to. Is there really magic? Alicia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shen Yan, can you do it? I know a bit, but the incantations take a long time to recite. Will you teach me? You lack magical power. You won't be able to learn. But I have it, Alicia insisted. My corruption energy can be transformed into other forms of energy, which must be what you refer to as magical power, right? Really? Let me see your hand. Shen Yan examined it and found that she spoke the truth. Thus, he inquired with the system. Corruption energy is an exceedingly dangerous force in any realm. As a ruler, Alicia possesses a substantial amount of corruption energy, which the planet converts into the mainstream energy of this world during its reconstruction. Is the mainstream power magical energy? Oh, I see. So can I learn your magic? Yes, but upon returning, you must study Elvish and Dwarvish with me, along with some other languages. Huh? Aren't we supposed to learn the spells directly? Apologies, but my magic is from the Middle-earth realm and requires different languages for incantation. I know nothing of the magic in this world. All right then. After finishing their omuris and settling the bill, the 2 departed for a bookstore, purchasing a plethora of books along with a large bag of snacks. Upon returning home, Shen Yan retrieved the spellbook given by Celebrimber and said, Come. Let us begin with Elvish. Gazing at the text in the spellbook, Alicia followed Shen Yan's intonations, excitedly asking, If I learn this, does that mean I will be a magical girl? No, given your age, you could never be a magical girl. Perhaps a magical matron. Alicia covered his mouth, her cheeks puffed out. I will forever be a 17-year-old maiden, not some magical matron. Self-deception is not commendable. Miss Pink Fairy weighing 55 kilograms. I only weigh 54.8. No rounding up allowed. Rounding up to 60 kilograms, and then to 100 kilograms, 200 pounds in total. A pink tank with 25 health points in the game. Shen Yan, with a mischievous grin, knew that Alicia would not gain weight. You wish to claim you are a magical girl? Allow me to show you a true magical girl. Checking the time, he leaned out of the window and called, Sakura. Are you home? Come here for a moment. I need a favor. Sakura, returning from school, poked her head out of the window, coming. Shortly thereafter, Sakura arrived at Shen Yan's home. Big brother Shen Yan, what can I help you with? This sister is so beautiful. What an adorable girl. Alicia joyfully took Sakura's hand and warmly introduced herself. I am Alicia. You may call me Sister Alicia. Your name is Sakura, is it not? Hello, Sister Alicia. I am Kinomoto Sakura. You can simply call me Sakura, replied Sakura, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Alicia's enthusiasm. Shen Yan interjected, Sakura, come now, take out your wand. Wand? Here? Sakura hesitated. But I just want to shatter the dreams of a certain older girl. Very well, the key imbued with the power of stars. As Sakura completed her incantation, the star wand materialized in her hand. Is this sufficient? Indeed, you truly are a magical girl, but why have you not transformed? Alicia observed. Glancing around, Shen Yan, magical girls ought to transform. Apologies, but Sakura might be the only magical girl who does not transform. However, She possesses an external transformation spell. Must a magical girl always transform? Sakura shyly inquired, as her attire was prepared by Tomoyo. In my understanding, all magical girls do transform. Nonetheless, even without a transformation. Sakura is quite adorable. Alicia exclaimed, enveloping Sakura in a warm embrace, burying her in her ample bosom. Ugh, Alicia, you're going to suffocate Sakura. Oh, I apologize. It's just that you are so charming. Let me pinch your little cheeks. Now, allow me to introduce you, Sakura. This is Alicia, a friend I met during my business trip who will be staying with us for a while. Indeed, it was Shen Yan who took in this homeless girl, Alicia added. Sister Alicia and brother Shen Yan share a wonderful bond. She gets along with everyone, Shen Yan sighed. Alicia's nature is amiable towards all. This beautiful and innocent girl treats everyone with sincerity, but her exuberance can be quite overwhelming. Of course, I treat everyone sincerely. Sakura, I brought some snacks. Would you like some? Thank you. But your ears, are you a fairy? Really? Don't deceive Sakura. Shen Yan playfully swatted Alicia's head, clarifying she is human. Just with elven ears. Indeed, I am, of course, human. Sakura, have you encountered any strange occurrences lately? Aside from the odd weather yesterday, no. I transformed the fire card into a new one, resolving the issue. Sakura produced her pink Sakura card, and Alicia instantly adored its hue. Is this your magical tool? No. It belongs to my friend. A friend? I truly admire the Cloud cards. It was quite a challenge to befriend them. Sakura earnestly stated. To prevent everyone from becoming ordinary cards, I must ensure they all successfully transform. Do not transform too many cards in a day. Your magical power is still insufficient. Currently, Sakura's magical power was not very strong, and even transforming a single Sakura card was quite taxing. But if that is the case, everyone might become ordinary cards. Sakura expressed her concerns. Do not fret, it shall not be so swift. Your magic will increase along with the transformation of the Cloud cards. I understand. I shall complete it as soon as possible. After being served a slice of cake by Alicia, Sakura ceased to speak. The three of them savored the delicacies. And as Sakura took her leave, Shen Yan presented her with a cake intended for Xiaoku. Such an adorable child. It is evident that you hold great affection for her, Shen Yan. She represents my childhood. Huh? Alicia did not comprehend. Shen Yan commented. Who could possibly dislike a child like Sakura? Indeed, what shall we dine on this evening? Miss Pink Fairy shall personally prepare the meal, shall she not? I shall cook myself. My appetite is considerable, and I fear you may not provide enough sustenance. Shen Yan rolled up his sleeves and retrieved beef, chicken, lamb, and a plethora of vegetables from the refrigerator. As Alicia gazed at the increasing array of ingredients, her eyes widened. Do you intend to consume all of this? Indeed. Hence I seldom cook at home. It is far too troublesome. Instead of using vegetables, he produced a knife that had never tasted blood. Wait, is this knife not rather excessive for chopping vegetables? It is sufficiently swift, moon-breathing. In the astonished gaze of Alicia, the meat and vegetables were swiftly and neatly cut before her. Wow, is this also magic? This is a skill honed through rigorous practice. Shen Yan wiped the oil from the knife before sheathing it. He ignited the stove and added oil, instructing Alicia, rinse the rice and boil a pot. A pot? Is your rice cooker truly that large? Alicia retrieved a specially designed rice cooker akin to a water bucket, estimating that it would require half a pot of rice. If I do not fill my stomach, I shall have to venture out for late-night snacks, which is rather bothersome, Shen Yan remarked while stir-frying the vegetables. Very well. After a flurry of activity, a grand array of dishes was laid upon the table. Then, to Alicia's astonished eyes, Shen Yan consumed the meal with astonishing speed, leaving her to finish but a single bowl of rice. Burp. Well then, I shall leave the dishwashing to you. That evening, after 40 minutes of washing dishes, Alicia emerged from the kitchen, utterly exhausted. She had never anticipated that washing dishes could be so tiring. It is manageable, Shen Yan replied, rare in his leisure as he opened a game, controller in hand, grumbling while playing. Miyazaki's aesthetics are utterly bizarre. They drain one's sanity. These monsters are all so hideous. What else could be expected when the game designer is Miyazaki? Elden Ring was rather tame compared to some of the more grotesque creations I have encountered. Just as he spoke, a system prompt appeared before him. Ding. Preparing for traversal. Please ensure the host is ready. He set down the controller and said, Alicia, I must depart from this world for a time. Please keep an eye on the house. I wish to go as well. Can you take me? It seems that is not possible. Next world. The century-long war of the evil dragon. Transition commencing. Oh, a white light enveloped Shen Yan. and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room. I too wish to explore other worlds. Task 1. Prepare the first singularity. Reward. Individual manifestation. Riding A. Heroic spirit summoning. Task points. 5,000. Task 2. Eliminate guild array. Reward. Continuation of civilization. High-speed divine words A. 10,000 symbols must respond to breach. Hero achieves EX. Task points. 6,000. Shen Yan gazed at the rewards presented before him. While the others were comprehensible, the phrase continuation of civilization puzzled him. In his memory, this concept was akin to a collectible from the game Arknights, specifically a black crown belonging to the Sarkaz, which granted true damage. Could it possibly be the same? Without further contemplation, he resolved to uncover its meaning upon completion of the tasks. Looking up at the azure sky, he noticed a colossal beam of light enveloping the planet. Composed of billions of rays, each powerful enough to obliterate a city. Humanity's annihilation. The Demon King Geisha had transformed the entirety of human history from 2016 back to 1000 B.C. into fuel, which upon combustion formed an immense magical force. Utilizing this power, he aimed to reverse time to 4.6 billion years ago, at the moment of the planet's birth, and become a new celestial body to create a deathless world. This was Geisha's true ambition. Creating singularities and distorting history were integral components of Geisha's plan for the annihilation of humanity. It was currently the year 1431. The very year Joan of Arc was condemned to the flames. During the 100 Years' War, although a truce was in effect, Shen Yan surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his position before proceeding further. Exiting the forest, he soon encountered a village engulfed in thick smoke, where mythological creatures resembling bipedal dragons were hunting the townsfolk. Without hesitation, Shen Yan charged in, leaping into the air to decapitate one of the dragons. The creature plummeted, and he used its falling body as a stepping stone to dispatch another. "Run! Get out of here!" he urged, directing his wooden clones to lead the ordinary citizens to safety, while also assisting the soldiers defending against the bipedal dragons. With another strike, he felled another dragon. Such creatures, once as common as stray dogs during the age of deities, had become rare as divine beings, and mythical entities gradually retreated to the interior of the planet, no longer roaming the surface. Under normal circumstances, bipedal dragons would not appear, but given the circumstances of the first singularity, they resembled mere cannon fodder, lacking in strength but abundant in numbers. In addition to the bipedal dragons, there were also massive sea demons, adorned with tentacles and grotesque, slimy bodies that were revolting to behold. The bipedal dragons were summoned by the wicked dragon Fafnir, while the sea demons were conjured by Gilderay, the infamous Bluebeard. After evacuating the village's populace, Shen Yan and his wooden clones efficiently eliminated the sea demons and bipedal dragons. Wiping the blood from his blade, he inquired of a soldier as to the location of the nearest major city. "It is not far from Lyon. If you head south for half a day, you will reach it. However, all of France is currently in turmoil." The soldier's face betrayed a look of fear as the dragon witch, Jeanne d'Arc, sought vengeance upon France, having immolated the bishop and his majesty. "We are next." Shen Yan disregarded the crowd. The demise of the saint did not concern him. With the loss of life, regret was futile. As for the dragon witch, she was merely a counterfeit conjured by Gilgamesh through the Holy Grail, the most easily deceived woman of Chaldea. First, he would venture to Lyon to ascertain whether any servants were in motion. With the incineration of humanity underway, the collective consciousness of mankind, the restraining force known as Aleia, found itself in its most vulnerable state. Yet, it would also draw forth some phantasmal manifestations from the throne of heroes, known as servants, to assist. However, this Aleia. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes. It was not a benevolent entity. If memory served, after the singularity was conquered, Chaldea sought to tackle the lost belts, obliterating 7 of them. Ultimately, humanity denied Chaldea's return, having utilized an excessive number of extraneous classes, powers not belonging to the universal history of humankind, necessitating a self-justification. Prove it to your grandmother's leg. The heart of Chaldea's salvation shines like the sun and moon. To defame Goetia, to comprehend Goetia, to become Goetia. Having purchased a steed with gold, Shen Yan mounted the horse and galloped along the country road. As anticipated, Lyon was similarly besieged by wyverns and sea monsters in vast numbers. Furthermore, a massive black dragon circled overhead, adorned with azure markings upon its chest. That was the wicked dragon, Fafnir. In the world of Type Moon, Fafnir does not refer to a singular dragon but rather a phenomenon. Historical accounts within Type Moon recount two dragon slayers who vanquished Fafnir, the Norse warrior king, Sigurd, and the prince of the Netherlands, Siegfried. Unlike Sigurd, who did not bathe in dragon blood to attain the same malevolent dragon-slaying armor as Siegfried, he consumed Fafnir's heart, transforming it into a dragon's core, enabling him to restore magical energy with each breath and gain the wisdom of dragons. The dusk-hued mana surged suddenly within Lion, its aura causing Fafnir to tremble, its wings flapping with renewed vigor as the gleam of a sword evoked troubling memories from its past. What is there to fear? Fafnir, advance. Upon Fafnir's head stood a girl with silver hair, clad in blacklight armor, wielding a dragon banner, exuding confidence. There is nothing to fear. Finish him off. Not so, sister. This one truly poses a threat to me. Fafnir, now haunted by psychological shadows, unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, sending a figure hurtling away. By my word, that cannot be Siegfried, can it? I must rescue him. If Siegfried were to fall, who could possibly contend with Fafnir? Shen Yan lamented his inability to fly or possess any dragon-specific prowess. In the Type Moon realm, constraints overshadow all, with divine beings being the greatest debuff against dragons. With Siegfried present, defeating Fafnir would become significantly more manageable. Due to the dragon's imposing presence, Shen Yan's steed grew restless, prompting him to abandon the horse in favor of a motorcycle, pursuing Siegfried with fervor. The roar of the engine captured the attention of the Dragon Witch. What was that contraption? Forget it. Assassin, Saber, go and eliminate that individual. Two figures, bathed in blood, approached, enveloped in a frenzied aura. A silhouette clad in black robes, wielding a long spear, hesitated but ultimately followed reluctantly. With a countenance that blurred the lines of gender and a voice that bore a neutral timbre, the androgynous beauty nodded. A slender sword hanging at their waist, as elegant as a white lily. Meanwhile, Shen Yan found the dragon slayer, yet Siegfried was in dire straits. His body was marred by cracks akin to a delicate porcelain about to shatter. The breath of the dragon had inflicted considerable damage upon him, his form charred, eyes closed in unconsciousness, and an ethereal mist of magical particles emanating from him. A gaping wound marred his chest, a fatal strike through the singular weakness in his back. I'm sorry, I could not defeat the enemy, were the first words tinged with remorse that escaped his lips. Is there any hope for you? Shen Yan crouched to inquire. My core has been pierced. He knows my weakness, and, cough, I'm sorry, I cannot kill Fafnir, the dragon slayer lamented, his form gradually dissipating into the air. This presents a dilemma. As the one destined to counter Fafnir, his demise complicates matters significantly. Has he truly perished? A spectral figure manifested nearby, voice laden with anguish. Siegfried. Siegfried, the frenzied assassin, under the influence of madness, roared as he charged at Shen Yan with his spear drawn. The clash of blade and spear resonated, and Shen Yan discerned that his opponent was unskilled in wielding the spear, or perhaps it was simply not his weapon of choice. Had he been summoned as an assassin due to using a spear during his assassination? Did he recognize Siegfried? Why? Why must I endure this torment once more? Why have I once again slain my dearest friend? The assassin's onslaught lacked structure, a chaotic barrage, and Shen Yan parried the attacks until he suddenly exclaimed, Hagen. You are Hagen, are you not? The sole individual who had slain Siegfried, his closest companion. In life, after massacring the evil dragon, Siegfried had acquired a body nearly immortal. Save for a singular vulnerability, a small patch on his back obscured by linden leaves when bathed in the dragon's blood. He possessed no personal desires, perpetually fulfilling the wishes of others, akin to a twisted version of the Holy Grail, responding to the wishes bestowed upon him. In a bid to avert conflict sparked by his own existence, he implored Hagen to end his life. Thus, Hagen did, taking Siegfried's life, to whom he had revealed his weakness, thereby concluding his own existence. The gold Siegfried had acquired from slaying Fafnir was bequeathed to Hagen as a memento, a treasure cursed by the evil dragon that would bring misfortune to its possessor. Siegfried's demise was intricately linked to the Rhine gold. After acquiring it, Hagen fell victim to Siegfried's wife, Kriemhild. The gold was ultimately cast into the Rhine River, and in a twist of fate, the Einsburn family came into possession of this cursed treasure, bearing its burden. Even the Holy Grail in Fuyuki City contained the Rhine gold, perpetuating the curse. Perhaps the reason no Holy Grail war has ever succeeded lies in this very curse. Hagen? I am merely a despicable assassin. The onslaught from Hagen intensified when suddenly Shen Yan seized the gun's body, executing a piercing strike with the blade, its sharpness glinting ominously as it sliced through the robe and plunged into Hagen's throat. Hagen gasped for breath, offering no resistance, For the command of the dragon which tormented him beyond measure, this was a fitting end to his suffering. As his body dissipated, Shen Yan turned to the approaching Knight of the White Lily and inquired, "Are you joining as well? Apologies, but I wish to witness my sword penetrate your heart. Those afflicted with madness exhibit peculiar behavior. Are you male or female?" Shen Yan curiously stroked his chin. "Gender is inconsequential." "Ah, I see. You are Dion, correct?" Dion's gender is simply Dion, much like how AFO's gender is AFO, and the First Emperor's gender is I. As a renowned spy of the 18th and 19th centuries, he gained fame for donning women's attire. So exquisite that even the Empress of Russia and her courtiers lauded his beauty. Beyond his looks, Dion de Beaumont was a man of many talents. A literary figure and a spy, who also served as the captain of the French dragon cavalry, the Knight of the White Lily was both beautiful and formidable. With a delicate sword in hand, a splendid dance of blades unfolded, as Shen Yan's fiery demonic cut surged forward, flames enveloping the edge of the blade. His movements resembled a dance, blending two starkly different styles in a breathtaking collision. The lily and flames entwined in a mesmerizing ballet, their graceful motions a sight to behold, yet too swift for ordinary eyes to capture. Two crimson sword energies intertwined before Dion. The agile blade shattered the sword energy, pressing the advantage as the battle of blades continued unabated. A shallow gash appeared on Shen Yan's face, healing almost instantaneously as though he had never been harmed. While a piece of flesh fell from Dion's shoulder, the wound exuding a charred scent, yet such pain did not deter his relentless assault. Dion abruptly retreated, countless lily petals cascading from the sky, his movements becoming extraordinarily graceful, captivating enough to steal one's breath. Shen Yan found himself entranced, the magical ring in his hand firing his nerves into alertness. A treasure, perhaps? Closing his eyes, Dion's attack descended in an instant, aimed at Shen Yan's vital points. The dance of the lily's blade, fleur-de-lis. The strike landed, yet Shen Yan's figure vanished like a mirage, fading from sight. Breath of the sun fourth form mirage rainbow. Flames surged from his side as Shen Yan swung the blade, summoning a fiery demonic cut. Dion, unable to retreat in time, suddenly realized that his opponent's blade could not reach his neck, calming his heart. With a swift motion, the blade grazed his throat. Blood gushing forth as Dion instinctively clutched at his neck. How is this possible? It Shun TF struck. Your blade, it just became shorter. No. That was merely an illusion. The intense heat warped space, misleading you into believing the blade had shortened. Eighth form solar flare, creating the illusion of a shortened blade, causing the enemy to underestimate the threat to their neck. So, are you awake now? As life approaches its end, the effects of madness dissipate, and the noble Knight of the White Lily offers a rueful smile, expressing remorse for the wrongs committed. It is of no consequence, merely a ruin of my attire, necessitating a change. Dion and his companions were summoned by the dragon, which threw the Holy Grail, subjected to madness that incited bloodlust and led them astray from their true natures. Now on the brink of death, the Knight of the White Lily reverts to his original form. Could you share information regarding other servants? And what of the base? The base lies in Orlans. The archer is the Greek huntress Atlanta, while the lancer is presumably a vampire-related servant, likely that piercing lady. The rider is a saint, and caster is Gilgamesh, another ally of the Dragon Witch. As for Berserker, I am uncertain, yet he is formidable. Upon concluding this exchange, Dion's form dissipated, and Shen Yan bid farewell as he mounted his motorcycle. The last savior of humanity was lost to him, so he proceeded to Lion to rescue the innocent. Once a flourishing city, it now lay in ruins, ravaged by wyverns and sea beasts, as a horde of zombie-like creatures devoured humanity without restraint. Shen Yan's brow furrowed. Gripping his blade tightly as he, alongside his wooden doppelgangers, plunged into the fray, relentlessly slaying foes to save ordinary people. The Dragon Witch and Fafnir were nowhere to be seen. They seemed to have departed. A proclamation echoed from the distant church. Shen Yan turned to see a young priest clad in a red holy shroud, his white hair flowing as he hurled a black key, a weapon of the church, to vanquish a living corpse. Within the church, a group of refugees sought shelter. The priest emanated an aura of magical energy, revealing him as a servant. His skin was dark, and his features bore an Eastern visage, with 3 black keys gripped in one hand and a katana in the other. You are. I am ruler, Amakusa Shiro Tokasada. In response to the prayers of the people, I fulfill the divine will to protect them. The priest purified a living corpse, his tone gentle. Amakusa Shiro, the priest who was defeated by an artificial human that lived less than 2 weeks in FA? Indeed. Are you a master from Chaldea? Amakusa inquired. Regrettably, I am not. I am merely a fortunate traveler who found himself here. Shen Yan drew an automatic rifle, firing at the wyverns above. Realizing that his kills were too slow. And you claim not to be a master? Where else in this era would there be AK? Damn it. Shen Yan hoisted a rocket launcher, targeting a cluster of incoming wyverns with a single shot. Boom. The rocket launcher struck true, clearing the area of the gathered wyverns. The wooden doppelgangers reported that their designated zones had been secured as well. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Yan, hailing from the future. Amakusa Shiro Tokasada. They exchanged a handshake. Mr. Shen Yan, you truly are not a master? Indeed, merely a chance occurrence has brought me here, Shen Yan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Oh, I see. Amakusa Shiro found himself momentarily entranced, glimpsing visions of the future. The ruler class. Aside from a select few who could forge their own spiritual foundations, primarily consisted of individuals deemed as saints, endowed with a unique ability known as revelation, allowing them to receive divine insights. Gaining an understanding of Shen Yan's origins, he refrained from further discourse and offered a gentle smile. Mr. Shen Yan, my mission is to protect the inhabitants of Lion. The savior of humanity will arrive in Donglemy in 3 days. Before that, I implore you to visit Vokiril. Did your master inform you of this? Indeed. That pigeon certainly knows how to shirk responsibilities, leaving everything to you. Very well, I shall make my way to Vokiril. I entrust Lion to your care. With that, Shen Yan mounted his motorcycle, inquiring about the direction to Donglemy before setting off. The wyverns, sea monsters, and living corpses that plagued Lion had been eradicated. With the dragon witch absent and Amakusa Shiro present, peace could be maintained for the time being. Alas, the demise of Siegfried was a grave loss. Otherwise, he could have stormed the enemy's stronghold alongside him. Now, a more deliberate approach was required. As the motorcycle sped along the road, cities fell victim to the invasion of wyverns, which were dealt with by wooden avatars. After a delay, he finally arrived at Vokiril 2 days later. The situation in Vokiril was not as dire as in Lion. Soldiers still fought valiantly to defend the city. And encounters with wyverns were rare, with more living corpses roaming about. After clearing the undead at the entrance, he was welcomed by the soldiers as he entered the city. Aside from the havoc wrought by the Dragon Witch's vengeance, have there been any strange occurrences here recently? Shen Yan inquired. Strange occurrences? The soldiers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Well, there are rumors that the Dragon Witch was active nearby yesterday, which has led everyone to stay indoors, afraid to venture out. I see, Shen Yan nodded. Yesterday? If the Dragon Witch had indeed come to Vokiril, this city would have faced destruction akin to that of Lion. In other words, it is Jean Dark, the true servant Jean, not the Black Jean. Shen Yan produced a divination crystal ball, seeking to locate Jean Dark's general whereabouts. Once confirmed, he found the saint disguised in a robe. Due to the Dragon Witch's presence, the Jean Dark bearing the same visage was met with fear. Shortly after her execution, she had descended as a servant. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had lost most of her abilities as a ruler, unable to hear her master's voice, and even her powers as a servant were diminished. This face, truly a testament to Takeuchi's artistry. Jean was beautiful, her features exquisite. Though not tall, her figure was commendable. There were others with this face. But among the saber class, Arthur Pendragon stood 3 centimeters taller than Nero, yet they weighed the same. What was the reason behind this? Excuse me, sir? Jean waved her hand before Shen Yan. What brings you to me? I seek your aid against the Dragon Witch, Miss Jean. Will you join me? Certainly, but my face. Joan touched her visage and remarked, people will be afraid. That's of no consequence. Fear is inconsequential. Our goal is to confront the Dragon Witch, not to concern ourselves with the apprehensions of ordinary folk. Shen Yan was indifferent to their feelings. Fear was merely a fleeting emotion, not akin to death. Joan, despite her lack of common sense, was still a decent person. Is this truly permissible? Indeed, your mission is to vanquish the Dragon Witch and save your homeland, not to ponder whether they are frightened. You are already a servant, essentially a being of the dead. Once the singularity is mended, you shall return to the throne of heroes, will you not? Yes, I understand. I will accompany you. Then let us proceed. We must head to Donglemy and await the last human master. Are you not the one? Do you see any command seals upon me? Alas, my oversight. I apologize. Joan replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Let us move on. After refueling the motorcycle, Joan inquired, what is this? Do you not possess memories of the Holy Grail War? Am I supposed to? Joan tilted her head, for her recollection ceased at the moment of her demise. leaving no memory of the Holy Grail War. The throne of heroes exists independently of the timeline. The essence of a heroic spirit is preserved there. When summoned, a manifestation participates in the Holy Grail War, and once it concludes, the memories of that manifestation are uploaded back. The heroic spirit may choose whether to accept them, though they typically do not. These memories, akin to data, are simply observed without the original self forming any opinions. As for the Joan-seeking Siegfried, she hails from a parallel world, not this one. The future vessel can be likened to a steed. Let us proceed. With Joan as a local, Shen Yan no longer needed to inquire for directions, he simply allowed her to lead. Upon reaching Donglimi, night had already fallen. They opted not to enter the town, instead camping by a river outside. Gazing at the starry sky adorned with a luminous halo, Joan mused, "The stars of my homeland remain as beautiful as ever." Indeed, they are quite lovely. Shen Yan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Joan, asking, "Do you know the incantation for summoning a servant?" "I wish to attempt summoning one. I am terribly sorry, I do not know. My past knowledge was limited to warfare and agriculture, and I am utterly clueless about such matters. The paperwork was always handled by Gil and the others." "Are you truly ruler?" "In the Holy Grail War, the ruler class is a rather overpowered one, directly supplied with mana by the Grail and possessing command seals that can compel other classes, each with 2 seals. However, regrettably, my abilities have significantly diminished for reasons unknown, rendering me an incompetent ruler." Joan felt a wave of shame wash over her, nearly burying her face in the tumultuous waves of her chest. "I did not inquire." He produced a long-handled pipe, filled it with a leaf from the Long Valley, and ignited it with a burning twig, exhaling a breath. This was far more pleasant than the taste of smoke. Before departing from Middle-earth, he purchased a considerable quantity of Long Valley leaves from Gundor. After indulging in a pipe of smoke, Shen Yan retired for rest. The following morning, after refreshing himself by the riverside and sharing breakfast with Jean, Shen Yan prepared to search for traces of the last savior of humanity, only to be interrupted by the sounds of a skirmish. Following the noise, the two beheld a scene where 2 young maidens were besieged by a throng of soldiers. One of them, with short purple hair, donned a rather revealing leather armor and wielded a massive cross-shaped shield, valiantly defending against the assault to protect the orange-haired girl behind her. Alas, it was a chaotic evil. Upon recognizing the female version of Fujiwara Ritsuka, Shen Yan felt a jolt in his mind. In his recollection, the male counterpart was the savior, while the female was known to be the chaotic evil fond of the red hair. "Chaotic evil?" Jean inquired, perplexed, yet she proceeded to assist the 2 girls. However, as soon as she revealed herself, her visage startled a considerable number of assailants into retreat. Though I am uncertain about the circumstances, I sincerely appreciate your assistance." Fujiwara Ritsuka expressed her gratitude as she approached Shen Yan, who exhaled in relief. Thankfully, she was not a chaotic evil. And if she were a chaotic evil, that would make her a comedic character, as it is well known that comedic figures possess unparalleled strength. "No need for thanks. I am ruler. My true name is Jean. And this is Mr. Shen Yan." Jean introduced herself and Shen Yan, while the 2 maidens reciprocated their introductions. "I am Fujiwara Ritsuka from the Human Order Security Agency, Chaldea. I am Mashkiri Light, a servant to the Master. Chaldea's mission is to rectify history, steering humanity's narrative towards the correct path to ensure the world's survival. Due to the actions of the ruler Balm, Leaf, the entirety of Chaldea was obliterated, leaving all masters gravely injured except for Fujiwara Ritsuka, who had recently joined Chaldea and was tasked with saving the world. They utilized particle transfer technology to traverse from 2016 to this era to amend this singularity." Miss Jean, weren't you supposed to be dead?" Fujiwara Ritsuka raised her hand in inquiry. "Thus, I am a servant," Shen Yan replied. "Come with us. You have much to attend to." "Certainly." They arrived at the camp, where Shen Yan elucidated the situation regarding this singularity. Caster Gilda Ray was the mastermind behind its emergence, having conjured a false Jean who could only seek vengeance. In a fit of unrestrained wrath and hatred, the Dark Jean incinerated King Charles VII and the bishop, enacting retribution upon France. Upon hearing that the Dark Jean had summoned the malevolent dragon Fafnir, Fujiwara Ritsuka's communication device on her wrist erupted with the frantic cries of a man. "Huh? The malevolent dragon Fafnir? How can we possibly contend with that? Fafnir is a dragon of the highest echelon among the fantastical beings, renowned even within its kind." Additionally, there was more unfortunate news. The dragon slayer Siegfried had fallen victim to the assault of the Dark Jean and her summoned servants. Shen Yan lamented. "The dragon slayer? That Siegfried? He has perished as well. This is truly catastrophic news. What shall we do? I need to consult the Magic Mary website for guidance. Doctor, please do not place your hopes on a non-existent virtual idol, Mash remarked. Located within Chaldea, Roman Achaemen joyfully responded, why must such inquiries be directed at me? If you cannot overcome this minor challenge, it might be better to resign oneself to oblivion. Wow, how harsh. Hiki, Meli, my Meli. Is this person truly King Solomon? In the singular Holy Grail War, Solomon emerged victorious and made the wish for humanity's future. However, in the moment before losing his powers, he glimpsed the end of human history. For a decade, he had not taken a proper rest, exerting himself to acquire all knowledge that could prove useful. He later joined Chaldea, becoming the head of the medical department, and now serves as the acting director of Chaldea. Yet, he became hopelessly enamored with virtual idols. That doctor, Magic Meli, is a site created by Merlin for amusement. You are essentially a fan of Merlin, Shen Yan cautioned, warning that should he continue down this path, he would be devastated when Merlin's true identity was revealed. No, that's impossible. How could Meli be that useless Merlin? Doctor, Roman was aware of the connection between Magic Meli and Merlin, yet he would never accept that the person behind Magic Meli was that incompetent wizard. Doctor, please do not embarrass yourself. Returning to the main issue, the current predicament is how to confront Fafnir. Without a dragon slayer, it will be exceedingly difficult to defeat Fafnir. Roman lamented. Then let us summon another one, Shen Yan suggested. In history, there were two individuals known for slaying Fafnir, Sigurd and Siegfried. Siegfried has already returned to the throne of heroes, and regardless of which one is summoned, they could vanquish Fafnir. Indeed, Mash exclaimed with renewed vigor. If that is the case, our chances of victory are significantly heightened. Then let us proceed with the summoning, Fujimaru Ritsuko readily agreed. Roman stated, you must search for nearby ley lines, but what artifacts can we use to specify the summoning of those two dragon slayers? Designated summoning requires relics. Yet none of us possess such items. Siegfried was summoned due to the emergence of Fafnir and the singularity, without a relic. It is akin to searching for two kings among thousands of playing cards. Random summoning will yield a servant most compatible with the summoner, rather than the one best suited for the current situation. It is practically impossible to fish out limited characters from the permanent pool. Perhaps Fafnir can be of assistance? Shen Yan mused, if we manage to obtain a dragon scale from Fafnir, we could summon a servant related to him. However, how can we extract a dragon scale from Fafnir? Mash's remark rendered everyone silent. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan proposed. What if we summon based on the concept of dragons? I possess a dragon scale, though it is not from Fafnir. That might yield a servant with dragon attributes. But considering the legends of the two dragon slayers, they should also possess dragon qualities, Roman noted. Then, let us give it a try. Shen Yan retrieved the dragon scale armor and remarked, the scale on my chest is indeed a dragon scale. Let us first seek out the spiritual vein. With a nod of agreement, the four companions set forth. Within the heart of a dense forest, they discovered a spiritual vein. Mash placed her shield upon it. This shield belonged to Sir Galahad of the Round Table, which was also the dining table of the Knights of the Round Table, engraved with the incantation for summoning a servant. Shen Yan likewise placed the dragon scale armor upon the altar, and instantly, the summoning array materialized. Fujimaru Rika began to chant the invocation taught to her by Mash, proclaim, your body is entrusted to my command, your fate entwined with my sword. In response to the Holy Grail's call, heed this will, O truth-bearer, answer me. I am the one who accomplishes all virtuous deeds in this world. I am the culmination of all evils that exist. Entwined within the three great words of power for 7 days, emerged through the wheel of restraint. O guardian of the balance. A radiant haze enveloped the shield as a torrent of magical energy surged forth, whipping around the group. From this tempest emerged a figure wielding a cerulean magic sword. Servant Saber, my true name is Sigurd. Are you my master? Please issue your commands. I shall fulfill them with utmost haste. His tone was as cold and unyielding as steel. One shot to the soul. Roar. Fujimaru Rika exclaimed joyfully, revealing the command seal on her hand. Greetings, Mr. Sigurd. I am Fujimaru Rika. Thus, the contract was forged. Sigurd nodded. And Rika immediately felt the bond of the contract form between them, a surge of magical energy linking them, but with it came a wave of fatigue. What is this burden? It feels so strenuous. Quickly, transfer Rika's magical supply to the Chaldea generator. Dr. Roman instructed the staff while wiping the sweat from his brow. To their astonishment, they succeeded so swiftly. Indeed, the great heroes of the Divine Age were formidable. For Rika, as a mage, providing energy for him was quite taxing. The legendary warrior king revered in the Volsunga saga, a descendant of the great god Odin, shared a similar tale with Siegfried. His quest for vengeance was driven not by familial ties but by a sense of duty, aware of the tragic fate that awaited him at the hands of his beloved. He nonetheless fell hopelessly in love with Brunhild upon their first encounter, facing death with serene acceptance beneath her fervent affection. The magical supply has shifted? My apologies, master. For the inconvenience, Sigurd adjusted his glasses, his cerulean eyes burning like azure flames. Not at all. In fact, I will be relying on you further, Mr. Sigurd. Fujiwara Rika conveyed the current situation to him. That indeed sounds perilous, Fafnir, is it? If so, I shall undertake the task that Siegfried could not complete. Sigurd replied with an air of indifference. Shen Yan observed Sigurd, noting that although he and Siegfried hailed from the same lineage, they were distinctly different. I apologize for the intrusion, but Mr. Sigurd, I believe there were no glasses in your era? Mash inquired shyly. These are not mere glasses. They are the crystallization of wisdom, Sigurd replied with unwavering certainty. Having consumed the heart of the dragon, Siegfried not only acquired the dragon heart furnace, but also the wisdom of the dragon. However, the vast amount of information proved exceedingly challenging for him to process. Thus, his glasses aided him in retrieving pertinent data. I shall also endeavor to summon a servant. For a journey to the world of Type Moon necessitates an understanding of the summoning process. Stepping forth from the summoning circle, Siegfried stood silently beside Fujiwara Ritsuka. Shen Yan intoned the summoning incantation, his magical energy still formidable. Oh, could it be that I too am destined to draw forth a miracle? A girl with crimson hair emerged, her tone laced with arrogance and mockery. Servant, archer, the fairy knight Tristan, responding to the summon. I shall display an unwavering commitment to the chivalric code. What? Haha. Tristan? Isn't that one of the knights of the Round Table? Fujiwara Ritsuka scratched his head, bewildered. Could it be that Tristan is also a girl? The fairy knight Tristan turned her gaze towards Fujiwara Ritsuka, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her flowing red locks swaying gracefully. Ah, it's you. Oh, don't tell me you don't recognize me. Am I summoned by you? Let us get along splendidly. For I too am a companion of justice. No, it is Mr. Shen Yan who summoned you, Fujiwara Ritsuka interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Shen Yan? Who are you? Are you my master? The fairy knight Tristan replied, somewhat displeased. That you possess a decent visage. What is with that expression? Shen Yan, collecting himself from his surprise, revealed the 3 command seals adorning the back of his hand with a weary sigh. I am indeed your master. Though I never anticipated that you would be the one summoned. I utilized compatibility summoning. Why must it be the fairy knight? I wouldn't mind if it were Tristan the sad, but why must it be Tristan the joyful? This is no mere servant from human history. Rather, she hails from an alternate timeline, a fairy. The fairy knight Tristan, originating from the realm of the fairy Round Table, is the daughter of Queen Morgan. The fairy's true name is Bavansi, a name bestowed upon her by Morgan, transforming her into the fairy knight Tristan. The alternate timeline is a world devoid of a future, a history of erroneous choices and misguided prosperity. In contrast, the true history of humanity is termed panhuman history, representing the present human chronicle. Worlds deemed alternate timelines are destined for eradication, losing the right to progress. And the fairy Round Table is such a history. Human civilization was annihilated by the predatory star spawns due to the negligence of 6 fairies who forged the Sword of Stars, leading to a stasis of 14,000 years in a small part of Britain. Do not hinder my progress, master. The fairy in her blood-red dress playfully poked Shen Yan's heart, flashing a seductive smile. I understand, Shen Yan replied, weariness evident in his voice. Wait. What exactly is a fairy knight? Aren't they knights of the Round Table? And is Tristan truly a girl? Dr. Roman interjected at an inopportune moment. The voice sounded like that of a meek and easily bullied shrimp. The fairy knight is indeed a fairy knight. I am the fairy knight of Mother, and I share only a name with that Tristan. To avoid any confusion, you may call me Bawanshi. With a nonchalant flick of her crimson hair, Bawanshi remarked. So, what exactly is a fairy knight? Wait, you can't truly be a fairy, can you? Indeed, I am a blood fairy, a type that feeds on blood. Bawanshi chuckled softly, covering her lips. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Ah, I've discovered it. The name Bawanshi signifies a female fairy, specifically used to denote a very dangerous and malevolent succubus or vampire. Bawanshi narrowed her eyes, her smile frosty. Hey, you over there, be careful. I might just kill you. Dr. Roman instantly sealed his lips. Shen Yan wore a curious expression. You really can't defeat him. Once he reveals his true form and dons the 10 rings, his fist will leave you utterly disoriented. What do you mean by the Israeli boxing king? Well then, now that we have summoned everyone, it is time for us to take action, Shen Yan declared, with the addition of Sigurd and Bawanshi. We shall charge into Orleans and decapitate the enemy. Isn't that rather impulsive? Did you not mention that besides Black Joan, Fafnir, and a host of other servants exist? Can we truly handle this? Dr. Roman expressed his concerns. With the 3 of us present, you Chaldeans can simply focus on retrieving the Holy Grail. Rest assured, we will wreak havoc. Shen Yan pounded his chest confidently. No, your assurance only makes me more uneasy. What is there to be uneasy about? Sigurd is exceptionally powerful among the top echelon of servants. Bawanshi is formidable as well, excluding those of bug level among standard servants. She is perhaps only slightly weaker than the Golden Trio. I shall vanquish all of Master S foes, Sigurd stated softly. Haha. It would be amusing if I could arrange their corpses into a puzzle. How delightful that would be. Just imagining that scene brings me joy. Then let us set forth. Fujimaru Rika resolved. Doctor, we have no other options now. Very well, but Rika, if you cannot win, you must flee. Understood. The group embarked towards Orleans. And along the way, Bawanshi felt a tinge of boredom. Hey, master, find me some amusement. There is no fun. I want some fun too. Shen Yan was saying when Sigurd interjected. Master, we have a situation ahead. In the distance, thick smoke billowed, and bipedal dragons soared through the sky, attacking humans, rending their flesh with blade-like teeth and devouring them whole. Clang! A uniquely designed longbow appeared in Bawanshi's hand, resembling a harp. Her delicate, pale fingers plucked the ethereal strings. The crimson strings silently ensnared the bipedal dragons, shredding them into fragments. What a disappointment. I thought they would provide me some amusement. Perhaps I should turn my attention to those humans over there. Bawanshi. Shen Yan prevented Bawanshi from taking action against humanity. How tedious. The movements of Bawanshi ceased, and the rampaging bipedal dragons and the undead were utterly annihilated. Impressive, remarked Fujimaru Ritsuka. Miss Bawanshi, you truly are remarkable. Bawanshi pinched Fujimaru Ritsuka's slightly chubby face and scoffed. You are nothing like your future self. Your eyes resemble those of a little puppy, exuding naive innocence. That last move could have sliced you to pieces. A sort of azure crystal lay across the space between them, reflecting Bawanshi's cruel gray gaze. If there is a next time, I shall cut you to shreds, warned Sigurd. Bawanshi released Fujimaru Ritsuka. Irked, four-eyed brat? What did you say? Be careful, or I'll smash your glasses. Shen Yan grasped Bawanshi, recognizing that while she was formidable, Sigurd could overpower her, albeit at a cost. Enough of this mischief. This is not your home. Let go. As the demonic strings twanged, Shen Yan promptly complied. Had he not, his hand would have been severed. Humph. Bawanshi turned away, resuming her torment of the undead and bipedal dragons. Fujimaru Ritsuka, puzzled, inquired, Miss Bawanshi, do you know me? The future me. Of course. You unhesitatingly destroyed my world, Bawanshi replied with a radiant smile, standing resolutely before me. You defeated me, and even my mother. I cannot bring about the destruction of worlds. But there are demons capable of such acts, Bawanshi retorted coldly. However, Fujimaru Ritsuka wished to press further. Yet Bawanshi offered no more answers, and looked to Shen Yan for assistance. Shen Yan, unable to help, knew that if she was unwilling to speak, he had little insight into the 6 anomalies, having stepped away from that realm for quite some time. His knowledge of Bawanshi stemmed from when he had followed her on a small platform. As they entered the village, Jean gazed upon familiar sights, parting her lips and donning her hood to obscure her visage. Jean, is that you? Jean. A peasant woman, somewhat resembling Jean, approached. Jean hid behind Shen Yan, pleading. Please help me, Mr. Shen Yan. My apologies, madam, but my friend is unwell, Shen Yan interjected, blocking the woman. Sir, please step aside. That is my daughter. Your daughter? You mean your Jean? The peasant woman lamented. That child would never seek revenge against France. My daughter would never do such a thing. Madam. Jean was executed some time ago, Shen Yan stated coldly. You know the dead cannot be resurrected. My friend merely bears a resemblance to Lady Jean. Many share such a face. But, madam, we are weary and must continue our journey. Please do not trouble us further, considering we have saved you, he added. The group hastily departed, leaving the peasant woman behind, calling out, Jean, why won't you meet your mother? I believe you. You are not that dragon witch. Joan bit her lip, suppressing her tears. She longed for her mother, whom she had not seen since the onset of war, and who had aged considerably in her absence. Upon leaving the village, Shen Yan inquired, "Is this truly for the best? I am already a dead man. My mother. I cannot burden her any longer." Joan shook her head, and the sharp-tongued Bawanshi taunted, "Do you so vehemently refuse to embrace your mother's love? Ah, what a cruel person you are. Humanity is far more merciless than fairies." Joan began, but Bawanshi interjected, "Enough, Bawanshi." Shen Yan frowned and remarked, "Are you truly my servant summoned through affinity? This compatibility seems terribly lacking. How should I know?" Bawanshi twirled a strand of her crimson hair, mocking, "Perhaps your heart is even more ruthless than mine. I have not yet reached the point where I could laugh amidst innocent bloodshed. Perhaps so. Humans are indeed far more complex than fairies." Bawanshi's eyes sparkled with mirth, despite the fact that fairies are not to be underestimated. "Oh dear. The master-servant relationship between Mr. Shen Yan and Miss Bawanshi is quite poor," Fujiwara Rika murmured to Mash. Yes, Mr. Shen Yan and Bawanshi have completely divergent values, which is why he cannot endure it," she replied. Their voices reached Shen Yan and Bawanshi's ears. "Little girls, I can hear you," Shen Yan remarked. "My sincerest apologies." As they traversed the forest, sunlight streamed down, revealing another village ahead. There were no signs of wyverns or living corpses, yet the scene was horrific. Every corpse was impaled upon a wooden stake, blood gushing forth, pooling towards the village's center. "This is..." Fujiwara Rika's face paled instantly. As a high school girl who had unexpectedly joined Chaldea, she had never witnessed such a sight and promptly retched. Barely supported by Mash, the Impaler. The sight before them inevitably conjured thoughts of the infamous man known for his impaling methods. Vlad Tepes, the Prince of Romania, had once pierced 20,000 enemies with stakes during his war against the Turks, instilling terror in their ranks. "Welcome, one and all." A graceful man in a black robe stepped through the river of blood, his skin a ghastly pallor, the tips of his silvery hair tinged with a dark green hue. He exuded an elegance befitting nobility in the shadowy night, his demeanor courteous yet unsettling. "I sincerely apologize for not extending a warm welcome to your arrival, Rika. There is a spiritual response from him. He is a servant," Dr. Roman cautioned. In an instant, Shen Yan vanished, along with Sigurd. As the demon slayer and the sword of the sun struck down, the Impaler, Vlad III, braced himself with his spear, but was repelled by their combined attack. "What rudeness! Yet commendable valor," Vlad III remarked, eyeing the two with caution. Shen Yan declared, "Prince Vlad, you two have come to relish bloodshed. Have you chosen to become Dracula?" As the archetype of Dracula, Vlad III harbored a deep disdain for this legend, yet the name had proliferated widely, even affecting his existence as a heroic spirit, rendering him an unwitting monster. In his normal state, he harbored a profound disdain for that name. However, after being summoned by the dark gene and subjected to madness, such sentiments became irrelevant, even leading him to savor the taste of sweet blood. The flavor of blood was exquisite, and he caught a whiff of a kindred spirit. Vlad III glanced at Baban Shur, sensing the scent of blood emanating from him, a fragrance belonging to his vampire kin. "Huh, you dare claim I am of your kind? How utterly laughable." The demon strings resonated, as Vlad the Impaler raised his firearm to sever the sanguine strings, launching an imperceptible assault. "What say you, young kin? Shall we revel in the taste of this blood together? How tedious." Before Baban Shur could make a move, Siegfried initiated the attack. His enchanted sword clashing decisively against the iron spear, monstrous power overwhelming the long weapon with an absolute advantage, emitting a piercing screech. Like a colossal dragon, he pinned the enemy beneath his claws. Such formidable strength. The battle-hardened Vlad III swiftly extricated himself from the dragon-slaying hero, yet Siegfried pursued relentlessly, sending countless wooden stakes flying like a torrent toward his foe. The magical sword hummed as it deflected the incoming stakes, powerful movements upheaving the ground and causing explosions. A glimpse of the divine hero's might revealed, though far from his former glory, still potent. Siegfried, endowed with the transformation of dragonkind and the original rune of war, unleashed terrifying power, the solar magic sword Graham being a prototype of the sword from the stone, a gift from the great god Odin to his father. The moment Vlad III engaged, he found himself at a disadvantage. Shen Yan had not joined the fray, confident that Siegfried would resolve everything. Such remarkable prowess. Had he truly transcended humanity? Relying on his agility, Vlad III managed to evade his opponent. In terms of capability, he held a slight edge in speed. "Saber, you are formidable." The swordsman wielding the magical blade stepped forward, exposing Vlad III's vulnerabilities under the dragon's wisdom. The unparalleled magic sword struck, an arm severed. Blood gushing forth. The spear fell, and Vlad III clutched his wound. Shen Yan shook his head. Without the magical energy, and in the throes of madness, the Duke could not best Siegfried. Indeed, Vlad III coolly acknowledged his defeat, yet even so, he had not yet surrendered. An abrupt transformation occurred. Black smoke particles enveloped him. His height surged, barely maintaining human form, his severed arm reformed, his eyes blazing crimson, and fangs elongated. In his madness, he resorted to the very relic he despised most. The heritage of blood. This manifested the dreaded image of Dracula, the very vampire he loathed. He was no longer the piercing prince, but rather the chilling Count Dracula. His skills and relics sealed away, he instead gained significantly enhanced physical abilities, the power to transform into a beast and mist, healing, and the mesmerizing gaze of a sorcerer. How tragic. Shen Yan gazed at Vlad III, now transformed into the vampire Dracula, and mused, "We have a saint among us." Against such a vampire, the saintly Jane, deemed a holy maiden, would be most adept at handling. Joan remarked, "Well, I am not proficient in the baptismal chant. Let's change our strategy, Mr. Sigurd. We shall confront him together." A deep crimson hue crept across Shen Yan's face, and the atmosphere grew oppressively warm. In unison, both parties sprang into action, blades drawn. Yet Dracula merely transformed into a wisp of mist, evading their assault with ease. Frosty clouds. A chilling breeze swept through, attempting to immobilize the vapor, but it darted away, eluding capture in the blink of an eye, heading towards Joan and her companions. Dracula reformed, his claws poised for attack, when spectral strings emerged from all directions, ensnaring him. Wretched creature. Baba Wancher swung a wooden mallet, striking Dracula's visage, mangling half of his face. Smoke billowed from the remnants of Dracula, who attempted to escape just as Sigurd lunged forward, carving the primal rune in the air. Flames erupted around Dracula's form. "Ah!" Dracula cried out in agony. "Flashbang!" Shen Yan shouted. Instinctively, the modern-day figures of Fujimura Ritsuka and Mash closed their eyes, while Joan looked on in confusion. Sigurd, having received the wisdom of the dragon, similarly shut his eyes. Shen Yan spread his arms wide and bellowed, "Solar Fist." A blinding light enveloped the entire village, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. My eyes. My eyes. Dracula found himself momentarily blinded, and in that instant, the gleaming edge of the sword pierced his heart, breaching his very core. His body fell rigidly, dissipating into the air. It is done. He is dead. The group opened their eyes, though some remained sightless, including Joan and Baba Wancher. "You've all fiend. You have blinded me." Baba Wancher seethed. "It is merely a temporary blindness," Shen Yan replied. "Did I not warn you through the contract? Who would heed such a thing?" Baba Wancher retorted, her eyes burning with pain, tears slipping uncontrollably down her cheeks. Joan shared a similar plight, but refrained from addressing Shen Yan. A rather effective technique indeed. Sigurd commented, "Indeed, we should find a place to rest. But what shall we do with these bodies?" Fujimura Ritsuka inquired. "Burn them," Shen Yan declared, igniting a flame that engulfed the entire village. They sought refuge in a nearby area, where the weary maidens soon fell asleep in the sleeping bags prepared by Shen Yan. A small white beast nestled beside them in repose. Shen Yan gazed at the creature affectionately dubbed Fufu by Fujimura Ritsuka and the others, a being of the Type Moon world, known as Beast 4, possessing the principle of comparison. It stood on par with the primordial demon king Goetia and the creator goddess Tiamat. Feeding on the rivalry, growth, jealousy, and regret among humanity, it wielded capabilities surpassing its counterparts and, theoretically, could never be vanquished. Regrettably, Fufu harbored no desire for battle, preferring instead to remain close to the maiden mesh. Fufu sensed Shen Yan's gaze and curiously lifted its head, only to promptly settle back down. Ziglud remarked, "You should take a rest. I shall handle things here." "Thank you." Shen Yan reclined into the tent, while Bawangsi perched upon a tree, casting a glance at him before gazing at the starry sky. As his consciousness delved deeper, Shen Yan was suddenly enveloped in the tranquility of a serene village. "What is happening? Where am I?" "Bawangsi, you useless fool. Hurry and prepare my food." A shrill voice drew his attention, and he beheld a young girl being bullied, her crimson hair contrasting with the absence of a blood-red dress. She was far from the cruel Bawangsi of his memories, appearing instead delicate and vulnerable, like a pitiful little creature. Bruised and battered, her garments were tattered. I will go. Please, wait." Bawangsi hurriedly ventured into the forest to gather food. "Can't you see me?" Gazing at his ethereal self, Shen Yan began to comprehend that this was a memory of Bawanxi. When a master summons a servant, they encounter the servant's memories within their dreams. The surroundings shifted, and Shen Yan watched as Bawanxi climbed the tree, precariously balancing on a swaying branch, struggling to gather fruit. Crack! The branch snapped, and the girl plummeted, adding fresh wounds to her already injured body. Ouch, that hurts. Bawanxi shielded the fruit, wearing a smile. If I do this, everyone will surely like Bawanxi. The kind-hearted Bawanxi, the obedient Bawanxi, the beloved Bawanxi, good child Bawanxi, I shall be a good child. The charming fairy returned to the village, only to be met not with the goodwill of her kin, but with insults and abuse. Fool! The fruit is sour. Who would eat such a thing? Silly Bawanxi! Unwanted Bawanxi! The girl with the red feet! The fairies encircled her, singing songs, while the helpless Bawanxi could only weep. Shen Yan reached out, but his hand passed through the vile fairies. They tormented Bawanxi merely for amusement. They sought to bully her due to her red feet. They could indulge in pure goodness or revel in innocent malice. In a single word, they were despicable. Naturally kind fairies were a rarity. Compared to the emotionless scum that was Merlin, they could almost be deemed saints. Bawanxi, with old wounds compounded by new injuries, returned to her dilapidated home, curling up on the hard bed. Tomorrow, everyone would surely like Bawanxi. She was a good child, an obedient child, a well-behaved Bawanxi. Bawanxi. The lovely girl with red feet, so well-liked in the village, smiling and comforting everyone. The girl drifted into slumber, yet the following day, she was again toyed with by all the fairies. Shen Yan silently observed, his fist clenched, powerless to intervene. Before long, Bawanxi met her end. Fairies are incapable of reproduction and will never bear children. From Bawanxi's lifeless form, her descendants emerged. Beautiful Bawanxi, kind-hearted Bawanxi, the girl with the red feet. The fairies joyfully welcomed the newborn Bawanxi, yet in an instant, bullying and insults resurfaced. The tormented beauty naively believed that by pleasing everyone, she would gain acceptance and be loved by all. Little did she know, she was merely a tragic spectacle for the amusement of the fairies. One day, a stranger arrived in the village, proclaiming herself the child of prophecy on a pilgrimage. All the fairies dismissed her, but the child of prophecy saved Bawanxi, who chose to believe in her. They became friends. Bawanxi and the child of prophecy, Shun, traveled together for a time, which became her happiest moments. However, Shun had to enter a coffin to sleep, awaiting her next awakening for the pilgrimage. Bawanxi chose to wait and returned to her village. Shen's friendship incited further jealousy among the fairies, leading to Bawanxi's demise once more. Time after time, she faced death and rebirth, adopted by different villages, only to endure torment again, rendering her incapable of bearing offspring. Shen Yan to save her, yet each attempt ended in failure. Eventually, the once golden-haired Shen transformed into the silver-haired fairy queen, who found Bawanxi. She annihilated the fairies and set the entire village ablaze. Bawanxi's memories were sealed away, and she became the fairy knight Tristan, daughter of Queen Morgan. If you do not wish to be treated cruelly, then become more ruthless than they are. The queen instructed the princess. The once naive girl morphed into a merciless princess, wielding her fairy bow to slay those who displeased her, severing their feet as trophies, ensuring no fairy dared to mock or bully her. As long as her mother adored her, that was enough. Later, her mother returned with a man, claiming him to be her consort. Bawanxi despised this man, yet her mother chose to believe in him, and she too was willing to comply. From the annals of humanity, Chaldea arrived in the fairy realm to annihilate it, accompanied by a new savior. A battle erupted between them, as countless fairies and the humans raised by them rebelled against Morgan's tyranny. Morgan was defeated and captured by the rebels. Severely wounded, she desperately sought to reclaim her throne, believing that as long as she sat upon it, Britain would endure, preserving the fairy tale of 14,000 years. The fairy seized Morgan, dismembering her before Bawanxi. Continuously tormented, Bawanxi ventured into the vast void outside the palace, where lay the corpse of Cernunnos, the horned god, poisoned by the original 6 fairies, eternally cursing and loathing them. His rage stemmed not from his own death or the betrayal by the fairies, but from the brutal murder of his priestess by their hands. Ha 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 ha. Mother has been brutally slaughtered, and I, paralyzed by fear, could not intervene. Ha ha. Athi. Enough is enough. I am weary and do not wish to linger here any longer. Ah, let us flee. There is a perfectly suitable place. Hee hee. Cornunos. Cornunos. The sole deity that my mother fears, the terrifying god. A bottomless cavern, perpetually shrouded in ash, where the immortal corpse of the horned god lies. It gently descends. Are these my severed limbs? the broken fairy landing upon the eternal body of the god. Furry. Warm. The gentle horned god grants the tragic maiden a beautiful dream before her end. In the dream, she dances with her mother, who gazes tenderly upon her. Babanshi, the endearing Babanshi, the foolish Babanshi, clumsily dancing with her mother in the dream. Babanshi, the beautiful Babanshi, the lovely Babanshi. Oh, mournful Babanshi, may you find an everlasting dream of beauty in the tenderness of the horned god. The corpse of the horned god, its crimson eyes, forever open in rage and resentment, shone brightly, accepting the divine core from the maiden, heralding the birth of a new calamity. Shen Yan opened his eyes. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and the weight of countless sorrows pressed painfully against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. What is this? You look dreadful. A mocking girl stood before him, bathed in the morning light. Weren't you just so spirited? Why the sudden decline? The blood fairy found it uninteresting and turned to leave. Zigluard glanced over and asked, Did you see her memories? Shen Yan wiped his tears away. The only happiness in the sorrowful past was the dream before death. The girl spun gracefully under the spotlight with her mother, forever lost in the illusion woven for her by the horned god, approaching the end of life. It defies evaluation. Yet your profound sadness must be an unspeakable tragedy. Zigluard remarked. Cruelty is merely her facade. Indeed, just a disguise. Deep down, she is a kind-hearted child, starved of love. Shen Yan wiped away his tears, and that is why I am furious, why I am sorrowful. I have witnessed her die before me time and again, losing her memories, being tormented anew by those fairies, until she could no longer be reborn. I could only watch, powerless. Zigluard, do you understand? I wish to eradicate those fairies. You cannot reach that place. Perhaps. Manifest alone. One of the powers belonging to beasts, capable of traversing parallel worlds. Perhaps a visit to the fairy realm is in order. Shen Yan composed himself, gazing at the red-haired girl who crushed the ants, remaining silent for a long while. He produced a pipe and sat down to smoke. Good morning. Mr. Shen Yan, you seem a bit disheartened, inquired the early-rising Fujimaru Tachika. It's nothing, just a nightmare. He put away the pipe, exhaled the smoke, and stood up to fetch some food. Let us eat. Once breakfast is finished, we shall prepare for battle. Fujimaru Tachika distributed the food among everyone. And after they completed their breakfast, they set out once more. The sun hung high overhead, and Bawanshi loathed such sunlight, feeling as though it could scorch her. I detest the day, she lamented. Here, use this. Shen Yan offered her an umbrella. Bawanshi smiled. What has caused you to change so suddenly? Did you not previously regard me with disdain? Have you fallen under the spell of my beauty? And what is with that sorrowful and pitying gaze of yours? Irritated, Bawanshi opened the umbrella, shielding herself from the sun's rays. Shen Yan remained silent, continuing forward, eventually halting alongside Zigluard. In the sunlit highlands, a silver-armored knight barred their path. By the command of the Dragon Witch, I shall vanquish you. This holy sword, imbued with the power of the sun, will incinerate all that you are. The sun holy sword? Zigluard mused. You must be Gawain, the Sun Knight of the Round Table. How curious that such a noble knight would ally with a witch. He has succumbed to madness, Shen Yan remarked. After being driven mad, his character has changed. I eliminated the saber-class Dion, and thus the dragon which summoned a replacement through the Holy Grail. The Sun Knight is no trivial foe, especially under the blazing sun. Gawain, burdened with the sacred Celtic number 3, would triple his strength during the 3 hours from 9 in the morning until noon and again from 3 in the afternoon until sunset. The number of the saints. Even the mightiest knight of the Round Table, Lancelot, could only defeat him after the sun had set. Under the sun, Gawain was invincible. Are we to battle the Sun Knight? Mash's spirit, belonging to the Round Table Knight Galahad, hesitated, reluctant to confront a former comrade. Only when battling Lancelot, her despised father, would she unleash her full power. I detest the muscle-bound gorilla, Bawanshi scoffed. It is said that Gawain's strength triples beneath the sun. Zigluard observed the opponent with calm scrutiny, pondering which was stronger, the Sun Knight's sacred sword or his own cursed blade. There is nothing to fear without the sun. He will weaken, Shen Yan understood. Without sunlight, the Sun Knight's power would diminish. The Gawain of the sixth singularity, blessed by the Lion King, was forever illuminated by the sun, maintaining his tripled strength, a formidable adversary. Yet, the King Hassan transformed his robe into a sandstorm, obscuring the sunlight, thus diminishing the power of the eternal Gawain. In other words, devoid of the sun's light, the saint's number could not manifest its strength. Would release, for Pillar House. With Shen Yan's hand seals, wooden beams rose from the ground, assembling overhead into a shelter that blocked the sun's rays. Invincible Gawain, this is indoors. There is no sunlight here. What? Gawain exclaimed in shock as his power swiftly waned to its normal level. Now, Shen Yan and Ziegler charged forth. While Gawain braced himself, Bao Shi's demonic strings ensnared his limbs. As swords clashed, Gawain was thus delayed, meeting a most frustrating demise. The invincible Gawain fell. Somehow, it felt rather relieving. Tachibana Rika scratched her face, questioning whether it was merely her illusion. The dragon witch, wielding the Holy Grail, possessed the ability to resurrect slain servants. Thus we found ourselves racing against time. Shen Yan remarked, 7 servants, coupled with the formidable dragon witch and Fafnir, should not be underestimated. I alone can withstand them all. The only peril lies with Fafnir. Leave Fafnir to me, Siegfried asserted. As for the dragon witch, I entrust her to Miss Jean and you, Tachibana. However, Mr. Shen Yan, can you truly face 7 servants alone? Tachibana Rika inquired, raising her hand. No problem, Shen Yan confidently responded. As long as they are not all extraordinary class servants. I can manage. At the very least, I can hold them off until Siegfried eliminates Fafnir and comes to my aid. After a straightforward allocation of roles, Shen Yan and his companions arrived in Orlans, where the malignant dragon circled ominously above. Siegfried gazed upward. Although it was not the same one, it was undoubtedly Fafnir. A mocking laughter echoed from the city walls, revealing the dragon witch, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Jean, standing atop the ramparts. Her white hair and golden eyes stark against her black attire. Do you fools think you can defeat me? What utter foolishness, accompanied by this counterfeit. Jean gripped her banner tightly. Why pursue revenge against France? Is it not more problematic to refrain from vengeance? They are nothing but a band of traitors. It was because of them that I was burned alive. Thus, you are the true counterfeit. Foolish woman. The black Jean seethed with rage, her anger mingled with confusion. She did not comprehend the source of her fury. Even after slaying kings and bishops, her heart remained hollow. What am I truly avenging? No, that is incorrect. I shall not be consumed by rage. She refused to succumb to anger or hatred, for she had heeded the call of the Lord to join the battlefield, fighting to save her country without harboring any resentment before her demise. The Jean who bore no vengeful thoughts would not undergo a transformation. You are the fool. The black Jean raised the dragon banner, commanding, minions, tear this group of imbeciles apart. Figures emerged. Arrows composed of magical energy surged forth, aimed directly at Tachibana Rika's head. Clang. The enchanted sword intercepted the arrows, unwavering as he focused intently on the silhouette atop the walls, brandishing a lance adorned with a heart. His eyes devoid of anything else. My love. Shen Yan widened his eyes, staring at Siegfried. That cannot be the Valkyrie Brunhild, can it? The daughter of the Norse god Odin, one of the Valkyries, was destined to be Siegfried's partner, loving him more than anyone else, yet cursed by tragic fate, which led not only to Siegfried's demise but also to her own incineration. Targeting Siegfried. Oh no, we are doomed. Siegfried. Siegfried. Brunhild leapt from the city walls, and the mad sorcerer beside the dragon witch, with his bulging eyes, exclaimed. It was worth summoning someone to counter Siegfried with the Holy Grail. Oh, the tragedy of spouses turning against each other, a fate resurrected. What profound sorrow this is. Oh, the two played by the gods. This is the gift bestowed upon you by the divine. Shen Yan raised his hand, preparing to launch an assault. Ziegler was formidable. Yet he would hardly retaliate against Brunhild. Ziegler, please do not approach me. Brunhild struggled to contain herself as she lifted her gun. I will kill you again. The black rod extended from her palm. I do not intend to take her life, so may I leave this to you, Mr. Ziegler? Ziegler hesitated for a moment. I beg you. Above them, Fafnir roared, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath upon the crowd. Huh. Ziegler swung his sword, cleaving through the dragon's breath. The wicked dragon roared, while the magical sword thundered. A fragment of myth was reborn in this moment. Shen Yan gripped the black rod and engaged Brunhild in combat. The powerful Valkyrie was not to be underestimated. Her frenzied marksmanship, sharp and erratic, rendered her nearly unassailable. Shen Yan faced a foe of this caliber for the first time. Her technique was impeccable. If he were to take his time, he could adapt to her combat style and find an opening to strike her down. But this was not a moment for hesitation. Ritsuka, flashbang. This time, everyone was prepared, swiftly closing their eyes. Solar Fist. The blinding light caught Brunhild off guard, forcing her to shut her eyes in agony. A sharp pain surged through her shoulder as the black rod pierced it, followed by her limbs. The rod disrupted the flow of her magical energy, barely maintaining her form from collapsing. Thank you. for stopping me." Brunhild knelt, not wishing to harm Ziegler. It was the tumult of affection and madness that drove her to the brink of insanity. Useless. Everyone attack. Seeing Brunhild falter, Fafnir, restrained by the Dragon Slayer, was momentarily unable to defend himself, prompting his comrades to charge forth. The archer, the Greek huntress Atalanta. The cavalry, the saintly maid Martha. The assassin, the executioner Charles Sanson. The berserker, the knight of the lake, Lancelot. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Faced with 4 adversaries, Shen Yan was undeterred, summoning a wood dragon to separate them. The Greek huntress drew her bow, and missile-like arrows flew forth, creating a large crater upon the wood dragon's form. Oh! The frenzied Lancelot charged towards Joan of Arc, in his madness perceiving her as a sovereign. "No. Arthur and Joan are worlds apart. How can you be so mistaken? Have you gone blind like Gilderoy?" The executioner, Charles Sanson, who had constructed the guillotine to execute Louis XVI, lunged at him with a uniquely shaped greatsword, his presence masked by the assassin class's special aura. Although Shen Yan could not sense his approach, he felt the murderous intent at the moment of attack. With a swift twist of his body, he narrowly evaded the great sword and countered with a wooden spike thrusting into Sanson's chest. Thud. The technique erupted instantaneously, and Sanson fell. 3 opponents remained. Go, Talix! A colossal dragon, resembling a crocodile-turtle hybrid, emerged. Once a scourge in the 1st century, this dragon was redeemed by the saint's love and had become her steed. Now fighting alongside her once more. The dragon unleashed its fiery breath, and the torrent of water surged forth with even greater speed. Boom! Shen Yan suddenly leapt, creating a massive crater beneath him, and raised his head. Like a lioness on the hunt, the female archer loosed another arrow, prompting Shen Yan to exclaim in frustration. "I detest archers. Useless master. I must assist you." Ba Wanshi, wielding a mystical bow, interfered with the huntress's assault using an ethereal string. TCH. Atalanta, feeling irate, transformed her feline ears into those of an aircraft, her berserk state driving her to annihilate her foes, even resorting to killing her most cherished ones. Having slain numerous children under the control of the Dragon Witch, a standoff ensued between Ba Wanshi and Atalanta, while Shen Yan confronted the Saintess armed with a cross staff. The Saintess, engaged in her own struggle against the frenzy, proclaimed, "O brave warrior of humanity, you must save this world, in my life." "I understand." Shen Yan charged forward, his blade in hand, as Talix rushed in like a cannonball, roaring, "You shall not harm my sister." "Talix, halt!" Marta commanded, stopping Talix in his tracks. Shen Yan's blade pierced through the Saintess's core. "My lord, I have failed your expectations. Please forgive me and bestow your blessings upon them." As a follower of the Son of God, the Saintess earnestly repented for her misdeeds, hoping for blessings upon Shen Yan and the others. Divine light broke through the clouds, illuminating her devout soul and enveloping Shen Yan in an indescribable warmth, akin to a father's comforting hand. Could that dove actually accomplish something significant? The radiant light enveloping Shen Yan abruptly ceased. How petty-minded. Talix departed this world alongside Marta. Shen Yan lingered not, charging directly at the huntress. Invoking the Sun Fist. This time, the huntress was prepared. She closed her eyes and drew her bow toward Shen Yan's direction. An arrow was released, and a branch appeared beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance, the arrow soaring into the sky as Shen Yan's blade glided past her throat. Meanwhile, the battle involving Mashu, Jean, and Lancelot was not faring well. The two were defensive-type servants, and Lancelot had drawn a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. How could a servant possess such a weapon? This is unfair. Fujimara Rika shouted from behind a shield, "Miss Ba Wanshi, you must think of a solution." "Truly. I am at my wit's end with you, fool." The ethereal string was released, penetrating Lancelot's armor. A smirk graced Ba Wanshi's lips as a surge of blood enveloped her, binding Lancelot in place. Her enchanting laughter echoed, "How cruel fate is, whether virtuous or wicked. Those consumed by envy meet their end here. Come forth. Become naught but trash." Painful illusion cry. The noble phantasm activated as Ba Wanshi approached Lancelot, producing a wooden hammer and stakes, driving them toward his heart. Countless torrents of blood erupted, strangling Lancelot. With a splatter, the blood cocoon fell, and Lancelot was reduced to a pool of crimson. Ha ha ha. Even a servant of the Grand Order is merely this. Bavanhidi, with a triumphant smile, was praised by Tosaka Rika, who exclaimed, as expected of Miss Bavanhidi, "Truly remarkable." "Of course," Bavanhidi replied with pride. "Now, only you two remain. Shen Yan pointed his blade at the two atop the city walls, declaring, Fafnir can no longer come to your aid. Black Jean gazed at Fafnir, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Siegfried in the distance, his body marred with wounds. The searing breath of the dragon failed to inflict significant damage on Siegfried, who effortlessly repelled Fafnir's attacks. Siegfried brandished the sun sword before him, striking the hilt with a mighty fist, sending the enchanted blade flying forth like a bolt from a crossbow, rending Fafnir's wings. The colossal dragon plummeted to the ground, while Graham automatically returned to Siegfried's grasp. With Fafnir now bereft of aerial dominance, he found himself at a disadvantage. Siegfried, maintaining his composure, unleashed his sword, cleaving through dragon scales and leaving behind grievous wounds. A multitude of crystal daggers hovered before him, each propelled forth by his fists. As steel met steel, the sun sword was launched alongside the daggers. The atmosphere roiled. The air shrieked, and the arcane energy enveloped the surroundings in a cerulean hue. The onslaught of the magic sword had arrived. Release the magic sword. This is the dawn of destruction, the wheel of calamity. Focusing intently, the sun sword plunged into the dragon's form, unleashing a devastating force against the city's treasures from within. The tremendous magical energy wreaked havoc inside Fafnir, the agony of his flesh being ravaged driving him into a frenzy, yet he remained powerless to resist. With a series of anguished roars, he ultimately succumbed to despair, his body dissipating into magical essence. The quest has been fulfilled, Master. What are your next commands? The man, as cold as steel, approached with an air of nonchalance. But upon seeing his incapacitated wife, a flicker of emotion surfaced. My love, Siegfried, I am unharmed, she reassured him. That is good. At least I will not kill you out of love. Go and assist. Understood, Siegfried nodded. As they descended to the city below, Black Jean teetered on the brink of fury. Fafnir, how could the mightiest Fafnir be defeated? Guild. Oh, holy maiden, Fafnir's adversary is the Dragon Slayer. We vanquished one Dragon Slayer, only to encounter another. Gilderay, head bowed and clutching the tome of the Spiral City, fervently declared, Do not despair, holy maiden. I, Gilderay, shall bring you victory and raise the banner of rebellion to avenge the divine. Gilderay, once a devout believer, had fought alongside the holy maiden Jean to reclaim Orleans, celebrated as a hero and a French marshal. However, after Jean was executed as a heretic, he fell into profound despair, losing his faith in the divine. He departed from the military, delving into the madness of alchemy, engaging in forbidden practices, abducting and cruelly tormenting young men within his domain to prove that the divine did not exist. Ultimately, he faced judgment, his lands confiscated, and he was led to ruin. Two holy maidens. Is this a divine gift bestowed upon me? Ah, Jean, holy maiden, why do you seek to thwart me? You should stand by my side. Avenge yourself upon the treacherous France. Gilderay, perplexed, gazed with fish-like eyes, the tome of the Spiral City in his arms exuding an indescribable aura. It was a handwritten Italian manuscript gifted by his dear friend and mentor, dating back to the Xia dynasty, an era when deities roamed the earth. Gil, I do not harbor resentment towards France. Joan shook her head, her heart aching as she looked upon her former comrade and friend. The once noble and slender marshal now fallen so low. Is this my responsibility? Lord, please forgive Gil's soul. Well, it's time to cut you down, said the Black Joan. How about joining Chaldea? Shen Yan extended an olive branch. Mr. Shen, exclaimed Fujiwara Ritsuka, she is the one who caused the singularity to emerge. No. It is Gilderay who possesses the Holy Grail, not the Black Joan, Shen Yan replied. This Joan is a counterfeit, a creation of Gilderay. Filled with rage yet only resembling the true Joan in appearance, oh, and she cannot read. You scoundrel. I am Joan, the Black Joan shouted, her face flushed. So what if I can't read? What business is it of yours? Forgive me, I truly do not know many words, Joan admitted, blushing. She recognized few characters, as military affairs were handled by Gil and his companions. Don't apologize unnecessarily, another me. In the end, it felt like a farcical play. The high school student, Fujiwara Ritsuka, couldn't help but question, are they truly saving the world? At that moment, wouldn't it suffice to merely smile? Senpai, do not give up. Then tell me what to do. I cannot intervene in such matters. Mash, you must understand, just a week ago I was diligently studying at school, only contemplating what to have for lunch and dinner. Fujiwara Ritsuka decided to take it easy, reassured by Shen Yan and Sigurd's presence. Senpai, do not slack off. You carry the future of humanity. Oh, Fujiwara Ritsuka replied with little enthusiasm. This singularity is nearing its end anyway. I should think about how to write the report when I return. Oh, the world is ending. Why must I still write a report? So, will you join Chaldea? Shen Yan asked loudly. Chaldea and humanity need the most beautiful and kind-hearted Joan. Ugh. The newly born Black Joan was caught off guard by the sudden, direct approach. Fujimaru Ritsuka's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Shen Yan. Mr. Shun, is that the legendary Tsundere? Indeed. Tsundere is a rare trait. So Ritsuka, for the future of humanity, please approach her directly. Understood. Fujimaru Ritsuka clapped his hands. Black Joan, we cherish you. The beautiful Black Joan, join us at Chaldea. Let us save the world together. Prove that you are not a mere illusion. Affirm your existence. The emptiness brought by vengeance will be filled with the joy of victory. As the imminent fall of his saintess approached, Gilderay resolved to take action. Shen Yan leaned towards Jean's ear and whispered something, prompting Jean to call out, Gilderay, come down for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Very well, saintess. Gilderay is on his way. Without a moment's hesitation, Gilderay, clutching the tome of the city of Lothlórien, approached Jean and bowed respectfully. My lady saintess, may I inquire? My eyes. Jean's fingers plunged into Gilderay's oversized eyes, causing him to cry out in pain. Damn it. The enemy. Attack. Shen Yan rushed forward with fists and kicks, followed closely by Fujimaru Ritsuka, who delivered a couple of kicks. The golden chalice rolled away, and Shen Yan picked it up, cradling it in his hands. The Holy Grail. Though regrettably not the original, is merely a block of magical energy molded into shape. The true Holy Grail is filled with the blood of Christ. While this one is merely a vessel formed from high-density magical energy, capable of granting wishes if one knows the method to do so. You despicable lot. Gilderay, bruised and battered, rose to his feet and opened the tome of Lothlórien, intending to summon a multitude of sea demons. A crystalline carriage rushed from afar, colliding with him. Oh dear, I hope I'm not too late. A young girl adorned with a crown of lilies stepped down from the carriage, accompanied by a golden-haired musician. A green-haired dragon girl in a kimono, and Amakusa Shiro. Amakusa Shiro remarked, Mr. Shen Yan, I have gathered the servants of France to support you. However, it appears you are nearing the end of your battle. Indeed, it seems so. Shen Yan tossed the Holy Grail to Fujimaru Ritsuka and pursued the flung Gilderay, delivering a fatal blow. Task 2 completed. Rewards issued. The first singularity could be deemed the simplest. By the time one reached the fourth singularity, all manner of demons and monsters emerged. In the subsequent narrative, if deities do not appear, it would be considered a disappointment. The entire singularity resonated with a hum as the forces of time and space began to restore it. Light radiated from Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash, while Dr. Roman shouted through the communicator, Ritsuka, the first singularity is about to be restored. I will teleport you back immediately. What? So soon? I haven't brought back Black Jean yet. Fujimaru Ritsuka exclaimed. Miss Black Jean, you must come to our Chaldea. I will find a way to summon you. Humph. Who would want your summoning? Black Jean's face bore an expression of reluctance. She had no desire to undergo such farce again. Yet, deep within, there lingered a flicker of anticipation. It seems we have arrived too late, Amakusa Shiro said with resignation. If there is a next time, I hope to assist you. We truly came just to observe. Didn't we, Marie? Indeed, Mozart. Lord Ongen? Where is my Lord Ongen? Kyoheim inquired. Well then, everyone, farewell. I hope we can meet again in the future. Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash vanished from the scene. Miss Baban, I hope you have a pleasant dream. Humph, no need. How dull. Bawan pursed her lips, her form transforming into a golden light before vanishing. A brief farewell, my love. Siegfried withdrew the dark spear from Brunhild's body. Siegfried, even if our time is fleeting, my love for you remains unwavering. The two lovers embraced, their uncontrollable passion culminating in an explosion. Siegfried's chest was pierced by a lance, crimson splattering across Shen Yan's face. Why does Siegfried look so blissful? It is said that he, the dragon slayer, does not succumb to death. Is it because the battle continues? Love indeed. There is a heavy weight. The two returned to the throne of heroes, accompanied by other servants, including the false berserker, who was also inscribed upon it, leaving Shen Yan alone. As the singularity collapsed, the correction of time and space recalibrated history, ensuring that those who perished beneath the evil dragon would be recorded as having died in the 100 Years' War. This was the final resting place of those sacrifices. After the corrections, Task 1 complete, rewards distributed, and solitude, a manifesting, Shen Yan utilized the singularity to exit this timeline, boldly stepping into Chaldea in 2016. Within the control room, a girl clad in Chaldea's uniform experienced no sense of urgency. Rather than saving the world, It felt like a leisurely trip to the 15th century. Merely a passenger riding along with the mastermind, cheering them on. How dull. Why is the singularity so simple? Fujimaru's words made Dr. Roman's brow furrow. Fujimaru, you cannot think like that. If assistance is always at hand, it would be too easy for us. But you all will become a bunch of monsters in the future. Shen Yan interjected. Huh, Mr. Shen Yan? What are you doing here? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, we have an intruder. Dr. Roman gasped. Chaldea's defenses were as flimsy as paper, allowing anyone to enter and exit at will. Doctor, Mr. Shen Yan is not a bad person. Fujimaru hastily insisted. I just came to take a look. By the way, Doctor, would you like to join me to find Magical Melly? Huh? Is that possible? Wait. Does Melly-chan really exist? Dr. Roman asked, his face lighting up with excitement. Doctor, please be serious. Mash, wearing glasses, expressed her deep exasperation towards her guardian. Whenever Magical Melly was involved, the already unreliable doctor became even more so. Come, walk with me. I'll borrow Dr. Roman for a moment and return him shortly. Grasping Roman's arm, the two vanished from the control room. Avalon, a beautiful realm beyond the confines of time, where only the innocent may enter. At the center of the sea of flowers stood a towering spire, solely for the confinement of one. Merlin, the half-demon, half-human. The court magician and sword instructor of King Arthur, bore witness to the king's demise and the ruin of Britain, feeling a twinge of guilt within his emotionless soul. The silver-haired magician sat within a stone chamber, before him a laptop, updating the page for Magical Melly. Haha, watch me deceive you out of your wages, Solomon. You ought to thank me. This is a necessary sacrifice to uplift your spirits. This, too, is a reflection of the online scams encountered in human existence. Wait, how could that man be here? Two figures emerged before Merlin. Romani gazed at the sight of Merlin. Merlin, why are you here? Where did you acquire that laptop? Shen Yan snatched up the laptop. Here, take your Magical Melly. No, this is impossible. Merlin is merely Miss Melly's agent, right? Romani, in disbelief, began to concoct excuses for Merlin. Poor Miss Melly, to have encountered such a wretched agent. Romani, your words are quite hurtful. I'm the dashing big brother Merlin, but since you have discovered my ruse, I shall no longer pretend. All along, I have been operating Magical Melly. Impossible. Miss Melly could never be associated with someone like you. The once wise king, blessed by divine insight, refused to accept the truth, striking at Merlin in frustration. Shen Yan silently observed, witnessing the clash between the Israeli boxing champion and the Avalon Sword Saint. They were merely missing the Uruk Axe King to complete the ensemble of the prominent caster class. Oh, and perhaps Taigong Wang as well. If that fisherman were to descend as a caster, he would also hold the credentials of a prominent figure. Blasted. All you prominent casters are melee mages. Face reality, Romani. As a human, you cannot contend with me, the court magician of Britain. The British sword saint effortlessly subdued the weakened Israeli boxing champion. Damn it. Regardless, Miss Melly could never be you. Has self-deception begun to take root? To correct you, I believe it would be best to inform Fujimaru in his dreams tonight to summon the Queen of Sheba, Merlin remarked with a wicked grin. Upon hearing the name of the Queen of Sheba, Romani's ponytail bristled in indignation. You cannot do this, Merlin. I find such antics quite entertaining, especially since I am rather bored here. The entirety of human history has been consumed in flames, leaving me to gaze upon Chaldea. Merlin's clairvoyance allowed him to witness the unfolding events, while Avalon existed outside the flow of time, rendering both past and future as the present for him. The prerequisites for becoming a prominent caster, aside from possessing the ability to counter beasts, include having the clairvoyance of 1,000 miles. King Solomon wielded the sight to pierce through past and future. Gilgamesh could foresee the future, while Merlin perceives the present. Thus, Solomon stands as a prominent caster, with Gilgamesh and Merlin as candidates. You scoundrel! The heartbroken Romani wished to leave this place, while Shen Yan brought him here in hopes of deterring his obsession with virtual idols. The deeper the obsession, the greater the pain that awaited him in the future. Upon realizing the connection between Magical Melly and Merlin, Romani could never have fathomed that Merlin himself would engage in such deception. After escorting Roman back to Chaldea, Shen Yan bid farewell to the group and stepped into the resplendent passageway. Determined to traverse the realms of time and space to reach the fairy round table domain of Britannia, he could not bear to witness Balwanchi endure the unthinkable. For a kind-hearted girl, that existence would be akin to hell. Now equipped with the means to act, he resolved to rescue her. He journeyed across the starry seas, traversing countless worlds rendered devoid of possibility. The Empire of Eternal Frost, the Age of Infinite Ice Flames, the true country of human intelligence integration. The cycle of creation and destruction, the divine era of colossal gods, the ocean of stars and interstellar mountain cities, the hellish mandala. Ultimately, he arrived at the Fairy Round Table domain. The genesis of the Fairy Round Table dates back 14,000 years. The original 6 fairies, consumed by hedonism, failed to forge the sacred sword of stars. Without this weapon to confront their foes, the predatory civilization's starborn vanguard ravaged the land, obliterating all deities. Only the horned god Cernunnos, who sought refuge within the Sea of Stars, escaped this fate. The surface transformed into an ocean of nothingness, leaving the 6 fairies adrift upon its waves. Cernunnos, a gentle deity, could have punished the fairies but instead chose to aid them alongside his human priestess, earning their profound gratitude. He patiently guided the fairies, helping them recognize their transgressions. Initially, the fairies expressed their appreciation, yet the absence of land incited their darker inclinations. In secret, they conspired to slay Cernunnos, intending to let his massive corpse float upon the sea, thus forming islands from which land could gradually emerge. They orchestrated a celebration, deceiving Cernunnos into believing that they wished to worship him as their god. He accepted with joy, convinced that the fairies had acknowledged their faults. Disregarding the priestess's warnings and unwittingly consuming a poison capable of slaying deities, the human priestess met a cruel demise at the hands of the fairies. Her body dismembered and used as a tool for creating humans. In this world, humanity existed as sterile instruments, their unique thoughts serving to amuse the fairies. The 6 fairies proliferated, giving rise to 6 great clans. However, they too faced death, yet offspring continued to emerge, their corpses forming the land of Britannia, gradually expanding in scale. Cernunnos' curse condemned the fairies to perpetual death, and as long as they failed to acknowledge their errors, the curse would remain unbroken. Wretched fairies. Vile fairies. Shen Yan entered the fairy village, where the appearance of humans brought great joy to the fairies. Humans served as the fairies' spiritual sustenance, enhancing their happiness. The fairies thrived on human creativity, deriving entertainment from their mental endeavors. As the humans were incapable of reproduction, they could not proliferate, and only those within the human pastures controlled by Queen Morgan were scarce. Thus, walking among Britannia, humans were regarded as exceedingly rare treasures. Humans, would you care to visit my home? I have an abundance of delightful treats. The fairy with butterfly wings proclaimed, I possess a plethora of exquisite gems. Do you desire them? If so, visit my abode. Her tone, laced with an air of seduction, caused Shen Yan to furrow his brow. The magical energy in the atmosphere was palpably vibrant, indicating that this realm retained the essence of the divine era, with magic still abundant, allowing fairies to thrive here. Please excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Although he held a disdain for fairies, he was not inclined to annihilate this group of beings that bore no relevance to him. Observing his retreating figure, the fairies' faces contorted with anger, exclaiming, We have shown you kindness. How dare you remain ungrateful? Let us eliminate him. Such is the nature of fairies, benevolent yet malevolent. The purpose of existence holds paramount significance. For immortal fairies, the absence of purpose, coupled with war and disaster, leads to their demise. The fairies surged forward, only to be met by the glinting edge of Shen Yan's blade. I detest fairies. If you seek death, then embrace it. The onslaught of fairies was ruthlessly dispatched by Shen Yan. He had never engaged in such brutality before. Influenced by the memories of Bawan Shi, he yearned to eradicate every last fairy. Humanity whispered to him that this was wrong, yet fury dominated his thoughts. After all, they are not human. Slay them. Annihilate them all. This deep-seated desire to conclude the chaotic world urged him onward. Bawan Shi, the kind-hearted Bawan Shi, had committed no wrong. Yet the fairies bore a grudge against her for the kindness shown by the savior Chen. Each time, Chen had failed to rescue her, ultimately leading to the inability to bear offspring. Blood stained his vision, and the fairies transformed from rage to terror, scattering in panic, their childlike eyes reflecting fear as they gazed upon him. That innocent gaze jolted Shen Yan into realization. Was there truly a distinction between himself and those fairies? Reason momentarily regained its hold, but their relentless attacks resumed. Blood flowed, and the slaughter continued. Is deception not a hallmark of the fairies' traditional craft? Clutching the wound inflicted by the magical bullets, Shen Yan indiscriminately eliminated the entirety of the fairy village. Emerging from the village, drenched in blood, he set his sights on Darlington, where Bawan Shi awaited. His arrival in this world was solely for the purpose of rescuing her from her dire plight. The Fairy Kingdom, a paradise for fairies, presented a picturesque landscape that momentarily eased Shen Yan's nerves. Yet, the thought that the very ground beneath his feet was littered with fairy corpses soured his mood. Should I unleash the Horned God, allowing calamity to spread throughout the Fairy Kingdom? Shen Yan murmured. Though the Horned God harbored animosity toward fairies, he still chose to protect them, using his body to seal the great chasm, preventing the abyssal worms below from ascending to wreak havoc upon Britain. Ultimately, he was a guardian of the fairies. Even curses would not harm fairies who sincerely repented. However, until being vanquished by Chaldea, only a scant few fairies had managed to break free from the curse. This world is among the most distorted of all the singularities. The ever-decaying corpse, upon acquiring the core of the soul, will unleash a calamity capable of obliterating all of Britain. In such a world, the necessity of existence is rendered moot. Its destruction would be a mercy. For humanity is not truly human, and the fairies are hardly virtuous. Yet, I seem to fancy myself a savior. Will the system turn a blind eye to such thoughts? This system assesses the worthiness of a world for salvation. After careful calculation, it has determined that the realm of fairies is unworthy. All misfortunes are of their own making. Good heavens! How wretched must this world be if even the system has grown indifferent to its plight. The ability of individual manifestation allows for effortless traversal across all realms of the Type Moon universe. This power resembles a world anchor, enabling free movement between the Type Moon worlds and the primary realm, proving even more advantageous than a conventional anchor, including access to previously visited worlds. In simpler terms, should I wish to revisit Middle-earth and reconnect with old friends, it would pose no challenge. In the newly unveiled worlds, as long as parallel universes exist, I can traverse these alternate realms at will, an exceptional means of escape. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that upon completing tasks, I can bring others along to worlds I have previously entered, which means I could take Alicia and Sakura on adventures together. The capacity for individual manifestation is indeed delightful. In a village in Darlington, a blood fairy named Bawanshi struggles to survive amidst the oppression of her kin. As an extraneous fairy, my worth to others is limited. Sacrificing myself for the happiness of the village is a worthy endeavor. With this mindset, Bawanshi endures daily torment. Bawanshi, fool, go fetch me blooming flowers. My house must be adorned with blossoms, commanded a handsome fairy. Bawanshi meekly replied, It is autumn. There are no flowers. Bawanshi, I know you will not disappoint me, right? Kind-hearted Bawanshi, friendly Bawanshi, you will present me with a room full of flowers, won't you? The fairy insisted with a smile. Bawanshi bowed her head in agreement and ventured into the perilous forest in search of blooms. Ha ha ha, foolish Bawanshi. How could there be flowers in autumn? Your foolishness brings me endless joy. The fairies cackled with glee, reveling in Bawanshi's plight. Their selfishness knew no bounds, as they prioritized their own amusement above all else. Once, there was a king who unified the entire fairy realm, a man named Uther, who was poisoned by fairies just before his coronation. The motive for the assassination was nothing more than a sense of grievance, as the fairy employed traditional methods of their kind, poisonous wine, to end Uther's life. Such is the nature of fairies. Bawanshi wandered aimlessly through the forest, searching all day without finding a single flower. As night fell, not a single bloom graced her hands. Instead, her body bore numerous scratches from thorns, and her tattered clothes were in disarray. The thought of returning to face rebuke filled her with dread. Bang! Tripped by the roots of a tree, the young Bawanshi fell to the ground, stifling her tears. Are you all right? Shen Yan, having navigated through the woods several times, finally found the girl and helped her to her feet. I apologize for the trouble, Bawanshi said, her anxious demeanor reminiscent of a frightened creature wary of Shen Yan's intentions. It's nothing. Hello, Bawanshi, I am human. Human? Bawanshi echoed, puzzled. Why is a human here? My apologies, esteemed Shen Yan. Please forgive my rudeness. It's quite all right, Shen Yan replied, observing her tattered clothing and minor wounds, letting out a sigh as he presented her with a garment. Bawanshi, taken aback, protested, But I cannot accept such a fine piece of clothing, esteemed Shen Yan. I will surely soil it. As she attempted to remove it, Shen Yan shook his head. Allow me to escort you home. I'm sorry, esteemed Shen Yan, but I still need to find something. What are you searching for? I can assist you. I seek flowers. Flowers? Shen Yan gazed at the withered leaves under the moonlight. Autumn having set in, leaving no blooms in sight. Wanshi lowered her head. Merkel instructed me to find them. He said they are needed to adorn the entire room. With narrowed eyes, Shen Yan produced a large bouquet from behind him. Here, this is for you. So beautiful. But is this truly acceptable? Wanshi asked nervously. These are your flowers. It's nothing. With these flowers, he won't trouble you anymore. Shen Yan reassured her. Rest assured, you will be safe. What is your name? Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am Wanshi. Wanshi, the kind-hearted Wanshi, stood in stark contrast to the cruel and cold fairy knight, Tristan. Yet, that persona was merely a fade, a cruel guise imposed by Morgan, for without such ruthlessness, survival in the fairy realm was impossible. Under the moonlight, Wanshi guided Shen Yan back to her village, where all was quiet as the villagers had retired for the night. Boldly, she led Shen Yan to her humble abode. Within, there was only a simple wooden bed and a solitary cup for drinking, crafted from wood. It's quite modest. You may rest on the bed, Wanshi offered. No need. I can sleep on the floor, Shen Yan replied. After laying out a quilt on the wooden bed and sweeping the floor, he waited for it to dry before covering it with a blanket. So soft, Wanshi exclaimed, feeling as if she were sinking into clouds. Esteemed Shen Yan, you are truly a wonderful person. And you are wonderful as well, Wanshi, Shen Yan said, sitting on the makeshift bedding. Have you never considered seeking revenge against those fairies who have tormented you? Wanshi shook her head. No, I am the superfluous one in this village. After my predecessor's death, I was born near here, and it was the villagers who accepted me. Although I endure much pain, their happiness is what matters, is it not? The values of humanity and those of fairies are fundamentally divergent. The inherently benevolent Wanshi is utterly oblivious to the concept of rebellion. In a world where even a hint of kindness can be exploited, a fairy as virtuous as Wanshi is destined to be toyed with until her demise by her own kind. Shen Yan extended his hand, and Wanshi, gripped by fear, instinctively closed her eyes. This reflexive action sent a tremor through Shen Yan's heart, as memories of a despairing nightmare resurfaced, causing him anguish. Thus, he had come to this place. Forgive me, Wanshi, may you rest well. The power of the magic ring enveloped her, lulling Wanshi into a serene slumber. In her dreams, she sat upon clouds, traversing a splendid world where all creatures adored her and every human treated her with kindness. Everyone cherished Wanshi. A smile graced the corners of her lips as she drifted into an enchanting sleep. Shen Yan sighed, leaning against the wall, and slowly succumbed to slumber. However, his sleep was abruptly interrupted by Wanshi's piercing screams. He had not rested adequately in recent days, which led to him oversleeping. Yet, this brief lapse had allowed Wanshi to suffer. He dashed out of her home, only to behold a golden-haired fairy yanking Wanshi's hair while trampling upon the flowers he had gifted her. Wanshi, you dare to present me with faux flowers. How could there be blooms in autumn? No, these are gifts from Lord Shen Yan, Wanshi replied with tear-filled eyes. They were bestowed upon me by Lord Shen Yan. Lord Shen Yan? Who might that be? A human. Lord Shen Yan is a human. What did you say? A human. The golden-haired fairy's eyes brightened upon spotting Shen Yan, who approached with a stern countenance. Releasing her grip, she straightened her attire and strode away. Greetings, Mr. Shen Yan. I am Merkel, a fairy of the Wind Clan. Would you care to visit my home? I can have Wanshi bring you the most exquisite flowers. With a resounding slap, Shen Yan mercilessly struck the handsome visage of the fairy. Shen Yan caressed the magic ring with one hand, while stepping on Murdoch with his foot. This is precisely why I despise fairies. They fail to recognize evil as evil. Indeed, I shall never comprehend the thoughts of fairies. Humans. Yes, humans. The fairies gathered around, forcefully pushing the helpless Wanshi aside, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Humans, come to my home. I can offer you the finest toys. No, come to my home. Whatever you desire is yours. No, come to my home. Come to my home. The initial invitations devolved into harsh words, escalating into a quarrel, and ultimately culminating in a brawl. Shen Yan stood before Wanshi, quietly observing this farce, the magic ring in his hand glowing. The ring merely ignited their innermost desires. Yet it led to such a violent clash, how utterly mundane. I had hoped to toy with them a bit longer. Come with me, Wanshi. I shall provide you with a home. Shen Yan crouched down, extending his hand to the girl. Wanshi grasped that hand, choosing to trust this human, reasoning that he could not be worse than her current predicament. However, as she gazed at the fairies tearing each other apart, she could not help but plead. Lord Shen Yan, can you stop them? I'm afraid not, Wanshi, This reflects their true nature. Shen Yan shook his head. You see, they are more despicable than beasts. Beasts may fight over territory and food, but they seldom wager their lives. Yet, for a mere human, these fairies would gladly slay their kin. It is truly grotesque. Is this truly acceptable, Lord Shen Yan? Is it not? Shen Yan replied with a smile. These fairies will perish, but new generations will arise, will they not? So, let the chaos ensue. Let them destroy one another. The seductive power of the magic ring intensified under Shen Yan's command, inciting the fairies to engage in fiercer combat. Some fairies fell in battle. The dichotomy of good and evil made it easy for the fairies to be manipulated by the ring's power. To Shen Yan, it was merely a spectacle. What transpired here? The silver-haired queen arrived, as pure as a fairy, as magnificent as a war goddess, and as cruel as a sorceress. Upon seeing Bawanshi behind Shen Yan, her expression softened. Everything else was inconsequential as long as Bawanshi was unharmed. Ignoring the fairy slaughter, she approached the two and said with complexity, I have been searching for you, Bawanshi. Who are you? Bawanshi asked. Have you changed once more? The fairy queen of Britannia displayed a pained expression, extending her hand. Come with me. I will no longer allow you to be bullied. Bawanshi gazed at Morgan in confusion, feeling a sense of familiarity with the woman before her, but unable to recall why. Shen Yan interposed himself between them. I'm sorry, but I will take her. And you are? A traveler from another world. I will take Bawanshi with me. If she comes along, she shall no longer be oppressed. I shall not allow Bawanshi to be victimized again. What can you achieve? Will you watch her change time and again? Until her soul is scarred? Until she can never change again? Morgan, you are utterly powerless. All you can bring her is pain. As she clings to fleeting memories and despair, walking towards death. Shen Yan's words pierced Morgan's heart, and a surge of magic enveloped him. The dark blue holy spear coalescing above his head. Indeed, you may shelter her for a time, but never indefinitely. Shen Yan grasped Bawanshi's hand and vanished from Morgan's sight. Where could they have gone? Morgan searched desperately for Shen Yan and Bawanshi. But all he could see were the self-destructive fairies. How infuriating. The spear of stasis slaughtered all the fairies, and in a fit of rage, Morgan departed from the lifeless village. In the main world, Branch Town, Shen Yan returned home with Bawanshi. Though he had stayed in the singularity for less than a week, his home had transformed dramatically into a veritable ocean of whimsical dolls and ornaments. What have you done to my house? Ah, you're back, Shen Yan. Who is this lovely girl? Alicia descended from the stairs, her charm undeniable, though she appeared frightened and injured. Are you also a fairy? Bawanshi asked timidly. Indeed, I'm Miss Pink Fairy. Of course I am a fairy. Oh, your ears. Are you a fairy too? Bawanshi hid behind Shen Yan, a hint of fear in her demeanor. Shen Yan reassured her. Do not fear this sister. Though she may appear as a fairy, she is, in fact, human, merely adorned with fairy ears. This is my home. And you may reside here forever without anyone bullying you again. Really? Is that true? Absolutely, for I am here, and no one shall harm you. Alicia, please take Bawanshi to bathe. As for clothes, I wonder if she can fit into yours. It should be fine, but if not, we can buy some. But what about her injuries? Shen Yan's expression darkened. Her own kind did this. Fairies? How could they bully such a beautiful girl? Alicia remarked, glancing upward. Bawanshi was slightly taller, yet her aura resembled that of a child. Fairies are fixed in stature from birth. Some may appear as elders, while others remain children forever. We shall discuss this later. Bawanshi, do not be afraid. This sister will not harm you. Indeed, Sister Alicia will not hurt you. However, I believe it is wise to tend to your wounds first. I will seek assistance. Emerging from the house, Shen Yan made his way to Elio's residence, where he found him enjoying a day off from school. Oh, you're back? What brings you here? Do you possess healing magic? I do. Then come. Grabbing Elio, they rushed off, while Akiyuki peeked out from the kitchen, asking if they would return for lunch. Yes, we will, Elio replied curtly, as Shen Yan pulled him into his home. Upon seeing Alicia and Bawanshi, Elio expressed surprise. Fairies? How did you find them? That is my concern. Elio, I beg you to heal this child. Very well. Elio nodded, retrieving a wand that radiated like the sun, as he conjured a magical circle beneath his feet to heal the wounds on Bawanshi's body. However, gradually, his brow furrowed in concern. He cast a slumber spell, allowing Bawanshi to drift into a deep sleep. What had happened to her? The physical injuries were secondary. Her soul was gravely fractured. Severely damaged, a miracle she had not perished. Indeed, This was a peculiar characteristic of fairies, devoid of reproductive capability. Upon their demise, they would produce nearly identical progeny. How many times had Bawanshi undergone this cycle? If she were to die again, it would be her true end. Shen Yan sat heavily upon the sofa, pondering. What has this child endured? Alicia draped a blanket over Bawanshi, ensuring she could rest comfortably. In her interactions with Bawanshi, she sensed that she was a good girl, albeit fearful of her unfamiliar surroundings and herself. Despite her attempts to feign composure, the fear lingered. Elio, I entrust a fragment of my memories to you. Manifest them. Understood. Elio tapped his wand, and the scenery of the fairy realm materialized around them. Bawanshi's harrowing experiences unfolded before their eyes. Those suffocating moments of death, repeated time and again. Alicia felt a constriction in her chest, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. How could this be? How could they treat a child in such a manner? I witnessed her death firsthand. Powerless to intervene, Bawanshi, gravely injured, had watched her mother perish, plummeting into the abyss, only to be cradled by the gentle embrace of the corner deity in a beautiful dream. As the memories faded, Shen Yan remarked, I cannot bear to see her endure such torment again. Thus, I traversed time and space, pushing my limits to bring her back, yet it was still a step too late. Her soul remained severely damaged. If she were to die again, it would truly be her end. Elio stated, I am unable to mend the damage to her soul. It is irreversible. I understand. I will ensure her safety. In that case, I shall take my leave. Elio, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Not at all. It was merely a matter of convenience. Should you wish to repay me, protect Sakura well. Of course. Elio departed, leaving the three alone in the room. Alicia approached to assist in tidying up. All right. Alicia and Shen Yan ascended the stairs to prepare a room. During the process, Alicia inquired about the world he intended to visit. It is a world on the brink of apocalypse, alongside countless parallel realms. I will take you there eventually. Really? You can bring someone? It was not permitted before, but now it is. Shen Yan said as he spread the sheets. I will frequently journey to the fairy realm. Why? To bring about the destruction of the fairy realm. Why such a harsh fate? There are few virtuous beings left in the fairy realm. The good have been oppressed to death. And do you know how the humans there are created? Created? Alicia was perplexed by the term. Humans are manufactured? Shen Yan elucidated the harrowing experiences of the archons and human priestesses to Alicia, instilling in her a sense of dread. The fairies were indeed terrifying, employing such methods. I would gladly annihilate that world. If possible, I would enlist a few friends to assist. Shen Yan smirked, setting up the room, and then instructed. You give Bawanshi a bath while I procure some clothing and prepare a meal. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yan returned, laden with parcels of clothing. Bawanshi was still asleep, utterly exhausted from the relentless demands of the fairies, which had deprived her of proper rest. She awoke in the evening, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she recalled her surreal experiences, feeling as though they were mere phantoms. Her injuries had healed as well. Ah, you're awake? Alicia approached and said, Let me take you for a bath. Shen Yan has bought you new clothes, all of them quite beautiful. Where is Lord Shen Yan? He is preparing dinner. What is going on? Shen Yan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot, the enticing aroma making Bawanshi's mouth water. Lord Shen Yan, where is this place? This is my home, not in the fairy realm. You shall live with us from now on. No one will bully you here. Alicia will help you bathe and change into new clothes. A new life is about to commence. Thank you, Lord Shen Yan. There's no need to call me Lord. No, Lord Shen Yan is indeed a lord, Bawanshi insisted stubbornly. Then call me brother. All right, brother. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning of brother, Bawanshi complied. Alicia led her to bathe and dressed her in new attire. The lovely Bawanshi blushed as she appeared before Shen Yan. Isn't she beautiful? Alicia, you have a talent for dressing up. Indeed, this is an essential skill for a beautiful girl moreover. Bawanshi is inherently lovely. The clothes merely enhance her charm. Alicia clapped her hands, noting that the girl had a splendid foundation. If Eden were present, she would surely design a stunning outfit for her. Speaking of clothing, Shen Yan stroked his chin, recalling how lovely Bawanshi looked in her servant's attire and decided to request Chais to create another outfit for her. After the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal, Alicia remarked, I have a live stream tonight, so I'll leave the dishes to you. A live stream? Indeed. During your absence, everyone has taken a liking to the cheerful and vibrant Pink Fairy Lady. The internet sensation, the Pink Fairy Lady, makes her grand entrance. How does a moth to the flame warrior transition into a professional streamer within a week? Shen Yan glanced over, astonished. She had already amassed over 100,000 followers in such a short span. Don't underestimate the allure of the fairy lady. No, they are merely captivated by your appearance. I'm hosting an emotional radio show. Emotional radio show? Her husband disapproves. Should I go and vent my frustrations on my wife now? Upon mentioning the emotional radio show, Shen Yan recalled two memorable moments. Are you pondering something peculiar? No, you go ahead. Let the shadow clone do the dishes while Shen Yan imparts the common knowledge of this world to Bawanshi. In other words, is this world entirely inhabited by humans? Indeed, there are no fairies, or rather, they are so scarce that they are nearly invisible, and they are not of the same kind as you, after all. We come from two distinct worlds. Shen Yan produced a mobile phone and began to instruct her on its usage. Red Queen. I am here. The sudden voice emanating from the phone startled Bawanshi. Is this magic? No, it's rather complicated to explain. Red Queen, create a false identity for Bawanshi. Certainly. Please provide the specific details. Age, let us say 16, and she has always resided in Britain. Bawanshi, do you wish to attend school afterward? What is school? It is a place where many human children gather to learn together. Would you like to experience human life? Must I go, brother? It's perfectly fine if you don't want to. It's merely a suggestion. Here, no one would dare to bully you. The identity fabrication was successful, and Shen Yan endeavored to impart much more knowledge to Bawanshi. She would require time to assimilate into modern society, as there were many aspects of contemporary life that she needed to learn. The only discomfort she felt was the scarcity of magical energy in the air, which was rather unsettling for her as a fairy, though it remained within tolerable limits. Shen Yan sat at home, reviewing the rewards from this mission. The ability to manifest alone aside, riding A allowed him to adeptly master various modes of transportation. He could pilot not only airplanes, but also spaceships. And while he could not ride dragon species, he could mount phantasmal beasts and divine creatures. The summoning of heroic spirits indicated that he could summon a heroic spirit once more. The high-speed divine language significantly reduced the incantation required for spells, enabling him to directly unleash less potent magic. With this, Shen Yan could activate the spells he had learned in the Middle-earth world. The Wanfu being break, a relic of the traitoress witch Medea, was elevated based on her acts of betrayal. It lacked the efficacy of a weapon, but served as an ultimate magical relic capable of directly nullifying contracts based on magical energy, instantly obliterating life forms born from magic. And even a mere poke from a magically enhanced body would revert it to its prior state. As for the enhancement of heroes to EX, it was a straightforward amplification skill applicable to oneself or allies. The final item, and the one Shen Yan was most concerned about, was the continuity of civilization. It had no physical form but existed as a concept, the principle of existence. The system's description stated, the essential means for the existence of civilization. When the host resonates with it, tremendous power will be unleashed. And then it abruptly ended. Damn, how do I utilize this thing? Frustrated, Shen Yan sat on a swing in the yard, which Alicia had commissioned to be made. After a few days away, he hardly recognized the modifications made to his home. Fortunately, the alterations were not too extreme. A house is meant for living, and this allowed him to enjoy some comfort. Swaying on the swing, Bawanshi stepped out of her home, uncertain of what to do. Her current existence felt akin to a dream. Shen Yan and Alicia treated her with kindness. The bed was soft, and there were many intriguing novelties around. Although the forest was sparse, the environment was pleasant, yet she always felt an emptiness within. Brother, what is the matter? Do you wish to go outside? I want to find something to occupy my time. Looking for something to do? Shen Yan pondered before suggesting. How about this? Do you have an affinity for shoes? Shoes? Bawanshi glanced down at the high heels adorning her feet and nodded. Yes, I find shoes quite beautiful. As a shoe aficionado, Bawanshi cherished such items, and this version of her was no different. Would you like to craft shoes by hand? Can I? Certainly. But you must start from the very beginning. All right, brother, do you know how to make shoes? No, Shen Yan replied. I am not a genius in all things. You can find tutorials online. Let Hong Ho assist you in locating them, and then procure the materials to create your own lovely footwear. I will give it a try. Before that, you must learn to read. The language of the fairy kingdom differs from that of this world. Bawanshi's ability to converse with Shen Yan and Alicia was aided by the system, yet she still needed to study the writing and culture of this realm. Bawanshi, there is much for you to learn. I will strive to do my best. Filled with determination, Bawanshi watched as Shen Yan retrieved memory bread from the marketplace. By pressing it onto a book, she could rapidly memorize its contents. though complete digestion was necessary to ensure accurate retention. Come now, imprint slowly and consume gradually. Do I have to eat all of this? Bawanshi inquired apprehensively, gazing at the mountain of memory bread and books. Take your time. Digest before moving on to the next. Bawanshi exhaled in relief, relieved that consuming all at once would not lead to her demise. After pressing the memory bread onto the book and imprinting the contents, she took a bite. Ah. It tastes delightful, though somewhat dry. Now, let us examine the meaning within. Merely memorizing the text was futile. Comprehension was essential. Shen Yan assumed the role of a teacher, while Bawanshi listened attentively. This is a first-grade textbook that I borrowed from Sakura. What are you two up to? Shia approached upon noticing Shen Yan conducting a lesson. Oh, you are teaching little Bawanshi. Haha, allow me to handle it. I shall be her teacher. Have you ever attended school? Shia stiffened. Although she recognized characters, she had been a wanderer since childhood and had not experienced formal education. Shen Yan, your words are quite hurtful. Now, let us tackle a third-grade math problem. Chickens and rabbits are confined in a cage. There are 20 heads and 62 feet in total. Thus, how many chickens and rabbits are there? Shia scratched her face shyly. How do you set up the equation? I don't know either. Shen Yan rolled his eyes, realizing that after all these years, he had long returned the knowledge to his teacher. Why do you still ask me? I merely wish to demonstrate that you are not capable of teaching Bavanshi. I recall the derivation of answers, and though I may have forgotten, the foundation remains. If I am perplexed, I shall simply take a seat and pause my studies. If it is truly insurmountable, I shall enroll you in high school. No. While the school may be filled with many beautiful girls, I still believe that the outside world is far more appealing. Alicia shook her head in refusal, her eyes twinkling as she remarked, by the way, did you not mention that you could take people to other worlds? Why not take us for a little adventure? All right. Bavanshi, let us go out to play, and you should join us as well. Oh, and let's invite Sakura too. Sure. Alicia dashed outside to call Sakura, who was at home tending to chores. Sakura agreed, changed her clothes, and began preparing some bento to bring along. But upon considering Shen Yan's appetite, she realized it was a daunting task. Upon arriving at Shen Yan's home and greeting him, Shen Yan led them away from this world and towards the breathtaking landscapes of Middle-earth, renowned for its beauty, where he also had acquaintances. Gondor and Minas Tirith had flourished, and Aragorn had now ascended as the unified king of men, King Elisar. Seated upon the throne, he attended to state affairs. His former companions had returned home, leaving only Boromir, the general of Gondor, by his side. Sauron had perished, his influence diminished, and the current focus lay on eradicating the remaining half-orcs. It was rumored that the dwarves were contemplating the reclamation of the Moria mines, a proposal initiated by Gimli. It appears you have become a capable king, Aragorn. It had been quite some time since anyone had addressed him in such a manner. Turning around, Aragorn beheld Shen Yan, whom he had thought he would never see again, and was filled with overwhelming joy. Shen Yan, my friend. Shen Yan embraced Aragorn and then introduced him to Alicia and the others. Greetings, I am Aragorn, the king of Gondor. Shen Yan, I shall fetch Boromir. Shortly thereafter, clad in armor, Boromir entered the palace with a puzzled expression. Elrond, you. Shen Yan? Indeed. It has been quite some time, Boromir. Indeed. It has been years since you departed. Boromir clapped Shen Yan on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with joy. Aragorn said, Stay here for a few days. I will host you well. No, I must return shortly. This child has school tomorrow. Little Sakura still has to attend school, though she can play for a while. Fear not, I shall visit often in the future. And where is Gandalf? Gandalf still roams the earth, guiding mankind. Then I shall seek Frodo. The scenery of the Shire is still splendid. Will you accompany me? However, the Shire is too far away, Aragorn replied helplessly. As the king of Gondor, I cannot roam freely. He reminisced about his days as a ranger, living freely, albeit sometimes without sustenance. Not to worry. I have recently mastered a spell that allows us to traverse great distances. I shall summon Legolas and Gimli as well. In an instant, he vanished from the palace. Before long, Shen Yan returned with Legolas and Gimli. The Fellowship of the Ring has reassembled. Gimli laughed heartily, then added, Shen Yan, we were heartbroken when you left. And now you have learned such magic. You must visit often. Wait, Shen Yan, what is that in your hand? Legolas, with keen eyes, remarked. Could it be a ring of power? Impossible. I have destroyed Sauron's ring. This is my own ring. Shen Yan smiled as he removed the ring and handed it to Legolas. After inspecting it and confirming its authenticity, Legolas returned it to Shen Yan, saying, "I was being overly cautious. Very well, let us set off for the Shire. I hope to catch the hobbits' second breakfast. They have 6 meals a day, so there is no need to worry about missing it." For the time being, the affairs of Gondor were entrusted to Boromir's brother, Faramir, as the Chancellor was responsible for such matters. The group arrived in the picturesque Shire, where the hobbits regarded them with curious gazes. "Wow, this place is beautiful." Alicia and little Sakura exclaimed in awe at the enchanting Shire, and Bawanshi also appeared quite pleased. "Such marvelous magic. By the way, where is Frodo's home? Let's ask someone." Frodo's residence was not difficult to locate. The group knocked on the door, and Sam's voice came from within. "Who is it?" Upon opening the door and seeing his long-lost friends, Sam rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Shen Yan, Aragorn, are we invited to the Hobbits' brunch?" "Of course. Come in, Mr. Frodo. Look who has arrived." "Who is it?" Frodo peeked out from the study, brimming with joy, and summoned Sam to invite Merry and Pippin. The fellowship gathered to enjoy a sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, Elysia took Bawanksi and Sakura out for a stroll, leaving the gentlemen to sit together. Except for Legolas. The others indulged in their pipes. "Don't you feel somewhat out of place, Legolas?" inquired Gimli, pipe in mouth. "No, I refuse to partake in such withered leaves." Legolas waved dismissively. "Ah, it seems our pampered little princess cannot handle the pipes of the gentleman," Gimli teased. Legolas snatched the pipe from Gimli's mouth, wiped it clean, and took a puff. "It feels peculiar." "Indeed, I felt the same way at first," Shen Yan laughed heartily. "It's a specialty of Middle-earth. One simply must try it." The gathering was fleeting, as Shen Yan escorted everyone home. They would often meet again, not fretting over the passage of time. Elysia and her companions adored the scenery. "Isn't it lovely here, Sakura, Bawanksi?" "Yes, we should bring Shauka next time," Sakura replied. "But let's plan to come together again, along with Chais." "It is so tranquil and peaceful," Bawanksi remarked, seated on the grass, as the gentle breeze danced through her red hair. "Sister Bawanksi, your hair is so beautiful and silky. How do you maintain it?" Sakura asked enviously. "It's natural," Bawanksi said shyly. "In the past, everyone disliked my red hair." "How could that be? Such lovely hair is rare," Sakura insisted earnestly. "Really?" Bawanksi asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes. Sakura nodded vigorously. "Right, Sister Elysia?" "Absolutely. Little Bawanksi, do not feel inferior. You are truly beautiful." Elysia embraced Bawanksi warmly. "I adore kind-hearted and lovely girls like you." The warmth of Elysia's affection left Bawanksi feeling somewhat flustered, yet she cherished this unfamiliar kindness. Shen Yan approached, suggesting, "Next time, let us explore other places for a few days. For today, this will suffice." "All right," they agreed. Elysia, intrigued by Middle-earth, prompted Shen Yan to produce the films of The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. "Here, watch. This is their adventure." "Yes, I will take a look." Bawanksi expressed eagerness to learn and immerse herself in this world. Meanwhile, Shen Yan began his training, purchasing a gravity chamber set to double gravity to intensify his regimen. The path of martial arts demands diligence, training tirelessly in winter's chill and summer's heat, never allowing complacency. He arranged various exercise equipment, often emerging utterly exhausted, sometimes needing Elysia to pull him out. Occasionally, Shen Yan would venture into the realm of the fairies, slaying a few to hone his skills, frequently causing mischief within the Wind Clan. Such actions soon caught the attention of a formidable fairy. Melusina, an entity born from the left claw of the last dragon, Albion, was rescued from the mire by the ostentatious chieftain of the Wind Clan, Aurora, who bestowed upon her the name Melusina. She serves Aurora and harbors deep affection for her as a dragon fairy. The silver-haired lowly exudes an aura that warns others to keep their distance, her presence commanding and fierce. In a flash of silver light, Shen Yan narrowly evades an attack, feeling the sting of a wound upon his neck. Despite having used the Mirage Sun Rainbow to escape, he is astonished that he could still be harmed. Melusina's speed is astonishingly swift. Indeed, is the disparity in strength so vast? Melusina is formidable, born from the remains of the last dragon, Albion. Her prowess far exceeds that of the average servant. Even the pinnacle of ordinary servants, the golden 3 targets, would find themselves struggling against her. The top-tier servant, Kiyoshi Muramasa, who bore the fused essences of 2 deities, was hurled away by Melusina before he could reach Morgan's throne, falling into the abyss and taking 3 days to crawl back out. In the blink of an eye, her wounds heal, and Melusina raises an eyebrow beneath her mask, remarking on his impressive regenerative abilities. "Ah, I shall cut you vertically," she muses, only to find the man before her has vanished. "Huh, where did he go? Did he use magic? My word, Melusina is too powerful. I nearly met my demise. Alicia, help me. Shen Yan calls out the name of Alicia upon returning home. Humph. Will Alicia always respond to your summons, no matter the time or place? Ba Wanshi, engrossed in a fashion magazine, nods, albeit struggling with many of the words, yet enjoying the photographs nonetheless. Shen Yan, accompanied by Alicia, ventures to the fairy kingdom, where Melusina remains. Upon noticing an unexpected addition to their number, she remarks, "Another one? I shall cut you horizontally." Despite her appearance as an adorable girl, her words instill fear. Alicia brandishes a magnificent longbow, questioning, "Did you bully my friend?" Melusina dismisses her, stating, "It matters not if you both come at me. You are weak." "Huh. This radiant beauty beside me is incredibly strong," Shen Yan declares, hiding behind Alicia. "A coward who hides behind women," Melusina retorts. "Of course, I cannot compete with you now, but wait until I can, and I shall hang you up to spank you." Shen Yan, one must not speak such things to a lady. "What lady? This fairy is ancient, rumored to be as old as the earth itself." Shen Yan, emboldened by Alicia's presence, brazenly reveals Melusina's age, provoking her wrath. Accelerating, she strikes. The crystalline sword light, as clear as a lake, is intercepted by a pink crystal arrow. While Shen Yan maintains his defensive posture, realizing his efforts are in vain. "With me here, you shall come to no harm. Then I shall cut you down as well." Melusina retreated as Alicia unleashed her ethereal blossoms, crystal arrows cascading forth in rapid succession, each shot so swift that her bowstring's motion was nearly imperceptible. A pink meteor shower descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions engulfed Melusina, who emerged from the chaos, her armor shattered and her visage soiled. "It seems you are no ordinary foe. I shall take this seriously. At last, we can engage in a proper battle," Melusina declared with fervor. Alicia, seemingly unfazed, tilted her head, appearing quite formidable. Indeed, she was exceptionally strong. Few in the fairy kingdom could rival her prowess. "Can Alicia contend with her?" Shen Yan queried. "Do not underestimate me. After all, I am the beautiful and adorable Alicia. However, should a battle ensue, this place would be utterly devastated." Alicia replied with a smile as she drew her bow. "This is my gift. You must graciously accept it, all right?" The arrows blossomed in midair, unfurling like a kaleidoscope to form a crystalline barrier. Beneath the immaculate dome, Shen Yan felt a surge of power coursing through him. Alicia continued to release arrows, which, though not striking Melusina directly, ricocheted with unpredictable trajectories under the flawless ceiling, eventually embedding themselves in Melusina's armor. "Oh dear. That position is quite inappropriate for a young lady. I assure you it was unintentional," Alicia remarked, covering her mouth with her hand. Snap. Shen Yan put away his camera and nodded in agreement. Melusina's face flushed crimson as her heavy magical energy erupted like a tidal wave. "You too." In a flash, the pair vanished, prompting Melusina to stomp her foot in frustration, embarrassed and enraged as she yanked the crystal arrow from her backside. "Should I catch you? I will grind you into mincemeat." In the main world, Shen Yan expressed his gratitude to Alicia, having gathered the opponent's secrets. "What would you like for dinner? I can prepare it." Holding the photograph with glee, he mused that this was far more humiliating than the near-death experience. "Anything is fine. I love everything you cook." Alicia replied cheerfully. "Curse it, this woman has the audacity to be so charming. All right, let's have braised pork for dinner then." "What about you, Bawanxi?" "I want spicy duck blood soup," Bawanxi declared, particularly fond of this dish, and also a fan of duck blood vermicelli soup. "Great. Who will accompany me to buy groceries?" "Let us go together. It's a perfect opportunity for a stroll." "Shen Yan, would you like to purchase some new clothes? I've noticed you wearing the same outfit quite frequently." "I merely possess several of this particular style. You don't have just a few types of clothing in your wardrobe, do you?" "A man's closet doesn't he require an abundance of attire, just enough to wear. If it weren't for my frequent battles damaging my clothes, I would probably own only 3, today's outfit, tomorrow's, and one for the rain." "All right, let's also buy some clothes. Bawanxi, you should pick out a few nice pieces too." "That sounds good, but I think I'm fine. I already have enough clothes." Bawanxi quickly waved her hand in refusal. "A girl must know how to adorn herself. Bawanxi is determined to be beautiful." Alicia took Bawanxi and Shen Yan out, and they wandered through the mall until nightfall, before finally heading to the market to purchase a myriad of ingredients for cooking. After enjoying a hearty meal, Alicia washed the dishes and then commenced her live broadcast, while Bawanxi attended her classes and Shen Yan engaged in his workout. Thus, They spent several days in a tranquil routine. Occasionally, Sakura would visit, as Ailio had orchestrated various schemes to facilitate her transformation of the Cloud cards into Sakura cards. Sometimes, he even required assistance, as Ailio got caught up in the excitement, dragging Shen Yan into his antics. With a sly thought, Shen Yan observed Sakura, who, despite her exasperation, successfully transformed the Cloud cards into Sakura cards, adeptly resolving the issue at hand. Sakura's magical prowess was rapidly advancing, and she no longer felt exhausted to the point of fainting after transforming the cards. Upon awakening, she appeared refreshed and invigorated. One afternoon, after finishing his workout, Shen Yan sat in the yard, sipping tea after a refreshing shower, when he heard the system's voice. Subscription. Please prepare, the next traversal is ready. Rising, he informed Balrog and said, let's go. In New York, a city of steel and concrete, Shen Yan emerged from a women's restroom at a university. What a hellish joke that his point of origin was a restroom. With a sigh, he began to review his current tasks. Task 1. Collect 6 Infinity Stones. Reward: Super Soldier Serum, Regeneration, Heart of the Dragon, for 1,000 task points. Task 2. Eliminate Thanos. Reward: Rune, Spider Sense, 1,500 task points. The task points seemed a bit low this time, unlike before. How did one acquire the Heart of the Dragon in a Marvel universe? This artifact was renowned for its ability to restore magical energy with just a breath. Among the rewards, Shen Yan favored the regeneration ability the most. With his already formidable regenerative powers, acquiring this ability would likely render him akin to Kabutsuji Musen, healing before the blade even left his neck. As for the Rune, it also existed in Asgard, given that Asgard is rooted in Norse mythology. According to legend, Odin sought greater wisdom by hanging himself from a tree for 9 days and nights, finally unveiling the secrets of the runes. He wondered if they could be employed for spellcasting. First, he needed to ascertain the time. Shen Yan exited the university, focusing on determining his temporal location. Taking a deep breath, he was compelled to cough due to the abysmal air quality that nearly overwhelmed him. The night had fallen, and Shen Yan wandered aimlessly along the street, stopping at a newsstand to grab a newspaper, which bore the date of 2029. 2029? It seemed that he had no prior knowledge of this year in any timeline. Perusing the news, he found little of interest. He was unable to uncover any useful information. Returning the newspaper to the stand, he discovered 2 comic books on the shelf. X-Men, are you genuinely interested in this? Remarked the somewhat aged proprietor, grilling hot dogs. This is a comic based on true historical events. True history? Does that imply the X-Men actually existed? Indeed, the owner sighed, reminiscing. Once upon a time, mutants were incredibly powerful. Many years ago, there were numerous mutants, yet the news states that no new mutants have emerged in the past 25 years. 25 years. Shen Yan pondered, placing the comic down to leave. He must be in the world of Logan, which bore no relation to his mission, however, given Logan's tragic fate. Perhaps he should intervene. A human scientist had developed a genetically modified crop. While it posed no threat to ordinary individuals, for mutants, consuming it would gradually lead to the degeneration of their mutant genes. After ingesting these genetically modified foods, mutants would continuously lose their abilities, ultimately becoming ordinary people. And their descendants would never produce mutants again. Coupled with the oppressive measures from official organizations, mutants swiftly vanished from the annals of history. The once renowned Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters had become a relic of the past, the X-Men reduced to a solitary old wolf, and Professor X had succumbed to dementia, his powers often spiraling out of control, with Logan caring for him. But where were they now? Standing by the roadside, a pickup truck halted before him, from which several burly men emerged, brandishing switchblades. Hey, kid, hand over all your money, or else. Bang, bang, bang. After teaching them a lesson, Shen Yan hopped into the truck and drove away, uncertain of his next destination. Before long, he spotted an elongated Chrysler E8 passing through the intersection ahead. Its body riddled with bullet holes, the windows shattered, as if it had journeyed from a war-torn region. He steered the vehicle in pursuit, stopping at a hotel entrance. A man with grizzled hair and a scruffy beard emerged from the driver's seat, his eyes weary and weathered. Were it not for close scrutiny, one would hardly recognize him as the fierce Wolverine of yore. A Mexican girl and an elderly man, paralyzed from the waist down, exited the vehicle. Logan carefully placed him in a wheelchair, tossed the keys to the bellboy, and instructed him to park it behind the building. The bellboy, taken aback, wondered if the vehicle was still operational. The trio entered the hotel, and Shen Yan followed, reserving a room next door. After a restful slumber until dawn, Shen Yan was consumed by a splitting headache while having breakfast in his room, his head feeling as though it had been pierced by needles. He promptly utilized the magic ring to fend off the inexplicable mental assault, realizing that Professor Charles Francis Xavier had relapsed. The most potent telepath on Earth had succumbed to dementia, an unfathomable reality, with uncontrollable powers that had previously led to the demise of countless mutants, leaving him to eternally dwell in regret and nightmares during his lucid moments. With a powerful punch, the wall crumbled, and as I stepped into the room, I beheld a group of impeccably armed soldiers, all motionless. A young girl crawled on the ground, struggling amidst a chaotic scatter of medications. Not far away, Charles, confined to a wheelchair, trembled uncontrollably, his powers spiraling beyond his grasp, rendering everyone immobile. I picked up a syringe from the floor, filled with a tranquilizer that could restore Charles's composure. Prior to that, I had incapacitated each of the armed personnel, ensnaring them with branches conjured through wooden manipulation. A swift injection into Charles's neck dissipated his powers, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a young wolf cub lunged at me, its hands extending sharp claws of adamantium. Caught off guard, I swiftly seized the creature, only to find it retaliating with another strike, its claws poised for attack. Cold and decisive, the ferocity displayed was wholly uncharacteristic of a child her age. Laura was born within a military base in Mexico, a mutant weapon crafted from Logan's genetic material, designated as X-23. She had been rescued along with other mutant children by certain caregivers and staff within the facility. I pinned the little girl to the ground, binding her with wooden vines. I harbor no ill will towards you, little wolf cub. And Professor, refrain from invading my mind. I possessed defensive mechanisms. Thanks to the magical ring, I was shielded from mental incursions, akin to Magneto's helmet, but this was merely one of the ring's capabilities, with many more yet to be uncovered. From his wheelchair, Charles spoke. I apologize. You know our current predicament, Laura. Do not act out. He will not harm us. At the professor's words, Laura ceased her struggles, and I released her bindings. She approached Charles, taking the elder's hand in hers. Professor, I will guide you out of here. As I pushed Charles's electric wheelchair, I introduced myself, to which he replied, Logan has not yet returned. He should be below. I tidied the scattered medications, which included drugs to delay Alzheimer's progression and sedatives to prevent seizures. The once mighty Charles, now in his 90s, was no longer the guiding Professor Xavier. He had become a frail and perilous elder, his powers teetering on the brink of chaos. Vulnerable and helpless, yet capable of obliterating the entire city with ease. With age, his telepathic and mental control abilities had grown more potent, yet due to dementia, he could no longer rein in his powers. Seize them, shouted a group of soldiers, charging forward and opening fire. The rapid clatter of bullets echoed as I deflected them, closing in on the adversaries, dispatching them one by one with lethal precision. Charles. As the elevator doors opened, Logan was met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the floor, and me standing amidst the bloodied aftermath. Without hesitation, he extended 3 adamantium claws from each fist, rushing towards me with lethal intent. Logan, whose self-healing abilities have diminished considerably, finds himself unable to move effectively. He is now merely a shade stronger than an ordinary person. The weighty adamantium skeleton hampers his mobility, forcing him to walk with a limp. Previously, his claws could not fully extend without considerable effort. With a clang, the adamantium claw left 6 gashes on the blade. Damn it, my knife. Kicking the old wolf aside, Shen Yan gazed longingly at his weapon. Though forged by the renowned knife workshop, it could not withstand the adamantium claw scratch. And the fact that it remained intact was a testament to its quality. Logan, he means no harm. Charles quickly interjected. He has assisted me. No, not anymore. Shen Yan retorted, delivering a punch to Logan. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed for this knife? It's infuriating. I should pin you to the ground. Get away. Logan's temper flared, murderous intent surging as his sharp claws lunged towards Shen Yan's heart. Yet, Shen Yan seized his arms and pinned him down. Even at his prime, Logan's strength paled in comparison to Shen Yan's, let alone in his current state of disrepair. Professor, please clarify. We are pressed for time. Very well, Charles responded, maneuvering his electric wheelchair to face Logan. He elucidated Shen Yan's good intentions, as he had mistaken the ability to manipulate trees as a mutant power. Only then did Logan cease his struggle and rise, though he showed no inclination to apologize. Charles, are you certain he is a mutant? You must understand. No mutants have been born in 25 years. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Laura, biologically his daughter. At the very least, we should leave together for Eden, where there are children. Charles rambled on, causing Logan to feel a throbbing headache. A year ago, following the demise of the last few X-Men due to Charles's uncontrollable abilities, Logan had plunged into despair. He worked tirelessly as a driver, dreaming of purchasing a boat to live at sea with Charles, planning to end his own long life with an adamantium bullet once Charles had passed. Ordinary bullets could only pierce his skin, while only specialized adamantium bullets could shatter his bones and damage his brain. After losing his powers, an adamantium bullet would be sufficient to claim his life. However, with Laura's arrival, the tranquility of his life shattered. A group began pursuing them. And only last night did he learn that Laura was his child, despite his lack of involvement in her conception. He intended to take Charles and his surrogate daughter to a mutant sanctuary in North Dakota, a place referred to as Eden. The coordinates of Eden matched those in the comic books, yet Laura and Charles must make the journey themselves, compelling him to lead them on a desperate flight. Since you wish to go, then by all means, Logan conceded with resignation, considering Charles's frail condition and whether he could endure the journey. He hoped this unexpected mutant could lend a hand. That would indeed be splendid. Charles rarely displayed a smile, yet in the descending elevator, the four of them were met with the sight of a group of individuals lying unconscious on the ground. His smile faded, replaced by a profound sense of guilt, as he repeatedly offered apologies, resembling a child who had erred. "Come with me," Logan instructed, leading them to the entrance where his newly acquired pickup truck awaited, preparing to lift Charles into it. "Is this the one?" Shen Yan inquired. "What other option do we have?" "I just managed to buy it," Logan replied. "Isn't there something better?" Shen Yan gestured towards an armored vehicle not far off, the very one that the previous group had been driving. "Have you lost your mind?" Logan retorted. "I haven't. Just wait a moment." Shen Yan moved swiftly, incapacitating the occupants of the armored vehicle and discarding them. Upon opening the rear door, they discovered a mutant locked in a cage, his skin pale and some areas already rotting, his large eyes filled with terror. "Do you know Logan and Charles?" I do," Caliban stammered, swallowing hard, fear evident in his voice. "Friends? Logan entrusted me with Charles's care, though it has not been a pleasant experience," Caliban admitted. "I understand." Closing the door, he started the armored vehicle, positioning it before Logan and the others. "Get in, Logan. There's another friend of yours in the back." "Caliban?" Logan realized why the group had pursued them. Caliban possessed the ability to track mutants within a 25-mile radius, and it was only natural for them to be discovered. They loaded Charles into the vehicle, and Logan entered the cabin to release Caliban. At a loss for words, Caliban exhaled in relief, grateful to be alive for the moment. "Where are we headed?" he asked. "North Dakota," Logan replied wearily, settling into his seat. Shen Yan, seated in the driver's position, tapped on the vehicle, saying, "Logan, fasten your seatbelt. We have company on our tail." Immediately, Logan and Caliban secured their seatbelts as Shen Yan shifted gears and accelerated, the armored vehicle swiftly maneuvering along the road. With a deft drift around a corner, he narrowly avoided a collision with an oncoming car. His driving skills could easily outpace the legendary E86 on the slopes of Akina. "Wow, your driving is quite impressive," Shen Yan remarked, catching sight of several armored vehicles pursuing them in the rearview mirror. He then seized an AK from the vehicle, deftly controlling the steering wheel with his foot while leaning out of the window to take aim at the pursuing cars. One shot per tire, and the rear armored vehicle immediately suffered a blowout, flipping onto its side and coming to rest by the roadside. Returning to the cabin, he grinned and asked, "How's my driving?" "Remarkable. In all my years, I have never witnessed someone driving with their feet," Charles responded, "especially with the accelerator pressed all the way down. This vehicle performs exceptionally well," Shen Yan mused, genuinely impressed by the armored truck's capabilities and the array of weaponry within. They drove out of the city and continued through the night until the armored vehicle's fuel supply ran low. Pulling into a gas station, they filled the tank to capacity. Considering the elderly and the children's fatigue, Shen Yan opted not to continue driving and found a suitable place to rest. After a long day of exhaustion, they all sank into a deep slumber. At 3 in the morning, Shen Yan awoke to the sound of heavy footsteps breaking through his dreams. The door was violently ripped open by adamantium claws, and a man clad in a green military vest, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Logan, strode in. The only distinction was his youthfulness. Even the 6 adamantium claws mirrored Logan's precisely. X-24, the culmination of Alkali Corporation's cloning experiments, was a perfect replica of Logan, youthful, robust, and raised as a lethal assassin, exuding a primal aggression akin to a wild beast. However, he fell short compared to the younger Logan, lacking in both regenerative abilities and adamantium fortitude. The adamantium within Logan was of the highest caliber, impervious even to nuclear blasts. To contend with adamantium, one must wield adamantium itself. Regrettably, the current Logan could not match X-24, having suffered from the absence of his regenerative powers. His stamina and combat prowess had significantly diminished, transforming adamantium from a boon into a burden. Upon witnessing the beast-like X-24 enter, Shen Yan rose, exasperatedly questioning the audacity of interrupting one's peaceful slumber. X-24 bellowed in a fury. Though he resembled Logan, he bore a closer likeness to his brother Sabretooth, bloodthirsty, combative, and merciless. Clad in pajamas, Shen Yan swiftly clamped a hand over X-24's mouth and hurled him out through the open window. Thud. His heavy body crashed into the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. As X-24 attempted to rise and engage in battle, he was once again brought down, a foot clad in flip-flops resting firmly on his face. With a ferocious roar, X-24, the frenzied beast, clawed at the air, and to prevent his legs from being severed, Shen Yan reluctantly released him. Rising, X-24 charged towards his target, his 6 steel claws glinting ominously under the streetlights. A silver spear manifested in Shen Yan's hand, and upon clashing with the claws, sparks erupted. The spear's tip pierced through X-24's chest muscle, lifting him off the ground and crushing a nearby vehicle. Although scratches marred the silver spear, it remained remarkably resilient. Silver was indeed silver. Should I enlist the dwarves of Lonely Mountain to forge me a new blade? Or perhaps those under the dominion of Asgard? X-24 regained his footing, the wound on his chest already healing, his regenerative abilities formidable. He charged forward, leaping like an arrow, but Shen Yan sidestepped, causing X-24 to crash into a dumpster behind him. The stench was overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity before X-24 could recover, Shen Yan reversed his grip on the silver spear and plunged it into X-24's temple. This was the most vulnerable point of the skull, and likewise, X-24's Achilles heel. The spear tip penetrated the frontal, parietal, temporal, and sphenoid bones, delving deep into the brain, twisting forcefully to obliterate it. X-24's body convulsed violently before he finally collapsed, lifeless. Withdrawing the silver spear, Shen Yan cast a glance at its tip, now dulled yet still serviceable. Fire. Dragging X-24 to a secluded location, I summoned the magic I had learned from the realm of Middle-earth. Fiery flames engulfed X-24's body, and before long, a silver skeleton radiating intense heat materialized before me. The adamantium alloy remained unscathed, not even singed. With a sigh of appreciation, I collected the adamantium skeleton. It was indeed a valuable treasure. Upon returning to the inn, I did not rest, waiting for Logan and the others to awaken before continuing our journey. No one was aware of the events that transpired the previous night, though the door to my room had been damaged, necessitating compensation to the innkeeper. North Dakota, being near the Canadian border, had Eden located right at the frontier, and we encountered no pursuers along the way. I had devised a plan for dealing with the elderly, weak, and ailing trio along with the group of children, transporting them across worlds and then depositing them at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. I trusted that the younger version of Professor X would receive this group with the utmost care. Yet, I pondered how he would confront the senile version of himself. Parking the vehicle beneath a cliff, I inquired, "Is this truly Eden?" Laura nodded in affirmation. She spoke little, initially leading Logan to believe she was mute, hardly acknowledging his presence. The thought of her being his daughter brought a dull ache to his head, after nearly 2 centuries of life. He had never navigated such a father-daughter relationship. The young wolf cub seemed indifferent to him, never contemplating how to face her father. "Guys, we have company," Caliban announced, wrapping himself in clothing to shield his fragile skin from the sun, which could easily scorch him with its ultraviolet rays. Observing the rising dust in the distance, he remarked, "It is likely the same group pursuing us. My captor, Pierce, must be among them." Everyone turned to see a convoy of armored vehicles approaching, bristling with heavy weaponry. Unmistakably formidable. "Find a place to hide," I commanded, drawing my blade, with Logan following suit as we advanced towards the convoy. "You need not accompany me. It's nothing. My mission has concluded." Logan, now resigned to his fate, aimed to at least delay this group, allowing Laura and Charles to escape swiftly. A blond man with a mechanical arm emerged from a jeep, grinning as he exclaimed, "Isn't that my idol? Have you found yourself an accomplice?" Pierce was a mercenary for Alkali Corporation, responsible for training children like Laura to become cold-hearted weapons. However, the situation had deteriorated with the emergence of X-24. Laura and the others had lost their value. Had it not been for the kindness of the caregivers and doctors, those mutant children might have fallen victim to Pierce and his ilk. All along the route, it was he who relentlessly pursued Logan and the others. With an arsenal of weapons trained upon us, Logan clenched his fists, extending his adamantium claws, prepared for a final confrontation. Dying in battle might not be such a terrible choice. The old wolf, unable to fight any longer, resolved to buy time for his friends and daughter with the last vestiges of his life. Damn it, was it you who killed X-24? Beside Pierce sat a middle-aged man with a notably receding hairline. Xander Rice, whose father had once been involved in the X project, was later slain by the escaped Logan. Upon growing up, Xander inherited the X weapon program, giving rise to Laura and X-24. He was indeed a wretched individual, one I would gladly eliminate. Shen Yan remarked. That Logan clone was utterly useless. I dispatched him with ease. By the way, I still possess that adamantium skeletal structure. Thank you for providing me with such an abundance of adamantium. You seek death. Eliminate them. Xander seethed with rage, for X-24 was his most exquisite creation. A merciless instrument of slaughter, devoid of any flaw save for its volatility. He had invested considerable resources and effort into it, envisioning it as Logan's most perfect incarnation. Its demise constituted a significant loss for the company. As a heavy machine gun atop the vehicle aimed at them, before it could fire, a figure collapsed. Shen Yan settled beside Xander, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Why be so angry? You are indeed a magnanimous individual, willing to bestow such a hefty portion of adamantium upon me. Such speed. Xander and Pierce felt beads of perspiration trickle down their foreheads. Shen Yan's velocity was so astonishing that they mistakenly believed him to be a mutant endowed with superhuman agility. As Shen Yan rummaged through the backpacks they had brought, he revealed several vials of a green serum along with syringes. What is this? Self-healing serum, Xander confessed, unable to conceal the truth. It is derived from the self-healing factor extracted from X-24, formulated into a medication that allows wounds to heal rapidly, extremely precious. Oh, Shen Yan nodded, drawing a dagger from Xander's waist and slicing it across Xander's face. Ah. Xander cried out in agony as Shen Yan leisurely extracted a vial of the self-healing serum with a syringe and injected it into Xander's neck. In the blink of an eye, Xander's wound healed at an astonishing rate, as though he possessed the self-healing factor himself. Indeed, this is quite a remarkable substance. He tossed a vial of the self-healing serum and a syringe to Logan, who had been listening to Xander's words. Without hesitation, Logan injected the serum into himself. His aged body instantly surged with vitality, every cell rejoicing as if celebrating his return to his prime. The previous wounds healed swiftly, and his hair and beard transformed into a rich dark brown, rendering him at least 20 years younger, with an unceasing flow of strength emanating from every part of his being. How long had it been since he felt this way? The self-healing serum was perfectly suited for him, after all, as it was extracted from his own clone. No wonder X-24's regenerative abilities paled in comparison to Logan's. It seemed you had extracted part of his self-healing factor. Observing Logan's transformation, Shen Yan chuckled. Now this is more like it. This is the Wolverine I remember. With a fierce roar, Logan lunged at the nearest mercenary, bullets striking him, only to be expelled from his body by rapidly healing muscles, leaving not a trace of injury. The steel claws tore through the car door, seizing the mercenary within with a single swipe. The sharp talon pierced his heart, swiftly followed by the next victim. Logan surged forth like a god of war, his reckless fighting style instilling fear in the mercenaries. Their attacks proved utterly ineffective. The pain from the bullets could not halt Logan's relentless advance. The healing serum, when overused, ignited one's primal instincts, transforming them into fearsome beasts. Before long, this band of mercenaries lay slain at Logan's feet. After catching his breath, he felt the effects of the serum gradually fading, his hair and beard regaining their white hue. The strength bestowed by the serum was merely temporary. Was there a way for him to reclaim his peak? Shen Yan plunged a dagger into Pierce's eye, then turned with a smile to Xander, inquiring about his condition. His regenerative factor was nearly depleted, yet if he refrained from consuming genetically modified food for a decade, 5 years, he should be able to recover. Xander swallowed hard. With Pierce gone, who could say he wouldn't be next? Those genetically modified foods were designed to suppress the mutant genes found all over the world. Logan's healing factor had been nearly obliterated. But as long as he refrained from further consumption, it would regenerate over time, and he would eventually reclaim his former glory. All right, I understand. With a swift strike, Shen Yan dispatched Xander, exited the vehicle, and took the remaining healing serums, saying, "Let us head back. These serums might help the professor overcome his Alzheimer's." Alzheimer's was a devastating affliction, but would Charles, upon forgetting his condition, find a way to heal himself? It seemed unlikely. As Logan followed Shen Yan, they returned to the base of the cliff, witnessing a harness lifting Laura and Charles above, while Caliban remained below. Excitement coursed through him. Those children were mutants. Eden was real. No, merely a refuge for a group of children. Shen Yan shook his head, casually stowing the armored vehicle. Under the astonished gazes of Logan and Caliban, he led them up the cliff. "Your abilities extend to this?" Logan inquired as Shen Yan traversed the cliff's edge. "There is much more I can accomplish. Soon, I will take you to a safe place." In this world, what locations remained safe for mutants? Logan lamented. Humanity harbored deep-seated malice toward mutants, showing no desire for coexistence. The remaining mutants might only be those present and the children here. Thus, I will take you away from this world. My abilities allow me to traverse dimensions. Shen Yan replied with a smile. Though Logan was astonished, he accepted this notion. The mutants possessed a myriad of extraordinary abilities. His disciple, Phantom Cat, could even transmit consciousness back in time. Upon reaching the cliff's summit, Shen Yan encountered a group of children roughly the same age as Laura. The eldest perhaps 15 or 16. Those damned bastards, he thought, suddenly feeling that Xander and the others had died too easily. Charles greeted the group of children with great joy, evoking memories of his tranquil days teaching at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Those were indeed serene times, alas. They're irretrievable. The children chattered animatedly, but Logan found himself at a loss. While Shen Yan explained, "They are speaking Spanish. It is quite normal not to understand." Spanish is the official language of Mexico, and these children, having grown up in the country, are fluent in it, with only a handful possessing knowledge of English. Laura's reticence can be attributed to her limited English proficiency. She can comprehend it but cannot speak or write it. Among those present, only Logan and Caliban lacked the ability to understand the children's conversation. "Well then, when shall we depart? We may leave at any time. But we must first inquire if these children wish to accompany us." Shen Yan revealed to Charles his extraordinary ability to traverse worlds, much to Charles's delight. In a realm where mutants are utterly marginalized, the prospect of relocating to another universe is the most favorable outcome for them. Through the power of telepathy, he conveyed his thoughts to the children, who awaited the arrival of their companions, still en route. They decided to wait an additional 2 days. This was their final deadline. Should no one arrive, the children would vacate their temporary sanctuary. The fabled Eden was indeed a myth. Once the time came, they would cross the border into the dense forests of Canada, where they would be beyond the reach of their pursuers. However, with Xander and his associates vanquished by Shen Yan, there would be no one left to hunt them. Shen Yan administered a small dose of a healing serum to Charles, which miraculously alleviated his dementia, restoring a clarity of mind he had not experienced in years, albeit tinged with regret. He recalled the tragic incident from a year prior, when his uncontrollable powers had resulted in catastrophic consequences, leading to the deaths of numerous mutants. Among his long-standing X-Men, only Logan had survived, dedicating himself to caring for Charles. Their relationship had been fraught with conflict over the past year, with Logan silently enduring the turmoil. This realization filled Charles with profound guilt. Yet, the past is immutable, and one must always look forward. 2 days later, no newcomers had arrived. "Let us depart," Shen Yan urged, and together they traversed worlds into an alternate dimension. The armored vehicle, conspicuous on the road, glided through the fresh, invigorating air, bringing Shen Yan a sense of comfort. "Professor, are you certain we are on the right path?" he inquired, sensing the road veering off course. Charles chuckled reassuringly. "Indeed, I cannot forget the way to my own home. However, it appears we have ample time. In fact, it is still the 1980s in this world." As the armored vehicle navigated the winding paths through the forest, lush trees lined the road, creating a picturesque landscape. They soon halted before a grand white gate, beside which hung an exquisitely crafted iron sign that read Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Through the gate, Shen Yan glimpsed a castle standing majestically amidst the woods, accompanied by a sprawling estate, Charles's ancestral property. "Shall I summon someone?" Shen Yan offered. "No. I have already informed my younger self, Charles replied. The convenience of telepathy certainly had its advantages. The gate opened automatically, allowing the armored vehicle to enter, revealing numerous mutant children engaged in various activities, some playing with their abilities alongside friends. Charles had founded Xavier's Academy primarily to guide mutants in harnessing their powers for societal benefit, enabling those rejected by society and their families to integrate into the community. Upon arriving at the castle, a welcoming party awaited them. Shen Yan beheld the youthful version of Charles, his hair still intact, much like the professor in the vehicle, who had also taken his seat upon an electric wheelchair. Beside him stood a striking young man and a dapper beast clad in a suit. Charles, are you certain? Is this the aged version of yourself from an alternate universe? Hank, the beast, inquired with palpable curiosity. Indeed, I was initially taken aback as well. But I glimpsed into my memories. In some, it is exceedingly intricate. Charles exhaled deeply, burdened by the weight of his past. The elder version of himself had endured manifold trials, and those recollections were far from pleasant. In that future, mutants had vanished. Although Logan of the future aided in eradicating the Sentinel robots, would mutants still face extinction? Was there truly no promising future for both humans and mutants? Alex. Do lend a hand, he urged. Very well, replied Alex Summers, known as Cyclops, nodding as he prepared to assist Shen Yan and Logan in escorting the children. Charles then encountered his older self. Even aware of his impending baldness, he couldn't resist asking, "What has become of your hair?" The professor touched his own smooth scalp, gazing enviously at the thick locks of his younger self. Much has transpired, and I shall share it with you later. Greetings, I am Charles Francis Xavier. Though you may refer to me as Professor X, he joyfully greeted his old friends. Upon seeing the stunned expression on the face of the young man, he recalled who he was. Alex, it has been too long. Huh? I still find it hard to adapt to your elder self, Alex admitted, struggling to reconcile the aged, bald figure before him with the wise and formidable Charles, the very leader who had pioneered the original X-Men. Time has left many imprints upon me. I have experienced far more than you can imagine, Charles replied with a hint of nostalgia. Logan, he called out, acknowledging his old companion. Though the sight of Logan's aging form tugged at his heartstrings. Years prior, the Logan who returned from the future had forewarned him of what lay ahead. They had thwarted the emergence of the Sentinel robots, yet Logan had been pierced by Eric S. Steele and cast into the river, his fate unknown. Throughout the years, Charles had sought to find him, acutely aware of his whereabouts, yet that Logan was not the one he had known. He was consumed by madness and bloodlust, resembling a beast. In this world, Logan was engaged in research, primarily as a subject of study, devoid of memory. Charles did not press him. He understood that one day Logan would inevitably reconnect with them, perhaps even recall the past that once defined him. Charles, Hank, Logan nodded, recollecting fragments of the past, including memories of when a younger Charles and Magneto had once tried to recruit him, only to be chased off by his ire. You have endured much, Charles remarked. Indeed. At least these children are safe. Yes, they are safe, and we shall care for them, Charles affirmed, offering the children a warm smile. He then arranged for them to have baths and prepared a sumptuous meal, knowing there was much yet to be done. Gathering everyone, Charles maneuvered his electric wheelchair to stand before Mr. Shen Yan. Thank you for aiding them, he expressed. It is nothing. I merely fulfilled my duty, Mr. Shen replied. Charles can find solace in his twilight years here, while for Logan, should he regain his abilities, he may encounter another chance. If his powers do not return, he can still spend his days peacefully at home. For him, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters is indeed his sanctuary. These children also possess the promise of a bright future,